Motes of color danced in the air around Rievin as he sat in a meditative trance. The specks of mana slowly coalesced around his body as they formed a whirlpool of mana being absorbed into the top of his head. He could feel the energy coursing through his body fluctuate at a constant up and down pace as he maintained his pace of absorbing the mana around him. His skill level in meditation kept him centered and calm. With his eyes closed, he could still sense the different elements of mana ever since his sense mana skill had reached level 50. It wasn't pinpoint accurate, as he couldn't sense individual specks of the mana, but he could make a sort of mental sight map where he could see where the different elements congregated in higher concentrated pockets. I wonder if I can exert different levels of force on specific locations to further separate the elements. Rievin thought with a frown of concentration. He exerted his will on his mana absorption skill. The mana sped up in its spinning, and while he had it accelerated, he tried to bear his will down on a different location to try and slow it down. Nothing happened. He relaxed his concentration on maintaining the accelerated spinning and tried again. The skill refused to change. As he put more concentration into slowing down one portion, he slipped up on keeping it accelerated, and when he focused back on accelerating, the slowing vanished. His skill was apparently all or nothing, so he allowed the skill to return to its balanced state of absorption. Maybe there's something else I can try. What about building a fence out of my own mana? With that new thought, Rievin brought a strand of pure mana out. He located a region in the swirling mana where a clump of fire mana was concentrated, and he directed his mana to slice through the region between it and the other specks of mana. As he concentrated on moving his pure mana into place, his concentration on mana absorption slipped, and the swirling mass of mana threatened to dissipate. With sweat on his brow, Rievin refocused his concentration to keep the mana absorption spinning. His grasp on his pure mana, though, began to waver as he did so. I'm able to manipulate my own mana independently of the swirling mass of ambient mana, so that's already a step ahead of what I was trying before. I think I'm on the right track, so I just need to practice switching my focus back and forth in quick succession. I can apply some force like I'm spinning atop to the mana absorption, and then while keeping an eye on it but not bearing my will on it directly, I can switch my focus to the mana thread. Rievin put thought to action, and he spent the next hour or so practicing the exercise he had come up with. He made some headway on being able to manipulate his mana while simultaneously absorbing the ambient mana, but it was like threading a moving needle. He had to begin by leading the spinning mana with his own pure mana at a slower speed. Once the pure mana thread got closer and closer to the demarcation of the elements he was focusing on, he had to match the speed of the rotation while attempting to stab the mana thread through the border while anchoring its speed to match the mana whirlpool. It was incredibly mentally taxing. Eventually, the mental exhaustion of maintaining swapping concentration got to him. He let the mana absorption skill dissipate, and he pulled his pure mana back into himself. It was time for him to take a break for the day. He sighed as he stood up from his bed to head into the living room. The new house they had moved into had a different layout than their past house, and instead of walking out of his room directly into the living room, he had to traverse a hallway. His parents had the master bedroom that took up most of the space on the opposite side of the hallway to where he and his sisters had their own rooms, his sisters sharing one. He made his way into the open space of the living room. Instead of the door being placed in the center between the living room and kitchen area, the door to the front was placed in the living room, with the door to the back off to the side on the kitchen side, with the hallway being placed in the center between the two. Rievin stepped out into the living room to see his mother at work on her loom as she usually was. He could hear the laughter of his sisters coming from the backyard as he plopped down on a couch in a relaxed posture. "How was your meditation?" Emelian asked without stopping her motions working the loom. "It was all right. I tried to do something new, and it was really hard." "Oh, what was this new thing you tried?" Rievin sat up and explained to his mother his thoughts on separating the ambient mana and the solutions he had attempted. Instead of offering tips on how to more effectively split his concentration or thread his mana into the proper place, his mother tilted her head back and laughed. "Rievin," she said after a moment to calm down, "I'm right here. You can just come to me to get advice. What led you to wanting to separate the ambient mana?" "I thought that if I could separate the mana into their own elements, I could practice my affinity at the same time," Rievin said. "Well, you're not wrong," Emelian said. Rievin clenched his fist and nodded with a smile. "I knew it. However, your approach was wrong. Let me ask you this. What did you do to unlock the ice affinity?" "I used my fire mana to suck all the heat out of the mana I was working with." "Exactly. You took a strand of pure mana, attuned it to fire, and then used it like a magnet to attract all the other fire mana." Realization dawned on Rievin, and he smacked himself in the head. "So instead of trying to manually separate every little pocket of elements, I need to attract them all to the same spot. I should have realized that considering all the motes of mana that weren't concentrated together. I didn't even think about what I was going to do about those." Don't beat yourself up over it, Emelian said with a chuckle. Everybody has to explore and make mistakes when they try to figure things out on their own. That's just how the world works. If you just knew how to accomplish what you wanted every time, then what would be the point of teachers and master-apprentice relationships? Anyway, what you want to do for what you're working towards is create many mana threads and shoot them out into the whirlpool like spokes to a wheel. In the beginning, it doesn't matter too much if you match the speed of your mana to the speed of your mana absorption. Just get them out there and moving approximately the same speed. Next, alternate infusing each strand with a different element and focus it on absorbing it like ambient mana. The real trick to this exercise is to not absorb the ambient mana into your own mana strands, but to just anchor it to the strands. Once you have all the ambient mana anchored to your mana spokes, you can slowly move the spokes until they all occupy a different quadrant. The mana spokes with all the ambient mana anchored to them will amplify the magnetic pull, and all the other, new ambient mana brought in through mana absorption will automatically filter themselves to the proper quadrant. Reevan shook his head at how needlessly complicated he had made things. He had already learned how to do what she was describing, and yet he hadn't thought of it at all. I've always considered myself to be pretty smart, and my skill advancement seems to back that up. However, a real genius wouldn't have made such a silly mistake as to completely ignore a technique he or she had already used. I still have to work harder. Knock, knock. Reevan made to get up from his perch on the couch to answer the door, but his sisters leaped up and beat him to it. Too slow, Kylie Riley said as they ran to the door. They opened it and looked up at the person standing in front of them. Reevan heard a familiar voice come from the other side of the door. Hi, I hear you house itinerant adventurers. We're here to mooch. Kylie stood there for a moment with her hand still on the door. She just looked up at the person at the door for a couple of seconds, and then she casually shut it in his face. The two girls ran back to their spots where they had been playing on the living room floor. Knock, knock. Twins once again leaped up to race to the door with the exact same level of excitement as before. Kylie opened the door, took one look at the person, and before they could even open their mouth, she shut the door in their face. Who's at the door, Kylie? Reevan said with exasperation. A charlatan, Kylie said. A charlatan, Riley mimed. He's up to no good, Kylie said. He's up to no good, Riley repeated. Reevan rolled his eyes as he got up. He shooed the two girls out of the way as he moved to answer the door. He opened the door to be greeted by a smiling Talon. Kimberly was standing behind him with a bored expression on her face. Talon's smile grew wider and he opened his arms for a hug, and as he opened his mouth to greet his friend, Reevan slammed the door in his face. A muffled hey came from the other side. Yup, a charlatan, Reevan said with a wink towards his sisters. They devolved into a giggling fit at their brother's joke. Reevan opened the door once more and beckoned the two to come in. Talon stepped across and gave him a big, bear hug. Kimberly simply gave a polite smile with a nod as she entered the house. The two of them had large packs containing their gear, and Reevan could see that they had already purchased their armor and other necessities besides food. Kimberly marched up to the two girls playing on the floor and addressed them with hands on her hips. I'm a charlatan, am I? She raised an eyebrow at the two. Kylie and Riley scrambled up and hugged a leg each as they continued to giggle. Big sis Kim, we didn't mean you, Kylie said. Yeah, we'll protect you from the bad man, Riley said. Kimberly looked down at the two girls with a stern expression on her face. Kylie and Riley simply grinned back up at her. Kimberly couldn't maintain her mock expression for long, and she smiled as she bent down and gave the two girls a hug. I see you already have your gear, Reevan said to Talon as they watched the girls begin to play. Have you already registered at the Adventurers Guild? Yup, we took care of all that first thing, Talon nodded. The two took a seat on the couch. Talon leaned in and whispered to Reevan, man, I tell you what, that receptionist was pretty cute. What was that? Kimberly glanced up with a sharp look at Talon. I was saying that the receptionist couldn't hold a candle to my cute girlfriend, Talon said. Sweat popped out on his brow as Kimberly narrowed her eyes at him. She returned to playing with the twins. Reevan and Talon caught up on the things each other had been up to in the several months since Reevan's family had moved to Magron. Now that they were here and apparently well prepared, they could finally move on to the dungeon in the upcoming days. They still had to travel through the forests and plains, but there was much less wilderness heading towards the mountain range, as there was a lot of farmland and farming communities along the route. The thought of having to travel through some wilderness reminded Reevan of the flower crowns his sisters had made. Hey Kylie Riley, do you think you can make some flower crowns for Talon and Kimberly and induct them into the Flower Knights? Talon gave him a skeptical look, and Reevan replied with a gesture that said, trust me. Talon shrugged and went along with it as he looked to the twins. No way, Kylie said. No way, Riley repeated. Big sis Kim can be the lady of the flowers, Kylie said. But Talon will be the flower thief, Riley concluded. Talon rolled his eyes in exasperation as the twins giggled. Kimberly looked between the twins and the two boys sitting on the couch with confusion. Here, let me show you, Reevan said as he got up. He went back to his room and grabbed the laurel flower crown that was still in pristine condition. None of the flowers had wilted, and they looked like they had just been freshly picked. They were still plump and supple with moisture. He returned to the living room and handed it to Talon. They made this several months ago, Reevan said. Talon accepted it and inspected it. He looked back up at Reevan with confusion evident on his face. It looks like it was picked this morning, Kimberly said as she came over. She looked up at Reevan in surprise. You said they picked these flowers months ago. That's right, Reevan said with a nod. He leaned in to whisper to the two, I have an appraisal skill, and when I inspected this, I gained the ability to inspect magical items. This flower crown is called the Laurel Crown of the Flower Knight, and it reduces your presence to predators and makes other forest creatures less wary of you. Kimberly gasped and Talon widened his eyes at the revelation. Hey, no secrets, Kylie said. No secrets, Riley repeated. We were just praising your craftsmanship, Reevan said. Yeah, it's beautiful, Kimberly said. Kylie and Riley beamed at the compliment. I definitely want one. Sure thing, big sis, Kylie said. I guess we can make one for the bad guy, too, Riley said. Why am I the bad guy? Talon complained. Dunno, Kylie said. We just needed one, Riley said. So you're it, the two girls giggled at the pained expression on Talon's face. Fine, I guess I can be the flower thief, Talon conceded. Haha, yay. Kylie Riley jumped up and down while holding hands. The front door opened, and Emilian and Rafix came in from the errands they had been running. They greeted the two new additions to the house and began working on dinner. Emilian easily agreed to letting the two teenagers stay in their house. Talon would sleep on the floor in Reevan's room, and Kimberly would get the guest room on the opposite side of the living room to the hallway. I have one final gift for the three of you, Rafix said. He got up and went to the master bedroom for a minute. When he returned, he was carrying 3 large packs. Reevan frowned at the sight of the new packs that were much larger than the ones they already had. Rafix brought them into the living room and set them down. Dad, we already have most of our provisions. The only thing we have left to get are our rations, and we're not going to get those until we're on the way out, Reevan said. These aren't provisions, Rafix said with a smirk. Come see. The 3 of them got up and went to the packs. Reevan lifted the top flap to inspect what was inside. It was filled with rocks. These are for training, Rafix said, a twinkle in his eye. You didn't think you were just going to stroll to the dungeon, did you? Ha 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 ha. Reevan rolled his eyes with a sigh. He was resigned to his fate. Sweat dripped down into his eyes as Reevan struggled to place one foot in front of the other. He was attired in his armor. A laurel crown of flowers adorned his head with his helmet strapped to his pack. The effort of walking along the road under the immense weight of the additional pack his father had saddled them all with was compounded by the struggle of maintaining the same steps as the other two. You have to march in step, Rafix had said as they were giving their farewells. If you don't activate your march skill, then this training is useless. One final point, don't take too many breaks. You need to press through the discomfort. He hadn't elaborated any further than that. The trio must have made a strange sight to any of the passers-by. They were all attired in similar armor, weapons sheathed or stored for travel, and they all had crowns made out of flowers atop their heads instead of their helmets. They trundled down the road, huffing and puffing, but maintained the same step and pace with each other. What is the point? Talon complained for the 1000th time. Save your breath, Reevan gasped out. Kimberly didn't add her thoughts to the brief conversation. She continued to walk with her head down, ignoring the two boys. His father had expertly assigned the weight distribution of each pack to provide the same level of effort necessary for the 3 of them. It had been pretty easy at first, but as the day wore on and the distance traveled increased, it became harder and harder. Reevan was questioning his father's wisdom, his choices, and life in general when he finally received a notification, and the effort required to walk under the weight noticeably reduced. New skill unlocked, forced march 1. Guys, Reevan called out to get their attention. I figured out what the point is. He was acutely aware that he had a much easier time speaking than he had moments before. He didn't know if the other two would notice, though, while they were in their own world of suffering. What is it? Talon asked. I got a skill, Reevan said, forced march. It makes it a lot easier. Just keep at it, and you'll get it soon. The other two continued their trek with renewed determination. With a clear goal in mind, and one that apparently wasn't too far off, they were able to push through their pain. The trio continued their journey to the confused amusement of the occasional traveler. After another 30 minutes of walking, Kimberly gave a small shout of triumph. I got it, she exclaimed. Talon just glanced at her with wide, disbelieving eyes. Reevan could almost see the despair in his gaze. After another 10 minutes, Talon finally collapsed to the ground. He lay there gasping for breath. Reevan and Kimberly came to a stop as they turned toward their friend. Come on, Talon, Reevan encouraged, just a little further. The more you take a break, the harder it will be to unlock the skill. Nah, Talon waved him off. I collapsed when I got the notification. I already got the skill. Let's just take a rest here. All right, Reevan said, but let's get out of the middle of the road. It looks like someone is coming. The 3 of them looked up into the distance back from where they had come. There was a plume of dust in the distance, and it was slowly getting closer as they watched. Yeah, sounds like a good idea, Talon said. Riven and Kimberly assisted Talon in getting up. Even without being utterly exhausted, it would have been a chore to get up under the weight of the packs he carried on his back. The three of them stepped a few yards off the road out of the way. They took the opportunity to get a quick bite from their rations and quench their thirst as they took a rest. As they sat on the roadside, a long troop of cavalry slowly came into view. The sun glinted off of their shiny armor, and there was a standard bearer proudly holding a banner with a large sunburst pattern on a white background. The three youngsters looked at each other as the cavalry came into view. I wonder what all this is about, Talon queried. Probably something to do with the dungeon, Riven said. Either way, it's not something that concerns us. The other two nodded as they continued to recover their stamina. Riven had a strong suspicion that these people were dispatched to investigate the instance of the demon and revenants, but those things were no longer part of his responsibility. They were just your average rookie adventurers now. Well, maybe not average. Riven and his two adventuring mates leisurely rested along the side of the road as they watched the horsemen come closer and closer. The cavalry unit was exquisitely precise in their horsemanship. Each individual horse was in step with the others at a trot in perfectly dressed columns, a feat that surely took a lot of practice and a fairly high level of ride and horsemanship. Aside from the bannerman out front acting as the guide, there were several other horsemen not in formation overseeing it. Riven turned his head and scanned the countryside and sparse woods in the area, but he didn't spot any scouts. They are either supremely confident in themselves or their leaders are too arrogant. If there's anything I've learned so far, it's that one shouldn't get complacent. Riven shook his head at his thoughts. Just because they were in a low-tier region that was populated by small bands of goblins and weak beasts, that didn't mean there couldn't be surprises. Riven knew for a fact that there were still roving ferocious beasts from the mountain range lurking about, but he didn't know how far they had managed to travel away from the mountains at this point. The mounted men might be high level, but their horses weren't, and ferocious beasts were just as likely to make a meal out of a horse as they were out of a man. Who do you suppose they are? Riven said between bites of his ration. Probably the military branch of some church, Talon replied. He leaned back against his pack and relaxed his body as much as possible. He was the last one to have unlocked the forced march skill, so he was the most exhausted of the trio. They have the sunburst standard, so they must be from the Church of Myrna, Kimberly supplied. Riven inspected the standard carried by the guide out front. He had recognized that it was a sunburst emblem when he had first spotted it, but upon closer inspection, he was able to see that it was the official symbol of the Church of Myrna, like Kimberly said. As the horsemen drew closer, Riven could see that their shiny, silvery armor was also decorated with gold-plated trim and patterns. The goddess of light, Riven mused. That settles it then. They're obviously on their way to investigate the demon incident. His two companions nodded in agreement. One of the horsemen not in formation cantered up to the trio. He had a frown on his face as he inspected the three youngsters from top to bottom. Make way, he commanded. Riven looked at his two friends. He observed the distance between them and the road before looking back at the man. Even if they didn't move, they were sufficiently far enough away from the road that they wouldn't be in the way of even the supervising horsemen who weren't part of the formation. We did make way, Riven began. Insolence. The man shouted, "You dare talk back. I didn't ask for excuses, I told you to make way." Riven gave the man a flat look through his lashes. "And I'm not one of your subordinates. You can go around." The man's eyes nearly bugged out of his head at the response, and he was momentarily stunned. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword as his expression turned furious. "You dare to disrespect Myrna, the goddess of light." There was a dangerous tone to his voice. No, Riven said with a shake of his head. "I don't dare to disrespect the goddess of light. I dare to disrespect you." Riven pointed at the man to emphasize his point. Riven wasn't worried that the zealot would make good on his implied threat and actually attack the three of them. He was clear on the law. While the church was granted the authority to have an independent military, they had to abide by the laws of the kingdom, not the other way around. The three of them were just sitting on the side of the road, and they each had proof of prior military service and identities of sanctioned adventurers. "Jocelyn!" A loud shout came their way as the man started to bare the steel of his weapon. Riven rolled his eyes at the theatrics. The man was clearly trying to bully them for some reason. "Sir," Jocelyn replied as he shoved his sword back into place and turned his head to address the older man who trotted up to the small group. The other men of the cavalry drew abreast of the resting youngsters and continued along the road with their eyes remaining straight ahead, and as Riven had determined, they were nowhere near close enough to impede the soldiers. "We have somewhere to be," Jocelyn, the older man said. "Are you going to slow us down to interrogate some random kids sitting on the side of the road?" Jocelyn stiffened in his saddle. "I suspect them to be heretics, sir." Riven looked at his companions and guffawed. "On what basis?" The man's stern gaze inspected the three teens. His eyes lingered on the flower crowns adorning their heads, and he assumed a thoughtful look. Three kids, Jocelyn used air quotes on the word, dressed in armor and wearing druidic artifacts on their heads, plus the proximity of demonic activity is very suspicious. Reevan gave his two companions a look, and the three of them retrieved their two tokens and displayed them to the two men. Jocelyn urged his horse forward and leaned down as if to take possession of Reevan's tokens, but Reevan smoothly deposited them back into his inner breast pocket with a smirk. I understand your zeal, young Jocelyn, and it guides you well, the older man said. He gestured with his head for Jocelyn to accompany him as he turned his horse aside. But we don't have time to waste, and they have shown that they're members of the Adventurers Guild. Having magical items isn't a crime. The two men made their way back to the side of the formation, Jocelyn shooting the three teens one last hostile look. Geez, that commander needs to put a tighter leash on his dog, Talon complained. He was obviously loud enough for the two departing men to hear as Reevan saw Jocelyn stiffen in his saddle for a moment. The older man didn't pause in his departure, though, so Jocelyn was forced to keep up with him. Reevan looked over at his smirking friend. You think he was just some zealot who was overreaching his authority? Talon tilted his head as he looked at Reevan. What else? 9 times out of 10, the older guy told him to come investigate us. He might not have told him to be a jerk about it, but he knows what kind of person his subordinate is. They were just putting on a show to try and trip us up and give ourselves into their authority. When we didn't lash out and just calmly identified ourselves as adventurers, that's when the commander backed down. Why did you antagonize him, though? Kimberly asked with a frown. If I had tried to outright deny any disrespect at all, he could have kept up the connection to his deity and used that as a bludgeon, but admitting I was being disrespectful towards him. Specifically, I broke his narrative. Kimberly tapped her chin and looked up with a thoughtful expression. That makes sense. If we let him keep up the thread that we were disrespecting Myrna or the church directly, he might have been able to detain us, and who knows what could have happened then. Well, Talon began with a smile towards Reevan, who knew you had it in you. You're always so silent in these kinds of situations. What do you mean, I'm always so silent in these kinds of situations? Reevan asked in confusion. Talon unstrapped himself from his large pack and got up to begin stretching as he said, well, we heard about your run-in with Ren and that assassin, but you never really said anything about it. Reevan and Kimberly joined their friend in stretching their muscles. The last of the church cavalry passed by as they were doing their exercise. Probably 200 or so men, Reevan mused to himself before turning back to his friend. What would you have had me do? Throw a tantrum? Reevan rolled his eyes. That first incident with Ren, I was basically unconscious when everything went down afterward, and he was already punished. Was I supposed to round up my squad mates and go beat him up with numbers? Was I supposed to yell and shout and make a fool of myself? And the assassin was killed by that adventurer, and he cut Ren's hand off. Ren was thrown in the stockade and received a court-martial when we got back to Magron. I didn't need to make a fuss over any of these instances, and if I had, I would have only reinforced in everyone's mind that I was what I appear to be, a child. I think I acted appropriately for the situations. When you put it like that, it makes sense, Talon said with a nod. There were a few people who were saying you were just rolling over and taking it. What else was there to do? The situations had already been resolved beyond anything I was capable of doing. Those people are just idiots who can't see beyond what's right in front of their eyes. All right, calm down, Talon said with a chuckle. I never doubted you, I just didn't know you were so quick-witted was all. Reevan playfully shoved his friend. The three of them bantered back and forth while playing around during their stretching. Once they were done and good and limber again, they each in unison stopped and looked at their packs. Talon threw his head back and let out a loud groan. This is going to suck, he complained. How did I let you and your dad convince me this would be a good idea? Because we didn't give you a choice, Reevan said with a smirk. Come on, let's get this over with. Reevan reached down and gripped his pack on either side. It was on its back and upside down toward him. He squatted down and heaved it up and over his head, shooting his arms through the straps as he did so. The pack settled on him sitting right side up. He attached the hip straps to focus the weight onto his lower body versus bearing all of it on his shoulders. This was the proper method Rafix had shown them to don a heavy pack. If they had tried to put the pack on from the ground, they wouldn't be able to stand up without much greater effort, and the pack was much too unwieldy to try and swing it around to the back like a normal, lighter weight pack. Talon and Kimberly soon followed, and the trio once more set out on their journey. Reevan and company spent several days longer on their trip to the mountains than they had when marching with the military. The forced march skill greatly helped them reduce the time, but it was a gradual thing. It was still incredibly taxing to walk with the overweight packs in the beginning. The skill didn't reduce the weight or make them stronger, but it did reduce the strain they felt and the stamina consumption. The strain was still there, however, and it still accumulated to a point that the three would nearly collapse each time they stopped. It was getting longer and longer between that point, though, as the skill increased in level. They kept the laurel crowns on their heads, and they proved invaluable. During one of their breaks, a mountain lion came waltzing out of the tree line, but it simply gave them a glance before flopping down in a sunbeam like an oversized house cat. It was uncommon to see a mountain lion prowling about down in the plains and forest, but Reevan figured it was probably caught up in the beast tide and hadn't gone back to its home because of the increased human activity in the area. After a brief moment of panic, the trio kept quiet as they regained their strength. It wouldn't have been a fatal encounter if the mountain lion had decided to attack the teenagers, but they were so tired from their forced march training, it would have left at least a few nasty injuries before it could be driven off. Reevan watched the large, predatory cat with contemplation. With the effect of these crowns, it might be possible to gain the trust of a mountain lion like that. It looks and acts just like a big, aggressive cat. Surely there's a skill for taming. He shook his head. Maybe one day I can experiment, but we don't really have time to be diverting towards such a thing at the moment. The three of them didn't have any more run-ins with predators, man or beast, but the traffic flowing in the same direction as they were picked up as they made progress. The other people traveling the road were mostly other adventurers by this point, most on foot but some on horseback. There were varying levels of quality to the gear they were sporting, and Reevan's group sometimes exchanged greetings with some of the younger teams. They would need to either bolster their own ranks or join another team once they arrived at their destination, as at their current levels, it wasn't a smart idea to challenge the dungeon with just the three of them. Sure, they could go in and garner some level of success, but it would be nearly impossible for them to clear the first floor, and it would be incredibly dangerous. Reevan also kept his goal of exploring further into the depths of the dungeon in the back of his mind. He had been contemplating how he could go about doing such a thing. He didn't want to abandon his friends to go off on his own and leave them to fend for themselves, but he also didn't want to drag them into a situation they clearly weren't prepared for. Best case scenario is to, at one point, join a higher level party with all three of us, one that intends to go deeper. We can strike a deal where they let us handle the first floor for the most part, and then I could go with them to the next floor, while Talon and Kimberly retreat back to the surface. Maybe we can make a deal where Kimberly and Talon could go in and mine the silver and other ores throughout the remainder of the week and apportion some of it to their team. I would have to do my own part or compensate them somehow, though, as that would be unfair to them. The three young adventurers finally staggered their way up to the walls of the palisade surrounding the base. Skill leveled up, forced March 13. The settlement had already gone through a tremendous change since they had left. The palisade had been extended several times further out than the initial one constructed to encompass the military, and several stone and wooden structures had already been constructed. The paved road had been expanded and leveled out significantly to increase the quality, and new roads had been built throughout the area, expanding out in the general layout of what the new town would eventually look like. It hadn't been all that long since they had left, so not a ton of buildings had gone up, but it was definitely a far cry from when it was just rows of tents. Talon moved off to the side of the road after passing through the gate and dropped his pack onto the ground with a loud thump. He bent over to catch his breath after the several miles-long hike up the mountain ridge. Reevan and Kimberly joined him in taking a break. They had progressed enough in their skill that they weren't at the point of collapse, but walking up an incline, even one that wasn't very steep, with a heavy load still exhausted the three of them. Reevan had high enough stats that he recovered very quickly, and while his two companions were still resting, he surveyed the area around himself. The streets weren't abandoned, but there wasn't nearly as much foot traffic as could be found in a properly established town. Most of the people out here were adventurers, and their occupation, obviously, was to adventure in the dungeon, so it seemed perfectly reasonable to Reevan that he wouldn't see throngs of them lining the streets. Some of the actual buildings that had been erected already also included taverns and inns. The people getting in at the beginning were smart enough to realize that such a town would house many transient adventurers for a long time before more established families moved in to be actual citizens of the settlement, upgrading it to a town or city. Reevan's eyes scanned outward, and he could see a team of engineers and masons laying the foundations for a wall much further out than even the expanded palisade. They hadn't noticed them on their trek up the road because they had had their heads down, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. There were a few people who gave them sidelong glances, but as independent adventurers themselves, they knew that others like them sometimes went to strange lengths to temper themselves or train their skills. There weren't just the new taverns and inns located near the central region of the settlement, but there were also some shopfronts already constructed, and areas with obvious construction set aside for expansion and allocation of commercial buildings. Small houses were also on the outskirts, forming a design that mimicked the other towns and cities from the county that Reevan had seen, commercial districts in the center, surrounded by residential, interspersed with other, smaller shops. There was also a stone building near the dungeon that was obviously the new seat of government for the budding camp. Reevan had briefly met the new commander of the guards for the area, but he was pretty sure that man wasn't going to be in charge of the civil affairs. Considering the presence of the civil engineers and masons he had spotted, it made sense that a team of civil officials would have made their way here to take charge of those matters. Until it was a properly recognized town, though any civil official wouldn't have a title like mayor, and they would have to share or derive any of their authority from the guard commander. The commander didn't come off to me as someone who was interested in becoming the mayor, or whatever it would be for this place, Reevan thought. Granted, I only met him briefly and don't know much more besides the first impression I had of him, but he didn't seem like an administrator. Come on, Reevan said as he saw Talon and Kimberly catch their breath enough to also stand up and begin observing their surroundings. Let's go find some lodging first and ditch these ridiculous packs. Then we can get reacquainted with the surroundings. Sounds like a plan, Talon replied. Just, give me a second longer. Talon looked at his pack with obvious reluctance. Reevan clapped him on the shoulder with a chuckle. The sooner we find a place to stay, the sooner we can say goodbye to these packs. The three of them psyched themselves up briefly, and then, donning their packs once more, continued on into the heart of the camp. Reevan had initially planned on going to the government building to see if there was anything in there to lead the three of them in the right direction, as there were no obvious signs other than the ones displayed on the outside of the taverns and inns. It might have seemed like a good enough idea to simply get a room at an inn, but they were probably constantly full, and Rafix had given him a little extra money in order to pay for more secluded accommodations. As he entered the main square, though, Reevan spotted another, smaller stone building, kind of off to the side that he couldn't see from when they first entered the camp. There was a signboard hung above the door that read Adventurers Guild, so Reevan steered his companions towards it. The Adventurers Guild wasn't just a place where people could find missions and quests, it also served as a hub to provide assistance or guidance to any of its members in the area. The three of them dropped their packs outside the entrance to the branch building. They weren't worried that someone would come by and steal their packs, as they only dropped the heavy ones filled with rocks. Sure, the packs themselves were valuable, but anyone who attempted to empty them of their contents would require the time to do so, and Reevan was confident they could react in time to stop them. This branch of the Adventurers Guild was incredibly bare, and it didn't have anything other than a couple of receptionist desks and a notice board. Reevan had expected any branch of the Adventurers Guild to have other accommodations attached to it, like a bar or something, but after some careful thought, he realized that it might in the future, but this building was extremely new, and there were already taverns outside that people could go to, so there was no need to provide such a service as a priority. The three walked up to a desk with a young man sitting behind it. He was flipping through a book, as there were hardly any people inside the establishment at the moment. That wasn't to say that it was empty, there just weren't enough people lined up to cause Reevan and his friends to have to wait. The young man placed his book aside, marking the page, as Reevan walked up to the desk. "How can I help you?" he asked with a smile. Even though the man had been sent out to man the desks of such a bare branch in a hardly established area, he maintained a professional attitude. He might actually be happy to get in on the ground floor in a place that will obviously one day be important, I don't know. We just got here, and we need a place to stay, Reevan said. We want something more exclusive than just a room at an inn. Certainly, we provide private courtyards. You're lucky that you got here relatively early, as there are only so many spots we were allowed to purchase. As we're just getting settled in, though, we only have one form of courtyard available for everyone. They're little 4-bedroom houses with a small kitchenette and living space. Will that be acceptable? Reevan looked to his two companions, and receiving a nod from them both, he turned back to the young man. That would be perfect. What's the price? Since these aren't anything special, they're not too expensive, but at the same time there aren't too many of them. It will be 3 silvers per month. Reevan pulled out the coin purse his father had given him and pulled 12 silver coins out. His father had given him 50 silvers, enough to pay for an entire year, but Reevan had no idea how long they would actually be staying here on this stint, and an entire year seemed like a long time for someone who had only spent 10 years alive so far. He also didn't want to squander the money his father had given him, and he wanted to return as much of it as possible. We'll go ahead and pay for 4 months, Reevan said as he handed the coins over. Sure thing, just give me your adventure tokens. He held his hand out for all 3 of them to hand their tokens over. Once he had them, he took out 4 different forms. He placed 1 token each on one of the forms, and for the last one, he placed all 3 tokens. Once done, he gave the tokens back while putting the coins away. He handed a copy of the forms over to Reevan. These are the contracts stipulating that you are the ones staying in the courtyard. Here, he produced a key from somewhere. This is the key. The courtyard you have is number 7. Just head out, turn left, and it's the 4th one on the left side of the road. I'm afraid not. That's the only key at the moment. While you could get copies made yourselves, you'll need to do so through the guild branch, and there will be an associated fee. It's fine, Kimberly interjected. She looked at Talon and Reevan in turn. It's not likely that we'll be in a situation where we'll be separated and unable to get in. Reevan nodded at her words. No problem. Have a nice day. The three regained their packs and made their way to the courtyard that was indicated. The guild building had been to the right of the square as they entered from the main road, so turning left had them heading back towards the outskirts on the other side of the camp. Having said that it was the fourth building on the left made it seem like the courtyard was just right there near the central area, but that wasn't the case. There was a large open space where a building would obviously be built sometime in the future, but there was nothing there yet. The three of them spent several minutes walking to where they could see the courtyards in the distance. Each of the houses were built exactly the same. They were small, square buildings with a chest-height wall built around them. There was space inside the walls for a short yard and training space, and there was enough room to drive a single cart in between each wall. They made their way to the fourth building, the one with a prominent 7 displayed at the gate of the wall. The even-numbered buildings were on the right side of the road, and Reevan used his key to gain access to the building. There was a wooden gate that could be closed at the wall, but as it stood empty, it had been open. "Ah, our new home," Reevan said as he walked into the little living quarters. There were 2 small rooms off on either side of the central area, and the living space and kitchenette were also fairly small. All in all, the building was about a quarter the size of his parents' house in Magron. "It's a little cramped," Talon said with a skeptical look. The building came furnished with 1 couch, and there was 1 bed and a chest of drawers in each room. "More room and, more importantly, more privacy than a room at an inn," Kimberly remarked as she also followed them inside, closing the door behind them. "Don't think that I don't know what you've been thinking all the way here," she said with a knowing smirk towards Talon. "Remember what my parents said to you before we left Hollowville? Why, I've been nothing but a perfect gentleman this whole time. Back me up here, Reevan." "Oh, keep your hands to yourself," Reevan said. Talon looked at Reevan in shock with his mouth agape. "Why does everyone assume I'm the bad guy?" Talon said with mock hurt. "Because you are," Kimberly said. She quickly left the two and headed to the room in the back left that she had claimed for herself. "I don't know why you're just standing there in the doorway. You were the one complaining the whole time about getting rid of these packs." "Oh yeah, I forgot," Talon said. He dashed to the room next to the one Kimberly went into with a glance at Reevan. Reevan just chuckled at their antics as he moved to the back right room to deposit his things. Home, sweet home, he thought. Reevan sat in meditation on his bed, practicing his mana absorption skill. He had found through constant practice that practicing mana circulation at night and mana absorption in the morning was the best fit for him. It was possible to practice both at the same time, but even though the effect of increased energy one gained from absorbing mana didn't linger after it was processed, it energized his mind and made it harder to fall asleep quickly in the evening. Conversely, it worked wonders to wake him up in the morning. The rate of absorption had increased noticeably over the past several days, and Reevan wondered if he was on the verge of reaching the expert threshold. It wouldn't be the first time that his skill level raised substantially all at once after a period of accumulation. Reevan could sense the different elements of mana more clearly with his eyes, closed now that he had incorporated the method of sectioning off the mana into quadrants that his mother had told him about. He wasn't actually seeing the mana, but he could faintly feel the different characteristics contained within the elements. His brow creased as he contemplated the topic. He was able to see mana in solid objects barely when he activated his mana sight, yet he couldn't see even a hint of the mana circulating around him when his eyes were closed. That doesn't make any sense, he thought. When I look at my sword, I can see into the structure beyond just the surface, and that's a solid metal. My eyelids are thin flesh. He focused his mind on the characteristics present in the mana, and he mentally superimposed what the mana motes would look like in his vision. He had to focus on keeping the mental image aligned with the rotating mana quadrants, but after several moments of maintaining the alignment, something clicked, and the mental image focused into clarity and remained in place all on its own. Reevan nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned his head around the room, and he was able to see the mana in the environment through his closed eyes. The laurel crown placed on top of his chest of drawers stood out as a little shining beacon. It must have been a mental block of some sort. I can see this being distracting when trying to sleep, so can I turn it off? With a mental flip, the mana sight turned off right away. It wasn't difficult at all. He turned it back on and ended his meditation session. Reevan got up from his bed and looked around his small room. He still wasn't able to see completely through solid surfaces like the walls, but he was able to more easily see further into the surfaces. More porous objects didn't hinder his vision like they had previously, though, and he was able to see the mana in the bed underneath the blankets and sheets lying on top. I might be able to cultivate the ability to see mana completely unimpeded if I raise the levels of my skills high enough. It's not true sight through solid objects, but it could definitely be useful. His ability to sense mana through solid objects, though, had improved. Before his session, his sense mana would expand out from him, and he could feel the mana within the box of his room. Now he could sense a bit of the mana that was in the living space as well as completely outside of the house on the other side of the room, but it was currently only by a foot or so. Rievin went into the communal living area and made himself some breakfast. As he ate at the table, he sensed agitation in the movements of the mana coming from Talon's room a second before the door opened, and the boy himself walked through. He rummaged through the kitchenette they had put their rations away, in filling it with proper ingredients for real meals would be one of the errands they would have to run soon, and prepared a breakfast for himself and Kimberly. The noise of the breakfast preparations brought Kimberly out of her room, and like before, Rievin was able to sense right before she opened the door. I need to really practice these skills. It could really reduce the possibility of ambush while delving the dungeon in the future. The three teenagers greeted each other, but otherwise they ate in silence. Talon and Kimberly didn't have mana skills, so they didn't have the benefit of using mana absorption in the morning to assist themselves in waking up. Rievin smirked at the sluggishness with which they moved. What are you smirking at? Talon wielded his jerky like a pointer as he jabbed it in Rievin's direction. Nothing, Rievin chuckled. I figured we could look at the notice board in the guild branch to see if there are any teams recruiting. We can go and check them out and apply to join any we think would be a good fit, and if there aren't any we can post our own notice. I can do that on my own, and you and Kimberly can go out and see if there are any places already set up that sell provisions for making real meals. Talon grunted in acknowledgement as he continued eating. Kimberly remained silent, but she would have spoken up if she disagreed. Here, you hold on to the key. It's more important that you guys be able to get in with the supplies when you need to. Rievin passed the key to the small house over to Talon. He quickly finished his breakfast and headed out the door to go search for a party. The notice board was filled with scraps of paper. Rievin stood with several other people and perused the contents written on the notes pinned to the board. There were several established parties seeking to bolster their ranks to delve the dungeon, but most of them were only looking for one person, sometimes two. Rievin had spotted a couple of notices where a small group like theirs was seeking to combine, and he had made copies to go investigate exactly what their group was like. He would have to judge whether or not they would be a good fit for each other. The notices included cursory information about the current party members like level, class, and what they were focused on such as defending, melee, ranged, etc. There were very few groups that already had someone who was considered a caster class or could manipulate mana in a sufficient way to use it in combat. That didn't mean that there weren't a lot of parties that had such individuals. It was more likely that they were full and weren't seeking to bolster their ranks. Seeking a caster class was the #1 focus of the majority of notices that were only seeking one adventurer. The second floor has probably been at least scouted by this point by some of the more competent adventure parties, Rievin thought. Rievin spotted several notices where a party was selling information on the first floor, but there weren't any on the second floor or beyond, if it existed. Makes sense that information on the second floor is more valuable being hoarded by those exploring there in the early stages. I bet that once more groups start treading down there more consistently, the front runners will start to sell information on the deeper levels. Rievin jotted down a couple more copies. He had found a total of 6 other groups consisting of 2 or 3 members seeking to combine with another small party. They included instructions on where to find the groups in the local taverns or inns as they waited for their chance to delve. The notices Rievin had copied were ones belonging to groups that had similar power levels and experience as his group, from what he could gather on what was listed, but none of the notices included things like personality or background on the members. Weeding out who they could fluidly mesh with was the next step on Rievin's to-do list. He glanced over at another portion of the board, one with far less notices pinned to it, and was surprised to see that there were already missions pinned by some of the locals for adventurers to procure certain supplies for them. There were several notices for ores that could be found on the first floor of the dungeon, including one from the local garrison. Knowing that the Count was acquiring the silver ore found from the dungeon, most of the notices pinned from the locals were for a premium on the other ores that could be separated from the silver and used in crafting gear that could be sold back to the adventurers. There were even missions for adventurers to go further up the mountain in search of monster parts and other resources that could be found in the mountain range. Rievin wasn't interested in exploring further into the mountain range to procure herbs or special types of lumber at the moment, but it wasn't outside the realm of possibility to do such a thing in the future, so he kept that in the back of his mind. Donating the silver ore to the garrison could net the party either contribution points that could be redeemed for various things, like purchasing parcels of land, or they could just receive a monetary remuneration. The contribution points weren't limited to the local area, though. They could be redeemed anywhere in the county. Rievin exited the branch building. He swiped at his brow, expecting sweat to be forming, but his hand came back dry. Man, it's really starting to get humid. He made his way over to the closest tavern at the corner of the square leading to the front of the settlement. Ryevin could see 3 different taverns along the road, with the largest one being the one he headed to first. Not all of the taverns were attached to an inn, but this one was. It already stood 3 stories, and it was the largest building so far constructed. They must have some backing elsewhere and really rushed to be the first and biggest. Just because most of the people coming out to the little dungeon town in the very beginning were individuals seeking their fortune didn't mean at least some of the larger establishments weren't already spreading their claws. There were different strategies employed: wait and purchase already built establishments or build it themselves. Ryevin pushed his way through the entrance to the building, and the loud sounds from within immediately assaulted his senses. It wasn't an out-of-control, drunk crowd that populated the floor of the tavern, but most of the tables were filled with people eating breakfast and conversing. Nobody was being excessively loud, but there was a big difference between the quiet, sparsely populated roads and a full tavern of people. Ryevin pulled out the copies of the notices he had written down and scanned the crowd to search for the groups matching the descriptions on the paper. 3 of the 6 notices he had pulled were located in this tavern, and they had said that they would be waiting inside for any interested parties. There wasn't a continuous stream of servers threading through the tables to provide drinks like one could expect to find in the evening, but the staff was still attentive, and the customers didn't have to wait long for any of their needs to be seen to. Ryevin had only scanned the crowd once over when a female server approached him. "Hi there, are you looking for an open table?" she asked Ryevin with a smile on her face. She was dressed identically to the other servers that Ryevin had seen, further solidifying in his mind that this was the branch of a larger organization. "Actually, I'm looking to meet up with some of the parties that left notices in the guild branch," Ryevin said. He showed the server the pieces of paper in his hand. "Oh, several of them have notified us of their intentions. Let me see if I can help you out real quick." The girl bent down to read the notices. "Ah yes, 2 of these groups are on the floor, there and there." She pointed to the tables in question, and Ryevin followed her direction and quickly spotted the groups. "This last one is in a private room on the 2nd floor, room 3. Ryevin made his way through the crowd toward the first group. It was a party consisting of 3 young men, and they were laughing uproariously about whatever tale was being told. The notice they had left indicated that they had one person who was focused on maintaining the enemy's attention while the other 2 were ranged attackers. The 3 men stopped laughing, but with smiles still on their faces as Ryevin approached their table. "What can I do for you?" one of the men said. He was the larger of the 3, and based on his armor choice and the shield propped up nearby, Ryevin surmised that he was the leader of the group, Cal. "I saw your notice in the branch about wanting to combine parties," Ryevin said while displaying the note. "My name's Ryevin, and my friends and I just arrived yesterday and we're looking to join another party. There's 3 of us." Sure, have a seat," Cal said with a smile. Ryevin sat down next to him. The other 2 gave him a once-over and then returned their attention to watching the crowd. Ryevin followed the gaze of one of them and noticed that he wasn't watching the crowd per se, but he was instead trying to surreptitiously ogle the serving girls. "I'm Cal. What class do you have and what's your current party makeup?" Cal asked. Ryevin returned his attention to the other young man seated next to him. The 3 of them were probably in their late teens, and the notice had indicated that they were close to level 20 tier 2. "I'm a fighter and my 2 companions are peasant levies." Cal frowned in thought at the revelation. "Despite being technically in tier 1, we all have tier 2 classes and we have combat experience. The 3 of us were actually present here during the excursion that formed the base." Ryevin produced his preferred access token to show to the other young man. Cal rubbed his chin while he thought about it. "You say you have combat experience, and you have proof right there, and I believe you, but what kind of experience do you have as an adventurer?" "I've personally cleared the 1st floor of the dungeon while I was conscripted." Cal gave an appreciative nod at that revelation. "My 2 friends haven't cleared the boss room of the 1st floor, but they've delved most of the way into it, and we're all familiar with the 1st floor. Kimberly is focused on keeping the opponents focused on her. Talon is proficient in slipping in behind and devastating from behind, and I'm currently focused on ranged attack, but I'm just as proficient performing any of the roles required of me." Cal gave him a contemplative look while he tapped the table with his finger, lost in thought. Ryevin didn't press him, and just waited for him to work through the information he had been told, so he went back to watching the other 2 members. One of the party members had a dagger out and was twirling it with the tip stuck in the top of the table. He seemed to be lost in his own little world as he hunched in on himself and his activity. He's probably not much of an outgoing person. The first person Ryevin had observed, though, was in the middle of trying to coax one of the serving girls to get closer to him. He wasn't acting out of hand or anything, but he was clearly a flirt. Might be some tension between him, Talon, and Kimberly, Ryevin thought. Well, I'll have to talk about it more with my companions here. Cal indicated the other two, drawing Rievin's attention back to him. I'm definitely intrigued by what you could bring to the table, and your first-hand knowledge of the dungeon would be a big help, but he paused and held his finger up for emphasis. The fact that you're all still technically in Tier 1 is a pretty big mark against you. I understand, Rievin said as he nodded. I'm not saying we're not interested, mind you, Cal continued, but right now we're just interested. The dungeon resets each week, so I think we'll wait a couple of days to see if there's anyone else that better fits with us, but if nobody shows, and honestly that's likely, we'd be happy to do a run with you. I'll have to talk to my companions too, Rievin said, but that doesn't sound like a bad option. We'll see where things go, and I'll let you know if we reach an agreement with another group so you're not waiting for us and expecting to team up if we're not available. I appreciate that, Cal said as he stuck his hand out. Rievin reached out and clasped hands with him as he stood up. Rievin turned his sight to the other group that the server had pointed out to him. The next group consisted of 6 people, and they were all sitting in complete silence, staring at the table in front of them. They seem a little dour, Rievin mused to himself. Talon was very much an upbeat person, and so was Kimberly to a lesser extent. This group gave Rievin the feeling that they wouldn't be a good match just from his first impression of them. I can always come back again. I don't have to meet up with them right away. Who knows, I might find a party before I even need to consider them. Also, 6 seems a little strange to be looking to group up with. Their notice didn't mention 6 people. Rievin's gut feeling was that they weren't the best option. It might even be a better idea to wait the couple of days on the chance that Cal and his group wouldn't meet up with another party. Rievin decisively turned towards the stairs and made his way up to the second floor. The tavern had a couple of rooms to stay in at the end of the second floor hall, but most of the rooms on the second floor were private dining rooms, with the third floor being the main floor for people to sleep in. Rievin walked up to the room on the left with a big 3 carved on it and knocked. He could hear some muffled conversation from within come to an end. Come in, a muffled, feminine voice reached his ears. Rievin opened the door and stepped inside. There wasn't much to the room except for a couple of simple decorations and a dining table in the center. There were 3 people seated at the table with the remnants of breakfast still on it, 2 young women and 1 young man, the inverse of his party makeup. Hello, my name's Rievin and I'm here about the notice you left at the guild branch about combining parties. Rievin introduced himself. The 3 people looked at each other before looking back at Rievin. They looked him up and down briefly, noticing his gear and young age, but one of the young ladies nodded and indicated to an open chair. Have a seat, she said. Rievin nodded and took his seat facing her. My name is Melissa, Mel for short. What can you tell me about your group? Rievin considered the girl in front of him before he responded. The notice had listed only that they ranged from level 1530 Tier 2, but it hadn't said what their classes or focuses were. There was a distinct lack of gear or weapons present, so Rievin wasn't able to guess their party makeup, but he did get a faint sense of a higher concentration of mana being present in the 2 girls. Likely to be caster classes, or able to use mana at least, Rievin thought. It made sense to him that they wouldn't directly advertise that on their notice. They would immediately be swamped with countless invitations to either join their group or possibly break it up. My friends and I just arrived yesterday, but we've been here before, Rievin began. We were part of the levies conscripted to come and press the Count's claim and establish this base, and I've personally cleared the first floor of the dungeon twice. I'm a fighter, and my 2 companions are peasant levies. Rievin paused to gauge the response from the other party at that revelation, but Melissa kept a neutral expression. Kimberly is the vanguard and is adept at maintaining enemy focus while luring them into a trap, and Talon is adept at sneaking into that trap and attacking from behind. I'm currently focused on range, but I'm proficient at any role. Rievin looked at the other 2 seated in the room. The young man had an air of nonchalance, and he didn't seem to really care about what was being said, but Rievin picked up on the enthusiasm the other young girl displayed on her face. Probably at the mention of Kimberly's name, I can see that she would be happier to group up with another party not consisting entirely of men. Upon closer examination of the others, Rievin noticed that the 2 girls looked very similar to each other. They had the same auburn hair and green eyes, and their facial features, while not identical, clearly showed that they were sisters. Rievin would place Melissa around the age of 16, and the other girl seemed a bit younger. The young man accompanying them didn't look like he was a family relation, as he had dark brown hair and eyes, and he did not have similar facial features. They didn't say which one was level 30 and which one was level 15, but if I had to guess, the younger girl is the lowest level. It's still pretty impressive that someone who's 14 or 15 years old is already around level 15 in Tier 2. Most of Rievin's squad mates in the Lord's retinue had been around 19 or 20 years old, and their levels were closer to 10 in Tier 2, aside from the NCOs, of course. Judging by your aura, Rievin continued, I'm also willing to inform you that I have the sense mana and mana manipulation skills. I can use my mana offensively, though limitedly, in combat. Melissa shared a look with her sister. Well, I see that our Melissa began. You're hired, the younger girl shouted out. Melissa rolled her eyes and gave her sister a withering look before turning back to Reevan, who was staring at the young woman in surprise. Don't mind her, Melissa said. As I was saying, she gave a stern look toward her sister, who shrunk down in her seat with a sheepish look on her face. It seems that you were able to sense our mana. Yes, my sister and I are caster classes. I'm an ice mage, and Larissa, my sister, is a fire mage. They're both rare classes. Eric, Melissa nodded toward the young man, is also a fighter, but his role is vanguard. I see, Reevan said with a nod. I'm going to be upfront. My goal, personally, is to delve deeper into the second floor eventually, and I know that having a caster class in the party is most likely a requirement. I'll have to talk to my companions, but I don't think they'll turn down an invitation to group up with you, so it's all on you at this point. Yes, I think it would be best if we met up with your companions before we make any finalized deals, but my sister says she wants to join up with you, so we'll reach a preliminary agreement then, Melissa said. Her way of speaking was very composed, and Reevan could tell that she had some formal education. All right then, Reevan said as he stood up. He shook Melissa's hand. My friends are procuring supplies at the moment, but I can bring them around this afternoon if that works for you. That works, Melissa replied. We'll be waiting for your return, and if all goes well, we could possibly be in the dungeon tomorrow. Reevan smiled and waved his farewell to the two girls. Eric was still apparently not concerned, but Reevan could feel the other man's attention on him the entire time he had been in the room. He could hear the muffled conversation start back up once he closed the door. All right, that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, Reevan thought. He had a smile on his face as he made his way back down the stairs. He wouldn't tell Cal immediately that he had reached an agreement with another party. It would be more prudent to wait until they officially merged. If all goes to plan, we could officially begin our adventures tomorrow. Reevan and Talon walked alongside each other as they emerged from the tunnel leading into the partitioned-off subspace of the dungeon. Eric walked in front of them by himself, not really interacting with anyone, but he kept his head on a swivel as soon as they stepped out into the open. Kimberly walked with Melissa and Larissa behind the two boys. Larissa had latched onto the new girl almost immediately. Despite being at least a year older than Kimberly, Larissa acted a bit juvenile as compared to Kimberly. She's probably been sheltered her whole life and used to acting in the role of the younger, precocious sister, Reevan observed. Reevan wouldn't say he could guess exactly what kind of situation the girls grew up in or what their background was, but he could surmise it was at least from a wealthy family. Kimberly, on the other hand, had grown up as a run-of-the-mill commoner, so she was a bit more world-weary. Hold up for a moment, Eric, Reevan called out to the leading young man. Eric was attired in plated mail over chainmail, a step up above what the common soldiers wore and reminiscent of what the officers wore. He was armed with a kite shield that covered his torso from his shoulders to just below his groin and an arming sword. Eric didn't carry any long-reach weapons like a spear. In contrast, Reevan carried a spear, a sword, a shield, and a sling with an ammunition pouch. He also had his tesson squared away in his interior breast pocket. Talon, likewise, was also armed with more than just his daggers, as he was also armed with a spear that he was walking with casually draped over his shoulders. Until they made it further down into the dungeon and fought the more organized orcs, it made sense for Talon to use the spear against the hordes of goblins they would find. Eric came to a stop, but he kept scanning his surroundings. On the surface, it appeared that he was ignoring Reevan and his companions, but Reevan had learned better after interacting with the new group for a while. Eric seemed to be some sort of bodyguard, and he was always watching the surroundings while listening to everything that was going on around him. He didn't interact with the other party members, at least while Reevan and the others were involved, but he always responded to any words directed at him. I'll repeat what we're likely to find in the dungeon one more time before we go any further, Reevan said as the three girls joined him and Talon. I've been in the dungeon twice, and Talon and Kimberly went into the dungeon twice together, so that makes 4 separate instances. In every single case, we found the exact same thing: one goblin patrol near the surface, several branching hallways ending in open rooms of sleeping goblins with sentries, one mining room with goblins and orc overseers, and then the living quarters of the orcs followed by the boss room. Melissa nodded her head with a serious expression on her face, and Larissa bounced back and forth on the balls of her feet in excitement. The method we used in our squad was to break up into groups of 4 to tackle the goblin rooms and leapfrog our way down so as to progress as fast as possible, but we had 13 people in our squad. We only have 6 with us. I'm confident we could handle the goblin rooms if we separated into 2 groups of 3, but for this run I think we should stick together the first couple of rooms so that we can see what the others are capable of. I agree, Melissa said. We'll watch how you guys handle the first room, and then we'll show you what we can do with the second room. We can discuss further after that, Sounds like a plan to me, Reevan said. The two groups had defaulted into having Melissa and Reevan speak for them, and so far it had worked out well. Talon and Kimberly were perfectly aware of Reevan's fighting prowess and his experience in the dungeon, and they weren't interested in jockeying for perceived power as the group leader, and Melissa was apparently used to being the one in charge of her group, and her companions just naturally followed her. All right, Reevan concluded. There's nothing to find topside in the dungeon, no monsters and no resources, so let's just head into the cave. It's up the slope a little ways. Eric once more proceeded as the vanguard. Even though Reevan had said there was nothing to find above ground, Eric never let his guard down. Reevan nodded at the sight. The group made their way into the cave and proceeded along the tunnels. Melissa and Larissa marveled at the hazy illumination that followed them, having not seen something like it before. Eric maintained his spot in the light with Reevan and Talon right behind. It wasn't necessary for Kimberly to assume her role as a vanguard just yet, so she continued to walk alongside the other girls. Talon also acted responsibly and quit walking with his staff thrown across his shoulders, holding it in a more ready position. The goblin patrol was quickly encountered, and Eric charged right into their midst and displayed an incredible competency with his sword and shield. He was just as able to bash his opponents using the shield as a weapon as he was at using it to deftly deflect any stray attacks that reached him. Reevan and Talon simply watched as Eric massacred the goblins in short order. They weren't stunned into inaction, they just weren't needed. Oh, Larissa exclaimed. I want to see. Larissa had been too far back to actually watch the destruction that Eric had wrought on the little green pests. She was too short to see over or through the others who were standing in her way. She quickly ran up to the group of dead goblins and bent down to inspect them. What are these goblins? She poked at one with her finger. It squished against the pressure, and blood seeped out of the wounds covering it. Larissa jumped up in shock and flailed her hands around before rubbing them on her pants. Gross, gross, Larissa, Melissa gave a low shout. She leveled a stern gaze at her sister as Larissa returned to her side, her head ducked and a sheepish grin on her face. Compose yourself. Oh, you're no fun, Larissa said as she grabbed her older sister's hand. She swung it back and forth like a petulant child. Reevan smiled at the antics as he was reminded of his own sisters. It's fine, Reevan said. They are disgusting little creatures, but there's way more of them where that came from. Come on, let's continue. The group made their way to the first branching corridor in no time. Kimberly took her position in the front with Talon slightly behind and to the side of her. He wasn't equipped with a shield, so while he was going to act as a front melee combatant, he was going to mainly assist with Kimberly holding the brunt of the attention. Reevan had his sling and ammunition in hand to help direct the flow of battle, but he was ready to step in at any time with either sword or spear if necessary. While the squad that Reevan had served in had mainly been focused on using the spear by itself and a sword and shield combination, there was nothing preventing one from using their shield with their spear, and Kimberly had specially been training for such a situation. Her levels in Peasant Levy had provided her with a higher strength stat than she would have been able to achieve as a villager, so she had no problem with the weight and balance of using the spear one-handed with a shield. The trio led the way down the corridor. Reevan temporarily took point so he could eliminate the sentry that would inevitably be sleeping at the entrance to the open room. Like he expected, the sentry was dozing in his usual spot, and as its nose was twitching at the intruding scent of the adventurers, struggling to wake up, Reevan smashed its skull with a smooth stone from his sling. Reevan hooked his sling to his belt and drew his sword as Talon attached his spear to his back and drew his daggers. All right, our smell wakes them up pretty quickly, but Talon and I will dash in to kill a few before returning to our spots at the hall entrance in order to thin the horde out a bit. Melissa and her two companions watched as Reevan and Talon activated their sneak skills and dashed in silently to wreak havoc on several of the sleeping goblins before they were alerted to their presence. The duo killed 3 goblins each before one finally woke from the sounds and smells and released a piercing shriek. Reevan and Talon quickly dashed back to the hallway and took up their places. Kimberly expertly maintained the defense of the choke point, Talon assisting in killing the goblins and keeping any from moving around Kimberly's side to reach into the corridor. Reevan pelted the goblins with his sling, keeping them from overwhelming Kimberly on the other side. Their synergy was in full form. Reevan felt he wasn't actually needed too much, as Talon and Kimberly pretty much had a handle on the situation all on their own. If they weren't in such a favorable position with the walls of the corridor funneling the goblins together, he would have been required to put forth more effort, maybe even joining in at melee range. As it was, he decided he could experiment a little. Reevan grabbed a stone from his pouch and focused his intent on it. He infused the stone with his earth mana and sent it hurtling into the goblin horde. It completely obliterated one of the goblin heads it smashed into, and it continued on to brain another that was behind the first. Reevan nodded his head at the increased might of the projectile. It had only taken him about 20 mana points to perform the action. Next, Reevan wrapped a stone in air mana, and he sent that one flying soon after. This time the stone wasn't given a more solid mass to smash through obstacles, but instead it sailed through the air at an incredible speed. It pierced right through 4 goblins in succession and continued even after until it hit the far wall, disintegrating into smithereens at the impact. Reevan widened his eyes at the sight. He hadn't expected it to contain so much lethality. I wonder what would happen if I do both. Infuse the inner part of the stone with earth mana and wrap the whole thing in air mana. Reevan put thought to action, and after draining 60 mana points, because using 2 different affinities wasn't a simple 1+1 equation, the stone shot through the goblin horde. Not only did it pierce through the goblins it encountered, the weight behind it actually created a small vacuum in its wake, and several of the nearby goblins were pulled off balance. Okay. It's a bit expensive, so it's not a viable option for ordinary encounters, but that move could definitely cause some serious harm to the ogre in the boss room. Reevan was pleased with the results of his experimentation. The battle quickly ended after that, and Kimberly and Talon were only slightly winded from the exertion. The goblins weren't much of a threat in this environment, and it took just a bit of effort and stamina to wipe them out. The 3 quickly cleaned off the blood from their weapons and armor and turned to the 3 waiting companions. Impressive, Melissa commented. Why would you put yourselves into a dangerous situation, though, at the beginning like that? Yeah, it wasn't necessary, Reevan agreed. We just wanted to display our full capabilities to you. We wouldn't normally do such a thing, but we figured showing you our sneak skills in action would give you a better understanding of what we can do with it. And we were never really in any danger performing such a maneuver. Reevan shrugged. I see, Melissa said. In that case, yeah, it makes sense. You said that this is the standard setup for several more rooms along the tunnels. Reevan nodded his head at the question. Okay, we'll take the next one and show you what we can do. All right, let's go, Reevan said. There's not any loot to be found in any of these top rooms, so there's no need to waste time looking. We can find some ores to harvest later in the mine. The party of 6 continued making their way down the tunnels, and Melissa and Larissa took up position directly behind Eric. Talon took the opportunity to walk next to Kimberly and make some small talk before they reached the next corridor leading to the sleeping goblins. They didn't need to maintain silence throughout their entire journey, but there was no reason to risk waking one of the sleeping sentries if they didn't have to. Eric walked down the corridor with his shield up and sword at the ready. Knowing what to expect ahead of them, Melissa held her hand out, and a visible manifestation of mana swirled into a small projectile made out of ice. As soon as the next sleeping goblin sentry came into view, Melissa flicked her hand forward, and the ice shard pierced into its neck at a speed no slower than a released arrow. Eric took up position at the choke point, and the 2 girls stepped up to channel their mana. Reevan activated his mana sight to see if he could gain a glimpse into exactly what they were doing. Complicated threads of ice and fire mana pulled together, respectively, made some intricate patterns at a blazing speed. Reevan widened his eyes at the display. There's no way I could manipulate mana that quickly or precisely just with my passive skills. They must be using their class skills assisted by the system to do such a thing. At mid-tier 2 levels, I don't believe their skill levels are so far above mine that they could do that freestyle. Melissa threw both of her hands out in the direction of the goblins, and the mana she had accumulated shot out and spread over the surface of the floor, covering the entirety of the sleeping goblins. Reevan's group watched as the goblins didn't just twitch their noses at the scents assaulting them, but their entire bodies started to shiver at the sudden cold. Walls of ice extended up from the ground surrounding the perimeter of where the ice covered the floors, creating a smaller walled-in area inside the room. Larissa, beside her, had built up a raging inferno hovering between her hands, and as soon as the walls went up, she released it into the center of the goblins. The ball of fire exploded, sending flames and a shockwave expanding out, but the walls of ice contained the force of the explosion, amplifying it as it bounced back into the center to devastate the goblins within several times over. The ice walls had been built in such a way that they were brittle, and the shock wave caused them to shatter and pelt the goblins further with shrapnel. Complete silence met the group of 6 party members. Not a single goblin had even woken up before they were killed by the combined might of the 2 casters. Larissa jumped up and pumped her fist into the air as she yelled, "Yeah, that's how it's done." She turned to the group with a wide grin on her face. Melissa was much less exuberant, but she also sported a smile on her face as she turned to face Reevan. Talon and Kimberly stood staring, their mouths agape. Reevan scratched the back of his head as he took in the carnage. "Yeah, that was way more impressive than what we did," Reevan coughed. "Don't worry about it," Melissa replied. "My sister and I have been training together for a long time, and we have the skills necessary to perform such a feat, though we can't do it indefinitely." "Speaking of, how much mana did that cost you?" Reevan asked. "If you don't mind me asking, it's no problem." The ice bolt I initially cast cost me 2 mana points, but the spell I cast into the room was actually 2 spells I combined into one that I refer to as the Ice Tomb. It's the spell Slick Ground combined with mana walls, and at the area covered it costs 30 mana points each, so 60 mana. Oh, I used a custom spell too, Larissa said in excitement. I also have Firebolt, and it's basically the same thing as Mel's, but I used Inferno Blast, which is a combination of Inferno and Fire Blast. The spell cost is based on how much mana I accumulate as opposed to the area that Mel covers, but I also used 60 mana points. Larissa struck up a pose to show how pleased she was with herself. Rievin had to admit that witnessing those spells used together was an eye-opener. He had seen Knight Captain Reifeld use some powerful spells before, but he was a high Tier 3, and these two girls were only 1/3 of the way through Tier 2, yet they were able to do so much damage in such a short amount of time. Rievin didn't know how much mana they had, but as rare caster classes with a focus on the mental stats, they were bound to have significantly higher mana pools than he had at the moment. There's one thing I don't understand, Rievin voiced his doubts. Why did your spells cost so few mana points? If I was capable of doing the same thing, I wouldn't even have enough mana to do so, much less only expend 60 mana points. Melissa chuckled at the question. Yeah, if I tried to do that with just mana manipulation and no class designed for it, no way would I be able to do so. Those were class skills, though, and the system handles the heavy lifting for us. We just guide, direct, and fuel the system's actions, basically. That means that the mana usage is considerably less. It's possible to perform the same spells without the help of the system, and it's even possible for it to cost the same amount of mana. It would require an extremely high mana manipulation skill, as well as a very high elemental affinity, though. Yes, I can see that, Rievin said while rubbing his chin in contemplation. I guess I'll have to just stick to my little tricks while training up my affinities and skills. Oh. Are you going to try and unlock a Spellblade class or something similar? Melissa asked. The group didn't have anything to clean up or search, so they spoke as they walked down the corridor. Rievin and Melissa walked together. Eric was out front, and Larissa was bouncing around Talon and Kimberly, pestering the couple with "Did you see? Did you see? I was awesome," over and over. Kimberly was amused by her antics and played along with the other girl with a twinkle in her eyes. Talon walked along with a sullen expression, as this was his valuable alone time with Kimberly, but he didn't voice any discontent. He was also incredibly impressed by the display of raw power. I'm not too sure yet, but I know that I want my next class to be focused on mana and my mental stats. My mental stats were actually my highest inherent stats, but due to circumstances outside of my control, I was forced into the fighter class at Tier 1. I'll tell you the whole story some other time when we're out of the dungeon. I'm not complaining, mind you. I spent a lot of time training in weapons and on my physical stats, so much so that I hit the wall of diminishing returns a long time ago, but I don't want my other talents to go to waste. Melissa's eyebrows raised, and she gave an appreciative murmur at the revelation. Well, I can tell you that Mage is the uncommon Tier 2 class focused on mana, but they don't get any powerful spells at all. They basically only get the basic magic bolt spells of the basic affinities and an accelerated growth in their mana skills. An elementally focused mage, like my sister and I, is of the rare variant. We give up the easy usage of the other elements in favor of one, but the trade-off is well worth it. We get access to powerful spells assisted by the system as you have seen, but we also get an increased control of mana manipulation in our chosen element, which lets us experiment with freestyle usage. I could cast the same spells freestyle at only about 3 times the cost, though that's because I've studied the spell structures extensively. Starting off, or if someone didn't investigate their spells, the increased ability wouldn't be enough to offset the cost. So does that mean that you're going to be focused on an ice-attributed caster class going forward? Rievin's interest was piqued. Not at all, Melissa chuckled. She reached out and touched Rievin's shoulder as she replied. The gesture was friendly and completely natural. Selecting an elementally focused class doesn't exclude their other elements in the future, but it does accelerate the growth of that affinity while I have the class. My sister and I come from a family that has high affinity in both ice and fire elements, and we train together not just to increase the synergy of our spells, but because we can observe each other's spells and mana manipulation in tandem. We're working towards an epic Tier 3 class of duality between ice and fire. Several of our family members have gone through the same route going way back in our lineage, so we have an accurate roadmap to achieve our goals. That's fascinating, Rievin said. My dad has a martial combat class, and my mother has a caster combat class. My sisters have shown some promise with mana as well, but they're still only 6 years old, almost 7. They're twins, by the way. Rievin didn't feel any compunction in revealing this information, as he wasn't going into any specifics, and he wasn't likely to team up with Melissa and Larissa for years to come. They would most likely never meet his family, and the other person's charisma made Rievin feel comfortable around his new party members. So you sound like you come from a fairly prominent background, Reevan remarked while looking at Melissa out of the corner of his eyes. Melissa smiled at the obvious leading statement. I'll tell you some other time when we're out of the dungeon. Right. Well, since we're still in the dungeon, let's decide what to do next, Reevan replied. I say we break up our groups and combine them so we all get a chance at working together. Next room we can have Kimberly, Talon, and Larissa handle the goblins. Then you, Eric, and I can take the room after. That sounds like a good idea, Melissa agreed. I think we should take a couple of rooms like that so we can have a chance to practice together, then we can switch it up again. We also need to have Kimberly and Eric fight side by side at some point as well. Agreed, Reevan said. He looked forward to working with this new group. If everything worked out well, he might not have to search for a higher-level party to explore the next floor of the dungeon. With the power that Melissa and Larissa showed earlier, it should be feasible to put up a fight with what they could potentially find in the depths, as long as it wasn't anything ridiculous. Even then, Reevan was confident they would be able to work together to escape in such a situation. Reevan smiled as the pieces to his goal of gaining sufficient life experience were falling into place. The stink of unwashed goblins, blood, and excrement filled Reevan's nose. He had long gotten used to it, so he wasn't in any danger of getting nauseous, but the same couldn't be said for Larissa. Reevan had to step up next to Kimberly to assume a melee role once they split their groups up. He had already conducted a few rounds of combat with Melissa. Everyone had gotten a gauge of how to work well with each other, with the exception of Kimberly and Eric both acting as the vanguard together. This would be the final necessary step in order to tackle the boss room. Reevan could hear Larissa huffing and puffing in displeasure behind him as they fought off the goblin horde. He snuck a quick glance behind him to see how well she was doing. She was holding her shirt collar up above her nose in an attempt at anything to stem the strong smells from assaulting her. By the sounds she was making and the frown on her face, Reevan could tell it wasn't working. Reevan continued the almost mindless slaughter of the goblin horde. With his abilities and their lack of any, he didn't have to maintain too much focus on the task at hand in order to perform properly. He mused on the abilities of the two casters they had found themselves teamed up with. While they weren't as powerful without pairing up, the two girls were still competent spell casters, and where Melissa lacked in lethality, she made up for in utility. When he had been paired up with her, she had expertly used her slick and ice wall spells to trip up, cut off, and direct the goblin horde's movements. Barriers of ice had sprung up to separate the enemy into smaller units, and the icy ground caused them to flail about without being able to even build up any momentum in charging them. While Reevan and Kimberly were able to easily dispatch the units funneled to them, Melissa had continued to attack individual goblins with her Ice Bolt spell. Larissa, on the other hand, was pure destruction. While she couldn't reproduce the rebounding force and shrapnel effect of their combined might, her custom Inferno Blast spell was still plenty lethal. She would accumulate the spell in her hands as they made their way to the open room, and then she would release it into the center of the sleeping goblins. It didn't kill everything, but it did put down over half of them. Her expenditure in mana in that opening attack was much more than what Melissa would do, though, so she spent the rest of the battles trying to prevent the stink from reaching her. Reevan and Kimberly quickly killed the remnants of the room and ended the combat. Larissa didn't even wait to be told as she immediately sprinted several yards away until she could breathe relatively fresher air. Reevan watched in amusement as she gulped huge breaths to recover. You'll get used to it, Reevan said with a smile. Larissa gave him a sideways glare. I don't want to get used to it. Bless, she spit. Why did we have to come all the way out here just to fight some stinking goblins? Her enthusiasm at encountering the little green critters had quickly waned after a couple of hours in the cave system. Yeah, why did you come all the way out here to fight some stinking goblins? Reevan asked as they walked down the corridor. School credits, Larissa replied. She looked over at Reevan when there was no response, and the look on his face was one of expecting more of an answer. We're students of the Magic Academy in the capital. We can get school credits through adventuring and delving dungeons. We came all the way out here because we can get bonus points. Bonus points, yeah. We can get more points from gaining more life experience, and not only does delving a newly established dungeon grant more LE, but the entire trip out here goes into the calculation. Considering the long trip out here adds more points and isn't just a huge waste of time in itself, my sister proposed to come delve this dungeon. I see, Reevan said. He would have to pick their brains later about the Magic Academy. It also wouldn't hurt to gain some friends beforehand. Having acquaintances in the academy and capital would really make things a lot easier on him in the future. Now wasn't the time to go into the details of the academy, though, as they were still in the midst of their delve. Reevan didn't want to distract Larissa or her other two companions from focusing on the task at hand. There's something I want to try in the next room, Reevan said to Larissa. There's something I've been thinking about for a little while now ever since your sister explained how the system operated the class skill spells, but your sister's affinity isn't quite appropriate for what I want to try out. Oh, what do you want to do? The prospect of doing something different with her mana got Larissa excited again. "It's nothing much on your part," Reevan said. Larissa sighed as she calmed down from the cold damper Reevan had put on the topic. "Your sister said that one of the reasons your class spells cost so much less is because the system does the heavy lifting while you guide and fuel it." Larissa nodded at his statement. "Following that line of thinking, I thought that there might be a way for us to combine our mana, and I can guide and fuel your spell. Basically, I'm going to coat my sword in pure mana, and I want you to try and ignite the mana with your Inferno spell and see if I can keep it going independently of you." Larissa tapped her chin in thought. "I think that could work. Everyone in the Magic Academy is a caster class, so there's really no option for them to experiment like this, but I'm sure you're not the first one to think of such a thing. Even if we can't get it to work, I'm sure your idea is feasible. Yeah, I didn't think I was breaking any new ground here. I'm just trying to learn as many things as I can on my own. All right, let's do it." Larissa pumped her fist. Reevan chuckled at the other's actions. It felt like she was the youngest person on the team, and Reevan had to constantly remind himself that he was, in fact, the youngest person in the group. Larissa was even older than Kimberly and Talon. She just has that kind of a personality. Larissa quickly made her way to Kimberly's side, and the two girls conversed with their heads together as Reevan led them further into the dungeon. Reevan had decided to conduct his experiment with his sword instead of the spear for a couple of reasons. First, it was a mana sword and would conduct his mana a lot easier than any of his other weapons, and second, his spear was made of wood and he was afraid it would catch on fire. There was only one more room for them before they reached the mining room, and since they were going to join back up once more with the other three at that point, this was the last goblin room they had for Reevan to attempt his idea. They quickly made their way to their next destination, and after Reevan silently dispatched the sentry with his sling, they all stopped short in order to try and ignite his mana. Reevan concentrated as he sent his mana into the sword. It was indeed very simple for him to conduct his mana through the mithril core of the sword, but the mana was inside the sword. That wouldn't work for the idea he had, so he concentrated again and expanded the mana to coat the edges of the weapon. Once he had it, it didn't take too much mana to maintain. Since he wasn't using any elemental mana and he was conducting it through a mana sword, it only cost him 2 mana points per second to hold. "All right, I'm ready," Reevan said. Larissa frowned at the sword as she activated her mana sight and directed her base Inferno spell into the mana coating the sword. It caught fire and spread to surround the entire sword, and Reevan could feel the drain on his mana tick up a point as he began fueling the fire. "Success!" Reevan exclaimed. Larissa clapped her hands in glee. He hadn't expected it to be so simple and easy, but his joy was quickly cut off as he encountered a different problem. "Hot, hot, hot," Reevan exclaimed. The heat from the Inferno spell was no joke, even with the small amount being fueled on his sword. Without really thinking about what he was doing, Reevan threw up a screen of mana infused with the water element. It acted as a heat sink between him and the fire, and he was immediately spared from the heat. "Phew, that was close," Reevan said. If he hadn't acted to throw up the thin barrier, he would have had to give up on the mana fueling the Inferno spell. A blinking light caught his attention, and he quickly pulled up his notifications. Interesting. That mana screen counts as its own unique skill, and the new technique seems to combine easily with my mana weapon skill. That's probably why we succeeded so easily. Reevan could feel that his ability to maintain the thin mana shield got easier once the skill unlocked. "All right, let me try out the might of this combination," Reevan said. He stepped up to the choke point and whistled. There was no reason to wait for the goblins to slowly wake up on their own. That would just deplete more of his mana. Reevan indicated to Kimberly to wait behind him for now. Reevan stood with his shield raised and his sword at the ready. He locked the position of the mana shield to rotate around his body, but always be between him and the flaming sword. Kimberly and Larissa stayed further away, just at the edge of the heat radiating from the weapon. The goblins quickly woke up at the intrusion. They shrieked as they massed together and charged toward Reevan. Before they even reached halfway to him, Reevan slashed out with his sword while simultaneously infusing a huge burst of mana into it. With his willpower, he directed the new mana to extend from the tip of his blade, and a huge scythe of fiery death reaped through the goblin horde. All of the goblins hit with the fiery blade were cut in half. The two halves of their bodies were instantly cauterized. Reevan released his hold on the mana with surprise. He had instantly slain the entire room full of goblins, but it had come with a price. Fueling the Inferno spell out to such a reach, plus what was already being used to maintain it, had sucked almost 80 of Reevan's mana points out of him in that brief moment. A splitting headache immediately assaulted him, and he cupped his head in his hands with a groan. Wow, Kimberly was left speechless. That was awesome. Larissa bounced up and down on the balls of her feet. She looked over to Reevan to congratulate him on his successful use of the combination, but she saw him crouching down in pain. Oh, that must have cost a lot of mana. She quickly ran over and placed her hands on either side of his head. Reevan's head was pounding, and he was barely aware of his surroundings as he tried to focus on recovering from the sudden expenditure of almost all of his mana. Suddenly, he felt a gentle pressure on either side of his temples, followed by a warm trickle of mana that immediately caused his headache to recede a considerable amount. It was still there, but it wasn't all-encompassing any longer. Reevan took in a deep breath as he straightened up. The headache began to increase in intensity right away, though, and he winced at the discomfort. No, 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 Larissa admonished him. You're suffering from a backlash of using too much of your mana too fast. As students in the Magic Academy, my sister and I have a lot of experience with such a thing. Crouch back down and let me continue infusing mana. While I can't replenish your mana points directly, the presence of my mana coursing into your system will alleviate the headache until you regain enough for it to go away on its own. Reevan grunted in acknowledgement and quickly squatted back down. Larissa put her hands back on his head and continued to help him get through the backlash. From the sounds of what Larissa said, it would take several minutes for him to recover, so Reevan pulled up his notifications once again. Achievement: unlock a class skill of a different class. Through the manipulations of your own mana, you were able to figure out and execute a class skill from a different class as your own. Class skill unlocked, Flame Blade 10. Due to the circumstances of unlocking the class skill, it is available to you in any martial or caster class, and its base level and growth rate are enhanced. Reevan was shocked at the contents of the notification. He didn't know it was possible to acquire other class skills. Since it's possible to acquire other classes' class skills, it should be possible to unlock my current class skills as permanent too. But since I already have the system assisting me in doing them, and I don't know how it performs the skills, how do I go about doing that? Reevan refocused his mind on the notification as there was more. Achievement: unlock a class skill of a higher tier class. Error: calculating. Tier 2 class in Tier 1. Precedent exists. Unlocked a class skill 2 tiers higher than current tier. All stats +3. Nice, this will reduce my stat requirements even further. Reevan was ecstatic at the notification. One of the main goals he had set for himself was to not only gain the mental stats required to unlock a good Tier 3 class, but he also needed to accumulate achievements and life experience. He hadn't even been trying to accomplish any kind of special feat with his actions, so this was an unexpected boon. A cough brought Reevan out of his thoughts. What's going on here? Reevan opened his eyes and turned his head to see Melissa standing with her arms folded, glaring at him. He came back to himself and realized that his head was currently being cradled in Larissa's embrace. When did she hug my head to her? I thought she just had her hands alongside my temples. He had been too focused on his notifications and hadn't noticed the change. Larissa removed her hands and jumped away from Reevan. It's not what it looks like. She waved her hands out in front of her as Melissa tapped her foot on the ground with an eyebrow raised. He lashed his back and his points were low mana and Larissa was so flustered that she was completely incoherent. Melissa couldn't hold her stern expression any longer and started laughing at her sister's failed attempts at explaining the situation. It's okay, she said while still chuckling. I could tell what you were doing from the very beginning. It's not the first time I've seen someone treat a backlash from mana expenditure. We felt a huge surge of mana being used over here, so we came to investigate. I put 2 and 2 together. Larissa stomped her foot and thrust her fists down by her side. HMPH, you made me feel self-conscious about helping someone. Larissa turned her head to the side and lifted her chin. I'm not talking to you. Luckily, the increase in his mental stats had come with an increase in his mana points, so Reevan's headache reduced to a slight throb on its own, and he no longer needed Larissa's assistance in staving off the pain. Melissa walked up to Reevan and put her hand on his forehead while she surveyed the carnage in the room. She infused a trickle of her mana through Reevan's head as she gave a low whistle at the sight of the bisected goblins. Whatever it was you did was sure effective, she said. Well, I don't mind telling you, Reevan said. Melissa looked at him with expectation. I coded my sword, you'll notice it's a mana sword if you take a look in pure mana, and had your sister ignite it with her inferno spell. It worked and I took over fueling the magic. It wasn't too difficult to maintain at only about 3 mana points a second. I had to quickly improvise a mana shield made of water element to protect myself from the heat, though, he continued with an embarrassed smile. What really cost a lot of mana was when I decided to see if I could extend the flame blade out past my sword. It drained 80 of my mana in an instant, but you can see for yourself how well it worked. Yes, that makes sense. Fusing our mana together will be one of the ways Larissa and I will unlock our epic class, Melissa replied. I didn't know that, Larissa said as she looked over at her sister. I only knew we had to train together a lot to learn from one another. Well, you just haven't reached that point in your education, yet, Melissa said to her sister with a smile. Oh right, Larissa said as she resumed facing the other way with her head tilted up. I forgot, I'm not talking to you. Melissa rolled her eyes at her sister's antics. Okay, I should be able to recover my mana well enough on the way to the boss room, Reevan said as he began walking down the hall. They resumed their earlier formation with Eric in front, Reevan walking next to Melissa, and Kimberly and Talon were inundated by the exuberance from Larissa. The next room will be the mine. It will be mostly goblins, but there will be several orc overseers as well. Following that will be the living quarters of the orcs. With all of us together, I don't see there being any problems. We've all gotten a good look at what everyone is capable of, and the following rooms will be good for Kimberly and Eric to practice their coordination, which will be necessary for the boss room. You plan on clearing the boss room? Melissa asked with some surprise. Sure, our combat strength is definitely higher than the requirement to defeat it. Reevan nodded his head. Didn't you have 13 people in your squad when you cleared it? Yeah, but we didn't have magic, Reevan smiled. Speaking of, I think I've come up with a good plan for the boss. This is what we'll do. Reevan and his party stood at the entrance to the boss room, performing one final check on all of their gear and making sure they were full on mana. They had gone over the steps they were going to take to defeat the monsters guarding the second floor, and Reevan was content that everyone knew what their role was. The party had made quick work of the preceding rooms. The mining room had been incredibly simple. The goblins were dealt with using a less powerful combination of Ice Tomb and Inferno Blast, and then the orcs had been singled out into one-on-one combat with the use of ice walls erected by Melissa. None of the orcs, in the mine or any of the living quarters, had been able to put up any kind of sufficient defense against their onslaught, and Kimberly and Eric had learned how to divide up the vanguard position between the two of them in short order. All right, Reevan said as he looked over the party. Everyone knows what to do. This shouldn't be hard, and even if things don't go according to plan, it still shouldn't be hard with the amount of firepower and teamwork we've developed. The rest of the party members nodded. Let's go. There were no inspiring speeches or attempts to improve morale. It wasn't needed. Everyone was in high spirits and confident in their abilities. Eric and Kimberly led the group forward. They traveled in a double column with Reevan and Talon behind the two vanguards, and the two sisters brought up the rear. They were already accumulating their spells between their hands. A furious roar shook the ceiling, dust falling on the heads of the party, and a bowed over ogre, too tall for the head space available, came charging forth from the darkness, the two orcs holding the chains to its wrists being dragged behind it. It was exactly the same as the other 2 times Reevan had been here, and his confidence in the plan soared. The 4 people in front of the two sisters abruptly spread apart, allowing a clear line of sight for Melissa. She threw her hands forward, and the ground was covered in ice for a long swathe in front of the ogre, finally popping up in a short wall directly in its path. Its foot slammed into the ice wall, but instead of being built with shrapnel in mind, Melissa had reinforced this one. The ogre tripped and landed face first on the icy ground in front of it. Its momentum from the charge carried it sliding towards the party, the 2 orcs being slung around like sacks. Eric and Kimberly stepped forward with their shields raised to engage the 2 helpless orcs, and Reevan and Talon launched their spears in the javelin style at the downed ogre. The spears pierced into the shoulders of the ogre, immobilizing its arms, and it gave a loud, angry shout at the sudden burst of pain. Talon took off running in front of Reevan, and he leaped onto the back of the still sliding ogre, driving his daggers into the small of its back where the kidneys would be located. Reevan wasn't standing still either, and he dashed forward and stabbed into the back of its neck, severing its spinal cord. The ogre's body stiffened as all of its muscle locked at once before it relaxed into death. Eric and Kimberly, likewise, easily dispatched the orcs that had been dragged along with the ogre. Reevan looked up deeper into the room, as he knew it wasn't over yet. While they were finishing off the ogre, the 2 caster sisters hadn't been idle. Melissa had already formed a shape with her ice walls to funnel in the remaining orcs that had been waiting just outside the range of the ambient dungeon lighting, and Reevan could see the final adversaries already charging towards their doom. The 2 sisters had created another ice tomb setup, and Reevan watched as Larissa threw her Inferno Blast into the midst of the screaming orcs. The blast devastated the monsters, but they weren't nearly as weak as their goblin counterparts. Only the orcs in the center that took a direct blast to the face died immediately, but they were all knocked down. Let's get in there and finish them off, Reevan yelled. The 4 melee combatants charged at the struggling orcs. Most of them were dazed and only rolled around on the floor, bleeding, but several that were on the very outskirts of the blast area were attempting to stand up. These were the orcs that were targeted first, and none of them managed to put up a fight. The boss room was cleared within a minute of the group entering it. Ha, too easy, Reevan said with a grin. He high-fived Talon, and the 3 girls shared a joyous hug. Eric maintained his vigil as he stared at everything else around them. So Melissa said as she stepped away from the other 2 girls and faced Reevan, "Want to take a peek at the second floor?" Reevan looked through the doorway that had opened up after they defeated the boss room. There was a clear demarcation, as the color of the floors and walls were a dark, dark gray as opposed to the earthy browns of the cave system on the first floor. The walls and floor were made of brick and were clearly man-made. The ambient lighting was dimmer and only extended to 20 feet into the distance. A warm wind blew into Rievin's face as he stood at the precipice. The air was thick and harder to breathe. A fetid stink wafted from the depths. Rievin looked behind him to Melissa, and she nodded at his unasked question. Rievin had taken up position with sword and shield next to Eric, and the two of them would lead the way with the two girls following behind. Talon and Kimberly had opted out of exploring further. All right, we're likely to find monsters that are immune to mundane attacks down here. Those monsters will be high tier 3, but with the lowered mana density, they'll be weakened, Rievin said. How do you know that? As far as I can tell, there's no information found anywhere about the lower floor, yet Melissa asked. I was part of the unit that built the camp initially, Rievin said. Melissa nodded at his words. They had already been over that. What I didn't tell you was that there was a demon attack from the depths. A giant demon tore through the ground, and several revenants crawled out of the hole it made. Larissa gasped and put her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Eric actually glanced over and took an appraising look at Rievin at the words. Most of the soldiers were debilitated and unable to fight back at all, but the commander, Knight Captain Reifeld, is a high-level paladin. He fought and defeated the giant demon, while the adjutant, Knight Lieutenant Brand, defended him from the revenants. I have a skill that allowed me to resist the mental fear induced, and I was able to fight off a revenant too. Wow, that's impressive. You said that they were weakened due to the lack of mana density. I can't see any other way you could survive from a level 50 tier 3, Melissa queried. Yeah, it moved really jerky and slow. If I took my eyes off of it, though, it would quickly close the gap and attack. I got knocked back and tumbled for several yards just from one attack that I blocked with my shield. If they weren't in that weird, jerky state when I was watching them, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Attacks with my sword just bounced off it, and I got lucky that I could use mana as a weapon. I made a brick of earth mana, as that was all I had time to concentrate on, and it smashed through its legs pretty easily. Once it was crippled and unable to move very well, I drove a mana blade into its skull where its core of mana was animating it. What took me several desperate minutes to accomplish against one of them, Knight Captain Reifeld cast one spell and destroyed over a dozen at once. Okay, so focus spells on the skull. Got it, Melissa said. If they're in that weakened, jerky state that you mentioned down here, it shouldn't be a problem for the four of us to take on one or two at a time. If we encounter more than that at once, we should reevaluate and possibly retreat. No reason to take any chances. We're just taking a peek after all. Sounds good to me, Rievin said. I hope they don't stink, Larissa muttered. Melissa nudged her with her elbow. What? I can tell it's going to be a chore already, Larissa said indignantly. Smells won't kill you, Melissa rolled her eyes. That you know of, Larissa refuted. What if it causes me to gag and then I choke and then I'll die? Smells can absolutely kill you. Larissa stuck her tongue out at her sister. I'll be sure to let Mom and Dad know that you succumbed to the stench when I get home. We'll hold a proper memorial for you with incense and everything to commemorate your courage in the face of odor. Now who's being ridiculous? Larissa poked her sister in the side. The banter between the sisters helped Rievin calm his nerves at the prospect of heading into the dangerous area of the dungeon. He nodded to Eric, and the two of them stepped over the threshold to the second floor, shields up and swords at the ready. The air was damp with moisture, and Rievin could see water dripping from cracks between the bricks. The walls were slick with condensation in many places, and scraggly moss could be seen growing in patches. The hall stretched on in a straight path, no longer angling downward like the previous cave tunnels. There were no monsters or anything for the first several yards, but Rievin and Eric never let their guards down. The chit-chat between the siblings had ceased as soon as they had begun their scouting excursion. Rievin walked along for a couple of minutes before he spotted the first thing that stood out as unusual. A skeleton lay on the ground at the edge of their ambient light. Rotting leather armor and rusted mail encased the bones, and a broken sword was clutched in its hand. A round shield was resting on top of the pile of bones. Rievin activated his mana sight, and he let out a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding when he saw that there was no mana core in its skull ready to animate it. Not a revenant, Rievin whispered to his companions. They nodded as the group continued on. A cursory look at the skeleton showed that there was nothing to be gained from looting it. It looks like the remains of an ancient adventurer exploring the caves. If he died down here, though, that means there's something that can kill. This isn't a maze, so he obviously didn't get lost and starve to death. The party stepped past the lone skeleton and continued their way down the hall. It was eerily quiet. The sounds of the dripping water echoed off the walls, and Rievin could hear the breathing of his group. Soon the quiet was broken by the sound of something shuffling ahead of them. Rievin adjusted his grip on his sword and shield, his sweaty palms causing his hands to slip a bit. A skeleton came walking down the hall at the edge of their vision. It didn't have any armor on at all, but it carried a cleaver similar to the ones the orcs used. Rievin frowned at the sight of the moving bones. It didn't appear to be a revenant, as he couldn't sense the powerful emanations from its core. He activated his mana sight, and with the gains he had previously made that allowed him to see slightly beyond solid surfaces, he could make out the tiny marble of black mana in its skull. It wasn't nearly as large as the one he had seen from the revenant, and it didn't give off nearly as noxious of a feeling. "That's not a revenant," Reivin whispered. The skeleton had already seen the group and made a beeline to them, but it was still walking in a rambling shuffle. At the words spoken by Reivin, Eric dashed forward and lashed out with his sword. Eric was unable to use mana skills, but he was very adept with his swordsmanship. The skeleton moved very slowly as it attempted to parry the attack, but it just wasn't able to move quick enough. Eric's sword seamlessly sliced through its spinal cord at the neck, and the skeleton collapsed in a heap. Reivin observed the skull of the skeleton, and despite there not being any indication of where it was looking, he could feel its gaze as it was angled up towards him where it sat on its body. It wasn't dead yet. "The mana core in its skull is still intact," Reivin directed toward Eric. The other man nodded, and with a quick thrust, he jabbed his sword into the top of the skull, destroying the core. The mana dissipated into the air as Reivin watched, and he finally nodded. "It's dead. Well, you know what I mean, it's unalive," Larissa ventured. "No, that still doesn't make sense. It's dead. She looked off to the side with her finger against her lips as she considered the options. "Let's just go with dead," Melissa said with a roll of her eyes. "We all know what we mean when we say that." "You're no fun," Larissa harumphed. Reivin joined Eric again, and the group continued walking down the hall. Reivin heard the telltale sounds of wandering skeletons again, just a few short yards further down the hall. A group of 7 skeletons came into view this time. They were again devoid of the strength found in the revenants, and they all had a motley assortment of weaponry. They mostly carried variations of a sword or other bladed weapons. Eric didn't charge forward this time, as it was inappropriate to break up the 2-man shield wall they had to protect the unarmored girls behind them. They slowly advanced towards the incoming undead, and when they were in range, Eric and Reivin stabbed forth with their swords simultaneously, jabbing them up through the mouths of the respective skeletons they had targeted. They recovered their stance and blocked the incoming attacks from the other skeletons. A barrage of fire and ice bolts flew over the 2 vanguards and demolished the skulls of the remaining 5 skeletons. "This is too easy," Larissa said. "Don't say that." Reivin gave her a sharp look. "What?" Larissa replied with a confused look. "Didn't you say that earlier in the boss room?" "I said that after we defeated the room," Reivin said with a shake of his head. "Every time I've said or even thought this is too easy or something like it, something goes wrong. Don't get complacent." "Okay, Larissa rolled her eyes. "He's right," Melissa admonished her sister. "He's already told us that we're likely to encounter stronger enemies down here, and this is just the first batch." Okay, I get it, sheesh," Larissa said with a pout. "It's not that big of a deal," Reivin said in consolation. "I just don't want you to get in the bad habit of underestimating a situation just because things are easy at the beginning." "A valuable lesson," Melissa said. The group reformed and continued on their way. There were several more patrols of skeletons ranging from 4 to 8 in each group, but with their combined efforts, and the fact that the skeletons quickly died from one elemental bolt spell, they didn't have any problems in their progress. After about 100 yards or so, they finally came to their first break in the long corridor. A simple iron door was inset into a depression on either side of the hall. Reivin looked at each of the party members in turn before facing the door on the right. "I'll open it," Reivin said to Eric. "You stand guard for whatever might be on the other side, and then we'll assess the situation and go in." Eric nodded his head. "Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Reivin yanked the door open and stepped back with the movement to give clear access to Eric. The 2 girls had their hands up, ready to channel their spells. Reivin quickly let go of the door and resumed a ready stance as well. Nothing attacked them or came through the door, so the group of 4 tentatively walked through the threshold. Reivin looked around and saw that they had entered a fairly small square room. Bones lay scattered all over the ground in various levels of decomposition. A large cauldron was located in the center of the room, with what looked like faded markings of intricate patterns carved into the surface of the ground underneath it. A hooded skeleton sat at a chair on the other side of the cauldron, facing the entrance. Its head was cocked to the side, and it was missing an arm. The hooded robe was tattered and torn, and it frayed at the edges. "Hold up," Reivin shouted in a low voice as Eric made his way towards the seated skeleton. "That's definitely a revenant." It was as if the words were a magic spell, and a loud wail filled the room as the revenant's head snapped upright. Its jaw moved up and down like it was laughing at them as 2 burning orbs materialized in the eye sockets of its skull. Eric dashed forward and struck out with lightning speed before the revenant could stand up, but like Reivin had warned, his attack was rebounded, and Eric was thrown slightly off balance. He was lucky that he was well trained and kept his shield up, as the revenant threw its one remaining arm out and smashed it into the shield. Eric was thrown into the air and crashed into the wall on the other side of the room. The force of the blow caused him to remain suspended in the air, pressed against the wall, for a moment before he slid down. He was slightly disoriented, and he shook his head to clear his thoughts. Reivin kept his eyes on the revenant, knowing that they had a propensity for sudden, quick movements if they weren't watched. Reivin imbued his sword with pure mana. There was no reason to waste extra mana on adding an element, as that wasn't necessary to bypass the immunity the Revenants had. The Revenant stood up from its seated position and looked back and forth between each of the party members, briefly considering Reaven a bit longer than it had Eric, before its attention zeroed in on the girls with the swirling mana accumulating in their hands. Reaven positioned himself between the girls and the Revenant on the other side of the cauldron. The Revenant's jaw continued to move up and down as it reached forward and threw the cauldron out of the way. A glint caught Reaven's eye as it sailed through the air, but now wasn't the time to investigate. He could hear the sounds of the girls entering the room fully behind him. The Revenant took jerky steps towards Reaven, but it moved considerably faster than the one he had previously fought on the surface. The Revenant quickly reached Reaven, and before it could strike out to him, Reaven instinctively activated his mana shield skill and placed it over the top of his shield. The force of the blow from the Revenant knocked Reaven back a few steps, but it wasn't nearly as powerful as the attack that had landed on Eric. It works, Reaven thought. The power it exerts has something to do with its immunity to mundane weapons. When it came into contact with the mana on the shield, the force was greatly reduced. Reaven's spirit soared at the revelation. The attack had still been very powerful, but it was no longer a one-hit kill situation. A barrage of fire and ice bolts swarmed the Revenant, striking it all over its body. The robe caught fire in some places, but the ice bolts quickly put the fires out before it could immolate the entire garb like had previously happened with Reaven. Reaven took a sturdy step forward and slashed out with his mana-encased sword. The blow didn't rebound like it had with Eric, but it didn't penetrate through the defenses of the Revenant and only slightly staggered it. The Revenant lashed out with its skeletal arm again, and Reaven was once more knocked back towards the girls. Use blunt force on its joints, Reaven shouted. Fire wasn't the best at creating such an attack, so Larissa continued to try and burn the Revenant as best she could, switching from pelting it with fire bolts to surrounding its skull with her Inferno spell. Melissa concentrated and manipulated her ice bolt into a solid brick shape, having remembered Reaven's mention of using an earth-aligned mana brick before, and hurtled it into the knee joint of the Revenant that was inexorably gaining ground on them. The knee shattered, and the Revenant collapsed to the side with a loud wail filling the room. Reaven saw his chance and dashed forward. Larissa's Inferno spell, while not destroying the Revenant or its skull, had damaged it, and Reaven could see where it was weakened with his mana sight. He stabbed his sword through the weakened spot on the skull, and after some slight resistance, his blade slid into the breach and destroyed the mana core inside. The putrid mana escaped into the atmosphere, and Reaven had to hold his breath to fight against the nausea it induced. Reaven heaved a sigh of relief as he looked up with his sword still stuck in the skull of the now-deceased Revenant. His eyes widened as he saw another Revenant come through the open door from the opposite room in the hallway, and it was reaching out towards Melissa. "Watch out," Reaven shouted as he activated Charge. He slammed his mana-encased shield into the new Revenant, for once knocking one of them off of their feet and slamming it into the wall. Melissa hopped back in surprise at the sudden movement, and Larissa screamed as she pulled her arms up and twisted her body to the side. "Focus," Reaven reminded them. He brought his sword down on the Revenant's skull as it tried to stand up, knocking it back down. "Floating tomb," Melissa shouted to her sister as she channeled her mana. Larissa finally regained her composure and nodded. She accumulated mana as Reaven dodged the errant swipe from the downed Revenant and kept it down on the ground with the occasional bash to the top of its head. Larissa formed her Inferno Blast spell, and she directed it to float next to the skull of the Revenant, but she didn't release it. She maintained it floating there, sweat beading her brow as she held the spell so far away from herself. Melissa shortly released her spell, and a small orb of reinforced ice made from manipulating the ice wall spell formed around the skull and Inferno Blast spell, sealing it in. Reaven felt the vibrations of the Inferno Blast spell going off inside of the mini ice tomb, and the Revenant's body went slack. Melissa released her hold on the spell, and once it dissipated, Reaven saw a completely headless body. The improvised ice tomb plus Inferno Blast spell combination had completely obliterated the Revenant's skull into dust. The mana core was likewise eradicated, and it didn't even have wisps escape into the air. Reaven swiped at the sweat from his brow as he searched for any other threats, assuming a ready stance. There were no other monsters in the room, and with a quick peek out into the hall, Reaven saw that there was nothing nearby as well. He finally let his guard down and returned to the sisters standing in the room investigating the dead Revenants. Eric had recovered from his stunned state earlier, but knowing he couldn't do anything in the fight, he had simply stood to the side. He had been ready to dash in and block any attacks from the Revenant in place of the girls, but until that situation arrived, his best use was to just stand at the ready out of the way. "Yeah, those guys were definitely empowered by the higher concentration of mana in the dungeon," Reaven said. "Luckily, it's still not enough to give them their full power." Melissa absent-mindedly replied. She bent down and traced the bones and robe, but she straightened up soon after, having not found anything out of the ordinary from a regular skeleton. It must be the mana that forms their cores. While they're susceptible to mana attacks, their bones are reinforced on top of their immunity to mundane attacks. It looks like sustained attacks can weaken that reinforcement, though. We need to be smarter with our next encounters. Reevan nodded his head. I think the best strategy would be to lure them out of the rooms into the hallway. Eric and I could do that while you and Larissa build up your spells. Form the brick-shaped ice bolts and destroy their joints as they follow us into the hall. Larissa can then roast their heads a bit, and I can stab through their cores. Melissa looked up as she brushed her hair behind her ear. Reevan could still see traces of nervousness in her face, and beads of sweat were still formed on her forehead. That sounds like a good plan for now, she agreed. Eric, you don't need to actually engage the revenants. Just pop in and back out when it stands up to follow you. Eric grunted in acknowledgement. I saw something glint as the cauldron was thrown out of the way. I'm going to go check it out, Reevan said. He walked over to the overturned cauldron, and with a quick search he saw what had drawn his attention. He bent down and picked up a small crystal, barely larger than the joint of his pinky finger. He held it between his forefinger and thumb as he activated his identify skill. Damaged experience crystal experience, 1000. Reevan's eyebrows shot up as he looked up at his companions. It's a damaged experience crystal, he said. Larissa gasped and Melissa and Eric shared a look. My identify skill says it holds 1000 experience. That's a valuable commodity, Melissa said. They can be found in the capital and other prominent cities bordering on the Tier 2 region. They can also be found in Tier 2 regions, and alchemists can make them from magical ingredients. She walked over and looked at the crystal in Reevan's grip. She looked up at Reevan with her hand halfway extended. May I? She asked. Reevan placed the crystal in her hand with no hesitation. Melissa smiled at the show of trust. Yeah, I can see cracks in the structure, Melissa said after getting a closer look. The most experience I've ever seen in an undamaged. Experience crystal, though, is only 200. This must be a very high-grade crystal. Melissa placed it back in Reevan's hand. She gestured towards the scattered bones filling the room. With your mention of demons and the presence of the demonic mana animating the revenants, it would appear they were alchemists extracting the experience from living people. Let's go check the other room, Larissa said with excitement as Reevan put the crystal away. Even though Melissa said the crystal had likely been formed from living people, Reevan had no compunctions against appropriating it for himself. Those people were long dead, and it would just be a waste to throw the experience away. Larissa ran out of the room before anyone could stop her, but she came back shortly after with a huge grin on her face. She held up another damaged experience crystal, and with a quick inspect, Reevan saw that it also contained 1000 experience. Since this is a commodity that can be found in the capital, does that mean these things are what you and your sister used to level up? Reevan asked. That's right, Melissa confirmed with a nod. But like I said, they're expensive commodities. One of the reasons we're out here delving the dungeon is to gain school credits. School credits can be traded for weaker experience crystals. Our family only provides so many to the juniors at a time, so we have to find ways to get our own. That makes sense, Reevan said while rubbing his chin in thought. Considering this is a resource dungeon, it looks like valuable ores are the resources on the first floor, and experience is the resource reward for being able to defeat these revenants on the second floor. I say we continue on a bit further and see if there are any more isolated rooms like this and employ our combat plan. We can get as many of these experience crystals as we can from the weaker encounters before we head back out. We have a lot of time to delve the dungeon, and if we can consistently find experience crystals in the upper part of the second floor, I think it would be prudent to build up our levels before tackling anything harder. That sounds like a good idea to me, Melissa said. She looked at her other two companions. Eric gave one curt nod, but Larissa bobbed her head so enthusiastically her hair almost got tangled. All right, Melissa said as she turned back to Reevan. You and Eric lead the way. Reevan dashed forward and stabbed his sword through the skull of the foremost revenant. The hallway was clogged with a shambling horde of 8 revenants, 6 more lying on the ground behind the surging mass, never to rise again. Various weapons and pieces of rotten equipment were strewn along the ground in the wake of the undead. The standing revenants struggled to move forward, as their jerking motion didn't allow them to maintain their balance very well on the slick ground. Occasionally, a short wall of ice would spring up and cause one or two to stumble and create another obstacle they had to bypass. Sweat poured down Melissa's brow as she maintained her focus on casting the crowd control spells. Worry furrowed her brow as her mana reserves dipped dangerously low. They had moved in such a way that she was able to maintain her mana pool at a sufficient level for every encounter, but this time they had miscalculated. The second floor of the dungeon had been straightforward up until this point. There was one other pair of rooms a little further down the first hall they had walked along, and the interior of both contained what they expected to find, a small room with one revenant sitting in repose in front of a cauldron. Sadly, these cauldrons had been empty of any prize. Rievin was disappointed, but he realized he couldn't expect to find the remnants of the abominable alchemic rituals in every room. Rievin had led the group further into the dungeon, Eric relegating himself to being the last stand between danger and the two girls. Just a little ways after the second pair of rooms, the party had encountered a stairway spiraling down further into the depths. Rievin could feel the increased mana density wafting up into his face from the opening leading down. The group had traversed the spiral staircase, Rievin leading from the front. A hallway could be seen branching off to the side, a rotten door barely hanging by the hinges partially blocking the view. The stairs continued further down, but Rievin didn't want to leave anything behind them. It would be a disaster if something snuck up on them while they were battling a pair of revenants. Rievin led his group into the hall, the door collapsing into splinters as he attempted to open it silently. They froze in place, listening for anything that could have reacted to the noise. After a few moments of nothing appearing, Rievin glanced at the other three with an embarrassed smile before continuing into the hall. Cast an ice wall here at the entrance to keep anything that might be coming up the stairs from ambushing us, Rievin said. Can you lock it in place so you don't have to concentrate on it? I can anchor it to the ambient mana, but without a proper fuel source, it'll dissipate in about 10 minutes or so, Melissa replied. Okay, that should be long enough. We can always come back and set another one if we really need to. The group continued into the new floor, and it turned out their worry about wandering patrols was unfounded. The hallway was similar to the branching rooms containing the orc living quarters on the first floor, but this one ended in a cul-de-sac with 3 rooms about 15 yards from the stairway, one on each side other than the hall. The doors were in various states of disrepair, but nothing like the rotten one they had encountered in the stairs. These were much more sturdy, probably for privacy of the people living here at the time, Rievin thought. Rievin silently walked up to the door on the left. He paused as he turned back to the other 3, and he indicated for them to keep their eyes on the other 2 rooms. He turned back and slowly opened the door. Luckily, this one didn't collapse at the first touch, though it did give off an annoying squeak as the hinges were rusty with neglect. Rievin didn't open the door all the way, and he peered in through the crack. He could see a bed on either side of the room with skeletal remains lying in them, 2 chests at the foot of the beds. This was the first time he had encountered any kind of chest or container. It was obviously not a system reward, but they were part of the original environment. Rievin stood in place and observed the skeletons, which he had positively identified as revenants, for a moment. When they didn't react to his presence, he slowly closed the door once more. He stepped back and signaled for Eric to check the room on the right. Eric performed the same actions, and he quickly nodded his head while holding up 2 fingers. Rievin nodded and approached the final door in the center. His eyes lit up when he saw that the last room wasn't a residence like the other 2, but it was instead another alchemy room like they had seen above. His excitement was dampened a little when he saw that the cauldron in this room was guarded by 3 revenants. He closed the door and the party retreated down the hall a ways, so a total of 7 revenants. Any suggestions? Rievin looked toward Melissa. I can do the same thing I did at the stairway. Cast ice wall and cover up 2 of the rooms while we tackle the first one. If the revenants in the other rooms are alerted, the ice walls will give us time and warning. They'll have to destroy them in order to get to us, and that should give us ample opportunity to either handle the first pair or to escape to the stairs if we need to. That sounds like a good idea, Rievin agreed. Don't dissipate your ice wall at the stairs yet, just in case. You can always get rid of it in case we need to run. All right, Melissa replied. She followed it up by casting the ice wall spells, one after another, in front of the middle and right doors. The group stood and waited for a moment to make sure that Acton itself didn't activate the revenants resting inside. In a moment of inspiration, Rievin reached down and picked up a piece of rubble. He silently opened the door, tossed it at the revenant lying on the bed on the right side of the room, and closed the door once more. The wail that always accompanied the activation of the revenants was greatly reduced by the barrier of the door preventing the sound from traveling. Rievin saw Eric nodding his head in approval out of the corner of his eye. Once the wail subsided, Rievin opened the door once more, and he had to immediately bring his mana-covered shield up to block the blow from the revenant that had already made it to the threshold. Every action has its consequences. We gained some respite from the sound of them activating, but that caused nobody to have eyes on them, and they were able to make it to the door at a much faster speed, Rievin realized in a flash. He let the force of the blow knock him back into the little cul-de-sac, and Melissa took the opportunity to cast Slick and Ice Wall to control their movements. The 4 members of the party walked backwards down the hallway as Larissa engaged her Inferno spell to weaken the skull of the first revenant, and Rievin was able to end its existence after a short moment of controlled retreating. All of their preparation paid off, and the group was able to clear out the 3 rooms without any worry or surprises. The revenants were dangerous, but as long as they controlled the initiative and worked using the plans they had come up with to deal with small groups of them, they weren't much harder than the other monsters they had encountered in the dungeon. They just presented different obstacles to overcome for those armed with the ability to use mana skills or spells. All right, let's see what's in these chests, Reevan said with a gleam in his eyes. Oh, I'll take the right room, Larissa exclaimed as she jumped up and down. She took off running once more without a care. Reevan just shook his head as he headed to the left room, and Melissa and Eric went to inspect the alchemy room. The boarding room was bare of any decorations, though there might have been some however long ago it was that these things were alive, Reevan speculated. The beds were rotting and wouldn't provide any sort of comfort to the living, and the chests had holes eating through the wood as they tried to withstand the ravages of time. Reevan flipped over the lid of the first chest at the foot of the right bed. It was filled with crumbling scraps of cloth and not much more. Reevan frowned as he inspected the contents of the container. I knew it was for personal effects, but only ruined clothes. He bent down and tossed all the scraps out onto the floor. He knocked on the bottom of the chest to see if there was a hidden compartment, and his hand went right through the feeble wood. Well, that was easy, he thought as he brute forced the bottom to give way. Underneath the top portion containing the clothes was a hidden bottom filled with sparkling bluish sand. Reevan sifted through the sand, and he was able to find 3 damaged experience crystals. He inspected them and found they were exactly the same as the ones they had found previously, containing 1,000 experience each. Reevan walked over to the other chest, and with the experience from the first one, he quickly exposed the bottom compartment containing similar blue sand. The second chest contained 2 whole crystals. This bluish sand must be the remnants of other crystals that disintegrated over the years, he thought. I wonder if this is of any value. He threw an inspect at the sand. Experience essence. Well, that tells me a whole lot, Reevan thought with a wry smile. It was obviously something useful, or the system would have identified it as something more mundane. I don't really have anything to hold this stuff in. Reevan shook his head as he walked back out of the room. There was nothing else to inspect. The covers and pillows that would normally adorn a bed and provide a hiding place had long since disintegrated into dust. Larissa was standing in the small area between the rooms with a sullen look on her face, kicking at the rubble while grumbling incoherently under her breath. Didn't find anything, Reevan asked. Larissa peeked up at him through her hair as she kept kicking at loose pebbles. No, just rotten clothes, she said petulantly. Did you not check the bottom compartment? Reevan asked with a frown. Bottom compartment. She looked up in surprise, a twinkle once more in her eye. She dashed back into the other room, and Reevan heard the sounds of the chests being obliterated before a triumphant shout came forth. Aha, Larissa said as she came out of the room holding her hand aloft. There were 3 experience crystals in there. What about the sand? Do you guys have anything to carry it in? Reevan asked. The sand? Why would you care about the sand? She tilted her head to the side as she shot him a questioning look. It's experience essence. I don't know what it's used for, but it might be valuable. I wouldn't know, Larissa said. Maybe Melissa does. Either way, I don't think we have anything to carry it in. Another time then. The two looked up at Melissa and Eric coming out of the alchemy room. Melissa shook her head to indicate they hadn't found anything. It's all right, Reevan said with a smile. Your sister found 3 crystals in her room, and I found 5 in this other one. Melissa's face brightened into a smile at the news. Also, the chests were full of blue sand that the system says is experience essence. Know anything about it? Melissa tapped her chin as she thought about it. I think I've heard something about it somewhere before, but I can't think of it at the moment. We'll collect some the next time we come down here. All right, Reevan said. Come on, let's continue. The party went back to the stairway, and they encountered another 3 similar living arrangements with the same situation as the first one. The only difference was that in the last one there were 4 revenants in the alchemy room. The tactics they had devised in the first corridor continued to work, and they reaped the benefits. Not all of the chests contained whole crystals, but their overall haul was still nothing short of amazing to Reevan. They managed to find another 12 crystals. They had a total of 22 damaged experience crystals, 22,000 experience waiting to be assimilated to whoever used them. They had agreed to split the crystals evenly between the groups. Reevan was the only one from his group that continued on to the lower floor, so he questioned whether or not it was appropriate for him to receive an equal share. Even though you're the only one down here, it's only you, me, and my sister participating. Eric is just kinda here right now because of the nature of the monsters, and while we're down here exploring this floor, your companions are up top mining and organizing the ores. With those things in mind, it's not a stretch to appoint half of the experience crystals to your group. Melissa made some good points that put Reevan's mind at ease. He didn't want to feel like he was getting more than he had earned, and her explanation helped appease that thought. The staircase ended with a new hall moving off perpendicular to the original direction of the first hallway, if Reevan's sense of direction was accurate. The group moved down the hall at a sedate pace, ready for any monsters that might be patrolling the depths. With the increase in the mana density and what they had seen so far, Reevan was fairly certain that any patrolling skeletons found from this point on would be revenants. A break in the wall about chest height on the left side came into view as they moved further along. It was a long opening that continued along the wall for 10 yards, and it was about 3 feet high. Revan glanced through the opening as they approached it, and he quickly yanked himself back out of view at the sight that greeted him. He had only glanced for a fraction of a second, but the scene was burned into his mind. The opening was some sort of observation window that showed a giant quarry. Hundreds of revenants populated the enormous room, and before he could make out anything else in particular, Revan had ducked out of sight. "What is it?" Melissa whispered as she sidled up next to Revan. "Hundreds of revenants," Revan answered back with a nod of his head toward the opening. Melissa frowned as she looked up at it from her squatting posture. "Look at the opening with your mana sight," she said after a moment of inspection. Her frown had gone away. Revan followed her instructions and activated the skill. A solid wall of bluish light greeted him. It was so thick and compact that he couldn't see through it at all with his mana sight activated. He reached out his hand to touch it, and it was a solid barrier. "It's like the barrier that separates the dungeon from the real world on the outside," he said in surprise. He deactivated his skill and stood at the opening to get a better view at the scene below. That must be the 3rd floor. "We have to beat the boss room on the 2nd floor to gain access," Melissa surmised. "Once we beat the boss room, this barrier should go away, even all the way up here." Revan nodded absent-mindedly. He watched as the revenants below appeared to be quarrying a giant cavern. He could make out a new type of monster roaming about, acting like supervisors. The new entities were ethereal. They glowed a faint blue, and they floated about instead of walking on the ground. He frowned as he continued to watch, though, as something about the scene seemed odd to him. He couldn't quite place it at first, but then it suddenly came to him. They're not actually doing any mining, he realized. They look like they're locked into the actions that they performed before they died. What in the world could they have been doing down here? "It seems safe enough to travel down the corridor," Melissa said. "Are you not curious about what they were doing down here?" Revan asked. "Of course I am," Melissa replied. "But we're not likely to find out any answers here, are we?" She chuckled. "I suppose you're right," Revan said with a smile. "All right then, let's continue." They resumed their pace down the hall, but before they got too far, Revan turned back to Melissa. "What are those floating blue things down there?" Melissa took a quick peek at what Revan was referring to. "Those are specters," she answered. "They're the same tier and level as revenants, but they're completely incorporeal. If you don't use mana to coat your shield or armor, their blows will go right through it and damage your vitality directly." Revan nodded as they continued walking. He remembered experiencing that type of damage when the demon had attacked the base. Either a similar demon will be the final boss of this dungeon, or this is a reality where they didn't actually successfully summon a demon, he mused. Those thoughts were for later, though, and Revan refocused his attention on what was in front of him. "We've been down here for a couple of hours now," Revan said. "We should think about going back up soon." "Yeah, that's a good idea. We don't want your friends to worry," Melissa said. "We'll go just a little bit further. The hall curves up ahead, so let's just go see what's around the bend, then we'll call it quits." "Sounds like a plan," Revan said. They hadn't encountered anything in the new corridor up to this point, but Revan never let his guard down. He had learned his lesson about getting complacent in dangerous situations, and he wasn't about to forget it. Despite having his guard up, though, there were always unexpected surprises. The group turned the corner to the last place they were going to explore, and they were immediately beset with a torrent of wails as they came face to face with a patrol of 14 revenants. "Retreat," Revan yelled without taking his eyes off of the revenants in the hall. They were almost within striking range as soon as they had encountered them, and Revan noticed that their jerking motions were considerably faster than any of the previous ones they had fought. "Melissa, crowd control," Revan yelled as one of the front revenants slammed a spear into his shield, knocking him back a few paces. "Larissa, use Inferno. Attach it to the ceiling and torch several at a time. We need to thin them out." Ice quickly covered the ground and continued to follow Revan as he made quick steps back. Short, compact walls sprung up all over to impede the movement of the revenants, and they had a hard time maneuvering around them, with the hallway being filled with the mass of skeletal bodies attempting to get at the living. The ones that tried to go over the short walls lost their balance and fell down when they stepped back down on the slick ground. They weren't smart enough to learn from their mistakes, either, and it happened over and over again. Blistering fire above soon accompanied the freezing cold below. The two sisters worked in tandem to keep the temperature differences from diminishing their spells. The increased effort added considerable strain to the two sisters, and their mana dropped swiftly. Revan knew they didn't have much time with them, expending so much mana, so he immediately began accompanying his retreat with quick lunges forward to down a revenant. Each lunge forward to kill one of the foes coincided with a slam into his raised shield from a retaliatory blow. Revan had to use everything he had with his balance skill to stop himself from joining the revenants on the floor due to the slick spell. The revenants knew no fatigue or fear, and they followed the group as they made their way back down the hallway with the large opening. The encounter eventually became bearable after several minutes of desperate fighting, as more and more revenants were put down for their final rest. Revan slowed down the tempo. He used to kill the revenants, and he only moved forward to kill one after Melissa managed to trip one or the other in the lead. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of heart-pounding action, the last revenant fell. Revan leaned against the wall as he gasped for breath. His stamina had almost reached 40 by the time the combat had ended. They had been in the dungeon for many hours, and his stamina depleted faster and recovered slower in a reflection of his tired state. He looked back to see Larissa laid out on the floor, her forearm covering her eyes as she groaned. Eric helped Melissa sit down and then stood over the pair to keep watch. That was too much, Larissa complained. Yeah, that was entirely too close, Melissa agreed. Well, you did say you wanted to only explore one last corridor before we go back up, Revan said with a chuckle. How can you be in a good mood? Larissa moved her arm slightly to peek at him. Because we survived, Revan said simply. Do either of you need help with a headache? You guys used a lot of mana. No, we're good, Melissa denied with a shake of her head. Even though we used a lot of mana, we did it in a controlled manner. While we're a bit lightheaded, we're not going to get a headache like you did from using most of your mana all at once. Good to know, Revan nodded his head. The group fell into silence as they each focused on recovering. Revan pulled out a piece of dried meat to eat while they rested. All right, it seems the floor becomes incredibly more difficult from this point going forward, Revan said after several minutes. I say we don't go any further until we've raised our levels a bit. I agree, Melissa said as she and her sister regained their feet. We'll need larger mana pools to be able to fight groups that large on a consistent basis. An increase in your strength will also allow you to hit them harder, requiring less mana from Larissa to cook their skulls to weaken them. I like the sound of that, Larissa said. Eric grunted in agreement when Revan looked at him for his opinion. All right then, Revan said as he began walking back towards the first floor. Let's go meet up with Talon and Kimberly. 22 experience crystals is a good haul in my book. Just a friendly reminder, don't use too many of those at once if you or your friends choose to, Melissa said. Your friends have tier 2 classes, so you and they can use them, but if you gain too many levels too fast, your skills and life experience can't keep up. You guys should be good, what with you being conscripts and all that you've done that a normal tier 1 wouldn't, but it's always good to get in the habit of moderation. Our family only provides us a small boost once we reach tier 2, and the school requires us to go out and get school credits to purchase any from them. The Academy has been doing this for a long time, and they've carefully balanced the rate of earning credits with the rate of gaining life experience for good classes. We're probably not going to use any of these ourselves. They can be sold for a lot of money in the capital, and our families will also give us good benefits if we turn them in. Talon and Kimberly don't really need a lot of life experience to get a more powerful class, as they're going to transition into a regular tier 2 class, but I'll definitely have to drag them down here in the future before they tier up again. With us able to basically mine experience, we should be able to move through tier 2 pretty quickly. Revan took a deep breath of the fresh air as soon as they stepped out of the caverns into the bright sunlight. Due to how the dungeons worked, it was perpetually sunlight in the open-air area of the dungeon, and the marked difference of the sunlight and cool breeze helped to wash away the gloom that was practically sticking to Revan and his party. Larissa ran ahead and spun around with her arms out as she basked in the open air. She twirled around a couple of times before dropping down to lie on her back. Kimberly and Talon smiled at the whimsical attitude displayed by the girl. Melissa and Eric simply ignored her, apparently used to her behavior after living with her for years. "Allah, it feels good to be out," Revan said. "I'm dog-tired, so let's go our separate ways and regroup to talk about the dungeon and our plans for tomorrow." While I would normally say it's better to talk things over when it's fresh in our minds, Melissa began, there really isn't anything we need to specifically consider about the dungeon. We have our methods figured out, and the first floor and first part of the second floor pose no real threat to us as long as we stick to those tactics. So I agree. Let's go get some rest, and we can meet up at the same private room in the tavern as before. What's there to plan? Talon said. He had resumed walking with his arms resting on his spear draped across his back. We've already distributed the loot, and we know what we're doing in the dungeon for the foreseeable future. There's always something to plan. Kimberly poked him in the side. I'm with Talon, Larissa spoke up. Come, join me on the ground as we gaze up into the big blue above us and let all of our troubles melt away. What troubles do you have? Revan asked with a raised eyebrow. It was a figure of speech, Larissa retorted. Sure. Anyway, Revan turned his attention to Talon. To answer your question, we need to plan a training schedule around our dungeon delves. You and training. Talon rolled his eyes. I thought it was hard working enough when I got my vitality to above 20 only a couple of months after unlocking my class, but you were sitting on over 20 before you even turned 10. And you want to do more training. I like training, Revan replied with a shrug of his shoulders. What else are we going to do? The town isn't really even built yet. Do you want to go build the town so you have something else to do? That's not a bad idea, Talon mused. Maybe I'll get a part-time gig at construction. Can't let this woodworking skill go to waste now, can I? You're the one that's always saying to work on all of our skills. So your idea of shirking is to get a job? Reevan tilted his head as he looked at his friend. Well, when you put it that way, Talon trailed off as he looked away. Melissa held her hand over her mouth as she giggled at their banter. Kimberly folded her arms as she waited for the two to finish their back and forth, knowing the likely outcome already. We're not going to be doing nothing but training, Reevan said. He nudged his friend with his elbow as he explained, but we need to coordinate when we're going to be busy, and I'm sure there's a lot we could learn from Mel and Lisa. And Eric. Reevan added that last one as an aside. Lisa, huh? Since when did we get so close? Larissa said. Since just now, Reevan easily shot back. Everyone calls Melissa Lisa, but she insists on Mel. This is going to be confusing. Larissa placed her hand over her eyes. Anyway, I plan on learning a few things about the academy if they're willing. Reevan shot a look at Melissa. She nodded her head in approval. I got that letter of recommendation from Knight Captain Reifeld, so I'm pretty sure I can get into the academy when we're done here. Don't you want to go to the capital? Talon moved his spear down to his side so he could lean on it as he considered. That doesn't sound half bad, actually. Good, with the dungeon here just giving away. Experience, we should be able to fly through Tier 2, Reevan continued. But if you want a decent Tier 3 class, you can't let your skills lag behind. On another note, once you guys get to Tier 2, you'll have to join us down on the second floor, too. You won't have to do anything dangerous, but you will need to come down and participate in order to get some good life experience. Sounds like you've thought about my future more than I have, Talon snickered. Can you blame me? Reevan said with a serious expression. We both know I've gotten lucky enough to have some strange things happen to give me a big leg up, and if we don't think about the future, I'll leave you behind. Reevan put his hand on Talon's shoulder. You're my best friend, and unlike Will and Simon, you have the opportunity to keep up with me. Yeah, I know, Talon conceded. But what will Kimberly and I be doing at the capital while you're attending the academy? Melissa cleared her throat to get their attention. Once the two boys looked over at her, she opened her mouth. There's also a Knight Academy. Don't let the name fool you. It's designed for non-mana classes, not just knights, and it's semi-attached to the Magic Academy. If you guys are able to reach Tier 3 at an early age with a good class and you have the money, you should be fine to get in. There you go, Reevan said as he put his hand back down. So in order for all of that to happen, we have to plan now, and those plans include training. And here we go all the way back to the original point, Talon said with a smile. All right, you've convinced me. I think I'll just go back to my home in Hollowville, Kimberly said with a thoughtful look. That's more my speed. Talon just stared at her slack-jawed. After a moment of letting that statement fill the air, Kimberly burst out laughing. Obviously, I was joking. The capital sounds fine to me. Don't scare me like that. Talon placed his hand over his heart. Oh. I can show you the best places to shop once we get there. Larissa came skipping up to them. She dragged Kimberly away from the two boys, and Melissa, and Kimberly all walked along with their heads together. Ooh, what kind of dresses can I find? Reevan heard snippets of their conversation. Kimberly was a front-line combatant, but she was still a girl and apparently wanted to do girly things from time to time. You're drooling, Reevan said with a straight face as he looked at Talon. Thinking of Kimberly in a dress. I'm not. Talon wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Drooling, that is. He inspected his hand as he brought it away. It came back dry. See, haha, come on, let's go, Reevan said. The sun was just beginning to set on the horizon as the 6 teenagers exited the actual dungeon. Reevan and his group had already experienced the phenomenon, but Melissa and her group were surprised at the change. Wow, that's neat, Larissa said. We've been in there all day, but you would hardly know it if you didn't come back out like this. Melissa nodded her head. All right, Melissa said, we'll be. Hold up, a voice interrupted her as she was giving her farewell for the evening. Mandatory inspection for anyone leaving the dungeon. Reevan looked over and saw a squad of knights from the church they had encountered on the road. He frowned as they walked up and barred their path. Is that really necessary? Reevan was prepared to pull out his identity tokens to avoid the hassle, but he spotted one of the local guards with the unit. He directed his attention towards the guard, and he received a nod in response. Yes, the man confirmed. Due to the nature of the dungeon and the events that transpired previously, the Count is working with the Church of Light to ensure no demonic presences. It's pretty routine, actually. Nothing to be worried about. All right, if you say so, Reevan replied. Empty your bags, and then each of you present yourself for inspection, the first knight commanded. Reevan raised an eyebrow at the man as the group followed the instructions. They dumped the content of their bags containing the ore for the church soldiers to sift through, and then they stood in a line to the side as one of the members in a robe walked up. The new man placed his hand on Talon's head and stood there for a moment with his eyes closed. After a few seconds, Reevan saw a yellow light quickly encompass his friend. It moved from the man's hand on his head down to his feet before heading back up again. A look of surprise surfaced on Talon's face when it was over. The robed man carried out his duties quickly and silently. When it was Rievin's turn, he noticed that a feeling of fatigue he hadn't even noticed deep from within him get expelled. He nodded his head with a new sense of appreciation for the inspection. "Don't think that we're just randomly hassling you guys," the first man spoke up. "Look over there." He pointed across the open space in front of the dungeon. Rievin and his friends followed the direction the man was pointing. On the other side of the square was a group of fellow adventurers, but they were moving about at an exaggeratedly slow pace. The looks on their faces were reminiscent of the group Rievin had decided not to approach the first day he was scouting out parties to join. "That party has been delving the dungeon for weeks before we got here," the knight explained. "While they're not tainted with demonic influence, there's something about this dungeon that seeps into your bones, and if it's not gotten rid of, you'll eventually turn out like them." Now that it was pointed out to him, Rievin was able to see other groups, people who were older and looked more experienced, also moving about listlessly. He frowned as he considered the implications. "My friends and I have actually been in there 3 times now," Rievin said. "We were with the conscription that settled the place." "Are there going to be any lingering effects from that?" "Shouldn't be," the man replied. "You say you were with the conscription, so you left for several months after going in there twice." Rievin nodded his head. "Then it shouldn't have had a chance to accumulate to a dangerous level. Once you guys left, it should have dissipated on its own without the chance to build up any further." Rievin nodded his head. He hadn't felt anything like what he was witnessing in the other parties. "Are those guys going to be fine?" he asked. "Should be." The church knight was actually pretty friendly and informative once Rievin and his party had acceded to their inspection. "We've been working with them every few days to dispel the lingering aura. It's working, but it will just take some more time and effort for those that started going into the dungeon before we got here." "That's good to know," Rievin said. "All right, you all are good to go." The armored man gave Rievin a nod as he gathered up his men and moved to the side to await more adventurers returning from their excursions. The robed man wiped sweat from his brow as he staggered along beside them. If it takes that much out of him just to handle 6 people, it makes sense that they would need to only work with the other parties every couple of days, Rievin thought. Then again, I don't know how many people he's treated before us. Rievin and his friends quickly put the oars back into their sacks. He felt a brief pang of guilt over not letting the church followers inspect their bags containing the experience crystals after the knights had turned out to actually be pretty decent fellows, but he quickly brushed it aside. The system should handle the experience conversion, and we don't want to expose the existence of the crystals. Never know what other people will do when faced with such wealth. "Well, now that that's over," Melissa said after they had tidied up their belongings, "we'll meet up tomorrow. Does lunch sound good to you?" "Perfect," Rievin replied after glancing at his 2 companions. "We'll see you then." Rievin waved to the other 3 as they separated. "By E," Larissa called out. She took a couple of steps walking backward as she enthusiastically waved to her new friends. Melissa placed a hand on her arm to keep her from falling over. "Hugh, I'm tired," Rievin said as they walked back towards their little house. "Tired?" Talon teased. "Kimberly and I were the ones that had to do all of the mining while you were off gallivanting with 2 cuties." "Who are 2 cuties?" Kimberly said with mock outrage. "I mean, gallivanting off with. Eric, were there 2 other people down on the 2nd floor with you?" "I can't remember," Talon said, his eyes wide. Rievin snorted at his friend. "Well, when you put it that way." Rievin copied his friend from earlier. He and Talon burst into laughter as Kimberly rolled her eyes. "Okay, so the day after the dungeon dive will be a rest day," Rievin said, "and the day before as well." Melissa nodded her head as she took a sip of her tea. Talon was shoveling food into his gullet with gusto like he had never eaten before, and Larissa and Kimberly had their heads together as they whispered about whatever topic struck their fancy. They would occasionally stop talking to giggle, but they ignored the rest of the room for the most part. Rievin was much more polite in his table manners than his counterpart, only taking bites when Melissa or someone else was speaking. Melissa and her group had impeccable manners, but the 3 girls didn't have nearly as large of an appetite as their male companions. Eric ate in silence, and Rievin almost forgot he was even there. "So dungeon rest, 1 day to ourselves, 1 day of training together as a full team, 2 days to ourselves, and then the last rest day before the next dungeon run." Melissa laid out the schedule they had come up with. "That works for us." Rievin finished his meal as he leaned back with a sigh. "So that means today is a rest day. You've been here longer than we have. Ever since the place started to become a proper town, is there anything to do around here?" "Not really, no," Melissa said as she set her cup down. "We've basically been hanging out in the tavern for the most part, inspecting parties that show up looking to team up like you guys did. Now that we're no longer looking for more members, we don't have any reason to stay cooped up." That's true," Rievin said. "Well, want to go look around, just the 2 of us?" Melissa asked with a tilt of her head. "Doesn't have to be," Rievin shrugged. "I'm sure Eric wouldn't want you going out alone." A grunt from across the table greeted Rievin's words. "It's up to you." "All right," Melissa said. "You, me, and Eric, let's go for a walk." She accompanied her words with action as she immediately got up from her seat and headed for the door. "What, right now?" Rievin said as he scrambled to follow. Eric calmly placed his utensil down and also got up from the table. Talon, you're I can't believe I'm saying this in charge of looking out for the girls while we're gone, Reevan called over his shoulder. I'll be sure to keep him safe, Kimberly called out. Hey, Talon's indignant remark reached Reevan's ears as they stepped out into the hallway. The trio quickly made their way down the stairs. The babble of voices and sounds of laughter briefly followed Reevan as they exited the tavern out into the open street. Melissa came to a halt after taking a couple of steps to get out of the way and turned to face him. I guess we can just walk around and see what there is, Melissa said. She brushed her hair behind her ear as she waited for Reevan's response. Yeah, that sounds good, Reevan said. He interlocked his fingers behind his head as the two started walking down the road. Eric followed them silently from behind. Sue, what's life in the capital like? Reevan said to break the silence. It's fine, Melissa replied. Coming from a well-established family affords certain freedoms and opportunities, while at the same time restricting others. She turned her head to glance at Eric briefly. For instance, I can't go anywhere by myself. I don't really mind that stipulation, as I know it keeps me safe. There are also places in the capital I can't go, but I don't really have an interest in going to those places anyway. Oh, like what? Reevan asked. The arena is one, Melissa replied. Generally, fights aren't to the death at the arena, but accidents happen. Also, despite being a combat class and going on dungeon dives, I'm sure my parents wouldn't want me being a spectator of any gruesome scenes that might arise. Fighting and killing monsters is one thing, but fighting and potentially killing other humans is another, entirely. But people seem to be drawn to it, and it isn't always like that. Sometimes there are monster fights as well. Adventurers can accept missions to capture monsters alive to supply to the arena, and the school even allows the students to participate in such endeavors from time to time. Okay, that doesn't sound so bad, actually, Reevan said. It's really not, but my parents are quite protective and don't want me to go witness such a bloody spectacle. It sounds hypocritical, I know, but it has more to do with my age than anything. I can understand it, actually. What other sorts of places can't you go? Gambling dens, brothels, places like that. Unsavory places for children, mostly. Melissa glanced at Reevan out of the corner of her eye. Do you really want me to expound on the places I can't go? You're the one who brought it up, Reevan replied with a chuckle. Haha, yeah, you're right, Melissa said. Anyway, there are a lot of grand places, too. The Magic Academy is probably the most spectacular. It's not just a place for teaching young students, like me and my sister. It's also a place of true academics and magical marvels. There's also the theater and museum, and other places of high society. Many of the established families and nobles will also host events for each other. There's a web of relationships between the families in the capital, but I have a lot of friends I can introduce you in the future, if you do end up going to the capital. Yeah, more friends are always good, Reevan said. Just by being my friend and running in my circles will automatically give some others a negative opinion of you, though. I'll be sure to warn you when the time comes. Speaking of, Reevan said as a thought entered his head, do you know of a family that has a son named Ren and a daughter named Lin? I don't know their surname or anything about them, really, but I know they're cozying up to the Duke of this duchy. Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Our family doesn't really have any positive or negative relations of anyone from this region. There aren't any benefits or resources for us to compete for as we don't have a base or any industries out here. Why? Are you interested in that Lin girl? Melissa leaned forward as she asked in a teasing voice. Hardly, Reevan scoffed. I had a run-in with Ren. I didn't bow to his will and he took it personally. Tried to have me killed and everything. Really. You've led an exciting life, Melissa said with a chuckle. I'll let my family know to steer clear of theirs. Well, the verdict is still out on that, Reevan replied. Lin found me and explained that his actions had nothing to do with them, and she expressed that they wanted to let bygones be bygones. If they raised one wolf, they raised another, Melissa said with a serious tone. I'd stay away from them in the future if you can help it, regardless of what she told you. Yeah, I didn't have any plans entangling myself with them. I just wanted to know if you knew anything about them so I could get a better gauge of the sincerity in her words. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. It's fine, Reevan waved her off. Reevan and Melissa had been caught up in their conversation, and before they realized it, they had reached the edge of the small base. Reevan looked around and noticed there wasn't anything out there, so he turned back around, and the two headed back towards the center of the growing town. Now that he was paying attention, Reevan could see the constant activity surrounding them. People continued to build more houses, storefronts, and workshops. He could tell that a lot of time and effort was being invested into the town, and with the knowledge of what the dungeon contained, he could foresee this becoming a center of power one day. As long as the Church of Light is willing to set up a local ministry, Reevan thought, the consequences of accruing the negative aura from the dungeon could be disastrous, and people aren't likely to stay away in the face of the opportunity. Reevan and Melissa continued walking around through the streets, thoughts and conversation focused on the future. Exiting dungeon. Calculating first floor complete. Combat experience, X plus 400. Boss defeated, X plus 400. First floor completion bonus, X plus 500. Calculating, second floor, incomplete. Combat experience, X plus 7,000. Total experience, 8,300. Whoa, 7,000 experience for fighting the monsters on the second floor, and that's divided between the members. Rievin was shocked at the incredible jump in experience. It was more experience than even his share from the experience crystals his group had retained. The one dungeon delve had boosted him a whole 4 levels. He had passively gained a level from the monthly experience calculations he had received from the training he and his friends did before they left civilization, so he was now 2/3 of the way through the first tier. Rievin continued to look through his notifications as he sat on his bed. Select a class skill. Available class skills. Intimidate 0. Cause fear and hesitation into equal strength opponents. Chance to stun weaker enemies. Power swing 0. Transfer momentum into the impact area, causing knockback. Flame blade 10. Coat your blade in a raging inferno. Able to extend the length of the flame blade with additional mana. Rievin didn't even have to decide on his new class skill, as the new flame blade skill he had unlocked was simply too amazing to pass up. Depending on how powerful and mana-intensive the skill is, I might be able to tackle the first floor and the first couple of rooms of the second floor solo. He selected the skill without hesitation. Okay, now let's pull up the skill level ups notification. Exploring a region filled with and fighting tier 3 monsters, even if they're weaker, really gives a lot of skill experience. 2. Rievin mused. Considering I had already surpassed the actual mastery level of expert with my weapons master skill, I didn't have a bottleneck at 50. Fighting against a horde of revenants on the second floor gave me more skill levels than any manner of intense training I could get with my dad or friends. Having to make up the stats difference with the skill plays a significant role, too. Once I gain more levels and stats, the skill growth should normalize. Rievin pulled up his full status. Status name, Rievin class, fighter LVL 20 age, 10 health, 950 stamina, 1800 mana, 660 physical stats, mental stats STR, 85 INT, 67 VIT, 95 mag, 65 dex, 85 CLA, 34 CHA, 7 per, 41 LUK, 8 bloodline, unknown 1010 million experience, 1761 2000. Skills Tier 1, Aim 25, Athleticism 42, Balance 43, Drawing 19, Hammond 20 max, Hiding 26, Horsemanship 6, Map Making 11, Mathematics 17, Marching 15, Medium Armor 30, Mining 12, Observation 38, Penmanship 24, Piano 0, Ride 11, Running 40, Shields 40, Sneaking 22, Stealing 9, Swimming 0, Woodworking 11. Tier 2, Acrobatics 26, Eavesdropping 23, Evasion 34, Forced March 13, Linguistics 10, Mana Absorption 46, Mana Circulation 23, Meditation 24, Numbers Concepts 9, Pain Resistance 35, Pickpocket 6, Sense Mana 51, Stealth 16, Strategy 11, Tactics 20. Tier 3, Battlefield Awareness 11, Blind Fighting 8, Command 8, Danger Sense 6, Identify All 14, Inspire 10, Mana Conjuration 21, Mana Manipulation 23, Mana Shield 11, Mana Sight 27, Mental Fortitude 30. Tier 4, Dreams of the Past 14, Iron Will 8, Mana Weapon 14, Spatial Awareness 17. Tier 6, Akashic Record 1, Weapons Master 51. Affinities Tier 1, Air 30, Earth 30, Fire 30, Water 30. Tier 2, Ice 16, Magma 16, Metal 16, Plasma 16, Wood 16. Tier 3, Darkness 20, Light 20. Class Skills, Devastating Strike 76, Deal 177 damage. Cleave 62, Reset Stance at an accelerated rate of 172. Charge 63, Sprint towards the target at 173, absolute maximum speed. Quick Draw 55, accelerate the draw speed of a sheathed weapon by 55. Flame Blade 10, coat your blade in a raging inferno, able to extend the length of the flame blade with additional mana. Available Intimidate 0, Power Swing 0. Rievin nodded in satisfaction as he got up. He walked into the shared living space, and Talon was already busy cooking breakfast. While the food they prepared for themselves wasn't nearly as good as the fare provided by the professional cooks at the tavern, it was still a step up from eating rations for every meal. Talon is probably working on his cooking skill. He's always the first to jump at preparing the meals. What's your skill up to now? Rievin asked as he took a seat at the table. Kimberly was already waiting and gave him a nod in greeting. What skill? Talon called out over his shoulder. Your cooking skill. What else? Reevan said. I don't have the cooking skill, Talon replied. Then why are you always the one cooking? Cause I'm hungry. Reevan rolled his eyes at the response. Though I probably will unlock the skill soon. All right then, hungry man, pay attention to what you're doing and stop talking to me. You need to focus if you're ever going to unlock the skill. You're the one talking to me. You don't have to answer back. Kimberly shook her head, already used to the interaction. Reevan tapped the tabletop as he waited the final few minutes for his friend to finish. Talon brought over a platter with scrambled eggs and bacon, and the three friends helped themselves to fill the plates that had already been waiting. Reevan eyed the bacon with appreciation. They didn't have any way to store raw meats, so Talon or Kimberly must have gone out in the morning to procure it before Reevan got up. See, if you hadn't been talking to me and instead had been focusing on your task, this would almost be edible, Reevan said after taking a bite. I don't see you putting your fork down, Talon retorted. No problem, Talon nodded at the appreciation. They quickly scarfed down their breakfast, and Reevan took up the dishes and washed them. It was only right for him to take the task upon himself, as his friends had done all of the preparation. All right, time for some real skill training, Reevan said as he toweled off his hands. Kimberly had dried the plates and utensils and put them away as Reevan handed them to her after cleaning. Talon groaned as he got up from the table to get his gear. Do we have to? Can't we take a break? He dragged his feet as he entered his room. We went over this already, Reevan replied with a gleeful grin. Plus, we had a break yesterday. You know what I mean, Talon called from his room. One day isn't a break. We should take a couple of weeks off. We'd still go into the dungeon, of course, speaking of. We need to go turn in the ores for cash later today, but a couple weeks of taking it easy otherwise would be nice. Despite his complaining, Talon still dutifully kitted himself out and rejoined Reevan and Kimberly. Stop complaining, Kimberly said while tapping her foot with her arms crossed. Don't you want to dance with me? Yeah, but not that kind of dancing. Well, if you do my kind of dancing, I'll do your kind of dancing. Later, Kimberly supplied. What are you two standing around waiting for? Talon said as he headed out the door. We have training to do. Reevan and Kimberly shared a look before following Talon out to the space they had available for sparring. Reevan sucked in a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. He lowered his sword and leaned against the wall as he struggled to catch his breath. He gripped the collar to his shirt and armor and pulled them away from his body to let the trapped heat escape. There wasn't as much as he thought there would be. Aren't you guys hot? Reevan called to his two friends who were continuing to spar with their spears. This humidity is killing me. What's this? Talon said as he disengaged his sparring. Is Reevan slacking off? Reevan gave him a level look. You know perfectly well I'm not slacking off. Reevan pulled his tesson out and fanned himself with it. It's just really hot and humid. I feel like I'm swimming in the air. I don't really notice any difference, Talon shrugged. I mean, yeah, it's hot, but it's not any different than it was before. Kimberly walked up with a concerned look on her face and placed her hand on Reevan's forehead. She frowned as she contemplated for a moment. You're not running a fever or anything, she said. Maybe you really do need to take a break. Your martial skills are perfectly acceptable for the dungeon at this point, but you need to use your mana skills down on the second floor. Maybe you should just focus your efforts on that. Didn't you get a new class skill? I would work on that if I were you. Yeah, what she said, Talon said as he slung his spear over his shoulders. What you say makes a lot of sense, Reevan said. My new class skill is Flame Blade, though. Not sure if working on that is going to help with the heat. Reevan chuckled. Then you'll just have to doubly focus on your mana shield that you used in the dungeon to protect yourself from the heat. Speaking of, Reevan said as a thought came to him, I want to try something with that. Melissa said she could anchor her spell to the ambient mana, and I want to see if I can do the same thing with your weapons and armor. There might be a way for you and Eric, I suppose, to actually participate in the second floor. Whoa, now, Talon said as he held his hand up. I want nothing to do with that nonsense. I'm perfectly happy working in the mines. Kimberly nodded her head in agreement. Well, yeah, we already decided to wait until you guys reach Tier 2, but you'll have to go down there with me at some point, Reevan reasoned. I'll be a lot more secure if I'm able to give you guys some protection, and you're sure to gain a lot more life experience if you're able to actually meaningfully participate. Okay, well, what do you need us to do? Talon asked. Let me see if I can imbue your spear from all the way over here first. You don't have to do anything, just stand there. Talon nodded and the three friends went into comfortable silence as Reevan focused on projecting his mana towards the spear as Talon and Kimberly patiently watched. Reevan pulled his mana forth like he normally would and looked at it pooled in his hand. I've never actually tried extending it away from my body before. He wasn't entirely sure how to go about the task, so he would just have to try different things until it either worked or didn't. I should have asked Melissa how she anchored her spell when I had the chance. I didn't really think about it at the time. For his first attempt, Reevan simply attempted to float his spinning ball of mana toward Talon, who was standing about 6 feet away. The ball moved at a slow pace, and it wobbled about a bit as he didn't have perfect control over its movement. It was akin to moving a ball through a tunnel of ice, but the slipping occurred from all sides simultaneously, yet he could move it in any direction. It felt incredibly strange. The ball of mana slowly dissipated as it lost the mana Rievin had used to fuel it to the environment. I could either pump a lot more mana in and see if that works, or I can tether it to myself to keep fueling it. I'll go with the tether first, as that's likely to cost less mana. He repeated his exercise, but this time he kept the ball attached to himself with a thin string of mana that he used to maintain the balance of output with dissipation. The amount of mana required to keep the ball from growing smaller got larger and larger the further away it reached, as even the mana he was using to supply it was slowly dissipating. The ball of mana reached about 5 feet away, and the tether suddenly snapped. Rievin shook his head as he let his control of the ball go. Rievin didn't know if it was because the tether was too thin or if he just wasn't skilled enough to move it further. He tried again, but this time he doubled the thickness of the tether. It snapped at about the same distance away. Okay, so it's based on my skill and not the tether. Good to know. Well, have you done anything yet? Talon's voice brought Rievin back to his senses, and he sheepishly looked at his friends. I'm holding you guys up, Rievin said. I can experiment with this on my own while you guys practice. I'll let you know once I figure something out. All right, sounds good to me, Talon said as he looked at Kimberly. Shall we? Yeah, let's get back to it. Rievin placed his sword a couple of feet away from himself on the ground as his friends moved back to their position to continue their sparring session. Rievin sat cross-legged as he stared at the sword. He leaned forward and rested his chin in his left hand. He resumed his practice as he stretched his right hand out and channeled his mana to his sword. With it placed only a couple of feet away and his hand extended out, it wasn't too far for him to extend his mana this time. He made contact with the sword, and he felt his mana's dissipation slow down a bit as it was no longer just floating in the air. He was able to infuse his mana through the tether and encompass the entire weapon. Now I need to figure out how to anchor it. He used his mana sight to watch the motes of ambient mana surrounding the sword. His brow furrowed as he attempted to send out a small tendril from the mana and attach it to one of the free-floating sparks. The environment had a lot of mana constantly present, and there were many motes that were even in contact with the sword itself. Rievin didn't choose to try and use any of the mana directly touching the blade, though, as he wanted to actually see what exactly he was doing. The tendril came in contact with a mote, and Rievin willed it to meld together with it. A cascading chain of events happened when he easily accomplished the task. The mote directly touching the mana stopped moving about as soon as they connected, and it created a sort of suction that drew more mana motes immediately near it to join the connection. This in turn caused the ethereal mana to provide a constant, small source of fuel. The magnetic effect was very small, though, and only a few other motes joined their brethren. Rievin could tell that it wouldn't be enough to maintain the mana surrounding the sword for very long. He did the same thing in several other spots all around, this time choosing motes that were directly in contact with his own mana, as he no longer needed to see it. Once a sufficient number of anchors formed for him to tell, it would last about 10 minutes or so. Adding further points no longer provided any benefit. He retracted his tendril from the sword, and he could see that his mana kept its shape without him providing any more mana to it. Success! Rievin yelled out as he threw his hands in the air in triumph. He was only able to do it to something a couple of feet away from him, so it wouldn't be viable in the midst of combat, but it would be invaluable for his friends on the second floor if he charged their gear up before combat. He might even be able to convince Melissa or Larissa to share in the mana cost and do the same thing for Eric. I can't use mana shield from a distance, but simply infusing their shield and armor should be good enough to ensure survivability. Rievin grabbed his sword and stood up. The mana anchors were attached to the mana around the sword, and the points connecting to the ambient mana moved freely. He was pleased to see that moving it about didn't affect the process of drawing in more mana. All right, I figured it out, Rievin called over to his friends. It'll be easier to do it when I'm touching your gear, so we'll have to do it before combat, and there's a time limit, but it should work. Sounds good, Talon replied. The momentary distraction caused Kimberly to press her spear through his defenses and land a hit on his side. They were using staves with rounded tips that they had bought from one of the storefronts, and combined with their armor, they moved freely in their sparring sessions. Ack. Talon called out in an exaggerated manner. Look at you distracting me again. How am I ever going to level up my skills if you won't let me focus? You didn't have to answer me, Rievin shrugged. Heck, maybe you'll get a focus-based skill with all of my distractions. I'm helping you. Yeah, some help, Talon said as he stretched. Kimberly smirked at him. He shook his head and resumed his sparring with her. Now to work on my new class skill, Flame Blade. Rievin resumed his practice. Show me again if you don't mind, Rievin said. The two groups had got together to conduct some training together to polish their teamwork. Rievin and the two girls had already developed a rapport with each other on the second floor, but Talon and Kimberly could use more work, especially once they joined the rest deeper in the dungeon. Larissa activated her fire bolt spell. It was incredibly cheap, and it was the most simple spell she had access to. Melissa was standing off to the side waiting for her turn, and the other three non-casters were practicing together with their mana-infused gear. They needed to figure out the timing so they wouldn't suddenly be stuck with their mundane gear no longer protecting them from the revenants. With the amount of focus they're putting to keeping track of their gear, they may even unlock the mana sense skill. From what I know, one doesn't need to be able to use mana to be able to sense it. It's just much harder for them. The way they had determined to time the mana infusion was to set a timer, and they staggered when the gear was infused for each person. They would then spar while trying to pick out all of the small details that the mana infusion added, like the change in weapon speed as it cut through the air or the sound it made. They were having a hard time of it for now, but Rievin was optimistic they would get it down eventually. Rievin had set to himself the task of observing the simple bolt spell from Larissa and Melissa in turn. If he was able to figure out a more complicated spell, like Flame Blade that used Inferno, then he was confident he could replicate that feat with something easier. Sure, there had been a little cheating involved with the way they had gone about unlocking that spell, but Rievin was determined to learn as much spellcraft as possible while he had the chance. The mana that Larissa used for the spell wasn't directly under her control, so she wasn't able to slow it down for Rievin every time she activated it as a class skill. She and her sister would freehand the spell occasionally, since it was the cheapest and simplest spell, but even with much larger mana pools than Rievin, doing it consistently over and over again wasn't viable. Rievin focused his mana sight on the mana that formed in Larissa's hand as it built up. The activation time for the bolt spell was very short, though, so Rievin only had a fraction of a second to parse what was happening. The mana didn't form in a spiral like the way Rievin pulled his own mana out to manipulate it manually. It instead formed a shell of the projectile before it braided itself inside and created intricate patterns in the form of pillars supporting the shell. Those braided patterns are probably what give it the necessary properties, and forming as pillars supporting the shell probably gives it the reinforcement to have an impact. He could tell that his forming of the arrows and daggers and other weapons he created with his mana weapon skill were rudimentary at best. He would need to learn the complicated braids if he was ever to give any real power to his mana arsenal. After a fraction of a second, the fire bolt launched itself at the target. The group had left the confines of the budding town so as to practice their spells without accidentally setting a fire or injuring a bystander. The spell slammed into a boulder a short distance away, chipping off some fragments and leaving a scorch mark on the surface. Larissa wasn't accumulating any more mana than was necessary, so the damage caused by the spell was pretty superficial against something like a boulder. Melissa's ice bolt spells did even less damage. It still caused fragments to shatter, but it only left an icy imprint of where the impact was afterward. Larissa's heat had started to actually melt portions of the rock after repeated use. Rievin closed his eyes and replayed the scene in his mind's eye. He combined it with all of the other examples he had been given. While he was lost in thought, he held his hand out and manipulated his own mana to try and recreate the braids that he had witnessed. Rievin was able to pinpoint 3 separate types of braids from Larissa's spell, and Melissa's spells also contained 3. The 2 spells shared 2 of the braids, but the third for each was unique to itself. Rievin wasn't able to figure out what each of the braids did yet, and he asked the 2 girls not to tell him until he had a chance to try and figure it out for himself. I'm sure the secrets will become more readily apparent once I'm able to actually form the braids properly in a timely manner. The problem that Rievin was running into wasn't that he wasn't able to copy the pattern of the braids, but that it took him so long to create them that the mana started to dissipate on the first parts and affected the entire structure. He needed to be able to form the braid almost instantly in order to succeed. A higher affinity means easier control of the elements, higher mana manipulation means more precise movements of the threads, and a higher mana pool can be used to brute force through it. That's probably the root cause of why it's so hard to freehand these spells. Being able to use the system to cast the spells not only automates all of the intricate maneuvers, but it also allows one to have a blueprint much more accessible for research. How long did it take you guys to figure out how to freehand these easier spells? Rievin asked, his eyes still closed and his mana still moving. Larissa tapped her chin as she thought about the question. I think it took me 3 months to get all of it right, but that was only with 1 braid each in the spell. The system puts several of each type when it handles it for us, and that took me almost a year to be able to do. My results were about the same, give or take a few days, Melissa said. You're actually getting a lot further along on your first day than either of us did. I'm pretty impressed. Yeah, it's not fair that a martial brute is able to pick it up so easily. Well, to be frank, I already told you that my mental stats were actually my highest inherent stats. The conscription forced me into a martial class, Rievin explained. I'm not sure if I would have taken a caster class at tier 2 or not, but my mother has been training me on my mana skills for several years now. I had always wondered why she only ever really focused on sensing the different elements and improving my affinities. Now, with how complicated even the simplest spell is, I finally get it. Yeah, in order to unlock the lower tier caster classes, you don't have to be able to cast spells, you just have to have the necessary affinities, Melissa supplied. For rarer, higher tier classes, though, you would need to be able to do a lot of these things on your own. The system is only ever a base built upon your own foundations, and if you slack off in your own research and practice in the early stages, you'll forever be relegated to uncommon, which is the lowest rarity of caster classes. That also means you'll never reach beyond tier 4. Why is that? Because you'll not be powerful enough to move further up the levels, Rievin asked. No, you'll literally never be able to advance, Melissa shook her head. In order to reach tier 4, you have to have an uncommon tier 3 class. That's simple enough for caster classes, as like I said, that's the minimum rarity for us. However, in order to get to tier 5, you have to have a rare tier 4 class, and so on and so forth beyond that. Tier 8 is the highest tier, and in order to reach it, you have to have a mythic tier 7 class to advance. If you skimp out on your foundations in your foundational classes, it becomes magnitudes harder to unlock higher rarity classes. The system doesn't recognize a tier 4 uncommon class figuring out the mana braids as equivalent life experience as a tier 2 uncommon class doing the same. You can imagine why there's a dearth of higher levels, especially in a tier 1 region like this. It's not just lack of experience and resources, it's a lack of opportunities on a fundamental level. Rievin frowned at the new information. He was sure his parents would have eventually told him whenever it became relevant to do so. He already had an epic class at tier 1 after all, and he was working towards gaming the system to get an epic tier 2 class as well. They probably weren't too worried about him needing the information so soon. That leads me to 2 questions, Rievin said as he temporarily halted his practice to focus on the conversation. 1, if there are magic and knight academies in the capital, where are all the graduates? And 2, why don't more people of means attempt to force a higher tier class at a lower tier like our situation? He gestured towards himself and his 2 friends to indicate who he was talking about. Oh, I know the answer to the first question. Larissa jumped up and down until Melissa gestured for her to go ahead. The top graduates get sent to the higher tier 2 region. Our kingdom isn't completely independent. There's a higher authority in a more mana-dense region, and the top talents move on. From what I know, there's a similar situation in the tier 2 region as well. The rest of the graduates are attached to the noble or established families. Melissa nodded her head at the explanation. To answer your second question, Melissa said, conscription is the only way that we know of to force a tier 2 class on a tier 1 person. The more established families aren't willing to have their children lose their autonomy like that, and the nobles are barred from doing so altogether. I suppose someone of a noble background living in another country, for whatever reason, might be subject to it, but will probably never know, as that situation is very unlikely to occur. Rievin managed to keep a straight face as Melissa answered his question. As for the academy being an avenue to force a tier 3 class at tier 2, it is well known that that is a possibility, but there are 2 problems with that. First, without the more established families allowing for their offspring to have a tier 2 initial class, it is much harder for them to accrue enough power to be able to get the necessary life experience at tier 2 to be able to force the tier 3, and people from a non-established family have an even harder time with fewer resources and opportunities. Secondly, one cannot gain too many levels in tier 2, or it locks into place. Tier 1 classes are the same for everyone, and they aren't anything special other than nobles, but tier 2 classes integrate with your soul once you reach level 10, so much so that it cannot be replaced. That means my sister and I are already unqualified. Think of it like building a house. Like I said, the earlier classes are foundational. If you only have a few bricks laid, you can adjust the blueprint at any time, but once you start getting the walls and supports put in place, it will be impossible to meaningfully change anything. Also, as far as anyone knows, tier 1 and 2 are the only times one can force a higher tier. The higher tier classes reward life experience, stats, and achievements with higher rarity options. It's theoretically possible to receive a divine rarity class at tier 3, but I'm confident enough to say that in all of history, it has never happened. Everything involving the divine tier, whether it be skills or classes, involves a higher plane, and they operate on different rules. Mythical class is the highest tier anyone can get on their own, and I've never heard of a tier 3 mythical class. There's probably some legendary tier 3 classes out in the higher regions. They have the same basic rules as everything else. There's 8 of them, but not anywhere we're likely to see in our lifetime. That's a lot to think about, Rievin said. You have a good chance of forcing a tier 3 class in tier 2, but running this dungeon is a double-edged sword. It gives you the necessary life experience, and I'm sure you can get some amazing achievements, but you also have to worry about getting too much experience and leveling up too quickly at the same time. Good thing I'm able to siphon experience off into my bloodline, Reevan thought. With the amount of experience required to upgrade it, I thought I wouldn't be doing so anytime soon, but it looks like that might be an integral part in my plan now. Sure, that's a problem to figure out when the time comes, though, Reevan replied. He wasn't going to expose all of his secrets, no matter how friendly he was with his new team. All right, let's get back to work, Reevan said as he indicated for Melissa to cast her spell. I'm sure I'll have enough to work on the braids on my own after a few more examples. I can feel it. Sure, Melissa said with a smile. Sir, we have another group of adventurers that ignored our advice and continued to delve the dungeon, Jocelyn reported to the Sword Bishop. They managed to make it out alive, but that leaves another 3 groups that haven't come back for an extended period of time. I went ahead and ordered a squire to tell the local Adventurers Guild branch to mark them as presumed deceased. Sword Bishop Nick sighed as he rubbed his temples. He mumbled something to himself, and Jocelyn could faintly hear something about idiots. Show me. The Sword Bishop got up from behind his desk. Jocelyn led him out of his command tent and escorted him to the infirmary they had set up. Jocelyn was a sword priest of the Church of Light. His family was one of the more established ones from the capital, and they had gained their first footing in society through an ancestor who had risen through the ranks of the church, so they had a long history with the faith. Many of the noble families would send off their younger offspring to serve in the military or one of the churches so as not to interfere with succession, but his family was slightly different. They sent their firstborn to the church. There was no stipulation against getting married or having children, so serving in the church didn't interfere with the firstborn's duty to take over the family in the future. Jocelyn was an only child, so he doubly didn't have to worry about the matter of succeeding as the head of his house, but as a particularly pious family, they generally had strong bonds and didn't have situations where there was internal strife. He had practically been raised in the church, his father being fairly high ranked among the sword priests, as they called their military arm. While sword priest was a rank, it was also the term used to refer to them as a whole. Jocelyn had recently been promoted, and his first assignment saw him traveling all the way out to the frontier, where some demon-infested dungeon had spawned. The stink of the local mana permeated everything. As a righteous scion of the Church of Light, all of their members were particularly sensitive to demonic influences. The church wasn't an official, state-mandated organization, but they were afforded many liberties. As such, the sword priests had set up a separate encampment outside of the palisade. They didn't want any rumors of fraternization, and neither did the officials overseeing the new settlement. Jocelyn and Sword Bishop Nix quickly made their way to the large infirmary tent. Real buildings had been commissioned to be built nearby from the locals, as the situation involving the dungeon was likely to require a permanent presence. Jocelyn had no idea how long he would be required to stay out in the boonies, but he didn't mind too much. It was his duty to search out and destroy heresy. The 2 men ducked into the tent, and the demonic mana that was ever present intensified immediately. It was oozing off of the bodies of many adventurers that were laid up on the cots set out. Priests moved about seeking to dispelling the demonic toxins, but they weren't specialized in medicine or healing. The local guards had to provide any healers, and they had their own duties to see to, so they weren't on hand at all times. As the pair navigated toward the new additions, one of the adventurers waiting for treatment leaned over and vomited black blood into a bucket by his side. Sword Bishop Nix didn't even spare him a glance, but Jocelyn instinctively shied away a bit. Disgusting. Even after they had already fallen victim to the symptoms associated with the demonic mana, these adventurers were just too greedy and couldn't stay out of the dungeon. These groups were among the first that arrived, and they're the worst off. Jocelyn showed his superior to the furthest, newest occupants of the tent. If Reevan had been present, he would have recognized them as the dour group that he had avoided in the tavern. These men had already been treated once, and they were warned that they should stay out of the dungeon for several weeks so they could recover, but they simply chose to put up a notice to recruit some more people to make up for their diminished state and kept going. Luckily, the people they teamed up with were conscientious enough to drag them out of the dungeon and not just leave them to their fate. Sword Bishop Nix inspected the new people in his care before turning to one of the priests. These men were lucky they had already received a treatment before they went down this last time. They should survive. See to it that they get the proper care, he ordered. The priest in question gave a salute and marked it down. I think we should just put them to the sword and call it done, Jocelyn said as the 2 stepped out of the tent. Sword Priest Jocelyn, while it is in our purview to stamp out heresy wherever it is found, it should always be the last option, the Sword Bishop rebuked. These men didn't willingly submit themselves to heresy, so we should do all in our power to cure them. You misunderstand me, sir, Jocelyn replied. I said we should put them to the sword as a mercy. While they have a slim chance of survival, it's not looking good for the first few groups. We could end their suffering. Yes, I see, Sword Bishop Nix said. However, they are all children in the light, and suffering is a way of life. Nobody can escape suffering, and as such, we shouldn't resort to the sword of mercy unless we have to. Everyone should get a chance, and we'll make sure they get it until the very last moment. If we start ending suffering out of mercy, we run the risk of choosing to do so more easily in the future. And then what will become the very darkness we stand against? I understand, sir, Jocelyn replied. He wasn't fully convinced, but he wasn't the one ultimately in charge or responsible. He would follow his orders, even if he didn't fully agree with them. My faith is strong enough that I wouldn't fall to the darkness and become a butcher, he thought to himself. He looked around at the other sword priests attending to their duties, though I suppose the sword bishop has a point. We can't only be concerned with ourselves. As the officers, we need to be mindful of those in our charge as well. Stand up straight, squire, Jocelyn corrected a man on duty. Don't let yourself become slovenly. We must avoid even the appearance of it. Yes, sir, the man saluted and straightened his posture. Jocelyn kept a critical eye out for all of the sword priests as he made his way back to his tent. It is especially important to make sure we don't let anything affect our mindset so close to the infestation. This dungeon is an insidious beast, just waiting to clutch the unsuspecting in its claws. Emelian sat on the couch to hand-knit some smaller, more delicate projects. She didn't always do all of her work on the loom, but the things she produced to sell were usually larger things she created quickly. For the more personal items she made, she liked to do it by hand. It felt more intimate to know that something her daughters wore was made with her hands directly. She wasn't currently making a more intimate piece of clothing, though. Instead, her eyes were focused beyond what her hands were doing, and she manipulated her mana in intricate braids and patterns over and over again. Her mastery of braiding mana had astounded her tutors, and it was what had enabled her to unlock the weaver designation instead of simply mage when she became a light weaver. She had found that practicing her needlework, that her mother had insisted she learn as a child any noble lady needs to know certain, delicate skills, she would say directly translated to her ability to perceive and manipulate mana threads into braids. She had made it a habit to continue practicing both as they compounded each other's growth. It was the main reason she had taken up the persona as a talented weaver to provide some extra income for her family. Once Reevan gets back from his adventure in the dungeons, he should have just unlocked his caster class, or be about to, and I can move on to the next stage of his training. If he hadn't been so insistent on practicing his martial skills so much, we would have had more time for this. She looked over at her daughters, Kylie and Riley, affectionately as they wove baskets made out of grass. The odd flower bud was interspersed with the grass laces. Emelian thought back to the flower crowns they had made on the road to Magron. That little act of theirs had woken her, and refix up to the fact that they needed to seriously start guiding their development. The girls hadn't realized exactly what they were doing, and they weren't intentionally manipulating mana, but they probably had unlocked the skill. She didn't know as they weren't quite as forthcoming about it as Reevan had been. They sought each other's counsel more than anything, but they didn't intentionally hide things, either. They had begun to subconsciously infuse their intent into their little creations more and more. It didn't always manifest as a complete magical item, but it wasn't infrequent. They could really benefit from buckling down on some official training in their mana skills and mental stats. The only problem was that they had an utter lack of any motivation to do any serious training, completely opposite of their brother. Emelian had had to trick them into practicing. She had instructed them that each time they wanted to go out and pick flowers and other things to make their little crafts, they had to first weave a grass basket to carry it in, and they had to make a new one every time. The two girls hadn't understood why it was necessary to make a new basket every single time, and they had expressed as much. Emelian smiled at the memory of their conversation. But Moem, there's a perfectly good one right here, Kylie had complained. She grabbed Emelian's arm and swung it about. We don't need a new one, Riley added on, swinging Emelian's other arm. Well, take those ones that you've already made apart, Emelian advised. Be careful not to tear the grass while you do so. Once you dismantle it, build it again, but this time, do something different. Try and incorporate some different colors into shapes and patterns. Give it a unique look. You can sport new fashion every time you go out of the house. The two girls looked at their already made baskets in thought. Emelian could see the gears whirling in their minds as they imagined the different things they could do. After all, making new, cute things was the entire point of them going out to collect more flowers. All right, Mommy, Kylie and Riley said in unison. That had been several weeks ago, and the two girls had quickly become experts in designing new and interesting looks for their grass baskets. Mommy, look. Kylie came running over, followed immediately behind by a beaming Riley. We made something completely new. It's completely new, Riley added. Oh, show Mommy what you've made. Emelian faced her daughters as she assumed a look of rapt attention. Kylie held up her basket for Emelian to inspect. She had somehow managed to incorporate all of the tiny, minuscule color distortions and blemishes in the grass into the outline of a woman in a flowing dress with braided hair over her shoulder. "This is magnificent," Emelian exclaimed. She meant it. "Look at mine, look at mine." Riley thrust her basket forward. She had similarly used the imperfections to craft a little masterpiece. Her basket sported the outline of a man in armor, a sword's hilt peeking over his shoulder. "It's Princess Amelie, like in your stories," Kylie said while pointing to the woman. "She has a braid like yours." Kylie reached over and gave her mother's braid a tug. Emelian was able to see that her daughter had somehow incorporated the pattern on the braid into her work in elaborate detail. "Mine is Knight Fenrix, Amelie's trusty bodyguard," Riley nearly shouted in her excitement. "See, he has the dragon head pommel on his sword." Sure enough, a little depiction of a dragon's head was on the hilt sticking out from the man's shoulder. Emelian could feel an unusually strong mana fluctuation coming from the two baskets, so she threw and inspected them. Princess Amelie's basket. "It holds the hope of her people." Knight Fenrix's basket. "It holds the weight of his responsibility." Emotions threatened to overwhelm her as she accepted the baskets from her daughters and held them. A single tear fell from her eye, but she quickly mastered herself. "Why are you crying, Mommy?" Kylie leaned forward and peered up at her mother. "Why are you crying?" Riley put her head right next to her sister's. "It's nothing," Emelian said as she wiped the tear away. "I'm just so happy at what you two have been able to do." She put a bright smile on her face. She was happy, and not just at the amazing things the two girls had crafted. The words described in the notification about the two magical baskets weren't empty. She felt a tangible weight that she hadn't noticed was their lift from her shoulders as she had accepted the baskets. She felt more fresh and clear-headed than she had in years. "These baskets mark an important milestone for you girls, so we won't be taking these ones apart," Emelian said as she got up. She took the baskets and placed them on the mantelpiece to be displayed. "You can make new ones to use for your flower gathering, but Mommy's going to be selfish and keep these for herself." "Okay, Mommy," Kylie said, "but..." "You have to tell us another story," Riley finished the sentence. "It's payment for services rendered. It's payment." Emelian chuckled at her two daughters as she resumed her seat on the couch. The girls took up space, half sitting on the couch and half sitting in her lap on either side of her. "Now, where were we?" Emelian asked, looking back and forth between Kylie and Riley. Amelie and Fenrix had just embarked on their quest to find the holy amulet to wake her sleeping siblings. Kylie chimed in, bouncing up and down in her seat. "To wake her sleeping siblings," Riley echoed. Right, Emelian said. It was a good thing she had already mastered her emotions. She felt her heartstrings tug at the mention of Amelie's siblings. She took a deep breath and began her edited version of events. Princess Amelie bravely rode forth on her steed, the handsome Fenrix in his gleaming armor dutifully escorting her. "You're a bastard, a gremlin, an oaf." Emelian stomped her foot as she shouted at the man who had kidnapped her away from her family. He had snatched her from the arms of her younger brother and sister and dragged her all the way out into the wilderness without even a glance back. "I'm not an oaf," Rafik said defensively. He sat in front of their campfire and stared into the flames with a distant look. His armor was nicked and scarred, covered in scorch marks and scratches adorning every part of it. Soot marred the features of his face, and exhaustion was the only emotion he was able to display. The elaborate red cape that completed the ensemble of an imperial bodyguard was tattered and torn, and he had stripped it off to give to Emelian to use as a blanket. She had scoffed at the gesture and threw it back in his face. He had simply shrugged and used it as a pillow. The two had narrowly escaped from the imperial capital and had fled for well over a full day before they had to stop to get some rest or risk collapsing. The incursion had started at dusk the previous day, and they had traveled through the night and all day. Emelian was just a young Tier 2 who had just unlocked her class, but Rafix was already an established Tier 3. Not only was it his duty to protect and serve the imperial family, but he had years of experience fighting in dungeons and against monsters in the wilderness to prepare for and compete for the honor of his position. Rafix had maintained a high alert state of mind for over 24 hours and had rushed as far as he possibly could on his stamina reserves. He had constantly been on the lookout for threats, oftentimes having to fight off weaker monsters that had been drawn to the commotion in order to scavenge, and any time Emelian needed to rest, he had simply picked her up and kept going. Emelian had been numb and mostly unresponsive for a long time. She had never encountered anything close to the strife they were faced with. Eventually, though, she had snapped out of her fugue. Unfortunately, she wasn't able or mature enough to handle the cascade of emotions that flowed within her, so she had reacted in the only way that offered an outlet for her. She had lashed out at the one person who was protecting her, and she was indignant at the treatment she was getting in their need for a speedy escape. She dragged her feet and complained about every little thing, escalating as she was unable to get a rise out of the target of her ire. "I demand that you take me back to the capital this instant." Emelian lifted her chin and attempted an imperious tone. "You will mobilize any forces you can find and launch a sortie to rescue my siblings at once." Yes, princess, as soon as I'm able, Rafix replied. He got up from his spot and tidied up their camp. He paused for a moment, looking at the tattered cape in his hands, before he carefully stored it away in a pack he had been given by another soldier before they fled. He kicked dirt over the fire and made sure it was completely out before he grabbed Emelian's wrist and led her out of their little enclave. The pack that had been thrust into his hands in haste had been carefully prepared ahead of time for such an eventuality, and it was inspected and maintained regularly. The imperial family didn't personally direct the action, but the imperial guard was professional, and they planned for everything. The kit had included rations, money, some easily transportable resources, and several portable runic arrays. Rafix had used such an array to hide themselves from any roaming monsters or beasts, so they could both get some sleep without the need for a watch. They didn't have an unlimited amount of them, though, so he would need to be selective when he chose to use one. The first time they had stopped to rest was definitely one of the times it was a necessity. Rafix walked back out into the open of the small hills they had found themselves in, Emelian in tow. He didn't drag her or force her to move faster, but he was insistent with his movements. He found the road they had been following and turned down it again, away from the capital. "Unhand me," Emelian shouted. She verbally asserted her displeasure, but her feet kept walking. "You're going the wrong way. I told you to escort me back to the capital." "Yes, princess, as soon as I'm able," Rafix replied as he continued walking without missing a beat. The sky was still orange from the flames that still raged in the capital, and it dyed the surroundings an unnatural color. Smoke was billowing on the horizon, marking the location of the tragedy. "You're able right now," Emelian said. "You ordered me to launch a sortie with any forces I'm able to find," Rafix patiently pointed out. "I'm going to go find those forces. They're most likely located in the vassal states in this direction. We'll have to find some form of transportation soon, though, because it will be a long journey on foot." Rafix released his hold on Emelian's wrist when he noticed she continued to follow. She folded her arms across her chest and pouted as she stepped up to walk alongside her bodyguard. "You're not my exclusive guard," Emelian tried a different tack. "You're a bodyguard to the Imperial." Family, you have more people to protect than just me." "Yes, princess, I understand," Rafix said. "I'm also not the only Imperial bodyguard. I have several brothers in arms who can take on that duty as we make our escape." Emelian lapsed into silence as she trudged along, thinking about the possibility of other bodyguards rescuing her siblings. She had to believe it was possible, or she wouldn't be able to take any more steps forward. She knew deep down that they were making the right decision, but it hurt. The two continued walking along the well-maintained road in silence. There were no other people on the road around them, traveling in either direction, so they walked alone. "I'm alone." Tears silently rolled down her face as she continued her beleaguered journey with her annoying bodyguard. And Amelie and Fenric saw that the men were loyal, and so they recruited them to their cause. Amelie embarked on her journey in style with all of her needs taken care of, and Sir Fenrix kept a protective watch over her at all times. "We'll pick up from here next time," Emelian said. All the two girls complained in unison. "But we want to hear more about the magical land that they traveled through," Kylie said, "and about the beasts that they tamed along the way," Riley added. "About the brave companions that joined them." And another time, Emelian said, "I've paid for your baskets with what I've told you so far. It's time for you to make new ones and go get your flowers." "Okay, Kylie," Riley said. The pair got up from the couch and ran into the backyard to pluck more strands of grass and simple flower buds for their next projects. Emelian smiled as she watched them run off. The front door opened and closed, and Emelian looked up to see Rafix join her. "Look at what your daughters have made," she said with a nod toward the mantelpiece. Rafix walked over and stood in stunned silence as he observed the two baskets. "These are amazing," he said as he reached out to pick them up. His eyes widened as he looked up at Emelian. "Wow, I feel. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel better. Like a weight you didn't know you were carrying has been lifted." "Yeah, but more than that," he carefully placed the baskets back in their spots. "We'll have to keep these treasures safe." "Agreed," Emelian said as she walked up and hugged her husband from behind. "My loyal bodyguard, I order you to keep these treasures safe, and to protect and guide the two treasures playing outside as well." Rafix turned in her embrace and whispered, "Yes, princess, as soon as I'm able." He leaned down to give his wife a kiss. Another 2 weeks had gone by since the first time the team had delved the dungeon, and Rehaven had seen a tremendous increase in experience just from the 2 runs. It turned out that the final hallway where they encountered the patrol of 14 revenants was the final step before the boss room. The second floor of the dungeon was considerably shorter than the first, yet magnitudes more dangerous. He was concerned that he would outpace his 2 friends far too much if he continued getting an additional 8,000 experience a week more, so he was able to convince them to move on to the next floor much sooner than he had expected. Talon and Kimberly had gone with them and participated in the combat on the second floor, but due to the restrictions of them requiring their gear to be infused with mana, they only participated on the upper floors and stayed in the stairwell for the final patrol. Reevan saw a decrease of 2,000 experience due to his friends joining them on the third run, and Melissa and Larissa saw a similar decrease. From a conversation with Talon and Kimberly afterward, he learned that they had earned 4,500 experience from the trip. With the added participation of Eric, Talon, and Kimberly, they each received around 4,500 experience, which amounts to 13,500 experience. Eric didn't get any experience the first trip besides from the normal skeletons. The two girls and I combined lost 2,000 each, which is 6,000 experience. We somehow managed to gain an additional 7,500 experience spread between all of us. I have no idea what the calculations are, but other than for seeking achievements, grouping up provides the most experience. Sure, the total experience gained would be far greater if everyone went in solo, but not everyone is able to clear the dungeon's first floor, much less the revenants, by themselves. He was still at such a low level that he gained multiple levels for each trip, but Melissa told him that would drop off a bit as he advanced into Tier 2. It's not a dramatic increase in experience required to level up at Tier 2, but it ramps up quickly. For instance, Tier 1 classes require the current level times 100, all the way up to 2,900 experience to reach the maximum level of 30. However, to initiate the class change, you have to max the experience in the maximum level out, so the full 3,000 experience. Tier 2 classes require an additional 200 times the level, in addition to the amount required to reach max level in Tier 1. Level 1 is always a freebie in each tier, and it's brought about by the changes the system makes to your meridians and the leftover experience from maxing out the previous level. Tier 2 Level 2 requires 3,200 experience, and to reach the max level to go to Tier 3, which is level 60 as opposed to 30, you would need 15,000 experience at max level. I was level 22 on our first dungeon dive, and that meant I required 7,400 experience to level up. I've leveled up once for each dungeon dive, but that will soon slow down as well. I'm not complaining, mind you, it's still really fast. This dungeon is ridiculous for caster classes and anyone able to team up with caster classes, so I imagine almost everyone at the two academies will make a trip out here once we return with the information on it. The system doesn't care that the revenants are restricted due to the lack of mana density. We still get the full experience for killing them. We're basically getting the experience reward for an entire tier higher dungeon. Reevan pulled up his status page. Status name: Reevan class, fighter, LVL 28, age, 10 health, 1190 stamina, 2200 mana, 915 physical stats, mental stats, STR, 101 INT, 91 VIT, 119 MAG, 92 Dex, 101 CLA, 34 CHA, 7 per, 49 LUK, 8 bloodline, unknown, 1010 million experience. 381 2800. Reevan was concerned that, due to the nature of the system awarding experience all at once when exiting the dungeon or during the monthly experience calculation, he would accidentally reach maximum experience and accidentally initiate the Tier 2 class change before he was ready. I don't know if the class change, once initiated, is irreversible or not. What if the system demands that I choose a new class and doesn't let me activate the experience siphon? That would be terrible news. I'll go ahead and activate it to see how it works. Reevan mentally flipped the switch, and he felt a pull in his core as a whirlpool of experience formed in his heart. Makes sense that the center of the bloodline would be in the heart, Reevan thought. He continued to examine the ability. Experience was an intangible form of energy, so he wasn't able to see it like he could mana, despite all of his attempts at activating his skill. It was a subtle thing, barely at the edges of his awareness, but he could feel the experience that had permeated his body get sucked into his heart. He kept the ability active even after all of the remnant energy had been devoured, and he was happy to see that he was able to simply leave it on without even having to think about it. With nothing to absorb, the ability was inert, but he could tell that it was ready to gobble up any new experience. Bloodline unknown 1380, 110 million. Experience 0, 2800. Alright, simple enough. I'll just reach level 30 and then keep the siphoning ability active at all times until I'm ready to tier up. Reevan deactivated his ability, and the waiting maw in his heart went dormant. It didn't cause any feelings of discomfort, no hunger or anything one might think about as an insatiable pull of energy, so he wasn't concerned about leaving it on at all times. If he didn't focus on it directly, it wouldn't cause any noticeable changes in his everyday life at all. With the comfort of knowing he could delay his tier up indefinitely at will, Reevan turned his attention to another new addition. Ever since he had been forced into the fighter class, the class tab on his system page had simply contained the general information about his class, and nothing else. However, upon reaching level 25, that had changed. Now his class page was filled to the brim with possible classes he could acquire upon reaching Tier 2. Several of them were grayed out, so he had sought Melissa once again for her counsel. Once someone reaches the last few levels before reaching the next tier, the class page will display the classes that you have already unlocked, as well as the classes you're close to unlocking. Classes that you almost meet the requirements to will be grayed out. The system doesn't provide the information about what needs to be done to fully unlock the class, though. You will have to examine the class, and based on the context, figure out what it is that you're lacking. It could be anything: stats, skill levels, life experience, or even something more intangible like reputation or affiliation with a group. You won't be able to unlock the priest class without being a member of a church, for instance. That includes the paladin class that Sir Reifold holds. Reevan ruminated on the information as he pulled the class page up. Tier 2 classes available: Common, Hunter. Reevan had a lot of options available to him. I doubt anyone else has the sheer number of classes available to them upon tiering up. Most of these can be ignored, though. No way I would ever choose Common Rarity class, especially after the reminder from Melissa about having to have rarer classes to even be able to continue leveling up. Reevan completely ignored the entire swathe of common classes and most of the uncommon ones. He wasn't ever going to choose such a class, but several of them caught his attention in the uncommon rarity. Let's start with Hunter Wood. That makes me think it has something to do with the wood element affinity. Reevan focused on the class and received a pop-up notification window containing the information about the class. Hunter Wood, you are an expert at finding and killing game. You've delved into the intricacies of leather working, but skinning your prey is as far as your knowledge in the field goes. You have the ability to tap into the mana that surrounds and subsumes all of nature, bending it to your will. In addition to the normal skill set a hunter is equipped with, the wood-aligned hunter will be able to manipulate mana and use some rudimentary spells. It's like I thought. Being able to use mana skills inherently increases the rarity of a lifestyle class. Come to think of it, based on how the classes are named, I would have realized something was up with Mother's class once I had access to this information. If it were a lifestyle class, it would have been Weaver Light instead of Light Weaver. Thinking about it critically, the simple difference in the names has an entirely different connotation. A Weaver Light would be a mundane weaver with the ability to manipulate the light element, but a Light Weaver is one who literally weaves the light. With his curiosity sated, Reevan moved on from the lesser rarity classes. He was determined to get a rare Tier 3 class eventually, but there were several Tier 2 classes in the rare section that piqued his interest. Dreamer, you have had an intangible connection to the ethereal realm of dreams ever since you were young. Most dreams are what they appear on the surface, subconscious thoughts that you experience in your sleep. You, however, are able to delve beneath the surface. The dreamer is able to experience a lucid dream at will. With practice, the dreams one experiences will have a more significant connection to reality. Entering someone else's dreams are still out of reach for the dreamer. That one's interesting, and if I didn't already have a clear path ahead of me and didn't care about the possible consequences, I might have chosen such a class to explore simply to see where it goes in the future. Tracker Earth, would you have the ability to sniff out and track any sort of target, be it beast or man, across any kind of terrain. Nobody on the run is safe with you on their tail, as you are not only skilled in the ability to track and investigate, but you can use the mana of nature and the very earth to assist you in your tasks. The wood and earth aligned tracker is skilled not only in recognizing tracks, trails, and scents, they're also able to conduct investigations and use mana skills. Some simple spells are at their disposal. This class sounds like it's a combination of hunter, woodsman, militiaman, and a bit of casting. From the description, there actually appears to be a lot of utility for such a class, and I can see that anyone who goes down this route would have a lot of opportunities. It specifically says they're able to track not just beasts in the wilderness, but men and monsters, too. A skilled tracker could be employed by a city as an investigator or by the army as a competent alternative to a scout. Reevan already knew about the fighter class and the intricacies involved with the lower-tier mage classes. He also wasn't too interested in the other combat classes available in the Tier 2 range, so he moved his focus down the list to the classes in Tier 3 that he already had access to or was close to unlocking. He could extrapolate the information in the other classes just from their names, and focusing on them specifically wasn't necessary. Fortune Teller, you are able to barely see the threads of fate connecting one to the web of reality. You aren't able to predict the future, but you can see whether one is fated with a certain action or relationship. With higher skill, more threads and higher clarity can be gleaned. The Fortune Teller is able to recommend whether a course of action is advisable or not. It isn't always 100% accurate, but with time and skill, the Fortune Teller can not only accurately guide someone to a desired outcome, they can also manipulate common events. Another interesting class. Sure, it sounds kind of weak. Common tier. It only shows as uncommon because it's tier 3 and tier 2, not 100 accurate and manipulate common events. But if anyone competent and or lucky enough to encounter the right kind of opportunities goes down this path, I can see some powerful iterations at higher tiers. Imagine someone able to manipulate extraordinary events or control someone's fate. I can see some interesting synergistic combinations arising out of someone who takes Dreamer Fortune Teller as the class build. Then again, that would only be possible for someone who unlocks this in Tier 2. Having it listed as a common class is probably a way for the system to prevent such a person from arising, locking them out of Tier 4. The uncommon rare rarity was filled with expert designated lifestyle classes. Reevan assumed one would need to literally have expert level skills to even qualify for the classes. The only reason I can see them as close to being unlocked is probably because of my expert mastery in Weapons Master and my high-level affinities. I would need to abandon my adventuring and buckle down on working on the associated skills to unlock any of those, and I have no intentions of doing anything of the sort. Statesman, you have inspired those around you with your words and deeds, and you have a charisma that draws others to you. Embark on the path of the statesman and control the lives of others through words instead of action. The statesman can bend others to their will. It is not a nefarious mind control, but a skilled statesman can better argue their points and influence others to see things his way. As a champion for a cause one truly believes in, the statesman can change the course of a nation. I'm not really one for political machinations. I'm not so blind as to be led by the nose by others, but this simply isn't anything I'm interested in. Someone in a position of power, though, who becomes skilled with such a class could truly become a force to be reckoned with, not through the force of their own arms, but from the arms of many. I can only imagine the reason this was offered to me is because of my Inspire skill and charisma stat. Both of those are explicitly stated in the description. There wasn't really anything else of interest in the entire range of classes that he was interested in, except for one, and it was only because it sounded similar to, but different from, the other combat classes. Soldier of Fortune, you are a professional soldier, but you hold allegiance to no one. Some think the professional mercenary is beholden to money, but that isn't quite right either. You hold allegiance to yourself. You go where the wind blows you and fight the fights you choose. The Soldier of Fortune is more focused on individual combat as opposed to joining the ranks of his fellow brothers in arms. That isn't to say the Soldier of Fortune can't perform in an organized group, but they are more individualistic and independent. These characteristics serve them well in the life of adventuring or selling their combat services to those who can afford it. This class sounds like the perfect transition for anyone discharging from the military service but wants to continue in the combat field. The specific mention of adventuring probably makes this a popular choice, actually. I would probably need to get more life experience fighting as a soldier to unlock this class, but I have no desire to do so at this point in my life. Reevan continued to peruse the options available to him further down the list. Assassin, you have spent time slinking in the shadows, but not to steal. You are as deadly with a blade or bow as any other competent fighter, but the darkness is your friend. Not only can you conceal yourself in the dark, but it doesn't hinder your ability to bring swift death to your foes. The assassin can meld with the shadows and move about undetected where the common rogue would be easily spotted. They can infiltrate hardened fortifications, and their targets aren't safe anywhere. The assassin can operate in the pitch black of midnight just as well as the full sun of noon. It would appear the skill-blind fighting is the linchpin for this class, as it says they aren't hindered by the dark. I would need to focus on increasing the skill level in order to have a chance at unlocking this class. While I'm not interested in being a literal assassin, I can see how the class itself could provide some powerful boosts to combat and utility. Chevalier, you're able to fight mounted on a steed just as well as on foot. You can wield a wide variety of weapons and armor, but you aren't the vassal of a lord or lady. The Chevalier is most well known for their heavily armored combat abilities. They are able to operate with heavy plate just as well as their counterparts in more lightweight armor, and they have the skill to utilize a wide array of weapons, lances, spears, swords, and ranged weapons. This sounds like an unaffiliated knight. Going off of the words in the class description and from what Melissa told me, one would need to swear allegiance to a lord or lady and receive the proper recognition to actually unlock the knight class. Considering Chevalier is an unattached equivalent, I'm sure there are some benefits to swearing to someone else to gain the knight class, but I don't know what those might be. Magic Swordsman, you have an aptitude for martial combat as well as casting. You have spent long hours honing your ability with a weapon, but you never slacked off on training your mana skills and affinities. The Magic Swordsman is renowned for their versatility, and only the most talented of individuals are able to combine the martial with the magical. The Magic Swordsman chooses an elemental affinity to specialize in, and they are able to apply their magic directly to their weapons, and at higher skills, their armor. While the magic swordsman is unable to cast spells in the traditional sense, they are incredibly deadly at close range. Synergy detected with weapons master skill. Class can utilize weapons master instead of swords. This sounds right up my alley. The description paints a picture of someone doing what I'm currently doing, but with far more skill and utility. That being said, the point of my next class isn't to keep doing what I'm doing now, but to fully utilize my talents and open up further possibilities in the future. I'll keep my eye on this class, and it's definitely in the running for what I'll choose, plus it's already unlocked, but I'll keep accumulating experience and achievements and see if I can't get something more in line with my goals. Shade, you're a deadly assassin with the element of darkness at your fingertips. You're able to use the mana that shrouds the world to hide your presence and confuse your targets. The Shade is far more deadly than the mundane assassin. Shades are able to utilize the darkness elemental mana, and several superior spells are at their disposal. Not much different than the assassin class, but with this one I would be able to properly bring my mana skills to bear. If I had an inclination towards choosing the assassin class, then this one trumps that. Sharpshooter, take aim with any ranged weapon and strike your target from nearly any distance. You can extend the effective range of weapons beyond what others could possibly conceive. You are a terror on the battlefield. The sharpshooter has deadly accuracy, even beyond what would normally be possible. They can strike at targets before others can even see them coming. This class would definitely require a much higher aim skill level. Sure, my weapon's master skill can lift some of the load, but that skill more affects my ability to use the weapon itself, and not necessarily the accuracy. It plays a role, for sure, but aim is the true determining factor for ranged accuracy. Veteran, you have survived many battlefields and many different life or death situations. You have the uncanny ability to perceive danger, and your presence is a solid rock for anyone else in your party. The veteran is able to soothe the nerves of others with their aura alone. They instinctively know when danger is coming, and they know how to defeat it. Veteran sounds like a great class, actually. Even though the description is kind of bare bones, the implications are amazing. This class would be able to fully use the sense danger skill, and it looks like it comes with an aura skill that relies on inspire. This is much more than just a typical strong combat class, and it is closer to a leadership role that's also able to get down and dirty in the thick of it. This is the kind of class that I think of when I think of the epitome of a soldier. Then again, despite how much I'm drawn to this class, it's not for me. Wizard, air, earth, fire, water. You're able to expertly wield the 4 basic elements. You can use simple spells and complex designs of magic equally with ease across the spectrum of all the basic elements, and you're able to somewhat use others as well. The full basic elements aligned wizard is a powerful caster. Their spells are no longer restricted to one element, but they can shape each of their spells to their desired element, and the weaker versions can also be used with more complicated elemental tiers. Simple bolt spells no longer take up a class skill slot, and they have several powerful spells available to them. It looks like one needs to, at minimum, master the ability to freehand cast each of the basic 4 elemental bolt spells. I have a decent grasp on fire and ice, which probably counts towards water, but I should work on that in my own time as well, just to be safe, but I'll need to figure out the mana weaves intrinsic to the other elements. Maybe I can post a notice in the Adventurers Guild branch to pay for some tutoring from others who have the other elemental bolt spells to learn from. Yeah, that sounds like a plan, and something I should do anyway. This is definitely the frontrunner for my next class right now, and I should focus on trying to unlock it. Revan wasn't done looking at the other classes just because he found a strong candidate. He still had 2 more classes, and they were of a higher rarity. Revan was surprised to see that he was somewhat close to unlocking epic legendary rarity tier 3 classes. Champion, you are a bastion of light on the combat field. None can stand before you, and those that follow in your wake are bolstered by your very presence. The champion is a master of their preferred method of combat. They can wield mana skills in an expert display of synergy between martial and magical, and they lead from the front. They are able to sway the entire battlefield with their aura, and none will break and run when a champion leads the charge. There's a lot of subtext in those lines, able to use the light element, high battlefield awareness skill, master of combat, expert mana skills, high inspire skill. If I was interested in the magic swordsman and veteran classes before, this class puts both of those to shame, and the requirements listed between the lines are insane, at least for someone in tier 2. I'm sure it would be a lot easier for someone to acquire master level in a martial skill plus expert level in mana skills with an additional 60 levels available for them to train in. I'm actually 100% confident I could easily unlock this class in the future. In fact, as of right now, this is the class that I want once I legitimately reach tier 3. Revan was truly impressed with the short description of this class. He would likely find other classes just as interesting and powerful in the future, but this one was a good one to choose as a goal for now. With his thoughts in order on what he would work towards one day, Reevan read the last class in his list. Juggernaut, you are a whirlwind of unstoppable death on the battlefield. You are a berserker that can launch a devastating assault just as easily as you can act as a level-headed bulwark to protect your companions. The Juggernaut is a steel tornado. They are able to freely wield any weapon or armor, and they can assume the role of absolute destroyer or absolute defender. Woe be to any who get in the way of the Juggernaut. This sounds like the less magical version of Champion, but with just as much skill and utility, just in a different way. I mean, it wouldn't also be listed as an epic class if it was noticeably weaker. If I thought the veteran was the epitome of a soldier before, then that would only apply to the basic troops now. This is the epitome of a soldier, able to attack and defend in equal measure, and able to bolster morale and intimidate their foes. Reevan concluded his perusal of the various classes that he had access to. He had gone through all of the ones that had any chance of being selected, and not only had he found a class to work towards unlocking in Tier 2, but he also had an even further goal to work toward once again. He was quickly approaching the day when he would be able to reach Tier 2, and he needed to get more achievements under his belt if he wanted to get the best class possible. This week we're going to tackle the boss room of the second floor. I'm sure there's an amazing achievement for all of us for successfully doing so. Next week, solo dungeon delve. Reevan did some simple stretches and calisthenics in the hallway leading up to the boss room. The entire party was there, and the plan was for the 3 companions who couldn't use mana to rush in and do as much damage as they could in 6 or 7 minutes, then retreat to the hallway or entrance, depending on the situation. The boss room on the first floor didn't close off once they entered it, and Reevan didn't see a door or mechanism to do so at the end of this hallway either. Granted, the system could step in and make an impenetrable wall, though I doubt it. The dungeon seems to have recurring scripts, but I haven't seen any evidence of direct punishment or interference from the system other than the requirement to clear a floor to move on to the new one. If there was some system trickery involved, they might be in trouble, but Reevan was confident they could handle it. He was warming up to keep his blood flowing, as they had taken a break in the last stretch of the second floor after wiping out the patrol. They had Kimberly, Eric, and Talon participate this time, as their stats had increased a lot more as compared to when they first arrived over 3 weeks ago. The majority of the experience crystals from Reevan's group had gone to helping them keep up in level, and they were sitting at level 25. Reevan noticed that they had required a bit of additional attention from the priests when they went through the mandatory inspection, so he guessed there might be some issue with the experience crystals. We'll take them to the church and let everyone else know about it, especially the 3 local authorities, the church, the garrison, and the local guild branch before we put them into circulation. They can probably remove any lingering taint. Kimberly and Talon had gained a lot of confidence from their first trip into the second floor with how well the mana infusions worked out. That confidence didn't lead to cockiness, though, as they still understood the dangers and remembered many of the same lessons Reevan did. It led to competence and calmness when faced with the large group of revenants. Reevan was happy to see his friends step up to the task, and the fact that they performed so well was one of the reasons they had decided to include the other 3 in the boss room. Eric was already extremely competent, he just needed the mana assistance. It was never a question whether he was going to join them in the boss room or not. All right, is everyone ready? The others had also been warming up after their short rest. Yup, I'm as good as I'll ever be, Talon spoke up. Kimberly nodded her head alongside him. We're both good to go, Melissa said for her and her sister. Eric grunted as he assumed his position in the front of the group. Okay, we'll top up the mana infusion for all 3 of you at the same time when we get to the entrance, and we'll use the first minute or so to assess the situation on the other side, Reevan explained. They had obviously already talked about what they were going to do, but Reevan had a habit of always repeating everything before initial action. You never know what you might forget in the heat of the moment, and if it's fresh in your mind, you're more likely to subconsciously think of it, Reevan said to himself. Eric and Kimberly will be in front, followed by me and Talon, and Melissa and Larissa will bring up the rear. We'll try and get some shock value out of you 3, Reevan indicated towards the 3 who couldn't use mana, but safety is paramount. Judging by the hobbled Tier 3 on the first floor, we can expect either a hobbled Tier 4 or an unrestrained Tier 3 in there. Before your mana gives out, you need to be in a safe spot, and Melissa or Larissa will top up your infusions if the opportunity arises. Sure thing, boss, Talon replied. He wasn't trying to be flippant, but he was getting his mindset in order for the likely grueling challenge that faced them. The group made their way to the entrance. The room was too big for Reevan to see the details of what they would face before they entered the room, but the structure was at least similar to the rest of the man-made facade of the dungeon. Let's top up and get to it, Reevan said, as he reached out to infuse the weapons and gear for Talon. Melissa took care of Eric, and Larissa had insisted on taking care of her new best friend, Kimberly. go, 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 Reevin said. The group cautiously but quickly entered the room. There were no triggers blocking the room off, system or mechanical, and Reevin released a mental sigh. As soon as they approached the first row of columns, a faint chanting entered Reevin's ears. He couldn't make out what the words were, but they were in a low, deep tone. It was somewhat disconcerting, as the revenants and other undead they had encountered so far had been incapable of speech, or any other kind of verbal sound for that matter. The chanting seemed to come from every direction at once, and Reevin suspected it was a magical effect associated with the boss room, and not some revenants or other undead actually chanting. They quickly traversed past the first row of columns, and their quarry finally came into view. A large circular pit filled with bubbling, red froth was located in what appeared to be the very center of the room. A group of 6 revenants stood around it, 3 equally spaced on either side. Their hands were raised and their jaws moved like they were the ones doing the chanting, but no sounds came forth from them. The chanting noise is probably a holdover from when they were still alive. Much like the miners we could see down on the 3rd floor are locked into the actions they held while still alive. They appear to be using the large pit as a cauldron for alchemy like the ones in the upper rooms, but this one is much more grandiose. It also has fresh ingredients. Unlike the remnants of all of the other cauldrons, these thoughts entered Reevin's head in a flash. There was one final entity visible in the room. A specter floated on the other side of the pit. Its head was thrown back and its arms were out to the side. It didn't have a lower half to its body. It was just a bluish, incorporeal torso. Its head had the appearance of a middle-aged man with long hair, but the features on its face were fuzzy and indistinct. The undead didn't react to their presence at all, and the group hesitated for a moment in order to gauge the rest of the room. Suddenly, another revenant appeared off from the right, dragging a goblin along with it. The goblin walked along like nothing was out of the ordinary until it got close enough to spot the bubbling mass in the pit. It started to struggle, and it grew more frantic with each step closer to its destination. It started to hiss and shriek at the revenant pulling it along, grabbing at the bony fingers and trying to pry them off, but there was no helping it. It was completely incapable of putting up any kind of meaningful resistance, and it was slowly dragged before the floating specter. The revenant brought it forth before the specter, standing off to the side in order to continue holding it in place. The specter lowered its head and looked at the goblin briefly, then it slashed its arm across at lightning speed, and the goblin's throat erupted in blood. The revenant quickly turned the goblin around and held it out so that the lifeblood escaping from the goblin joined the rest of the alchemic concoction in the pit. Reevin watched in horrified fascination as not only the blood geysered out of the little creature, much more than should have been possible, but also as the body of the goblin itself melted from the feet up and joined the bubbling mix. By the time it was over, there was nothing remaining of the goblin. The specter finally looked up from its task and focused on Reevin's party. Reevin recognized awareness in the eyes of the monster, and a raspy chuckle entered his ears. The sound of the laughter seemed to originate from multiple places in the room. One second it came directly from the specter, then it sounded as if it came from off in the distance. It even sounded like it came from Talon standing next to him at one point. The specter gestured towards the group, and the revenants, as one, lowered their arms and turned to engage the party. Reevin was heartened to see that the revenants didn't move any quicker than the ones they had encountered in the hallway. Several more revenants appeared to materialize out of nowhere on the edges of the ambient lighting on either side of the ritual. Reevin counted 8 on his left and 7 on his right. The one who brought the goblin must have been in the group on the right. I don't know how large the room is, but seeing as how we weren't able to see any of those revenants before they entered the light, it could be massive. They likely closed the distance in an instant. Eric, you and Larissa smashed the ones in the center. Kimberly, Talon, you engage the ones on the left. Melissa, crowd control the ones on the left. I'll get the ones on the right. Reevin quickly issued commands and all of the party members leapt into action. As they were maneuvering to engage the designated enemies, Reevin noticed out of the corner of his eye the specter float backward, and it seemed to melt out of existence. It might have gone invisible or something, Reevin thought. That specter is still around, so don't get tunnel vision. Reevin ignited his flame blade spell as he ran to intercept the group of revenants that had appeared on the right. He had given himself and Eric groups of 7 each, but he had opted to have Larissa assist Eric instead of himself. He was able to fight and defeat the revenants all on his own, and while Eric could do the same, he was dependent on the mana infusion, so he had a time limit. Reevin had instructed his 2 friends to engage the group of 8 revenants with Melissa, more to hold them apart from grouping up with the rest of the bunch. He knew Talon and Kimberly could kill some with their weapons, and he was sure they were going to defeat some of them, but that wasn't their main goal. Reevin's flame blade slashed out as he charged the outlier of the group that had set their focus on him. The fire extended out much like he had done when he first unlocked the skill, but instead of dumping nearly his entire mana pool into fueling the spell, he was able to keep under better control. He only extended the blade a few feet beyond the metal tip. Mana is what does the damage to these revenants, and we've discovered through multiple engagements that the undead in general are more susceptible to fire, so I don't need to actually hit it with my sword. The blade of fire passed through the neck of the first revenant, and it threw its head back in a wordless shriek as it caught fire. The fire was magical in nature, and it quickly consumed the bones of the revenant. Revan Quick stepped back to keep his tactical positioning against the rest of the group, and the one he had set ablaze managed to take 2 tottering steps towards him before it crumbled. As long as I have enough mana to fuel this spell, and I don't get overwhelmed by numbers, these revenants are no more dangerous to me than that goblin they sacrificed earlier, Revan thought. Well, as long as they're restricted by the lack of mana in the environment. From the looks of it, the 3rd floor might have enough density for the revenants down there to unlock their full potential. Revan had learned his lessons well, so even though he was confident against the revenants, he kept scanning the room for other threats as he maintained his focus on the task at hand. He wasn't able to completely monitor the situation in the rest of the room, but he could hear them perfectly well, and from the sounds that reached him, he knew the fight was going well so far. Revan quickly dispatched each of the revenants by dashing in on one that was slightly on the edge of the group, slashing it with his magic, and then hopping back to keep up his guard. He paced his use of stamina and mana so that he wouldn't just burn through it as fast as possible in case there was more to the room than initially met the eye. Loud banging sounds came from the 2 sides of the wall flanking the entrance, and Revan glanced down when something rolling by on the floor grabbed his attention. A small piece of rubble had been thrown across the room, and the small distraction had allowed the revenants to close the gap and launch an attack towards him. He blocked the strikes he could with his shield and evaded a couple of others before regaining his positioning. A panicked scream from Larissa entered his ears, but he couldn't turn his head away and risk leaving the last couple of revenants out of sight, or they would materialize next to him and deliver devastating blows. He made a decision, and instead of continuing to conserve his stamina and mana, he increased the output of his flame blade and charged into the last 3 revenants standing from his group. He slashed the one in the middle. He raised his shield to block the heart attack coming from his left. He now had enough strength to not get completely knocked back anymore, and ducked under the blow coming from his right. He sidestepped the one he had set on fire and quickly maneuvered through the trio of undead. He backhanded his sword across the spine of the revenant on his right and came back up facing the last one, but this time they were positioned so that he could see back to the other groups and what they were dealing with. A set of doors they hadn't noticed because they had been bricked up accompanied the entrance to the room. There had been 6 revenants in each of the rooms, and they had destroyed the barriers preventing them from entering the boss room in order to engage the party in a surprise pincer attack. Luckily, the ceiling of the rooms required them to smash through in a loud manner. Otherwise, if they had been able to remain silent, they might have suffered some serious casualties. I should have known it wouldn't have been so simple. We got lucky with the design of the room. No idea why they would have sealed those 12 people away like that, but that's not important. Revan ended the unlife of the last revenant and sprinted across the room to help Talon and Kimberly. He watched Eric engage the new group of 12 revenants all on his own, and Revan was happy to see that he did it in an incredibly smart way. Instead of just charging forth and getting himself surrounded, he charged one group, attacked wildly for a second, and then he charged to the end of the other group. He lined them all up and began dragging them along behind him around the center of the room. He managed to position himself so that he wasn't directly between them and the girls he was protecting, which would have limited his room and maneuverability. Combat was often incredibly fast and intense, and only a couple of minutes had gone by since the party entered the room. Revan wasn't concerned that they would run out mana infusion while they were spread apart so much. Like he had thought they were capable of, Talon and Kimberly had managed to slay 3 of their 8 revenants. Revan charged the outermost revenant on the left side and made quick work of it. He circled around behind the other 4 and gave them a taste of their own tactics. He had to pick his footing carefully, though, as remnants of Melissa's slick and ice wall spells still populated the area. She had moved on from assisting the duo, however, and was adding her magic to her sisters to prevent the horde that Eric had picked up from overwhelming him. Raspy laughter cackled out once more as it seemed to echo from several different places in succession, and Revan's hair stood on end as his danger sense went on overdrive. Watch out. Revan screamed as he cut through another revenant. There were still 3 left, and Talon and Kimberly had them well in hand, but a mutation suddenly occurred. The specter that had disappeared at the start of the fight materialized again. It was already moving at a fast pace as it reemerged right next to Revan, and he watched as its entire body zipped between the mana-infused gear that Talon was wearing and entered his body. Talon froze for a moment before he started thrashing wildly about. His spear knocked into Kimberly's helmet, and she staggered at the unexpected blow. Revan could envision the worst happening, so he threw all caution to the wind and activated his charge skill with Kimberly as the target. He moved through the last two revenants and placed his body between them and her, and he suffered a blow on his back that threw him into the off-balance girl. Searing pain threatened to cause him to black out as his vision darkened, and the two tumbled along the ground. The only thing that probably saved them was Melissa looked up at Reevin's shout, and she managed to keep an eye on the revenants, so they weren't able to use their supernatural movements when they were unseen. Ahhhhhhhh. Talon screamed in pain as his body continued to thrash around, and the revenants now ignored him. His spear managed to knock into the skull of one of the revenants as they walked past him to get to Reevin and Kimberly, and Reevin managed to use the short stumble to regain his feet and properly engage them. Fall back to Melissa and Larissa, Reevin instructed Kimberly. She groggily nodded and stumbled toward the other two girls. Reevin exerted even more mana from his dwindling supply, and slashed both remaining revenants with one swing now that he was positioned in a way where he wouldn't have to worry about hitting his two friends. He backed up and looked at Talon, and while he continued to scream in agony, his body stopped thrashing about and locked in place. He floated up into the air, and he started to jerk back and forth, like he was a puppet being controlled by strings. Talon suddenly shot off towards one of the columns, and Reevin's stomach dropped as he anticipated witnessing his best friend get smashed into a pulp. What do I do in this situation? I can't slash his body, and that probably wouldn't hurt the Spectre anyway. I can't use Flame Blade, as that would also kill Talon. I need to force the Spectre out. Think. Reevin crouched down and held his friend down in place with his superior strength. Even though his body had been possessed by the Spectre, it didn't seem to add any additional stats or anything. Talon's body lurched up and down as the undead controlling his body tried to pry it out of Reevin's grasp. The only thing that would hurt the Spectre is mana, and the only mana that won't hurt Talon is pure mana. With that thought, Reevin infused pure mana into both of his hands, and he pumped copious amounts into his friend. Talon's mouth opened as wide as it could go, and an otherworldly shriek escaped his lips. The sound of the Spectre screaming in agony quickly shifted about in its strange way, and it suddenly came rushing out of Talon's body. Talon went completely limp, but Reevin could see that he was still conscious, if unable to move. "Are you okay?" Reevin asked as he knelt by his friend, cradling him. "Ow," Talon said. His body relaxed and he weakly lifted his hand to shoo Reevin away. "I'll make it." "Go get that bastard." Reevin nodded his head as he gently lowered his friend to lay fully on the ground. He turned and sprinted towards the center of the room. Luckily, Eric and Larissa had been efficient in their work, and the last large group of revenants had been whittled down to only a couple left. Reevin scanned the room as he ran, but he was unable to spot the Spectre. He looked to the three girls, and he could see them surrounded in mana as they flung spells at the revenants. He looked down at himself and activated Mana Sight. He was also covered in mana simply from the internal network fueling his spells. The Spectre is likely unable to possess a caster without damaging itself. Talon still has my mana in his body, and the large amounts of mana Melissa and Larissa are throwing about is also covering Kimberly. That leaves. He looked over in time to see the Spectre materialize behind Eric. With his Mana Sight activated, he could see the holes of mana in the places where Eric didn't have armor covering himself. "It's going to take Eric," Reevin shouted as he activated Charge. With past experience, he knew that the Spectre wouldn't gain full control of Eric right away, and the revenants would ignore him while he was possessed. There were only 4 left, though, and he didn't want to leave them to chase after the girls while he dealt with the possessed Eric. He dashed in and slashed through the 2 front revenants that had sidestepped Eric to start working their way towards the girls in the center of the room. His sword moved in a quick crisscross as he sliced through them, and one of Larissa's empowered inferno spells consumed the other 2. The Spectre seemed to have learned from its previous possession of Talon, and Eric only thrashed about for a short moment before his body was lifted into the air. If the Spectre learned from its last possession, it's unlikely to hurl Eric at a column or the wall. What's its target? Reevin looked around. The room was still the same as it was before. He didn't see any additional enemies come in, and he was sure the Spectre would want to stay away from the girls. They had circled around the pit as Eric had dragged the group of revenants around so they could stay within a decent range for accuracy, and now they were watching Eric with alarm. "The Spectre can be forced out with pure mana," Reevin called over. "I'll pump my mana into Eric. Melissa, throw up some ice walls all around to box it in and prevent it from moving about. Then we can bombard it with magic to destroy it." The girls nodded while keeping their wide eyes on Eric. The Spectre didn't throw Eric at an obstacle this time. Instead, after gaining full control of his body, Reevin watched the Spectre lower Eric to the ground. Reevin was cautious about what the Spectre might have in mind, so he quickly made his way over in order to get his hands on Eric to force it out of him. Eric suddenly lifted his head and looked at Reevin, a wide, manic grin on its face. Reevin's stomach dropped once more as he realized the positioning he and everyone else was in. Eric's head turned to face the girls, Reevin just a few feet off to the side. He instinctively knew he wouldn't be able to make it to Eric before the specter did what it had planned, and based on intuition and his danger sense, Reevan charged at the girls. Reevan arrived a fraction of a second ahead of Eric's charge, and he shoved the three girls out of the way with his body. Indignant squawks entered his ears as Eric's shield slammed into him, and he went sailing through the air. Reevan had time for one final thought as he saw where he was heading. Oh no. His body plopped down into the bubbling pit with a splash. Melissa watched the young man they had entangled themselves with out of the corner of her eye as he did calisthenics in the hallway. He always moved with purpose, and he never let himself sit still or let any time go to waste. He was an enigma. He's far more hardworking and inquisitive than any of the other young men and women in the academies. They've been raised with resources, opportunities, and tutors their whole lives, and that breeds a certain expectation out of life. They mostly do the bare minimum to gain their graduation certificates, and that's it. That's obviously not true of every student, but that's the current trend of the majority. Even the ones who go above and beyond pale in comparison to the drive he displays. From what Reevan had said, and the stories he and his friends shared, she had gleaned quite a lot of information from them. Reevan and Talon came from adventurer backgrounds, so it made sense that they were so enthusiastic about working on their combat classes. She wasn't sure of the background of Kimberly, but she was also present during the excursion that set up the base to this dungeon. He's only spoken a little bit about the incidents that happened, but I had Eric do some digging, and there's a lot more to it than he makes it seem. He participated in a Tier 4 battle while in Tier 1. I'm sure he got an amazing achievement for that. The system doesn't discriminate when it calculates participation and rewards. Him defeating a Tier 3 revenant on his own would label him a main combatant of the battle, even if he never even got close to the giant demon the commander fought. Reevan moved with an air of calmness and competency that belied his young age. If Melissa didn't look into his face all the time, she would never believe he was only 10 years old. He had obviously spent long hours working on his physical stats in order to gain such a physique at such a young age. He probably doesn't know, and hasn't noticed, but only stats gained through effort affect the physical body. The stat points gained through system achievements or leveling work differently. They work completely internally through the meridians of the body, and while they have some function on the density of the muscles, it's more like they act as a multiplier and increase the efficiency of the body rather than directly enhancing it. There are many examples of old and decrepit combat classes with immense strength, yet withered bodies. She watched as he laughed and joked with his best friend before they moved to the boss dungeon. She was sure from his personality and other context clues that Talon was adamant about not setting foot on the second floor at all, at least until he was firmly in Tier 2. And yet, just after an additional week of leaving them behind, here he was with Kimberly. He has natural charisma to him, and he's obviously unlocked the stat. He probably already had some before he even got the achievement for the Tier 4 battle, which obviously gave him a full stat boost. I mean, it was a battle that spanned 3 tiers for him. It's probably quite high, and I've noticed the affects of the Inspire skill whenever he's led a battle, which is most of the time. He's a natural leader, and he doesn't even seem to realize it. Not only do his two friends easily follow him, but he's even quietly inserted himself as the leader of the group as a whole. We started off sharing that responsibility, and I know that he hasn't tried to edge me out intentionally, but he's just naturally taken on the role of commander. Oh, he still asks for opinions, but he makes the final decision, and he issues the commands. I don't resent him for it at all. Melissa was a little surprised at the realization. She had been groomed her whole life to be in a position of authority, and she was quite good at being the leader of her 3-man group, but she found herself relying on Reevan's steady demeanor more and more completely unconsciously. Reevan's background was a little suspect. He had mentioned that his father was a combat class, and that his mother was a caster class, and while it wasn't out of the ordinary for one of humble beginnings to be able to use mana and garner decent classes and skills, it was highly improbable for one to do so without a proper teacher. Reevan had never mentioned that his parents were actually adventurers, and the circumstances behind him not being a peasant levy were very suspicious. I threw out that comment about a noble family living in another country to test him, but he didn't reveal anything when I mentioned it. Either he's not, or he has a skill that affects his mentality. It's not actually important in the grand scheme of things, but if I want to recruit him to our family, it's better to know everything about him. And I obviously need to rope him into the family. His two friends too, but to a lesser extent. The entire point of the higher tier regions poaching the talented graduates from the lower regions is to infuse talent into their society, and there's no harm in emulating their behavior. If we can get him to join us, I can see our family moving up to bigger and better things. Melissa looked at her sister, and the wheels turned. Go, 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 Reevan said. Melissa and Larissa drew up the rear as their group walked into the boss room. They all kept their heads on a swivel as they searched for any enemies about to launch an ambush on them. After walking several steps deeper into the room, the unholy setup of the pit being tended to by the undead came into view. The very sight of the specter induced fear into Melissa, and she noticed, out of the corner of her eye, Larissa literally shaking, clutching her staff to her chest with her arms instinctively held in a way to make herself as small as possible. Her gaze was unable to tear away from the scene before them, and she also noticed similar reactions from everyone else. Everyone but Rievin. He was still able to look around the room without seeming to be affected by the aura given off by the specter. The macabre scene of the ritual slaying played out, and tingles shot down her spine as the specter laughed at their party. She had serious thoughts of retreating once the rest of the revenants made themselves known. This is far more dangerous than I was expecting. I don't know much about specters, but if its debilitating fear is any indication, I don't think we can handle the boss room right now. I need to tell Rievin we should leave and come back later. She had the will to open her mouth and advise retreat, but she wasn't able to move. Then Rievin opened his mouth. Eric, you and Larissa smash the ones in the center. Kimberly, Talon, you engage the ones on the left. Melissa, crowd control the ones on the left. I'll get the ones on the right. Rievin's calm voice issued forth. The aura of fear that was gripping the party dissipated with his commands, and Melissa noticed that even Larissa relaxed and assumed a business-as-usual stance. Melissa marveled for a second at the young man's ability to instill confidence and boost morale just from some simple tactical instructions. He even had the forethought to remind everyone to be wary of the specter that had disappeared. Melissa attended to her duties of disrupting the revenants that Kimberly and Talon held back. Now that she was in the thick of battle, all of her other worries disappeared as she focused on the task at hand. She occasionally kept an eye on Rievin to see how he fared by himself. He is an absolute beast. He's doing just as much damage to his group of revenants as the combined efforts of Eric and Larissa. An explosion sounded out behind them, and then a bony hand grasped for Larissa and managed to make contact with her. Ah, Larissa screamed as she leapt a foot in the air. Melissa quickly turned her head and noticed the impending ambush from a group of revenants that had been sealed away before the battle. She threw down an ice wall plus slick combination, and then she grabbed Larissa by the elbow and ran with her toward the center of the room as Eric finished off the last of his group, utilizing the lingering effects of Larissa's inferno spell. Eric quickly recognized the danger and expertly intercepted the new opponents. Melissa noticed Rievin had repositioned himself so as to be able to observe the entire room. As soon as he realized he needed to be able to surveil the entire room, he immediately positioned himself to do so. No hesitation. Melissa nodded as Rievin displayed the characteristics of a battle commander. The fight continued on in a controlled manner, and Melissa was hopeful they would be able to clear the boss room without any hiccups. Then the specter reappeared and possessed Talon. The shout from Rievin had drawn her attention, which enabled her to keep her eye on the remaining revenants as Rievin was knocked down while protecting his friend. She watched the terrifying scene of Talon getting jerked around like a toy. Rievin managed to solve the situation in short order, but he quickly informed them that the specter was targeting Eric next. Melissa and her sister redoubled their efforts to destroy the last remaining revenants just as Eric was possessed. The specter can be forced out with pure mana, Rievin called over. I'll pump my mana into Eric. Melissa, throw up some ice walls all around to box it in and prevent it from moving about. Then we can bombard it with magic to destroy it. Melissa nodded at the plan, and she noticed Larissa release some pent-up tension at the instructions. Quickly identifying the situation and resolving the problems, Melissa heaved a sigh of relief. All of the revenants lay destroyed, and only the specter remained. Rievin had already calmed them down and laid out a plan of action to end the threat. Things didn't go as planned. The specter controlled Eric to charge at the girls, but Rievin managed to notice at the last second and managed to insert himself as a shield between them. Wark, an undignified sound escaped Larissa's mouth as Rievin crashed into the three girls, knocking them out of the way. She was horrified as she watched him sail into the magical soup that was bubbling and frothing in the pit. No. She took an involuntary step forward, her hand extended. Kimberly kept her head on, though, and she tackled Eric to the ground as the specter tried to reassert control over him after he had stumbled from the impact. Get him, Kimberly shouted. Melissa didn't have time to worry about Rievin for the moment, and she latched her hands on either side of Eric's head and pumped pure mana into him. Larissa, get your spell ready, she shouted without looking up. I'm ready, Larissa replied. Melissa was a bit more skilled with her mana manipulation than Rievin was, and after watching how he dealt with the possessed Talon, she had some ideas of her own. Instead of just pumping the pure mana into her companion, she created a loop, and as the specter came screaming out of Eric's body, she tightened it like a noose and lassoed the specter in place. The specter shot up into the air and tried to get away, but it was tethered to Melissa through her mana rope, and it screamed in agony as it circled about above her head. The visage of the specter changed from a fuzzy image of a long-haired middle-aged man to a skull with its mouth open in a gruesome grimace, the hair standing straight up in a frightening display. "Now," Melissa cried. A ball of condensed fire shot up into the open mouth, and a huge explosion sent a shock wave out, rattling the bones of the party members and causing dust to shower down from the ceiling. Larissa wasn't satisfied with just releasing her Inferno Blast spell, though, and she followed it up by pumping even more fire into the maelstrom of red fire and blue specter mixed together. Larissa nearly emptied the rest of her mana into the spells, and she collapsed to her knees as she finally finished. The only thing that remained was some dust and ectoplasm falling to the floor with a plop. Melissa and Kimberly looked at each other as they panted, and Eric rolled over as he groaned in pain. A red light shot out in a ring with the pit as the epicenter, and Melissa returned her attention to where her new friend had disappeared into the alchemical concoction. "Reivin," she whispered. The liquid bubbled and frothed, and Reivin's body suddenly shot to the top. "Ah, ah." He screamed in torment as his body convulsed and thrashed about. Melissa ran up to the pit and tried to reach in to grab him, but an energy barrier, composed of red hexagonal lines, materialized and prevented her from getting closer. The three girls watched on as their leader suffered from unspeakable torture, his voice ripping through them and carrying an ethereal quality that conveyed a fraction of the pain he was in. Melissa helplessly watched as the bubbling brew seemed to come alive as it climbed up his body that was bobbing on the surface and drilled into him. It entered his body through all of his orifices and even seemed to absorb through his pores. It completely covered his body until all that Melissa could see was a red humanoid form. The liquid drained at a visible rate, and after several minutes that felt like an eternity, Reivin was revealed at the bottom of the pit. Not a single drop of the liquid remained. Reivin continued to thrash about wildly and moan in pain. His convulsions weren't ending, and Melissa could tell that he was still suffering even as his mind broke and entered into a comatose state to protect itself. "The church," Melissa yelled as the energy field disappeared. She jumped down and lifted the shaking teen up to Kimberly, who reached down to help pull him up. Eric slowly struggled to stand up, and he took Reivin from Kimberly and threw him over his shoulder as Melissa climbed back out of the pit. "We need to get him to priest to purge any corruption out of him." Larissa groaned as she held her head with one hand. She took a few steps before she had to stop and dry heave from the migraine that accompanied her expending all of her mana so fast in the final burst that killed the specter. "I'm fine," Larissa said to the inquisitive look Melissa shot her. "We have to go, I can make it." The four of them ran towards the front of the boss room, ignoring the possibility of loot or any other reward that might be present, where Talon was slowly getting up. Kimberly rushed up and helped him to his feet, and half carried him on her shoulder as she helped him walk towards the exit of the dungeon. They started off hobbling at a fairly slow rate, and Melissa was practically dancing on the balls of her feet as she knew they needed to get to one of the priests as soon as possible. They slowly picked up speed, though, as everyone recovered on the way. They went from a staggering limp to almost a full-on sprint as they made a mad dash for the exit. After an eternity of running through the tunnels, they finally came into the light of the wide open space of the mountain ridge, but they were still in the dungeon, so they didn't hesitate to continue running. They burst forth from the dungeon and made a beeline for the waiting church members. Eric gently placed Reivin, who was still plagued with tremors, at the feet of the robed priest, who quickly finished inspecting another adventurer and turned his attention to Reivin immediately, temporarily halting his inspection of the rest of the other group. Melissa saw the leader of that group step forward and open his mouth to say something, but a glare from her shut his mouth, and he quietly ducked his head and waited his turn. "I'm sorry," the priest said after straightening up from inspecting Reivin. "There was no change in his status. There's nothing I can do for him. The taint is too strong." Melissa's face fell and she felt the beginnings of tears form in her eyes. "We got here as fast as we could. They must be able to help him." "No, that's not it," the priest clarified. Hope rekindled in Melissa. "There's no taint present in him. None at all, actually. What he's suffering from is something different. You'll either have to take him to a healer, or he'll have to fight through it on his own." Eric picked Reivin back up with a nod from Melissa. Melissa was vaguely aware of a crowd forming as more people came from within the dungeon and the surroundings as they rushed off to the infirmary. "It's good that he's not suffering from any corruption. He has to pull through. He has to." She was slightly surprised at how attached she had grown to Reivin and his friends in the few weeks they had been together, but with everything else associated with him, it had just come naturally. Jocelyn walked out of the dungeon, followed by his group of fellow sword priests and the two priests that accompanied them. He was covered in dry sweat from the exertions of fighting the revenants on the second floor. While most of the sword priests were unable to use mana skills, their weapons and gear were blessed with divine mana, and so they were uniquely qualified to fight the denizens deeper in the dungeon. It'll take 3 days of bathing to get the stink of the dungeon off of myself," Jocelyn thought to himself. He examined his men with a critical eye as they moved in search of the inspection team on duty. Even with the blessings of the goddess herself, these men aren't quite ready to go much further into the second floor. If it wasn't such a great opportunity for them to increase their skills and gain levels, I would never set foot in there myself. Despite the church being antithetical to the creatures and nature of the dungeon, that didn't mean they would completely ignore a resource available to them. They regularly sent teams into the dungeon to gain skill levels and experience. The life experience of fighting the creatures of the dark was also a huge benefit for one such as them. Several teams had traveled quite far into the second floor, but Jocelyn viewed it as his duty to accompany some of the weaker members so that he could oversee their development. The Sword Bishop had led a team that cleared the second floor, but even he had shied away from exploring any deeper for the time being. The experience crystals found on the second floor were a huge discovery, and Jocelyn could barely understand the decision of the adventurers to ignore the warnings in the face of such wealth. This wealth wasn't in money, but in strength, so Jocelyn could grudgingly concede the point. It still doesn't justify literally throwing their lives away. What good does the opportunity do a dead man? The church was well positioned to supervise the extraction of the experience crystals. Jocelyn could see the church gaining untold wealth and increased power from charging a simple percentage fee. Just one crystal per group for removing the taint from the crystals so they could be safely used. They weren't like the adventurers, though. They kept a careful watch on the level of corruption that seeped into them and regularly dispelled it even while delving the depths. They even insisted on having a third-party cleanse everyone once they left. You never know if the corruption could affect the spell of the priests who go in there and let some of it slip by, so better to have another round of cleansing to be 100 sure. Jocelyn noticed a commotion as they drew closer to the inspection team. He saw a group of adventurers take off running in the direction of the infirmary. Some of those adventurers look familiar. Where have I seen them? He couldn't quite place why they looked familiar, but it wasn't that important, so he put it out of his mind as he approached the inspection team as the priest finished his inspection of the group he was currently attending to. "What's the situation, priest?" Jocelyn asked. The robed man looked up at his voice, and noticing who it was, he snapped to attention and offered a salute. Jocelyn returned the salute with perfect precision and awaited the man's response. A group of adventurers came sprinting out of the dungeon carrying a man in a coma. Even in his unconscious state, he was racked with convulsions, so I, and apparently the adventurers, assumed he had fallen to the taint. The man shook his head as he spoke. There was no taint in him, though. He looked at Jocelyn dead in the eye. None, and they just came out of the dungeon. "Really?" Jocelyn said as he looked in the direction the group had run off to. "Interesting." Rieven's body submerged in the liquid and he slowly sank to the bottom. He didn't know what to expect out of entering the alchemical concoction, but based on what happened to the goblin, he wasn't thinking it would be anything good. Except for not being able to breathe, it's not much different than water. It's not actually boiling. I suspect the bubbling is magical in nature, and it's cold to the touch. He kept his eyes firmly shut, as he didn't want to risk permanent damage from the unknown substance, but the first few moments of falling into the pit weren't unpleasant. He swished his arms and kicked his feet in an attempt to swim to the edge, but his arms just waved through the liquid without propelling him in any direction at all. Okay, so that's out. I'll just have to wait until my body reaches the bottom, which should be soon, and I can walk over to the edge. I hope my friends aren't freaking out too much. They should be able to handle the specter without me. Rieven crossed his arms as he simply bided his time as his body sank. Quickly, the presence of the bottom of the pit, must be about 8 feet or so, reached his perception through spatial awareness. All right, I'll just walk over and climb out, and in the future, we'll make sure there's more room between the pit and our members. This is actually just more annoying than anything else. Rieven's foot came into contact with the bottom of the pit, and even visible to his closed eyes, complicated lines of runes lit up as soon as his foot touched down. A red pulse originated from the center of the cauldron and shot out in a ring, and the liquid suddenly became extremely viscous. His body was immediately locked into place, and apprehension filled Rieven. Okay, this doesn't look good, but so far not much has happened. I'll either have to force my way through the thick substance, or wait for it to return to its original state. Due to my high vitality, I can hold my breath for several minutes before I enter a dangerous situation, but there's still a time limit. Rieven attempted to move his body through the liquid, but the harder or faster he tried to move, the more it resisted him. If he moved at an extremely slow pace, he was able to move, but it was so slow that he wasn't sure he would be able to traverse the distance to the edge of the pit and climb out in time. He utilized his mana to try and force it away from him with a mana shield. That was a mistake. Rieven could sense through his control of the mana that the liquid had formed countless, extremely tiny spikes, and it had latched onto his mana. In his panic, he tried to retract the mana, and while he didn't have any problems in doing so, the liquid followed. Searing pain assaulted Rievin across his entire body, as he had foolishly tried to draw his mana shield into his entire body all at once. The liquid now had a bridge connecting his mana circuits to the outside, and as if it had sensed a tasty morsel of food, it drilled into his body. Every second was followed by an increasing level of pain. There was no end to the level of pain that was being induced, and every second the intensity increased at a steady rate. Rievin tried to open his mouth to scream involuntarily, but the nature of the liquid had changed once more, and he couldn't control the muscles in his body at all. The liquid seemed to come alive with glee, and he felt it lift him up to the top of the cauldron. As soon as his head broke the surface and his face was no longer in contact with the liquid, his mouth opened and let out a primal scream all on its own. The pain continued to increase. It was almost like the liquid had a mind of its own, and it didn't want him to drown to death before it could accomplish its task, but it quickly crawled up his body and covered him once more. He was vaguely aware of his body thrashing about uncontrollably from the pain. Rievin's consciousness was consumed by the all-encompassing pain, and his awareness was starting to fray at the edges, but a worrisome notification finally popped up and grabbed the last vestiges of his consciousness. Helpful hint, you are being invaded by a foreign system. The Akashic Record, something that hadn't made an appearance since the time he had been knocked out by Ren, finally showed itself again. The tone of the message almost seemed like it was taking joy in Rievin's predicament. Rievin wasn't able to form any coherent thoughts beyond that simple idea fluttering at the edges of awareness. He knew he was definitely in trouble, as that message hinted at a much more insidious situation. Rievin buckled down all of his willpower, utilizing mental fortitude and iron will in overdrive, and focused his attention on the notifications that had popped up that he wasn't previously able to perceive through the pain. Detected Tier 1 entity. Forcing class chain. Class changing to heretic abyssal vessel. Error Tier 2 class detected. A foreign system has invaded you. Foreign system attempting forceful class chain. Rievin's heart sank as he caught up to the notifications at this point. They were still coming at breakneck speed. The ever-increasing intensity of pain was beginning to sap his willpower once again, and he was barely able to understand what was happening to him, but he instinctively knew it was bad. Initiating forceful class chain. Class changing to heretic abyssal vessel. Warning: succumbing to a foreign system is permanent. Aside from divine intervention, you will be forever locked out of your original system. Helpful hint: turning into a demon doesn't rob you of your free will, and you can continue progressing using the foreign system. Who cares if I don't become mindless? I don't want to be a demon. Rievin's consciousness was fading fast, and he desperately used the last of his will to deny the class change. Heretic abyssal vessel. The abyssal vessel is one who prepares his body for accepting the transformation into a demon. The stronger your base body, the stronger the demon you can become. Open a connection in your soul and stare into the abyss. Let it in. Decline accept. Rievin mentally mashed the grayed out decline button over and over, but nothing was happening. His awareness was fading, and he didn't know what to do. X plus 1000. Error maximum level. Open a connection in your soul and stare into the abyss. Let it in. Decline accept. Accept your fate. I will never accept my fate, Rievin screamed in his mind. You have accepted the foreign system. Once your class change completes, you will be forever locked out of the system. You have accepted the class change to heretic abyssal vessel. Initiating class change. What? No, I didn't cancel. Nothing happened. Rievin could feel the energy building in order to alter his meridians and flood his mana circuits with energy. Rievin's consciousness was quickly dimming, and the notification windows appeared to get smaller and smaller in his vision until it was almost consumed by the darkness. Is there nothing I can do? Am I destined to not achieve my goals and instead be transformed into an abomination? Wait, my goals, my bloodline, activate. With the last shred of his willpower, Rievin activated his experience siphon ability. He noticed a change in the notification windows that were still popping up in the distance. No longer did he see the foreign window, but his regular blue window had returned, but the experience gains continued to tick up. X plus 1000. X plus 1000. The nature of the pain changed, and it was no longer continuing to ramp up. Instead, it lessened an equal amount with each new pulse. It would eventually go away following the new trend, but Rievin had expended too much mental energy. Some new windows popped up, but with the relief of surviving the calamity, Rievin finally fell to darkness before he could see what it was. Rievin stood on an illuminated platform surrounded by infinite darkness on all sides. Rievin looked around, but he couldn't see the source of the light. It extended about 30 feet in a perfect circle around him. Beyond that was nothing. He didn't gradually become aware of his surroundings. He was completely devoid of any conscious thought one moment, and then the next, he was fully aware and found himself in this strange place. Does this have something to do with the boss room? Is it some kind of gimmick where we're all separated and have to fight our own battles? Rievin had no recollection of how he could have gotten here, and his last memory was of right before he and his party entered the boss room on the second floor of the dungeon. To Rievin's perception, he had taken a step forward through the threshold. His memory went dark for a second, and then he was in this room. He looked around, but he couldn't see anything besides the floor. It was a white marble brick, and every rectangle was perfectly uniform and smooth with perfectly straight lines in the mortar holding it together. Rievin looked left and right, and shrugging his shoulders, he began walking. The floor and illumination never changed, and if he wasn't able to see himself take the steps forward on the ground, he would swear that he wasn't moving at all. There was no wind, there was no sound, there was nothing but his small circle of light that followed him like the ambient lighting of the dungeon. Rievin picked up pace, and he slowly transformed from a sedate walk to a slow jog all the way up to a full sprint. He didn't notice any loss of stamina, but he was unable to pull up his status page to check. There was no wind on his face despite his all-out sprint, and he still had no perception of any movement. He ran at full speed for several minutes, never growing tired, until he finally came to a stop. He didn't have to breathe heavily or anything. He was able to transition from walking to full speed to a complete stop, and he didn't feel anything. The fact that I don't have access to my status page is extremely worrisome. This obviously isn't some gimmick for the boss room. Where am I, and what happened to my companions? Rievin decided to simply wait, and so he sat down and attempted to meditate. Nothing happened. Rievin frowned as he stood back up. He attempted to activate another skill. He tried to summon his mana. Nothing happened. Rievin's concern began to turn into panic. He activated all of his skills, but it was the same thing with all of them. Rievin forced himself to stop and think. He expected his heart to be pounding in his chest due to his increasing panic, but there was nothing. He reached up and placed his fingers on his pulse on his neck. There was no pulse. Okay, calm down. Rievin's body was still completely normal, and he didn't show any signs of the panic his mind was experiencing. He didn't hyperventilate, he didn't sweat, and he didn't have a pounding heart or infusions of adrenaline. Am I dead? The thought crossed his mind involuntarily. No, I don't believe it. I'm going to assume I'm not dead. So then what's happening? Rievin crossed his arms and tapped his foot as he tried to work out what was going on. No access to the status page. No access to skills. Probably no access to the system. I'm not in my body, so this must all be in my head. But even then I would have access to skills and the system. Am I in some powerful illusion? Rievin couldn't figure out what was going on, but absolutely nothing was happening or changing. He had no idea how long he had been here considering the break in his consciousness, and he had no idea how long he would have to wait. If I can't activate the skill meditation, then I'll just have to settle for the old-fashioned version. Rievin sat down and crossed his legs. He didn't have any bodily functions to master to help him enter into a meditative state, so he simply closed his eyes and resigned himself to wait, and wait, and wait. He had no idea how long he waited, but it felt like weeks at least. Finally, something changed. A breeze rustled his hair, and due to the complete lack of any external stimulation, Rievin immediately noticed it. He opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. There was no discomfort associated with sitting in the lotus position for extended periods of time. There was no locked muscles and no tingling sensation from pinched nerves. He easily assumed a standing position. Way off into the infinite distance, high up in the sky, Rievin saw something new for the first time. He couldn't perceive the distance, but he instinctively knew that it was so far away that he would never be able to reach it, even with 10 lifetimes. Two short lines of color formed next to each other, spread far apart. Rievin watched as they slowly grew thicker, as the line of color extended upward. It was a deep crimson. The lines slowly, steadily increased in size, and Rievin was able to notice that the shape wasn't blocky, but it was instead forming an oval. Even though the appearing colors radiated intense light, it didn't reach Rievin and it didn't add to any illumination. Are these red suns? What are these things? The ovals continued to reveal themselves, and after reaching a certain point, a hollow spot appeared in the center. Rings, what's the meaning of these red rings? Two hollow circles finally came into complete view, and as Rievin watched, the large black space in the center contracted instantaneously to pinpricks, and then they swiveled until the orbs were focused on Rievin. Those are eyes. Abject terror filled Rievin as the impossibly large being brought its focus to bear on him. His non-body finally had a reaction, and even though he didn't have any regular bodily functions, he still felt the cold tingles down his spine as his hair stood on end. One of yours, it looks like, an impossible sound echoed out from the distance. Rievin could clearly hear the words, but he couldn't make any sense of what they were saying, and he couldn't place any of the characteristics. It didn't sound like anything. More like it was the words were just in his head. Seems so, another voice startled Rievin, and he spun around to face the opposite direction. There was another pair of impossibly large, impossibly far-away eyes hovering in the sky, also focused on him. This pair of eyes was a light sky blue, however. Rievin didn't have any feelings of terror or apprehension from these eyes, and he felt an instinctive kinship from them. "Let's see what dragged him here," the first voice said. Suddenly, two figures were standing right in front of Rievin, shoulder to shoulder. He startled backward half a step before he realized nothing else was happening, and he looked at each in turn to see if he could gain any clues. The one on his right was completely shrouded in darkness, and he couldn't see anything other than red eyes and the outline of his body. The body appeared to be made of smoke, as he could somewhat see the illuminated ground behind him. The one on his left was the exact opposite. He appeared to be made of white clouds, and the blue eyes were the only other distinguishing characteristic. The white entity Blue, I'll refer to him, placed its hand on Rievin's head. There was no movement. It was standing there completely still one moment, and then it had its hand on Rievin's head with its eyes closed. It gained what it was searching for, and quickly resumed its position a couple of steps away again. The two were suddenly facing each other, and Rievin listened in as they conversed. "It would seem that remnants of your followers continue to try and influence my realm, all these years later," Blue said. "Really?" The black entity with red eyes, Red, I'll call him, replied. "It's been what? A couple million years since we walked that plane, at least. I guess they never moved on from our old grudge, huh, old friend?" Blue smiled. Rievin couldn't see the smile, but he could perceive that it was there. "Guess so. We're brothers now, but our offspring obviously don't know about our change in relationship." Red chuckled. "His body is falling apart from the warring energies. He has an interesting ability and a powerful connection to my bloodline. He's siphoning all of the experience into increasing his bloodline, something I've never seen before. Must be system shenanigans, but all of the impurities from the energy are scarring his body. He won't be able to live much longer, and I would hate to see something happen to someone with such a strong bloodline. Do you mind doing something for him?" "Sure thing, Vin." Red extended his hand much like Blue had done, but instead of simply closing his eyes and sensing something, Rievin could feel the tainted energy that had accumulated in his body get sucked out. It wasn't a gradual thing, either. Red instantaneously removed all of the corruption. The smoky being smiled at Rievin, much like he had perceived from Blue, and patted his shoulder. "I'll put a barrier up in your mana circuits. It'll automatically filter out any corruption you come into contact with in the future." A ball of red and black energy formed in Red's hands, and it quickly shot into Rievin's body. He was expecting excruciating pain from the sudden turn of events, but instead he got a warm, fuzzy feeling. It was like a blanket covered all of his meridians. He touched Rievin's head once more. Sleep, a word Rievin was finally able to put meaning to, came from Blue, but before he could contemplate further, darkness once more consumed him. "He's dying," the healer said. Melissa stopped her pacing and turned towards the man that had been leaning over Rievin. "There must be something you can do." "Afraid not," the man sighed. "His body is chock full of warring energies, and they're slowly corroding his internal organs and meridians. If I inject any other kind of energy, instead of doing what I want it to, it will simply join the battle and accelerate the damage." The man wiped sweat from his brow. "It's all up to him now, but it doesn't look good. I would make your peace." The healer moved on to attend to others needing his attention. Melissa turned to face the rest of the group that were sitting or squatting nearby. Talon had a dazed look on his face from the information they had just received, and Kimberly squeezed his hand to try and offer what little comfort she could. Larissa looked back and forth between Talon and Kimberly, Melissa, and Rievin lying on the cot. "He's not going to make it?" she asked with a quivering lip. "It's Rievin," Melissa said. "He'll make it." She didn't believe her own words. She walked over and sat down next to her sister. Eric was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and one leg up behind him, placed on the wall, behind Larissa, and even he had a frown on his face. Melissa put her arm over her sister's shoulders and leaned her head down to place it against Larissa's. "There's a slim chance. All we can do is wait. He's in this predicament because of us. If we hadn't just stood there like idiots, he wouldn't have had to insert himself between us and the specter." Melissa had never been in a situation where one of her friends or companions had died, much less right in front of her, and due to saving her. Her feelings were extremely complicated. She felt sorrow over the ordeal that Rievin was going through, and rage at herself for being incompetent. She felt guilt that it was him and not her that had been knocked into the pit, and she felt frustration that she had found such a powerful talent to recruit into her family, but the opportunity very likely had disappeared. Hack, cough. Rievin's body locked up and he began to cough profusely. His head shook around, and if the muscles in his body hadn't locked up, he would have probably continued convulsing. Suddenly, he spewed some black, sticky substance out of his mouth. His body relaxed and he went completely still with a sigh. There was no movement. Melissa and the others all stared wide-eyed at the sudden change. Melissa held her breath as she feared that she had just witnessed her new friend pass away. After a short eternity, Reevin's chest rose and Melissa let out the breath she had been holding. Relief flooded her and tears trickled down her face. She turned to her sister, who likewise had tears, and smiled. "See," she said through the smile, a slight hiccup interrupting her. "I told you he'd make it." Reevin leisurely stretched as he slowly opened his eyes. He smacked his lips as he gradually came awake. He felt like he had just had the best sleep of his life. His vision came into focus, and he was momentarily confused at waking up in a different location. "Where am I?" Reevin sat up and looked around. He was placed on a bed in an unfamiliar, large room consisting of rows of beds. Some of the others had occupants, but most were empty. His companions were sitting or slouching off to the side in various states of sleep or rest. Eric was crouched down with his sword ready to be drawn as he fought off sleep in order to maintain his vigil over the two sisters. Eric looked up from the movement on the bed, and noticing Reevin awake, he gave him a simple nod. Reevin nodded back and then mouthed the words, "Go to sleep." Eric nodded his head. He was already asleep before he even finished the movement. "Poor guy must have been tired," Reevin chuckled to himself. "This looks like an infirmary." Reevin returned to trying to figure out where they were. Eric wasn't the type to be very forthcoming with information, which is why Reevin had no compunction in just telling him to go to sleep instead of picking his brain. "Does this mean we failed the boss room?" Reevin grasped his head in his hands as he tried to remember. "Why can't I remember anything? What happened?" A brief scene of him standing in an infinite darkness quickly flitted through his mind, but he was unable to grasp anything else about the memory. "The last thing I remember is taking the first step across the threshold to the boss room. After that, I'm here." It was obviously the middle of the night, from what he could see from a window further down the long dormitory, so he didn't want to wake his companions to figure things out just yet. He had other things to investigate that could grant him the information he wanted. "I'll check my notifications. They've been blinking quite incessantly in the corner. If that doesn't jog my memory, I can wait until morning to ask my friends." Reevin brought up his notifications. X plus 1000. X plus 1000. Error, class change, heretic abyssal vessel halted. Level 30 max not achieved. System transfer interrupted. Access to abyssal system revoked. Error, system detected entity without access to any system. No precedent exists. Seeking solution. Petitioning closest relevant ascended for intervention. Entering soul space. Resolution achieved. Access to veridical system restored. New affinities unlocked. Tier 5. Abyss 1, veridical 1. What's all this? The notifications didn't jog his memories right away, but they contained some very alarming information. He still had several more to look through, so he continued to pull them up in the order they had appeared. Achievement. Come into contact with a foreign realm. Access to Tier 5 affinities unlocked. Achievement. Meet and ascended in person. Error. Met and ascended in the soul space. System deems in person does not apply. Achievement. Infuse your meridians with energy from the abyssal realm on a fundamental level. Abyssal realm is no longer considered heretical by the system for you. Abyss affinity unlocked. Note, other realms are still considered heretical. Achievement. Infuse your meridians with energy from the veridical realm on a fundamental level. Veridical affinity unlocked. Other realms. How many other realms are there? Reevin absently thought as he scrolled through his notifications. Achievement. Save yourself from impossible odds. You successfully defended yourself from the corruption of a foreign system. Luck plus 5. Increased veridical affinity. X plus 1000. X plus 1000. X plus 1000. Bloodline milestone, physical and mental stats plus 3. Charisma and luck plus 1. X plus 1000. Bloodline milestone, physical and mental stats plus 3. Charisma and luck plus 1. Bloodline, unknown 2,518,380 110 million. Experience 0 3000. What? There are 25 messages about bloodline milestones being achieved. Reevin did some quick mental math. That means that for every 100,000 experience dumped into my bloodline, that will get me 3 to all my physical and mental stats and 1 to charisma and luck. I just gained 500 stat points from siphoning experience. Reevin was stunned at the revelation. He had always thought that he would get a bonus upon reaching the full 10 million experience, but he hadn't considered the possibility of there being additional milestones. Reaching the full 10 million would mean 100 milestones total. That's 2,000 stat points for fully unlocking my bloodline. Just how powerful is my bloodline? There must be more to what Mother said about her bloodline. I don't believe for an instant that she only got 1 stat boost to physical and mental stats. Her wording was also very suspicious. She said initial stat boost. Also 2,500,000 experience. That's a ridiculous amount. That amount of experience could get me to Tier 4. That would be a terrible idea, though, because I would lose out on the time needed to increase my skills and gain life experience for a good Tier 4 class. I definitely have to ask Talon and the others what happened to figure out why my experience shot up so much. Maybe I can replicate it to fill out my bloodline all the way. There was one last notification for Rievin to look at. Exiting dungeon. Calculating first floor complete. Combat experience X plus 400. Boss defeated X plus 400. First floor completion bonus X plus 500. Calculating second floor complete. Combat experience X plus 6,000. Boss defeated X plus 1,000. Second floor completion bonus X plus 5,000. Total experience 13,300. Okay, so it looks like we did, in fact, defeat the boss room. Rievin pulled up his status to see the results. Status. Name Rievin class, Fighter LVL 30 age 10. Health 2000 2000 stamina, 3800 mana, 1670 1670. Physical stats, mental stats. SDR 180 INT, 167. VIT 200 MAG, 167. Dex 180 CLA, 109. CHA 32 per, 126. LUK 38. Bloodline unknown 2,530, 1,680, 110 million. Experience 0 3000. With my new achievement giving 5 luck and the reduction to stat requirements that brings, I definitely meet the requirements for a rare Tier 3 caster class already. Now I need to ensure I have my skills, affinities, and life experience up to snuff. I'm pretty sure I got the life experience covered. Actually, Rievin chuckled. Rievin was too wired to go back to sleep, but he didn't want to disturb his friend's rest, so he sat up in the lotus position and entered meditation. Might as well start working on those skills and affinities now. Rievin opened his eyes as he heard Melissa call out his name. He looked up and saw her leap to her feet from her position of sleeping next to her sister. Her sudden movement startled Larissa awake, and Talon and Kimberly also woke up from the yell. "We were so worried that you weren't going to make it," Melissa said as she quickly reached Rievin's side. "How do you feel? The priest said there was no corruption in you, but the healer said you had warring energies and were unlikely to survive." Rievin could see the faint traces of worry still etched on Melissa's face. "I feel great, actually," Rievin said matter-of-factly. "My memory is hazy, though. I don't remember anything after taking that first step into the boss room. What happened? Did I get my butt handed to me or something?" "Heh, nah man," Talon spoke up with a chuckle. "If anything, I was the one that got my butt handed to me. You were fine, and we succeeded in clearing the boss room." Talon gestured toward Melissa. "She saw more than I did, so let her explain it." "Yeah, aside from the very end, we all handled the boss room pretty well. Here's what happened." Melissa recounted the fight from her perspective, Kimberly or Talon occasionally interjecting a detail that she had missed. "So you're saying I basically became an ingredient for a mega experience crystal?" Rievin laughed. "This is no laughing matter," Melissa gently rebuked, a stern expression on her face. "What are you worried about?" Rievin asked with a lopsided smile. "I'm fine, aren't I? You almost weren't." "Well," Rievin didn't have a reply to that. "I mean, I actually managed to get some amazing benefits out of this whole ordeal, so I'm not too turned off about it." "If you heard the way you were screaming, you wouldn't be saying that," Melissa frowned. You're probably right," Rievin conceded. "I guess I'm lucky I don't remember it, and I don't have any lingering pain or negative effects." "I feel amazing." Rievin threw his arms out and smiled brightly. "Let's get out of here." Rievin swung his legs over the side and made to stand up, but instead of standing up smoothly, he launched himself across the space between the beds and tumbled over the adjacent cot. He fell to the ground in a tangle of limbs. He let out an embarrassed cough. He focused his attention on his muscles as he extremely carefully stood back up. "What the hell was that?" Talon fell over laughing. Even Kimberly didn't rebuke him, instead hiding a chuckle behind her hand. "Amazing benefits, Melissa said with a raised eyebrow. "Seems like it made you stupid or something to me." She couldn't hold the look on her face and also cracked a smile. Larissa smiled as she poked Eric awake. Eric sat up, fully alert in an instant, and after looking around briefly, he grunted before taking up his usual position standing in the back. The group made their way out of the infirmary, Rievin walking in what felt like an exaggeratedly slow manner, yet he had no trouble keeping up with his friends. "I'm going to have to work on getting used to my new stats," he thought. "I pretty much made a fool of myself back there." "Melissa," Rievin called out as they exited the infirmary, "how many tiers of affinities are there?" "There are 4 tiers of affinities, but there is speculation from some of the academics that there might be more." "Why?" Melissa said. She brushed her hair behind her ear as she faced Rievin. Well, I guess I can confirm that there are 5 then, Reevan said sheepishly. Have you ever heard of the veridical affinity? Veridical truth. Melissa shook her head. No, is that what your 5th tier affinity is called? Yeah, Reevan said. I got an achievement that the reward was opening up the 5th tier of affinities, and veridical was the name of the affinity I unlocked. No reason to bring up the abyssal affinity. If that got out, it would bring more trouble than it was worth, Reevan thought. I can only speculate based on the name, but it sounds like it's the true element or something. Melissa tapped her chin in thought. That's interesting. Maybe you can help me and Larissa unlock the affinity somehow. Oh sure, Reevan replied. I just have to figure out how to safely manufacture a similar scenario first, so no idea when that will be. I'm not in a hurry. Aside from the speculation, I've never heard of anyone actually having a 5th tier affinity. We're all young. With the precedent of you getting the affinity, I'm sure we can figure out how to do it. From what she told me earlier, absorbing the medicinal soup is what created the interaction with the other realm. We'll have to see if absorbing some in small doses will have an effect. Why are we heading back towards the dungeon? Reevan asked as he noticed the direction they were heading. Oh, we skipped the inspection for all of us because of the emergency situation. We promised the priest we would come back as soon as we were able, Melissa said. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I don't want any of that gunk in my system, Talon added. And they offer free purification with the inspections, so no reason not to do it. We originally thought you had succumbed to too much corruption, but the priest said there was 0 corruption in you. Melissa glanced at him out of the corner of her eye with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, one of the amazing benefits, Reevan said. I got another achievement that said it won't affect me anymore. I'm pretty sure I actually do have some of the corruption inside of me, Reevan thought while doing an internal inspection. It's just no longer in conflict with me. It's interesting that the priest inspecting me wouldn't be able to tell. It must have something to do with how our system interacts with it, rather than its inherent characteristics. The group approached the inspection team that was on standby, and after a short explanation, they received the purification. Ah, refreshing, Talon said with a stretch of his arms above his head. Well, this was fun and all, and I know we just woke up, but I'm going to go back to the house and relax. I'm not up for any training or sparring today, Talon eyed Reevan with suspicion, clearly waiting for him to propose such a thing. Reevan chuckled, yeah, I actually have a lot of things to think about, plus I need get used to a few things. Reevan cleared his throat. You and Kimberly also have enough experience and skills that I'm not worried about training right now. I'll come over to the tavern tomorrow to talk more about the affinities and such. Reevan turned and addressed Melissa and her 2 companions as the group of 6 split in 2 distinct groups. Sure, Melissa nodded her head. I'm glad you're okay, Larissa said with a smile. She gave a little wave and Eric added his customary grunt and nod. All right, I guess you and Kimberly do whatever you want for the next few days, Reevan said as they made their way back to the house. I pretty much need some time to work out some things on my own anyway. I'm guessing you got a major boost to your stats, Talon queried. Reevan simply nodded his head. I know you said you don't remember anything, and I believe you, but it was bad. If you ever need to talk, I'm here to listen. Talon gripped Reevan's shoulder as he put on a serious expression. I appreciate that, Reevan said. The things I need to work through and think about aren't like that at the moment, but I'll remember it. Good, Talon put his hand back down, and the trio made their way to their temporary home. Okay, let's see about this new affinity. Reevan was sitting in his customary cross-legged position on his bed. He extended his hand and willed a ball of mana into his hand. He took a deep breath and then drew upon the new veridical element and infused it into his mana orb. Reevan frowned as he couldn't perceive any change in the mana. It still looked like just pure mana. He didn't sense anything different about it, either. Maybe something will show up with mana sight. Reevan activated his skill and looked at the mana swirling in his palm. There was still no discernible difference. It just looks like pure mana. I can tell that I infused the element, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. The notification did say something about this being the veridical realm, so maybe it is pure mana. Is it the basic building block of the world? That would make sense, but it begs the question, how am I supposed to increase my affinity level? Reevan pondered the problem, but he didn't even know the first step to move in the right direction. Maybe Mom will know something. I can ask her when I get home. Reevan ended his session with experimenting with the new element prematurely. There was no way he was going to try and manipulate the abyssal element out in the open. I had already planned on attempting a solo run next week, and I don't see any reason to change plans now, especially with my increase in stats. I can try it out in the dungeon. Reevan resumed his affinity and mana skill training. He had the stats for a good tier 3 class now. He had the means to access the academy where he could initiate the class change, but he wanted to be 100% sure he met all of the requirements. Even if I wasn't planning on getting an early tier 3 class, I would still work on these skills anyway, so nothing's really changed. I've just removed one worry. Reevan swung his sword in the basic forms over and over again, sweat dripping down his face. He had spent the past several weeks focusing on being able to assist his friends in traversing the second floor of the dungeon and not so much on physical training or sparring, so he had almost forgotten how hot and humid it was. I swear it's getting worse every day, but Talon and Kimberly never say anything about it. I've seen Melissa and Larissa fan themselves occasionally, and some of the bystanders walking around, so I know it's not just me. I really need to adapt myself to my new physical condition, though, so I just have to train through it. Reevan grit his teeth as he continued his practice through the discomfort. He performed his sword forms for several minutes before he switched to his spear. The body movements associated with the spearwork were sufficiently different that he was able to work several other muscle groups and continued to gain mastery over his body. This isn't going to be over in a day, though, so I get to look forward to several days of this torture. Reevan finished up with the spear, and then he pulled out his tesson. The good thing about the tesson is that I can intersperse training with fanning myself to cool off. Reevan chuckled to himself. The tesson was a unique form of combat, and there wasn't nearly as much body movement associated with it as with the other forms of combat, so Reevan included unarmed styles into his routine while wielding the battle fan. After several sessions of working with all of his current weaponry several different times, Reevan was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. I'm not actually that tired, he thought. It's just so hard to breathe in this humidity. Reevan took a long drag from his water skin as he rested, and he dumped some of it over his head to help with the heat. All right, just a little bit more, and then I can call it a day for now. Agility exercises here in the courtyard, and then a pack run around the town. Reevan psyched himself up before he got to work running back and forth in the yard, working on changing directions as fast as possible and controlling his momentum properly. Phew, this is going to suck. Reevan ran through the streets back towards the house after he finished his endurance session along the perimeter of the palisade. He watched the other people in town as they went about their business. He noticed a lot of people also struggling with the heat, but not everyone. I guess we're just more sensitive to the temperature, Reevan thought to himself as he witnessed a group of adventurers mostly ignoring the heat. The group he spotted had several people moving about in their full armor and kit, and they didn't show any visible signs of discomfort, yet a couple of their members were clearly affected as they didn't wear a single piece of armor, opting for loose, flowing clothes. Well, whatever. I guess we're just the unlucky ones. Reevan put the thoughts to the back of his mind as he slowed to a walk before reaching the house. He washed himself off with water from a rain barrel and changed into some clean clothes he had prepared beforehand before heading inside. Talon and Kimberly were laughing and joking as he walked in. How was the run? Talon said as he spotted Reevan entering the house. Hot, Reevan replied as he plopped down on an open seat. He leaned back and relaxed with a sigh. Well, Kimberly and I have some good news, Talon said. Reevan lifted his head and gave his friend his full attention. When we came out of the dungeon, after checking the experience we got, we noticed we were only a couple thousand experience away from maxing out at level 30, so we decided to use a couple experience crystals. You're looking at 2 brand new tier 2s. Talon lifted his chin with pride, a smile on his face. Congratulations, Reevan said. What class did you pick? Let me guess. Reevan held his hand out to forestall his friend. Kimberly chose fighter and you chose. Reevan snapped his fingers. Rogue. Haha, Talon gave an unamused laugh. I know I was all about stealing those pies, but that was a long time ago. I'm a proper adventurer now. Talon placed his hand over his breast in mock indignation. Well, you're right that I chose fighter, Kimberly supplied. It made the most sense. I can give you some pointers and show you the mana circulation pathways later, Reevan said with a smile and a nod. Okay, enough about other people and more about me, Talon said. Kimberly and Reevan rolled their eyes in unison. I didn't pick rogue, though it did have some interesting benefits for my style of combat. No, I got something new available after this last dungeon delve. I picked a class called Spook, Talon said. Reevan couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Hey now. I know the name doesn't really do it justice, but it's a rare tier 2 class, and it has a lot of utility for my way of fighting. Oh, like what? Reevan leaned forward in his seat, an expectant expression on his face. It focuses on lessening my presence, and it gives me bonuses and class skills that increase my speed and dexterity while moving in the shadows or unseen, either one. I don't necessarily have to be in the shadows, and I don't have to be completely invisible to others. It's like an upgraded version of what a rogue gets. There's a lot fewer limitations. Okay, that actually does sound like it would benefit your style, Reevan nodded in seriousness. We'll have to get you some training time with Eric and the girls soon, so you and they can adapt to the changes. Talon threw his head back and groaned. Why do you have to ruin the good mood with the dreaded training word? Talon complained. I also noticed you didn't include yourself in that statement. Talon looked at Reevan through the side of his eye. Yeah, I plan on doing a solo run next week, Reevan casually said. A what? Talon sat straight up. Are you sure you want to do that? Kimberly asked with a concerned look on her face. Yeah, what's the issue? Reevin looked back and forth between his two friends. Talon and Kimberly shared a look before Talon said, I mean, you just went through that whole ordeal, and now you want to go back in without any backup. Trust me, I'm fine, Reevin said. He shook his head. He really was fine. I'm not saying I'm going to go down and challenge the second floor boss on my own. That's a relief, Talon said. He wiped away imaginary sweat from his forehead. Yeah, it'll depend on how well I can handle the revenants on my own, Reevin added. Talon looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Just promise me you won't take any chances. He looked at Reevin with a sober expression. Kimberly nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm not going to throw my life away, Reevin said. I got a pseudo-achievement way back for killing the ogre by myself, but not clearing the whole first floor solo, so I know an achievement for it exists. I know what I'm getting into, and I know I can at least handle that, so I want to go get it. I'll just explore the second floor a bit afterward, and I'll only move on to the boss room if I can handle the revenants with ease. From what they told me about the boss room, I didn't seem to have any problems, and my stats have improved significantly. The entire reason I'm suffering through the heat is to get acclimated to my new stats as fast as possible. All right, man, if you're sure, Talon said. It'll be fine, Reevin reassured. Now, let's do something fun for once. More training. Talon rolled his eyes. Nope, Reevin said. He pulled a small box out of his breast pocket. Cards. Talon placed his cards on the table and lifted his arms in triumph. Ha, finally beat you, he exclaimed. Yeah, you only had to team up with Kimberly to do it, Reevin smirked. Since when did you get so lucky? Talon asked as he scooped up the cards. I don't know what you're talking about, Reevin shrugged. I'm obviously just the superior card player. Talon rolled his eyes as he started shuffling the deck. He suddenly frowned, though, and paused his manipulations. I just got an achievement, Talon said absent-mindedly. Really? Reevin focused on his friend. He got a tingle in the back of his mind, so he activated mana sight on instinct. There was a strange distortion with the ambient mana. He couldn't quite describe what the difference was, but it appeared that the mana around Talon was more excited. It felt more than looked like they were vibrating around him, and he could faintly discern an outline of a box in front of Talon. He felt a similar distortion from a few feet away, and he looked over and saw the same phenomenon in front of Kimberly. Is this the manifestation of the veridical affinity? Reevin contemplated. He was brought out of his thoughts by Kimberly speaking up. I got one too, Kimberly said. It says, using strategy and a little luck, win a friendly match against impossible odds. Charisma and luck +1. Talon and Kimberly shared a glance before looking back at Reevin. No idea what I'm talking about, huh? Talon accused. You were obviously up to something. You a card shark or something. Nah, I'm just a little lucky is all. Reevin kept it deliberately vague. He wasn't opposed to sharing his luck stat with his friends, but he found it more fun to watch Talon squirm in the dark. I'll tell him someday, but before then, there are several other games of chance I can mess with him with. I need to get some dice. Reevin smiled to himself, and his two friends narrowed their eyes in suspicion. He obviously already has the luck stat unlocked, Kimberly pointed out. He's just messing with us. Oh, you're no fun, Reevin said with some exasperation. It's only a little higher than yours, and now that you've unlocked the stat, it should even out. You sure about that? Talon asked while continuing to shuffle. Yeah, it'll be fine, Reevin assured his friend. It didn't even out. Reevin watched as the man formed a bolt made of the earth element and sent it hurtling at the target. Reevin continued to observe the different mana braids that made up the earth bolt and attempted to add them to his repertoire. Reevin had placed a notice on the board in the Adventurers Guild branch that he was seeking to observe the basic spells, and after meeting up with several people who were interested in the tavern, he had set up a training schedule. He used his portion of remuneration from the ores they still gathered to pay the spellcasters for their time. He had continued to go to the same location he first went to with his party outside of the town. All of the adventurers were in the same boat with the time they had available to delve the dungeon, so they were also looking for things to alleviate their boredom and find something to do. Some chose to search for other resources for the locals building the town that posted on the notice board, some did training like Reevin and his team, and some spent their hard-earned coin in the taverns. Due to these reasons, the arrangements that Reevin entered into with these other spellcasters weren't expensive. The spellcasters didn't ask questions about why Reevin wanted to watch them cast their basic spells. Most of them had done, or were doing, the same thing in one way or another. Most people weren't like Reevin, though, and it was rare for many people to be equally talented in the base affinities, much less have decent talent in the higher tier affinities. So you're trying to figure out the structure of the basic bolt spells, huh? Which elements are you working on? The man Lauren asked. Yeah, I'm teamed up with a couple of casters who told me about the system rewarding you for figuring out how to cast the spells freehand, so I've been studying the braids to build my foundation. So far I'm able to cast Fire Bolt, Ice Bolt, Water Bolt, and Air Bolt. Earth is the last one I need to learn for the 4 basic elements, and the only reason I know Ice already is because of one of the casters in my party, Reevin answered. After interacting with Melissa, Larissa, and several other casters who had answered his notice, Reevan had learned that it wasn't nearly as much of a stigma to discuss affinities among casters as he had first thought. Talking about skills was one thing, but the affinities were universal. The only thing people kept private was their exact level, but they still freely revealed that they were within a certain range. Reevan wasn't sure if they were completely honest with the numbers they provided, though, as he certainly wasn't. The numbers he heard from the other casters made him realize just how much further along in his affinity training he was compared to someone else in the same age range. Lauren gave a low whistle before replying. That's pretty impressive for someone your age. I was 16 before I had the braids for the 4 basic elements down, and you're what, 13? Reevan gave a non-committal shrug. And you already have your Tier 2 affinity as well. What kind of a Tier 3 class are you working toward? I kind of got forced into a martial class. It's a long story, so I don't have as many opportunities to work on my caster skills other than just training, and most of what I've learned to date have to do with melee combat, with some ranged. I would like to eventually combine the two methods, but I feel a pure caster class for Tier 3 would lay a better foundation for the future. Reevan let the misunderstanding that he was Tier 2 training for his Tier 3 class stand. There was no reason to go into details with every person he interacted with. Likewise, there was no reason to disabuse the man of the notion that he only had one Tier 2 affinity unlocked. That's true, Lauren said. He continued to form the Earth Bolt spell and release it as they conversed. You have to keep in mind, though, that you'll be in Tier 3 for a long time, much longer than you're in Tier 2. Having access to 3 of your class skills from your Tier 2 class as it becomes your secondary will help. Active adventurers like us, especially ones who run dungeons, move through the earlier tiers at a much faster pace than lifestyle classes and the military, so it's not like you'll be stuck in Tier 3 for decades or anything like that. Just make sure you balance your experience diet with your skills training. It's not common out here, but there are tales of talented individuals who grew overconfident and advanced too quickly. They almost always get stuck with terrible classes in Tier 4, and the really unlucky ones get an uncommon class and end their progression prematurely. Lauren eyed Reevan for a second as he let his remarks sink in. Most people don't have to worry about such things, though, and the ones who do don't stay in this region. If you see any high-level person in this region who isn't in his or her twilight years, they're likely a talent who hit an insurmountable roadblock. Reevan's parents came to mind as he thought to himself, that's not always the case. My parents have obviously not reached the end of their progression. I'll have to ask them why they chose to settle in such a low-density region when I get home. I know they were traveling to get somewhere where nobody would know of their lineage and try to use them politically, but they could have still chosen a Tier 2 or even Tier 3 region. Sure thing. They continued practicing until Reevan felt a sort of mental click as he effortlessly braided the Earth Bolt. He wasn't supplying the full spell, and he wasn't releasing it either, so the drain on his mana wasn't too bad over the course of the session. He had a considerably larger mana pool now, though. The amount of mana it took him to succeed in braiding each of the elements had been more than his original entire mana pool each time. If he had tried to learn all of the braids before his stat increase, it would have taken him a lot longer. It was my pleasure, Lauren said as he accepted the money. It can get a bit boring while waiting for the reset, and there are too many others scouring the countryside for the locals. People have to go farther and farther to find anything worthwhile. I would bet someone in authority will step in soon and regulate it so that things don't get out of hand. The two continued their idle conversation as they walked back to the town. Well, see you around, Lauren said with a small wave as he and Reevan separated. See you. All of the preparations are done. All that's left for me to accomplish out here is the solo dive. Reevan was filled with excitement as he thought about his next excursion that was fast approaching. You got a letter? Reevan heard Talon call to him as he walked through the door. He grabbed a towel that he had taken to leaving near the door and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He ran it along the inside of the collar of his shirt, too. Talon frowned as he witnessed his friend's actions. Do you think it has something to do with the corrupt mana or something? Talon asked. You know, that's what I thought at first too, but I'm not so sure, Reevan said as he accepted the sealed envelope from Talon. He took a seat on the couch and opened the letter as he spoke. I've kept an eye out on all of the people walking around and the church guys, but it's not consistent who suffers from the heat. Hardly any of the church guys seem to be affected, and the priests always have their robes on. As for the adventurers, sure, a lot of the casters have a similar experience, but not all of them, and there are plenty of non-casters who suffer from the heat, too. I really don't know what's going on, but it hasn't really been a problem yet. Reevan held the letter in his hand while he spoke to Talon. He didn't want to be rude and start reading the letter while in the middle of a conversation. All right, if you say so, Talon said. He gestured for Reevan to go ahead and read the letter, and he walked off to his room. Kimberly was apparently out running an errand or spending time with Larissa. Reevan wasn't sure. He opened the folded paper and read the letter that he saw had been sent by his mother. My dearest Reevan, I hope all is well with you in the dungeon town. From your previous letter, it sounds like you've met some wonderful new friends to team up with. You'll have to tell me all about Melissa and Larissa when you get home. And I suppose Eric sounds fine too, but a mother cares more about some things more than others, if you get my drift. Reevan rolled his eyes at the words on the page. Geez, Mom, I'm only 10 years old. Sure, I've gone through puberty and all that, but isn't it a bit early? He snorted in amusement. This leads to the main purpose of the letter. We've decided to move to the capital. We already knew you were planning on going to the academy located in the capital when you got done with the dungeon, and while we hadn't said anything, we were obviously going to go with you. You're still a kid, after all, so she does know I'm still a kid. And with the development of your sister's ability to craft magical items but lack of drive, we can't in good conscience leave them to their own devices any longer. There is a supplementary school for younger children who haven't reached Tier 2, yet including those younger than 10, and we're going to enroll your sisters there. Depending on how long you have to spend in the academy, you might end up being their senior one day. How exciting. We will have already left by the time this letter reaches you, so when you send your next letter, mail it to the Adventurers Guild in the capital, and your father will go and check each day. We'll be sure to send you the address of our new home once we get there. You don't have to worry about your father's employment, either. He received a very nice recommendation from Mr. Einrin, who has some connections in the capital. We've also been pretty frugal with our money over the years, so we'll be perfectly fine. Your sisters are grumbling a bit, but luckily we hadn't really been here long enough for them to grow attached to any new friends, and they'll get to see Talon and Kimberly again when you guys move to the capital as well. If your indication that they're interested in attending the Night Academy holds true and they come with you, that is. I know this letter is short and to the point, but I promise to regale you with the tales of our travels and what the capital is like in our next correspondence. Stay safe. With love, Mother. P.S. We hadn't thought it would be an issue, yet, as we thought we would definitely meet up before you officially reached Tier 2, none of us expected the experience gain in the second floor to be so much higher than the first floor. Or lacking that, we would at least be able to help you through the mail. But since we'll be on the road, I need to tell you one last important detail if your new friends haven't mentioned it already. Slow down on leveling once you reach close to the Tier 2 threshold. I know I advised you that you could force a class even after accepting your Tier 2 class, but you can't go past level 10. With the increased experience requirements and the less exciting nature of living in a city and going to school, it should be fine as long as you don't gain too many levels in Tier 2. Again, much love. Reevan lowered the letter as he thought about the contents. I knew my sisters had an unusual talent, the flower crowns are proof of that, but it seems like it's even more so than I had thought. This works out pretty well, actually. Nothing has changed in the grand scheme of things from the sounds of it. They're just securing some training and education for Kylie and Riley a bit earlier than originally planned. They don't know about my experience siphoning ability, so I don't have anything to worry about on that front. Reevan put the letter back in the envelope and carried it with him to his room. He placed it on his chest of drawers next to his other couple of letters he had received, and he picked up the letter he had started writing that contained a brief summary about his stat gains. He didn't go into the grisly details, though, but he was confident his parents would squeeze it out of him one day anyway. No reason to rush and finish this letter now. It's already too late. I'll just add to it after the solo delve and send it out next week. They'll be busy with the move for the next week or so, and even though it has a lot further to travel now, the mail couriers cover ground a lot faster than people moving all of their belongings. Reevan sat down on his bed and pulled up his skills page before deciding on which mana skills and affinities to work on. He hadn't been paying as much attention to his skill ups as he used to. I still get a sense of satisfaction from the accomplishment of the skills increasing, but working on the mana braids and knowing I'm progressing along that front is much more exciting. I can feel the anticipation building as I know the system is going to give me a big notification soon about all the work I'm putting in on them. That being said, might as well take the time to see what I got as I make a plan for what to work on. Skills leveled up. Tier 1, Athleticism 44-45. Balance 44-45. Medium Armor 30-4-35. Mining 15-18. Observation 40-41. Shields 45-47. Tier 2 Evasion 36-37. Mana Absorption 47-49. Pain Resistance 36-42. Strategy 13-15. Tactics 23-24. Tier 3 Battlefield Awareness 12-14. Command 8-11. Danger Sense 9-11. Inspire 10-13. Mana Conjuration 25-28. Mana manipulation 2630. Mana shield 1820. Mana sight 3031. Mental fortitude 3138. Tier 4 dreams of the past 1415. Iron will 813. Mana weapon 2224. Spatial awareness 1920. Tier 6 weapons master 5759. Rieven's eyebrows shot up as he examined his skill gains. Wow, I guess it really was a terrible situation. I haven't seen gains like that in pain resistance since my encounter with Ren, and that was at a much lower skill level. And I guess the little trip to the soul space counted towards my dreams of the past skill. I don't remember any other dreams. It looks like my weapons master skill did actually reach a small bottleneck. It just came at an unexpected level. Does this mean I'm about to reach the master level at 60? We'll see. There are several other skills stuck at 24 and 49 too. Not all of those made the list, and they've been sitting there for a little while. I'm not too concerned with it, though. If they haven't made any progress by the time I make it to the capital, I might think about especially focusing on them for a bit. It looks like my mana absorption has reached the 49 bottleneck, and mana circulation and mana weapon have been at 24 for several weeks. I'll keep working on mana circulation in the evenings, because it has an actual function, but it looks like my focus in the short term should be on the Tier 3 mana skills. Melissa had explained that the purification of his mana through mana manipulation was necessary for the system to activate more complicated class spells. His mother would probably have told him before long, but she wasn't in the habit of dumping everything in his lap all at once. Well, not anymore anyway. Melissa had told him that he could find what his level of mana purification was under his mana tab in the system page. He hadn't really considered it before, so he hadn't paid it any attention. He was still dealing with the basics of the basics when it came to spells, so his level of mana purification wouldn't come into play for some time. No idea if it's necessary for class unlocking, but if it is, it's probably not relevant below the higher tier 3 rarities and higher tiers. Still, something to keep working on so as to not accidentally lock myself out of a good class without knowing why. He quickly brought the tab up to take a quick peek at it. Mana. Gas cloudy. Rieven had no idea what that meant, and Melissa had said she couldn't handle any more attacks to her talent, so she had declined to hear him out on what his level was or explain further. She said he could ask his mother or wait until he enrolled in the academy. Rieven had just chuckled and shrugged it off. He knew she would explain it if it was really important to him right now, so he didn't take it to heart. Rieven closed his tab and assumed his meditation. Time to get to work. Yes, I have everything I need, Rieven said with a roll of his eyes. His friends continued to pester him about every little thing he would need for his solo excursion, Talon especially. I even brought some glass jars to keep the experience essence in case I do end up going to the second floor. I'm definitely going to the second floor. All right, man. You know we're just worried, Talon said with a grin. I know and I appreciate it, Rieven said. The group headed to the front of the dungeon, but this time Rieven wasn't a member of the party. Okay, well, there's no reason to delay any further, so I'll see you guys either later today, or maybe even early tomorrow. Be safe, Melissa said as she waved. All of the party members gave their own version of a farewell. Talon gave him a bear hug, Kimberly simply smiled and waved. Larissa jumped up and down while wishing him luck, and Eric grunted. Rieven separated from the group and headed into the dungeon ahead of them. Even though they were in separate parties, if they went in at the exact same time, it was possible to still enter the same instance. It was unlikely, but there was precedent for such a thing happening before. As such, they made it customary everywhere, not just at this dungeon, to wait 1 minute between people entering the dungeon. Rieven quickly made his way to the cave, and he immediately noticed a difference from his stats. I haven't even entered the cave yet, and I can already hear the faint traces of that first goblin patrol. He hadn't really noticed a change from his perception stat until this point, probably because of all of the background noise. I'm used to subconsciously filtering it out, and it looks like my increased mental stats assisted in keeping up with the increased perception. Now that I'm alone and all of that noise has faded away, I can now tell the difference. Luckily, perception wasn't just an overall increase in the senses, but more along the lines of what he was able to grasp from it. His senses were improved on a fundamental level, but it wasn't to such an extent that he was practically deaf or blind from being overpowered by them. It seems that I got a decent improvement to my senses, but I'm also operating at a much higher efficiency. Rieven was ready to enter the caves in high spirits, but first he pulled out some parchment and ink sticks. Now that I'm alone and can take pretty much as much time as I want, I'm going to map out the entire dungeon that we've explored so far. With a flourish of his pen, Rieven began his solo delve. The small claw slammed into Rieven's shield, not moving a single inch. He hardly even felt the blow from the weak goblin, and only the sound of the collision was noteworthy. The attack was followed up with a sweep of Rievin's sword, slashing through multiple goblins that had encroached upon him with ease. Rievin was angled slightly with his back and sighed against the left-hand wall of the corridor that led into the goblin's berth. He had steadily made his way down the dungeon, and he had tried several different approaches to tackling these rooms by himself. His first attempt had been a disaster. It was a hilarious disaster, in retrospect, but it had left Rievin winded and annoyed. He had charged into the first room with his sling, and he attempted to run circles around the slower goblins while picking them off from range. They were never anywhere close to catching up to him, but the constant twisting about in order to utilize his weapon had been a huge hassle he hadn't considered before employing the strategy. Even though he knew it was suboptimal, Rievin had persisted in clearing the room out in that manner. Even though I can use pretty much anything, including my own body, as a weapon, that doesn't translate universally. I'm still right-handed, and I don't have enough coordination with my left hand to effectively use the sling as a weapon in this situation. If I had turned to the right and ran around the room with my throwing arm on the outside, allowing me to sling across my body, that would have been one thing, but I chose to run left without giving it too much consideration. Since his first snap decision was a failure, but not a particularly dangerous one, Rievin was determined to fail all the way. Some of the best lessons are learned through adversity and messing things up. Rievin had attempted the same method again, but he ran to the right to use his dominant arm, and things worked out considerably better. It was still completely unnecessary, in his opinion, to waste so much time and resources evading the weak creatures, but he got some good practice out of it. The following rooms Rievin used to consider various issues with his skills and combat. He mainly focused on trying to figure out the mechanism, the system employed to use his stamina to empower his body with the class skills. Mana is a tangible force that I can sense and control. Stamina works in a similar fashion with how it can be used as fuel to power the body, so there must be some way to manipulate it directly. The only problem is, so far it has been completely intangible and invisible until it is actually used. Rievin knew from the system itself that it was possible to learn class skills permanently, and he was approaching the level 100 threshold for his devastating strike, and his other class skills weren't too terribly far behind. He always used his class skills in combat whenever he had spare stamina or in an emergency, but he kept a tight rein on the usage so as not to ever dip to a dangerous stamina pool. He would be able to keep 3 of his secondary class skills when he achieved Tier 2, but one of those was definitely Flame Blade. His current combat style smoothly incorporated his class skills in such a way that it was almost second nature, and he would have to choose 2 out of the other 3 to keep. Charge is definitely staying. It has much more utility than my other class skills, and can be used for much more than just closing with the enemy. That leaves Quick Draw, Cleave, and Devastating Strike. Cleave might seem like a useless ability on the surface, but it greatly removes any openings I might leave behind if I need to overextend in certain situations. Without the skill, I would be much more conservative in my combat style, and it allows me to move about and strike much more freely than I otherwise would be able to. Devastating Strike, especially when combined with Flame Blade, really lets me decimate the revenants on the second floor, and I imagine it will play a role against the ogre in the first floor boss room. Quick Draw, while immensely practical from a starting position of a fight or when trying to surprise an enemy, is probably the weakest of the 3 remaining skills. So far, unless I see a noticeable improvement from reaching level 100 in Devastating Strike, I'm leaning towards Cleave as it allows the most free-form combat of any of my skills. Rievin didn't know if he would be able to switch out his secondary skills once he made his selection, and if they disappeared from his list, it would be a great loss if he had the opportunity to unlock the skill permanently, but didn't grasp it. Rievin focused on the way his muscles contracted and moved as he bashed a goblin skull while simultaneously keeping the others at bay with his deadly blade. He alternated between focusing intently on the skills versus just his own body. All I need is to grasp the string that connects them together, and if I build up my understanding of the differences between them, it should make it easier. I feel like I'm on the right track with this method, but I still have a lot of work to do on it. Rievin finished up the room and continued further into the dungeon without even taking a glance at the room he had just cleared. There was never anything of value to be found in the goblin or orc living quarters, and even if his luck played a role and he found something, it was likely to be less valuable than anything he could find deeper in the dungeon. Next room is the mining room. I'll clear the room out of monsters and then do some mining before taking a break. I'll just leave the ores here for now and grab them on the way out. I can grab a bite to eat while I review the maps I've drawn so far, and I can start making a master copy that's much larger and contains the smaller maps I've made. The trick will be to keep the scales equal. My leisurely experiments with the goblins are over. I should be able to continue against the orcs, but I'll keep it safe and not consider it until I get a better grasp of my new capabilities against them solo. The orcs, with Rievin's newfound stat growth, proved to be easier to handle than the goblins had been before his explosive strength gain. While moving out of combat, everything appeared normal as it always had, but once he really focused on the combat with his first encounter with the orcs, he noticed that an increase in the range of his perception wasn't the only benefit. They're moving almost in slow motion. I don't know if the increase in my mental stats plays a role in how I'm able to interpret my perception, or if it's all on the one stat, but I feel like I could dance around at will. I do know that if I didn't get an increase in my physical stats, I wouldn't be able to take nearly as much advantage of the new situation. He hadn't noticed it previously when fighting only the goblins, as he had been almost fully focused on trying to figure out how stamina worked in conjunction with skills, and he had been far too busy and annoyed while acting as a ranged combatant. But even if he didn't fully concentrate on the battle, he was still moving and reacting much faster. Rievin managed to further his understanding of stamina by a hair while he made his way down to the boss room, where he took another quick break. Okay, Rievin thought as he loosened up his body, move hard and fast, and take the ogre out as quickly as possible. I'll run in, charge as soon as I spot the ogre, and use Flame Blade plus Devastating Strike to kill it. Rievin pulled out his sword and shield, jumped up and down a few times to get the blood and adrenaline flowing, and then ran into the boss room at top speed. Rievin had never entered the boss room at such speeds before, so he was surprised to find that the ogre's initial positioning was much closer to the rest of the orcs than he had originally thought. He didn't see any reason to change strategies, however, so he activated charge as soon as he spotted the ogre lugging the two orcs with chains. Rievin's speed immediately doubled, and he crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. None of the monsters were able to react at all to the sudden change, and Rievin effortlessly pumped his Flame Blade skill full of mana to extend the blade, while activating Devastating Strike to initiate the swing. A reddish-orange blur swept through the room, nearly at ceiling height, and before he took in the effect of his maneuver, Rievin leaped while charging to carry his momentum, and he spun rapidly while sailing through the air, maintaining his flame blade extended out as he turned it into a mini tornado of fiery death. He went through a large chunk of mana. A quick glance showed it had cost 170 points from his mana pool, but it had tremendous effect. As Rievin came to a stop in the guard position, shield up and sword ready to strike, silence filled the room. He looked around left and right to quickly identify any threats that might be approaching, but the group of orcs and one ogre just stood there in stunned silence with their eyes bulging. After a short couple of seconds, all of the monsters in the room collapsed to the floor. He had slain every enemy in an instant. This first-floor boss room really isn't much of an obstacle at all anymore. I would have been more surprised if I had had to struggle. Even though the ogre is a tier 3, it is severely restricted with the low ceiling, and if it's never allowed to gain any momentum, it's just a big damage sponge. Looks like my damage has gotten a little high, he chuckled to himself. Rievin deactivated his flame blade, and after walking to where he couldn't see the corpses any longer, he sat down for another quick bite to eat. While I'm not tired at all, and I have a lot more mana now than the first time I traversed the second floor, I would still feel better at full mana before I head down there. I'll finalize the maps to the first floor while I'm at it. Rievin bent forward over the maps he had splayed out before him, making corrections and alterations with his pen, a piece of jerky sticking out of his mouth as he absent-mindedly chewed. I'm making much faster progress than I had imagined, Rievin thought as he approached the first rooms containing the revenants. The skeleton patrols had hardly even been a blip, putting up no more resistance than the goblins had. I might be able to make it out of here even before Talon and his group complete their excursion. Rievin looked at the door leading to the first alchemy room and considered the ways he could tackle the fights with multiple revenants that he would soon face. I can't count on any form of crowd control or movement obstacles like I could when paired up with Melissa. I'll have to use the same method I did with the ogre, move fast and hard to kill the first revenant, and once I have the initiative, I can direct the flow of combat and assess the situation. With his mind made up, Rievin took a deep breath before opening the door. He knew the revenants wouldn't activate right away from just the door opening, so he stepped inside the room before assuming a stance to charge the undead sitting on the other side of the dilapidated cauldron. No time like the present. Rievin initiated his charge before the revenant had even begun to activate and brought his sword, covered in flames, down on its skull. He cleaved right through the bones, and even the chair it was sitting on, until his sword struck the ground beneath. The two halves of the Tier 3 skeleton fell apart, and Rievin was momentarily surprised with how easy it had been. He stood there in the position with his body leaning forward and sword tip, penetrating the top of the floor for a second as he collected himself. Still one more to worry about, now that I've started the fight. Rievin quickly exited the room and assumed a ready position with his back towards the way he had come. He had cleared the first room so fast that the other revenant didn't have time to fully activate and sneak up on him. Rehaven watched as the revenant from the opposite room came shambling out into the hall, immediately spotting Rehaven and moving towards him. He stood with his shield raised and waited for the revenant to make the first move, planning on assessing the strength of the blow. The revenant quickly reached him and threw out a powerful punch. I can actually see it. Rehaven watched the punch come towards him, appearing no faster than a strike from one of the orcs would have been before his stats increased. An idea quickly formed in Rehaven's mind, and he deactivated the flames coating his sword. He still sheathed his weapon in mana, though, as it would be completely useless otherwise. Rehaven's idea had been to work on his swordsmanship with the superior foe, now that he was able to keep up, and he spent several minutes treating his opponent like a sparring partner, except he would actually land the blows properly. The mana infusion did its job, and after approximately 6 minutes, the Revenant's body could no longer hold up to the damage it had sustained, and it collapsed in a heap. Not bad. I might be able to reach level 60 with Weapons Master against these opponents. The rooms attached to the stairwell might be troublesome, as I'll have to fight 6 at once, basically if I don't take 1 or 2 out immediately, which I should definitely do, and how well I do against those rooms will determine if I continue on to the last patrol before the boss room or not. Rehaven quickly searched the cauldrons for their prize, but the first 2 came up empty. Meh, still a lot of chances for crystals later on. Rehaven continued his one-man extermination of the undead. Rehaven sat cross-legged, his pen held between 2 fingers with the other end between his teeth as he went over his maps. The corpses of the 6 revenants lay strewn about throughout the rooms and corridors. The end rooms had proven to be easier than he had anticipated. Rehaven had rushed into the first room on the left, and he had quickly dispatched the 2 revenants in repose before quickly dashing back to the corridor. With his eyes able to take in the 2 rooms remaining at the same time, he didn't have to worry about the sudden movements of his enemies. He kept his flame blade active for the beginning of the fight, as he didn't want to take any unnecessary chances improving his skills without backup. If he wasn't delving solo, he might take the opportunity to continue treating the revenants like sparring partners in such a situation to push himself, but without anyone to intervene in case things went horribly wrong. Rehaven wasn't willing to risk it. The first revenant had stumbled out of the central room in his weird, jerky gait, and Rehaven had lunged forward while increasing the output of his mana to quickly pierce a hole in its skull and take it out of the fight immediately. With only 3 revenants to contend with, he had adopted his traditional method of blocking and counterattacking as he backed down the hallway. With his flame blade and improved stats, the revenants didn't pose any threat, and he killed the remaining 3 in less than a minute. I might be too strong for the first 2 floors, now Rehaven thought. That still doesn't mean I'm willing to check out the 3rd floor, if that seen through the viewing port is any indication of what can be found down there. I would really like to fight one of these guys at their full strength, but not if it's accompanied by another 100 or so. Rehaven quickly drew up a map of the floor. As he practiced his skill, it got easier and easier to maintain the proper scale without having to intensely concentrate or make several revisions. He removed the tip of the pen from his mouth and tapped his closed lips with it as he considered the parchment. These look good to me. He took a quick glance at his status page, and my stamina and mana are around 95. No reason to stick around, so I'll keep going. How long have I been down here now? Rehaven pulled up his internal system clock and checked the time. 6 hours-ish. Yeah, I'm blazing through this place. I'll definitely beat the others to the surface, especially if I decide not to tackle the boss room. He still hadn't made a determination on whether or not he would attempt to defeat the floor boss or not. He was holding off on making the decision until and unless he fought the 14 revenants that patrolled the halls beforehand. At this moment, though, it looks like I should give it a go. He got up and made his way to the next floor. Rehaven danced back to avoid the strike from the revenant on his right before leaping forward, shield raised to catch the blow from the revenant on his left, and bashed the first one into the floor with his overpowering strength. He had slowly decreased how many revenants he killed before engaging all of them as he descended the stairwell, until he fought the entire group all at once against the floor that had 7 revenants. He had proved that he was up to the task, so he had decided to tackle the final patrol. He left his pack at the foot of the stairs. It was filled with cracked experience crystals and bottles containing experience essence. His trip had landed him a decent haul with 20 crystals and 6 full jars. Rehaven had charged the final patrol without hesitation and began laying waste to them before slowing down and controlling the flow of battle while slowly backing away. It wasn't completely necessary any longer, but it kept his footing clear of any obstacles as the bones, after the revenants died, no longer had anything holding them together. They sometimes maintained the momentum from the collapsing undead and rolled about to cause a tripping hazard. Rehaven kept his focus on the combat, expertly dodging and weaving and blocking and parrying in turn to demolish the last encounter before the boss room. The revenants were unable to make full use of their superior numbers in the cramped hallway, so Reevin whittled them down until they were all dead. He wiped the sweat from his brow as his body relaxed once the last enemy fell. Phew, I'm nowhere close to reaching dangerous levels of stamina or mana, but I still worked up quite a sweat there. From what Melissa and them told me of the boss room, it's mostly just more of the same. I should charge through the first group and make sure my line of sight is always towards the center of the room, with the entrance in the background because of the hidden enemies, and then I can lead them around in a circle and slowly wear them down just like out here. The only danger will be that they can fan out and surround me, so I'll have to continuously adjust my positioning to prevent that from being effective. The Spectre won't be able to possess me as long as I keep mana flowing through my body at all times, so if it gets drawn out too long, or I miscalculate and use too much mana, that will be the deciding factor on if I retreat or not. Reevin plopped down a short distance away from the carnage of bones and rested up. He had a plan, and he had the capabilities, so he was going to challenge the boss room. Should be a pretty good achievement for soloing the first 2 floors completely. Reevin quickly topped his stamina and mana up to 100. No way I go into the boss room with even 1 percentage point missing and made his way to the threshold. He looked at the open doorway for a moment. All of this still looks familiar to me. My memories give out at this point, though, and everything beyond this point will be new. Reevin only contemplated for a moment before he decisively crossed the threshold into the room. The layout was easily recognizable to the descriptions that Melissa had given, and Reevin confidently marched towards the center of the room. A frown crossed his face as the scene in the center of the room entered his vision, though. It wasn't like what they had described at all. Instead of a large pit filled with a bubbling, frothing red alchemical mixture, there was instead a slightly raised dais with a larger, more intricately carved large cauldron on it. He couldn't see any light coming from within, nor any other indication it was filled with liquid. The monsters surrounding the cauldron were also a far cry from what had been described. Instead of one specter in the center with several revenants chanting beside him, there were 3 specters floating in attendance. The 3 ghosts immediately noticed Reevin approaching, and with an otherworldly shriek, their countenance changed from fuzzy middle-aged men to frightening skulls as they unceremoniously charged towards Reevin. HMPH, you guys are overestimating yourselves. Reevin exploded with mana as they quickly drew close, and as they reared back in hesitation, Reevin slashed out with his flame blade. It passed through all 3 at once. They screamed in agony, and they bolted away back to the center of the room. Their screams continued, even after they quit moving, and Reevin sensed the ambient mana get drawn towards the 3. While this was happening, Reevin didn't forget about the possibility of other enemies lurking about, so he kept his head on a swivel. After failing to see any additional monsters appear, he once more fully turned back towards the 3 specters and made his way over to them. He only took a couple of steps, though, before he came to a stop. The ambient mana reached a crescendo, and the 3 specters coalesced together into one much larger specter. The apparition viewed Reevin with pure hate, but when Reevin was anticipating another attack, it backed away and faded into nothingness. It might think it has a chance to possess me now that it's grown stronger, so I need to keep my mana pumping through me and stay alert to the surroundings. Reevin stood in place, ready to receive a surprise attack as he scanned the room. A dull thumping sound from way off in the distance, the specter had moved to reach his ears. Reevin looked into the darkness, trying to peer into what had caused the noise, but he was unable to discern anything. Another thumping sound soon came after the first, and Reevin saw dust fall from the ceiling a short distance away out of the corner of his eye. Reevin lowered his center of gravity, raised his shield, and held his sword in the ready stance. Another dull thumping echoed through the empty room. Suddenly, the thumping sounds no longer came interspersed several seconds apart, but they came at a tremendous speed, getting louder at the same time. Reevin's danger sense screamed at him to move, and he charged to the side with one of the pillars as the target. Immediately after, a huge shape came hurtling out of the darkness and slammed into one of the other pillars. The entire room shook so violently that Reevin was thrown from his feet despite his high balance skill. He rolled over and stood up ready to fight, and he got his first glimpse at the new enemy. A hulking, giant figure slowly straightened up from where it had crashed into a pillar. The pillar was no longer straight, and it had a very large, very noticeable dent that made it look like a bent elbow. The figure finally stood all the way up, and Reevin's stomach dropped. It was easily half as big again as the ogre in the first-floor boss room, but the ceiling in this room was much higher. It wasn't constrained at all. It was fully armored in heavy plate, and Reevin noticed that there was no head adorning its shoulders as it turned to face Reevin. Its head, which was also fully armored, was held in the crook of its left arm, and it stared at Reevin with the same hate as the large specter. A spike-covered ball, twice the size of Reevin's head, thumped to the ground, and Reevin saw that it was connected to a pole grasped in the monster's right hand with a thick chain. The pole would have been a quarterstaff in Reevin's hands, but it was simply a handle to the giant. It raised its right arm, and the spiked ball began twirling in a circle as the monster took a step towards Ryevin. How the hell am I supposed to fight this thing? His danger sense once more screamed at him, and he dove to the side in a roll as he felt, more than saw, the shadow of the spiked ball sail past him. The reach of his weapon is incredible. Ryevin sprang to his feet and started to rush towards the giant as its weapon had been launched and presented an opportunity, but he quickly skidded to a halt and once more dove for the ground. The giant easily retracted the weapon almost instantly, and it launched another sweep towards Ryevin. Ryevin knew he wasn't out of the woods yet, and he once more leaped to his feet, but this time he didn't advance on the enemy. He turned around and ran further into the room to try and get some distance. I need time to think about a countermeasure. Ryevin heard the staccato thumping coming at a rapid pace, so he once again activated charge towards another column. The room once more shook him off of his feet as the giant crashed into another pillar. The pillars. Ryevin examined the pillar he had rushed to as he regained his feet. He quickly came up with a plan, and he waited for the giant to once more turn and face him. The giant turned and swirled its weapon again, and Ryevin's heart beat in his chest so loud he was surprised the giant couldn't hear it. He watched the enemy as it took 2 slow steps towards him. Now, Ryevin threw himself on the floor and rolled out of the way as the giant launched another straight attack. Ryevin leapt to his feet, but instead of advancing on the hulking monster, he backpedaled several steps as he watched the giant yank the spiked ball back. With a flick of its wrist, it sent it hurtling towards Ryevin once more in a large, sweeping motion. Ryevin charged toward another close-by pillar, and he watched in satisfaction as the chain came into contact with the pillar he had just been near and wrapped around several times. Ha, take that, you big, dumb undead. Ryevin had no idea what this thing was actually called. The giant saw that its chain weapon was taken out of commission, so it immediately dropped the pole and reached behind its shoulder. Ryevin noticed the huge sword strapped to its back for the first time as it pulled the new weapon out of the sheath. The sword blade itself was longer than Ryevin was tall, and it was about half as wide as he was. The giant lowered its shoulder and sprinted at Ryevin, covering ground much faster than Ryevin had anticipated. He had assumed it was utilizing a charge skill earlier and wouldn't be nearly as fast when it didn't use it, but it still moved at an incredible speed. I don't have time to dodge this attack. Ryevin pumped mana into his mana shield skill and braced for impact. The giant came into range and slashed with its huge sword at lightning-quick speed. The force of the blow picked Ryevin up off the ground and threw him several yards back. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as he sailed through the air, and his vision went blurry for a brief moment. That one slash that I successfully blocked with my shield and mana shield took off a quarter of my total health. A quick glance at his status revealed that he was down to 1497 2000 health from that one attack. I can only take one more of those to be safe, Ryevin thought as he stood back up once more. The giant bent its knees and launched itself at Ryevin with its charge skill. Ryevin quickly identified a nearby pillar and used his own charge to dodge the attack. The giant is only disoriented for about 3 seconds after slamming into an obstacle, and I spend most of that time getting back on my feet. Ryevin thought faster than he ever had before as he searched for a way to win. The only way to fight this is if I can take advantage of that small window. How do I avoid being thrown off my feet? Easy, don't be on my feet. Ryevin leapt into the air as he still hurtled across the room towards his target. The room shook as the giant made contact with its column, and Ryevin didn't get thrown down. Now the hard part. I haven't done something like this in a long time. He pulled every last bit of his acrobatic skill out of himself as he turned his charge into a flip. He landed sideways on the column and absorbed the shock with his legs, briefly appearing to stand horizontally on the pillar. The only way to take advantage of the situation is to use another charge, but it's nearly impossible to do right after completing a previous one. I have to force it. Ryevin summoned all of the experience he had gained into the insights of how his muscles and stamina interacted from the first floor, and with a mental snap, he managed to bend his stamina to his will as he manually activated the charge skill with the giant as the target. He once more launched across the room. The time difference in reaching his first target and activating a second charge skill was so quick that it looked like he had simply bounced off of the pillar with an equal velocity. He pumped his flame blade, which had slowly been draining his mana this whole time as he never deactivated it, full of mana, and swung it forward with all of his might. The blade made contact with the back of the helmet on the head in the undead giant's arm. The head got knocked out of the crook it had been sitting in as the giant stood back up to its full height, and it started to bounce further away. The giant immediately dropped its sword once it noticed it had lost contact with its own head, and it chased after it like someone would chase a chicken, its arms outstretched as it chased the unpredictable moving object. If the situation wasn't so dangerous, and if every second didn't count, Ryevin might have laughed at the unexpected comical scene. I need to keep it away from its head. Ryevin activated his mana weapon skill in a similar manner to how his enemy had used the spiked ball and chain, using the blade of his mana sword as the hilt, and because of his weapon's master skill, he was able to expertly create and use a chain of fire. His fire whip had upgraded. The new strike he launched was actually closer to an inferno chain. The chain sailed through the air and wrapped around the ankle of the giant as it ran about with its arms outstretched trying to catch its head, and with all of his might, Ryevin grasped the hilt of his sword in both hands and tugged, tripping the giant. Ryevin's usage of charge back-to-back had caused tremendous stress on his body. His muscles, bones, joints, and ligaments all ached. He wasn't able to launch another charge right away, so he had to run the old-fashioned way to the head, which had stopped bouncing but continued to roll. The first few steps he took were unsteady, but he quickly built up speed and passed the giant. The large undead wasn't smart enough to get back up and continue running, and it was instead crawling on the ground to try and get to the head. Ryevin easily reached the helmeted head first, and as it rolled to where the open face was up, he stabbed his sword through the center of its skull. The head's mouth opened up as it released the agonized wail of the empowered specter, and as it tried to flee the confines of the head through the open mouth, Ryevin manipulated the flame, coating his sword to wrap around and contain the specter. It screamed for several long moments, unable to flee the fiery hell it found itself in, and it eventually disintegrated into ectoplasm. The specter and the giant it had possessed was dead. Ryevin was completely spent, both physically and mentally, so he simply collapsed as he panted to regain his breath. Damn, I was complacent. Ryevin groaned as he rolled over and slowly stood up. His entire body ached. He felt as if his insides had shifted from the blow he took from the giant, and his entire lower body was going to be sore for several days from the stress of activating charge in such quick succession. Speaking of, Ryevin pulled up his notification window. Achievement: manually activate one of your class skills. Charge is permanently available to you regardless of class. It was a skill from my own class, so there are no additional benefits gained from manually learning the skill. It'll also still be available to me as long as I have fighter listed as my secondary or tertiary class. The real benefit to this would be if I have a skill in another class that I really want, but it's locked out to me to freely choose, but I want charge instead of whatever other skills that class has to offer. I've also learned how to do it without assistance from the system. I wasn't really in a position to tell the difference in stamina cost, but I could feel a substantial amount of energy drain as compared to the other times I've used the skill. Ryevin attained his feet and looked down at the armored head. It was easily 3 times the size of his own, and the face was forever locked into the twisted visage of hatred and agony. It had bits of rotten flesh peeling off of it in various places, and the skin looked like it was thrown over the skull instead of being an actual part of the head. Overall, it was pretty disgusting. Ryevin bent down and inspected the giant helmet. There was no way it would be practical for Ryevin to loot it for equipment, but it might be made of a material that could be repurposed. Ryevin reached out and knocked it with his fist. It, and the head it contained, crumbled into dust. Well, there goes that idea. Is it because it's a dungeon monster and its gear isn't actually lootable? I've never tried to take any of the gear from any of the other monsters before. Or is it because it no longer has the spark of unlife, or whatever it is fueling it, so it turned into scrap metal? Ryevin didn't know the answers, but either way, he wasn't going to be lugging the huge plate armor out of the dungeon. Ryevin glanced down at the ectoplasm that the specter had turned into. It looks like glowing snot. I am not touching that. I'm not even going to try and figure out a way to store it without touching it. I don't care what benefits it could bring, someone else can get this stuff. Ryevin shivered with disgust. He turned and walked back to the corpse of the headless giant. It was still stretched out in the position of crawling towards the head that had been knocked out of its arm. Why did it turn so stupid there at the end? Are the head and body not in coordination with each other if separated? Was the specter only actually possessing the head? Either way, lucky me it happened that way. Ryevin shook his head as he kicked the body. He wasn't entirely sure of the mechanics of looting corpses in the dungeon, but there might be something of worth remaining after the body and gear disintegrated. Ryevin leaned back and shielded his face by pulling the collar of his shirt up over his mouth and nose as the huge body kicked up a cloud as it turned into dust. Ryevin had no interest in having flakes of dead giant in his mouth or nose. Once it settled, Ryevin scraped his foot through the pile to see if there was anything left. His hunch bore fruit as he felt his foot come into contact with something solid. He bent down and sifted through the dust with his hand until he spotted something shiny, and he carefully wiped it off as he picked it up to inspect it. The object was a normal-sized golden medallion and chain with the symbol for the Church of Light inscribed on it, though it was scratched out. Corrupted symbol of light. This is the mark of a champion of Myrna, though this one has had its light dimmed. Helpful hint, this is dungeon loot. It has no bearing on the real world, so even if you returned it to the Church of Light, it would hold no real significance to them. it wasn't owned by a person from the real world. I noticed that the system didn't say anything about it not being a real magical item, just that the church wouldn't be looking for the knowledge of the fate of the person who once carried it. I bet if I could get the light undimmed, or whatever, it would no longer be corrupted and would have some magical properties. Reevan pocketed the medallion. I don't know if there's a stigma with using one of their symbols without their permission or anything, though, and they've turned out to be pretty decent folk, all things considered. I'll take it to them and ask about it. It's no big loss if they have a problem with it. As to the presence of this medallion down in this dungeon, my guess would be that with whatever reality this dungeon is pulled out of, that giant was some crusader. He got his head removed by the cultists down here for his efforts. Reevan looked around the large boss room. The integrity of the room was still sound despite all of the damage the giant had done to the columns, probably more decorative than supportive, but there was still a lot of rubble strewn about from the chaotic fight. Reevan's vision landed on the raised platform with the bigger, more intricate cauldron on it, so he made his way over to it first. I know there are other hidden rooms attached to the boss room, but I'll check that out after I verify what's in the pot. Might be an undamaged experience crystal. He reached the cauldron and peered down inside of it. Instead of a shiny crystal or bubbling brew, there were instead some dried-out plants sitting in the bottom of the cauldron, so it's reagents. That's the reward for the boss room. Reevan frowned as he looked at the different plants, but he froze as he spotted what looked like a blood-red root. It appeared to be a ginseng, but all thoughts of trying to figure out what it was fled his brain as soon as he saw it. A ravening hunger assaulted him, but it came from his heart and not his stomach. Without even thinking about it, his body moved all on its own, and he snatched it up and shoved it into his mouth. He chewed a couple of times, and it seemed to dissolve into pure energy as it reached his throat. What the hell am I doing? Reevan came out of his fugue state and nearly panicked as he mentally inspected himself. He couldn't sense anything amiss, but he did feel a burning course through his veins. It wasn't uncomfortable, though, and it actually made him feel quite energetic. The hunger came from my heart, which is the core of my bloodline, so let's see what's up with that first. He pulled up his bloodline from his status page. Bloodline, unknown 2,780,1680, 110 million. Wow, that little root gave me 250,000 experience worth towards my bloodline. So upgrading the bloodline isn't an exclusive ability that I have, just the fact that I can drain experience directly into it. It seems that root was a key component in an alchemy recipe for something to increase one's bloodline. My guess is that spike in hunger and uncontrollable urge came about because I have my siphon running in the background. I previously got stat gains for every 100,000 experience I dumped into my bloodline. Does that still apply from using a natural treasure? He pulled up his full status. Status name, Reevan class, fighter LVL 30 age, 10 health, 1,497, 2,000 stamina, 2,234, 3,800 mana, 318, 1,670 physical stats, mental stats STR, 186 INT, 179 VIT, 206 MAG, 179 Dex, 186 CLA, 115 CHA. 34 per, 132 LUK, 40 bloodline, unknown 2,780, 1,680, 110 million experience, 3,000. Reevan noticed his health, stamina, and mana first. Wow, this is the most I've ever suffered from a single fight before. Sure, Ren did more percentage damage to me, but that one attack from the boss did more than the entire ordeal with Ren. I've already recovered a lot of my stamina after resting, and it's still just over 50. My mana expenditure was also getting into dangerous territory. Reevan moved his sight down to take in his stats. Yup, I gained 6 to all my regular stats and 2 in charisma and luck. So natural treasures are another source of upgrading my bloodline, and that includes all aspects associated with it. I bet that was another thing my parents would have told me once we got to the capital, or before I headed off toward a higher tier region. Mother did say that natural treasures were extremely rare in tier 1 regions. Then that begs the question, where did this one come from? These guys probably migrated to this mountain range, and they're not actually natives. Unless this region was once a higher tier many years ago. Doesn't really matter, though. Reevan carefully extracted the remaining reagents. He didn't know if it was a quirk of the dungeon, system, or whatever, but they weren't aged at all, and they were all perfectly capable of still being used. He had no idea what any of them did, though. He threw an inspect at one of the plants as he put them away. Sparkle grass. Useful for alchemy. Helpful hint. A higher alchemy skill is required to know more. Helpful hint indeed. Done with his task, Reevan clapped his hands together as he turned and faced the direction Melissa had said the sealed rooms were located. He walked up to the wall on the right side of the entrance, and he quickly spotted the location, where there was obviously a room bricked up. The color and shape of the bricks were slightly different than the rest of the bricks that made up the room. I can see why they didn't notice it before. Unless one looks right at it, it's easy to miss, but if you do look right at it, and not just over it, it's pretty easy to see. Ryevin didn't have any tools or weapons designed for the job of smashing through a brick wall, but that didn't stop him. He formed a sledgehammer with an earth element head. With his knowledge of the mana braids and increased skill, it was a much sturdier object than he had previously been able to make, though it did cost a substantially larger amount of mana. Ryevin sighed in disappointment as he looked around. It was just a bare room with nothing in it. I don't know if this served an actual purpose or if it's just system shenanigans for the boss fight. Whatever it originally was, it appears to just be a staging ground for an ambush now. Ryevin exited the room and walked over to the other one. He was greeted by the exact same scene as the first one. If there are hidden rooms here, there might be hidden rooms elsewhere. I'll check the perimeter of the rest of the room. Ryevin carried his sledgehammer on his shoulder as he turned away from the central entrance and inspected the wall as he walked around the room. He didn't find any additional sealed rooms, but he did see an empty room that was identical to the other two. This is probably where the revenants dragged the goblin from. No idea about more sacrifices, though. It must have been some sort of event triggered by the system. Ryevin continued his inspection, but he didn't find any more rooms. He reached the far end of the room and he finally spotted an anomaly. There was a staircase that led down further into the depths, obviously the entrance to the third floor, and sitting next to it was a chest. This chest was completely different than any of the others he had seen in the dungeon. It was in pristine condition, and it appeared to have a faint halo of golden light emitting from it. This must be one of the chests mentioned being a reward for defeating a boss room. Everyone said that the chances of seeing one of these were less than 1 in a resource dungeon. The reagents in the cauldron are obviously the resources for this room. The experience, crystals, and essence are the resources for the rest of the floor. This is the actual reward for defeating the boss. Ryevin rubbed his hands together before he lifted the lid of the chest. The halo winked out must be there to catch the attention of whoever clears the room, and Ryevin inspected the contents of the chest. Down in the bottom of the chest, several pieces of armor lay in a neat pile. Ryevin reached in and drew them out one at a time: a cuirass, pauldrons, vambraces, and gauntlets. They were made of a shiny silver metal, and they had golden filigree and intricate patterns decorating it. The cuirass included the underlying leather that would cover the entire upper body and arms as one whole piece, a full set of upper body armor. Does that mean there's a chance to find a matching set for the lower body or head? Let's inspect it and find out exactly what it is. Cuirass, Defender of Light. A piece of heavy armor infused with the divine protection of the light. SDR +3. VIT +5. Provides minor protection against evil. 1/7 set piece, Defender of Light. Requirements: only denizens of the light may wear this armor. One must have never suffered misery unless forgiven by an ordained church. Misery is the opposite of euphoria, so basically bad guys can't wear this armor. It doesn't say one has to be a member of a church, just if a bad guy gets forgiven, then he can also wear it. This is probably in line with the backstory, or whatever, of the giant undead guy. Not sure what minor protection against evil is exactly, but I'm sure it has something to do with the cultists and or undead of the dungeon. Pauldrons, Defender of Light. A piece of heavy armor infused with the divine protection of the light. SDR +3. VIT +5. Provides minor protection against evil. 1/7 set piece, Defender of Light. Requirements: only denizens of the light may wear this armor. One must have never suffered misery unless forgiven by an ordained church. Vambraces, Defender of Light. A piece of heavy armor infused with the divine protection of the light. Dex +3. VIT +5. Provides minor protection against evil. 1/7 set piece, Defender of Light. Requirements: only denizens of the light may wear this armor. One must have never suffered misery unless forgiven by an ordained church. Gauntlets, Defender of Light. A piece of heavy armor infused with the divine protection of the light. Dex +3. VIT +5. Provides minor protection against evil. 1/7 set piece, Defender of Light. Requirements: only denizens of the light may wear this armor. One must have never suffered misery unless forgiven by an ordained church. Those stat increases may seem small on the face of it, but they add up. The 4 pieces of armor together grant 20 vitality by themselves. That's several levels worth, and that's an increase in 200 health and 200 stamina. I'll need to work on my heavy armor skill from scratch to get the full benefits of switching to this armor, but that shouldn't be a problem. I should go ahead and put this armor on now. Ryevin quickly took his battered and scarred medium armor off of his upper body. Almost all of the scarring came from repairing rips and tears in the underlying leather suffered through training. and the few dents in the metal were from the same source. Ryevin occasionally let his armor take blows from the goblins and weaker skeletons, but he mostly avoided hits to his body and intercepted attacks with his shield and weapon. Looking at the repairs I've made on my own armor, one can tell I'm not skilled at all in such things. I should take the time to learn, especially if I move to heavy armor. I also imagine these pieces would require mana work if they sustain substantial damage. More things for me to learn. He put the new armor on, and despite the small numbers compared to his overall stats, Ryevin immediately felt a bit more energetic. He twisted his body to gain a feel for how he could move in it. Despite what I thought about heavy armor, it doesn't really hinder my movements any more than medium armor, and I don't even have the skill yet to help me properly maneuver in it. It's probably full plate that would cause any significant restrictions, and I can't really see myself ever needing that. Ryevin adjusted himself and resumed walking around the boss room, looking for anything else he might have missed. It looks like this is it. I'm actually quite satisfied with the results. I wasn't expecting to get a system chest at all, so this is a nice surprise on top of everything else. Well, Ryevin looked around before facing the entrance. No way I'm going to the third floor, so it's time to head back to the surface. I'll just pick my pack up from where I left it, grab some ores from the mine that I set aside previously, and then I'll be on my way. Ryevin double-checked to make sure he had everything. He still carried his other armor with him as it still had some value to it. Once he was sure he wasn't forgetting anything, he began his journey to the surface, exiting dungeon. Calculating first floor complete. Combat experience X plus 1200. Boss defeated X plus 1200. First floor completion bonus X plus 500. Calculating second floor complete. Combat experience X plus 15,000. Boss defeated X plus 30,000. Second floor completion bonus X plus 5,000. Total experience 52,900. Those numbers are absolutely disgusting. 52,000 total experience for soloing the dungeon, 30,000 from the second floor boss alone. That seems like a lot. That 52,900 also puts me over another bloodline milestone. There were more notifications to go through, so he kept mentally scrolling. Achievement, first floor completed solo. +1 to physical and mental stats. Achievement, second floor completed solo. +5 to physical and mental stats. Achievement, second floor hard mode boss defeated. Auxiliary achievement, completed solo. +3 to physical and mental stats, +7 to physical and mental stats. Achievement, defeat a tier 4 enemy, while in tier 1 +10 to all stats. That giant undead boss was tier 4, considering everything was restricted on the first 2 floors, which made the boss both incredibly powerful but stupid at the same time. That makes sense to me. These stat gains are starting to eat into the requirements for my tier 4 class in the future. Pretty sure I've solidly eclipsed any stat requirements for tier 3. What do my stats look like now? Ryevin pulled just his stats up from his status page. SDR 215 plus 6 INT, 208 VIT, 235 plus 20 MAG, 208 Dex, 215 plus 6 CLA, 144 CHA, 45 per, 161 LUK, 51. Even if all of those achievements didn't lower the stat requirements for a rare tier 3 class, I would still be eligible. As it is, I'm probably close to having the required stats for an epic tier 3 class, especially if it's one that requires 200 in multiple stats versus just one stat. Ryevin nodded his head as he brought his attention back to the present. He had stepped off to the side to allow traffic in or out of the dungeon to flow unimpeded, and now it was time for him to depart. He searched the crowd of people milling about near the entrance and spotted the church's inspection team before heading over. I just came out of the dungeon and need to be inspected, Ryevin volunteered. The man in charge of the priests nodded his head and motioned for Ryevin to step aside. All right, empty your belongings and wait for the priest to check you over. It'll only be a minute and we'll have you on your way. Ryevin followed the instructions. He had never noticed any of the priests confiscating anything ever taken from the dungeon, so he didn't quite understand why they always wanted to check the packs. What are you guys looking for anyway? He finally decided to just voice the doubt. Cursed items. Almost everything that comes out of the dungeon is actually fine, but some of the things found on the lower floors could be dangerous if they circulated into society unchecked. For instance, there are experience crystals that can be found on the second floor. They contain a small bit of the corruption in them. While it's fine for you adventurers to use them in small doses here, it could be quite problematic if someone sold a large amount in the capital and someone got corrupted without realizing it. If you guys use them here, it'll get caught and cleansed by the routine inspection. The man was quite forthcoming with information. "Oh, so what do you do about the crystals you find here during the inspection?" Reevin asked. "We offer to cleanse it for a fee." "A fee? 10%. One crystal generously donated to the church for every 10 crystals cleansed," the man replied. He gave Reevin a glance out of the corner of his eye as he continued. "We don't confiscate any if you have 4 or less, but we keep records of individuals and their parties, so I would advise against trying to game the system by only bringing us 4 at a time. If you have any, that is." "I actually do," Reevin said. He fished out his pouch with the crystals. He and his friends had planned on selling a majority of their share of crystals, and if it only cost 1 out of every 10 to make them legitimate, that wasn't too bad in his opinion. The man's eyebrows raised in appreciation. "I see. Since you're here alone, does that mean your party is still inside?" "Technically, yeah," Reevin said. "I'm not grouped up with them this time, though. I went in solo." "Impressive," the man nodded. "Not many people are willing to explore the lower floor by themselves, and most of the ones who do are a lot older than you. I'm just lucky that I can use mana skills, and I have a mother with a caster class who could teach me." Reevin downplayed his achievement. "Still, you're a lot stronger than most of the people around here. That'll change once news of what can be found in the dungeon spreads and higher-level teams make their way over, though." "Oh, I also found this on one of the monsters." Reevin fished out the medallion he had swiped from the giant's remains. "I didn't know if it was appropriate to keep it because of the nature of the item or not, nor if you guys could fix it." The man took the medallion and stared at it for several long seconds. When he looked back up at Reevin, his eyes were wide in astonishment. "You cleared the second floor," the man nearly stuttered. "Oh, so you know where it's from. I'm guessing you've seen it before then." "Oh, sure. The Sword Bishop has taken a team to clear the second floor a couple of times now. It's not too hard for him to defeat 3 specters and that bumbling oaf of a Dullahan." "Bumbling oaf?" Reevin questioned with a tilt of his head. "Yeah, you fought him. Kill the 3 specters and then this big guy stumbles over and tries to whack you with his 2 big sword," the man chuckled. "Pretty easy encounter for a boss fight on the second floor, honestly." "Yeah," Reevin said with a cough. "Almost too easy. Looks like I wasn't supposed to let the specters combine and then possess the what did he call it? Dullahan. I'm guessing there are varying levels of difficulty and reward based on how many specters possess it, and I let all 3 do so. No wonder it was tier 4 and really, ridiculously strong. As to your question, sure, you can keep it. Fixing it up and recharging it will come at a cost, though. You'll have to speak to the sword priest, Jocelyn, to work out what that will be. You're the first person to bring us one from outside of our ranks seeking to get it fixed." The man got a surprised look on his face for a moment before saying, "You're good to go. No corruption." Reevin had already known that that was going to be the case, but he had to keep up appearances. "Excuse me, but would you happen to be the adventurer, Reevin?" Another sword priest walked up with an entourage. Reevin frowned as he appraised them. "I don't think I've ever told any of them my name before, and why would they be looking for me? No reason to lie and possibly get on their bad side, though, so I'll see what they want." "That's right," Reevin nodded. "What can I do for you?" "If you would, Sword Priest Jocelyn has ordered us to escort you to him." The man took a step back and gestured towards the center of the other men who had followed him. "Grab your gear and then please come with us." Reevin shared a look with the other sword priest he had been happily chatting with. The man gave a shrug, and so Reevin grabbed his stuff and allowed himself to be escorted towards the church grounds. What in the world is going on now? Reevin walked with the sword priests as they marched towards the church compound. He noticed that his body subconsciously matched the steps of the church members, but he just shrugged and kept doing it. Because he had changed his upper armor, he almost matched the others, and to those who didn't know, it almost looked like he was the commander of the troop. This resulted in hardly anyone taking any notice of him in the procession. "These guys are still being pretty polite, despite the way they just came and ordered me to follow them. Still, no reason to sour the relationship we've formed just from that. Maybe this guy just doesn't have any tact." Reevin wasn't too concerned about why someone in authority would be asking for him. He was pretty sure nobody connected his name to the youths that had mouthed off to the organization on the road several weeks ago, and even then he hadn't ever done anything wrong. "I haven't even practiced my pickpocket and stealing skills on my friends since forever ago, much less caused any problems for others. Despite how there was still a lot of empty room within the confines of the town because of the planning ahead, it still wasn't that big." The group quickly made their way to a small encampment outside of the palisade. Reevin took in the military order and orderly lines of tents and felt right at home. He eyed a group of masons laying the foundations for some rather large buildings. "Looks like they're going to be here for the long haul. 10 of experience crystals for cleansing them on top of what they can accumulate from their own delves. I can see why. Even if they didn't feel compelled to provide services for keeping the taint well, abyssal mana in check, they would still most likely set up a permanent presence here. I would bet that they've already sent missives to the capital to petition for any uncleansed crystals to be designated contraband outside of the dungeon town. This place is probably a better resource for the Church of Light than even for the Count." I bet there will be a lot of political maneuvering for the Count, and the Dukey's under to get a piece of that pie. None of that had anything to do with Rievin, though, so he turned his attention to observing the men and the few women going about their business. There's a higher percentage of women making up the robed priests than the sword priests, but I do spot a few here and there. It was the same situation with the Lord's retinue. I guess most of the women around these parts just gravitate towards the less violent professions when given the choice. Rievin caught a glimpse through the flap of one of the largest tents, and he saw rows of people lying on cots. They were being tended to by several priests, but the quick look Rievin saw showed him a scene of desiccated bodies barely hanging on. What's going on in there? I thought you guys didn't have your own healers, Rievin said with a nod toward the tent. The man in charge followed the direction before turning back and addressing Rievin. Those are the adventurers that delved the dungeon for several months before we arrived on the scene. We're not technically healing them. The taint has accumulated so much that it's breaking their bodies down. We have a healer come out and do what they can to give them a fighting chance, and we're slowly purging the corruption from their bodies. The man shook his head. Already several of the first parties have succumbed, but despite how dire it looks for those in the infirmary now, most of them should pull through, as they're not quite as bad off as those that were worst affected. I was with the military that settled the claim, and we ran the dungeon several times before we left. Good thing we didn't stick around, Rievin said. Oh yeah, you were part of the local retinue. The way the taint works is that it slowly dissipates unless it reaches a tipping point. You would need to go in like 8 or so times without letting it dissipate or receive any cleansing for it to be a problem, the man continued. The worst ones in there right now had been in there like 10 or so times before getting any cleansing. All right, we've arrived. I'll announce your presence. They continued walking as they conversed, and the camp wasn't that big. The man ducked his head through the tent flap and reported to whoever was inside. Rievin wasn't actively engaging his eavesdropping skill, so he didn't pick up any of the words. He just smiled and nodded to the 2 sword priests standing at attention outside of the tent. They obviously didn't respond, but Rievin wasn't put out because he understood they were on duty. All right, go on in, the man said after turning back to Rievin. Rievin nodded and headed inside the tent, and the men that had escorted him simply left to attend to their duties. Rievin walked in and spotted a familiar-looking man sitting behind a desk with paperwork strewn about in an orderly manner. Sure brings back memories, he mused. Rievin narrowed his eyes as he slowly remembered why this man seemed familiar. It's that overzealous officer from the road. Surely he didn't connect my name here with what happened on the road. Nobody else should know about it, so it's not like he could have investigated. The man looked up and nodded to Rievin before gesturing towards a seat across from him. Well, I wouldn't really say I had much of a choice, Rievin said as he sat down. The man tilted his head with a puzzled expression on his face before understanding washed over his features. I must apologize. I told my men to ask you to come. They can sometimes forget that others aren't under our command, the man explained. Rievin nodded his head at the explanation. I was with the Lord's retinue, so I've seen similar situations before. No big deal. Rievin shrugged his shoulders. Well, introductions are in order. I am Sword Priest Jocelyn, and I already know that you're the adventurer Rievin. I now also know that you have a veteran background, so I can add that to the file. You must be wondering why I requested your presence. It was more a statement than a question. Honestly, I figured someone in your outfit was trying to mess with me over the encounter on the road or something, Rievin casually said. Jocelyn frowned at the statement as he tried to think about what Rievin could be referring to. Rievin watched as recognition slowly dawned on his face. Oh, you were one of the adventurers I spoke to on the road several weeks ago. It looks like another apology is in order. I hope you know that was nothing personal. We don't only root out heretics, but also criminals. When we see something unusual and you have to admit, 3 young adventurers with magical flower crowns on their heads is unusual, then we investigate. Sometimes we use methods to put the people we speak to off balance, and those with a guilty conscience often crack under just a little pressure and admit to wrongdoing. Water under the bridge, Rievin said. We didn't suffer any hardship or anything from the encounter, so apologies aren't needed. Rievin was actually a bit surprised at how polite the man was being. Now I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing here. The real reason I asked you to come is that it came to my attention that you had a situation where you didn't have any of the taint when you exited the dungeon. I had some men on standby observing, and once the priest determined that you didn't have any taint for a second time, they stepped forward. Oh, I see. So you were waiting for confirmation. Just so, Jocelyn nodded his head. Is that a problem or something? Do you suspect I'm using some sort of artifact associated with your church? Rievin was still confused. Jocelyn steepled his fingers and stared at Rievin for a couple of seconds. It wasn't long enough to make him uncomfortable, but Rievin was about to fidget under the intense scrutiny when Jocelyn finally opened his mouth. Have you ever considered joining the church? Rievin was taken aback. That came out of nowhere. Wait, let me get this straight. Rievin placed his hand on his forehead as he looked down in thought. You're trying to recruit me. Exactly, Jocelyn said. We understand that there are other faiths out there, and there could be any number of reasons for your apparent immunity to the taint, not just faith in Myrna, the goddess of light, but none of that matters. Your resistance to the corruption uniquely qualifies you to be a powerful member of the church. The church can offer a lot of resources and opportunities, and I can foresee you going far in the future. The church is realm-wide, not just in this kingdom. You can gain easy access to higher regions with the contributions you could quickly acquire. Reevan rubbed his chin as he considered the man before him. What do you get out of it? Reevan finally asked. Jocelyn sat back in his chair as he considered the question. I won't lie to you. I will get some merit from successfully finding and recruiting you, and the further you go, the further I would be able to go as well. Jocelyn gave Reevan a level look. That being the case, it is not my motivation. I am a true believer, and it would be of great benefit in the fight against heresy and evil if someone with your capabilities joined us. Join the church. Knight Captain Reifeld was apparently a squire in a church, probably this one now that I think about it, and he got a pretty decent class out of it, so it wouldn't necessarily hamper my goals. Reevan shook his head. I don't know enough about the opportunities, but if it's realm-wide, then there obviously must be some powerful classes unique to the organization. But I'm not interested in fettering myself to the church. Not at all. Reevan chose his words very carefully as he replied, I'm not against being associated with the church. I've seen what you guys have been up to out here, and I must say, especially after clearing the air between us, that I have a positive impression. Jocelyn had a hopeful smile on his face as he listened to the words. But I don't really have any interest in being a full-fledged member. I have other things and other people to consider. Well, don't make any decisions yet, Jocelyn said, undeterred. There are many ways to contribute to the church without being an official member. It would be best for the church and me, personally, if you were to be a full member, but you can also choose to be a friend of the church. I'm sure we will have many opportunities to convince you of the right path in the future. I'm not opposed to establishing a relationship, Reevan said. Excellent. Jocelyn reached into a drawer and drew out a bronze token. Here, take this. This is the mark of a friend of the church. It's not quite like your adventurer token, as it doesn't record any information or deeds other than simply being attuned to you, but it will identify you as someone who has a good relationship with us. With this, you can do missions and assignments for the church wherever we have a presence, and you can use your contribution points to get many things. A full member has access to a lot more than a simple associate, but you can get some resources, training, and knowledge in return for your efforts. Reevan reached out and took the token. It was a simple bronze medal with the symbol for the Church of Light on it, very similar to the medallion he had gotten in the dungeon. Does that mean there are missions I can complete here? You did say, anywhere you have a presence. Reevan asked as he attuned the token to himself and put it away. Sure, we have missions. The variety isn't so great at the moment, as most things are covered, and you might not be able to do the main mission, cleansing any taint you find. But there are other things, like information about the dungeon. I do have some information about the dungeon, actually, Reevan said. What do you know about the second-floor boss room? It's 3 specters and a weakened Dullahan, Jocelyn replied quickly. I've never been that far myself, as I go with some of the lower-level sword priests in order to oversee their progression, but that's what everyone who has been there has said. Why? Is there something else to it? Reevan nodded. The first time my party made it down there, the boss fight wasn't 3 specters and a Dullahan. It was 1 specter plus a horde of revenants. They were doing some sort of fell ritualistic sacrifice of goblins, and there was a giant pit filled with bubbling liquid. Do you know of the events that happened here during the claim campaign? Reevan suddenly shifted directions. I know about the revenants and the demon, yes, Jocelyn replied. I came into contact with that liquid, which is what put me in that situation where my party members rushed me to the surface to see if I was being overcome by the taint. And from the notifications I received after waking up, I'm pretty confident that was the source of the demon. It would appear that someone had snuck down there, and they were either forced by someone else or willingly chose to turn themselves into that demon. Jocelyn pulled out a parchment and recorded the information Reevan supplied. So what you're saying is, this liquid has the ability to turn someone into a demon. How did you survive? Jocelyn paused as he looked at Reevan. Had something to do with my immunity, Reevan shrugged. He wasn't going to go into more detail than that. Fair enough, everyone has secrets. We're not so close-minded as to need to know everything about you, especially if the end result is what it is, Jocelyn replied with a smile. He continued to write on the parchment. Okay, so there's a chance we don't know what, yet that the encounter in the second-floor boss room will be a ritual with demonic alchemy. Special note, do not come into contact with the liquid. We'll probably inform everyone to see about very carefully acquiring a sample if anyone else gets that encounter, Jocelyn said after he finished recording, setting his pen down. Anything else? Yes, actually, Reevan said. Jocelyn was slightly surprised as he picked his writing utensil back up and prepared to write again. There's a hard mode associated with the second-floor boss. Really, Jocelyn said with some excitement. Yeah, I didn't know you were supposed to kill the 3 specters right away, and I sort of let them combine into one. Then it possessed the Dullahan, and it was much stronger and deadlier to fight as compared to what some of your men described. I guess that there are varying levels of difficulty, with the relevant increase in rewards, with how many specters you leave alive to combine and possess the Dullahan. 3 would obviously be the hardest version. Jocelyn wrote all of the words down, clearly excited to be able to share this information with his associates. I'll be sure to let the Sword Bishop know right away. He's a fairly high-level Tier 3, probably close to Knight Captain Reifeld, your previous commander. He is a lot older, though, so it's to be expected. I would say that this information is probably enough to be considered pretty valuable. We won't spread it to outsiders, so you can probably get double merit if you take this to the adventurer's branch. Jocelyn winked at Reivin. Reivin was slightly surprised at the friendly action. Didn't expect someone like him to wink at me. It appears he's pretty similar to Knight Lieutenant Brand in some ways, strict on his subordinates and outsiders, but amiable to those he sees as equal or close to equal in rank. That's not a bad idea. I hadn't really considered it before you mentioned knowledge as being considered contribution. Happy to help, Jocelyn said. Okay, once again, is there anything else? Reivin looked up and to the side as he thought about his experiences with the dungeon. I don't think so. At least not off the top of my head. All right, well, let me escort you out of the camp. Jocelyn stood up and held his hand out, gesturing for Reivin to precede him in stepping out of the tent. The 2 men exited the tent and made their way towards the exit of the camp. They made small talk as they walked. The topic of conversation was mostly about the military-esque style of the camp and Reivin's experience in the Lord's retinue. Reivin paused for a moment as they walked close to the infirmary. Do you mind if I peek inside? Reivin asked. There was a group of adventurers that helped me out during the claim battle with the other Count's forces. They didn't stick around to delve the dungeon after, but they might have come back later, and I want to see if they're in there. Sure, I couldn't deny a show of loyalty and good conscience, Jocelyn replied as he led him to the infirmary. Reivin entered with Jocelyn on his heels, but he didn't recognize any of the adventurers that were laid up near the entrance of the tent. I never saw their faces as they had their visors down or hoods up, but I would definitely recognize their build, especially the big armored guy. They would most likely be together, too. Reivin made his way to the back, but he never saw anyone familiar. It doesn't look like they're here, Reivin said. The 2 men turned and made their way out of the temporary infirmary. Suddenly, as they walked past some groaning adventurers, Reivin felt a flash of heat and a small spike in humidity. He instinctively activated his mana sight as he turned to face where the sensation came from. He stood in confused silence for a while as he saw what was happening. He could see motes of dark red mana float off of the bodies of the corrupted adventurers. They floated up and away, and then they reacted to the ambient mana. The 2 different forms of mana coalesced together before they fused with a pop, and that fusion caused a small release of heat as the mana density infinitesimally ticked up. So it is the mana. The heat is coming from the 2 forms of mana combining, and the feeling of humidity is coming from the mana density increasing from the interaction. Is something the matter? Jocelyn brought Reivin out of his contemplations. I just noticed something, Reivin replied. Have any of your casters or those sensitive to mana complained about the heat and humidity? Yes, a few have. Even the Sword Bishop has commented on it. We don't know the exact reason for it, though. I think I just figured it out, Reivin said. Jocelyn gave him his full attention. I noticed a spike in the heat and humidity as we walked by these guys, and I activated mana sight. Corruption coming off of them is fusing with the local ambient mana, and that fusion is causing the heat while also assimilating and increasing the mana density. That makes sense, Jocelyn said with a contemplative look. If the corrupt mana is assimilating, though, it should be fine. I'll pass the word up to the Sword Bishop. Jocelyn clapped Reivin on the shoulder. Look at you, already adding more contribution. Keep it up, and the Sword Bishop might take you more seriously than he does me. Jocelyn chuckled. I don't know about that, Reivin said. If anything out of the ordinary happens, anything that doesn't seem quite right, you must promise me that you will abandon your goals at that dungeon and return to either Magron or Hollowville. The words of his father echoed in his mind. I think I'm going to get my party and head back to Magron. We've pretty much accomplished everything we wanted to anyway. Reivin turned to face Jocelyn and gave him a level look. I would recommend you guys consider moving further away, too. Not just you, but everyone. There have already been a lot of weird, dangerous things happening around this dungeon, so it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Jocelyn nodded his head as he replied, well, it's not up to me, but I'll be sure to pass your warning on to the Sword Bishop and the Militia Captain. That's good, Reivin said. They stepped back out into the waning late afternoon sun, and Reivin squinted with his mana sight in the direction of the dungeon. With intense concentration, he could just barely make out what looked similar to a plume of smoke rising into the air before dissipating. It was a constant stream of abyssal mana fusing and assimilating with the ambient mana. Yeah, I think it's time to go, Reevan thought as he headed back to the town proper. Reevan stood near the entrance to the dungeon as he watched every party that came out, looking to see if they were his companions. He fidgeted back and forth on his feet, eager to get moving. I don't know the exact extent of the changes the ambient mana has gone through, but this dungeon was discovered months before the Count sent his men to conscript us, and who knows how long it existed before then. I knew that the mana density could feel like an increase in humidity, but I had been so focused on it being paired with the heat that I let myself think my way out of the right answer. Reevan silently berated himself. I know everything seems fine on the surface, and there's no impending doom or anything, but ever since I noticed what was going on, I have a bad feeling in my gut. Standing here waiting isn't doing any good. It's not like they're going to run off or anything. I should go ahead and make a trip to the Adventurers Guild branch to see about supplying the information on the dungeon. With his mind made up, Reevan walked over to the guild building. It was located nearby, so it didn't take any time to get there. Everything in the small town was still running exactly the same as it always had, and only Reevan had a sense of impatience. There had been a steady stream of additional adventurers and lifestyle class holders over the several weeks Reevan and his friends had been here, so the level of activity in the guild branch was considerably higher than when they had arrived. Reevan weaved his way through the crowd of people milling about, talking to each other or looking at the notice board, and got in line to wait for one of the receptionists. This was the first time he had to actually wait for his turn, as he hadn't had to interact with a member of the guild officially since they had rented their small house. Putting up a notice for private tutoring didn't require one to go through the official channels, and it had its own subspace on the board. Reevan tapped his foot as he waited. The line wasn't actually moving that slowly, but with his impatience, every second felt like a minute. "Oh hey, Reevan," a voice brought Reevan out of his brooding, and he looked up to see Lauren approaching him. "Fancy meeting you here, what are you up to?" Lauren walked up with a smile and joined Reevan. He had come from the front of the line, so Reevan surmised he had actually already finished his business and wasn't trying to cut the line. Reevan nodded his head to his acquaintance and motioned for him to lean close. "I got information on the second floor boss room, so I'm seeing about selling it or something," but Reevan held his finger up pointedly. "My party and I are going to leave as soon as possible. I would suggest you do the same." Reevan kept his voice low so as not to cause a panic, but he was also going to express the same sentiments to the receptionist, and hopefully the guild branch would take his warning seriously and handle it in an appropriate manner. "If you're leaving soon and think there's a problem, why take the time to sell information on the dungeon?" Lauren asked with a puzzled expression. "Well, a couple of reasons," Reevan said with a shrug. "I don't know that anything bad is going to happen, I just have a feeling. And the information I sell here will get recorded on my badge and submitted to the headquarters, so I might as well take care of it sooner than later while I wait for my party who's still in the dungeon on their own dive." "Okay, what exactly do you think the problem is, though?" Lauren continued to question. "I don't know. I figured out what's causing the heat and humidity feeling for most of us that can use mana skills and spells. The demonic mana is leaking out of the dungeon, and when it mixes with the ambient mana, it causes some heat and increases the mana density. And the sum is greater than the whole. When one demonic mote mixes with one ambient mote, it creates 4 total motes worth of mana. That doesn't seem like such a bad thing." Honestly, Lauren had a skeptical look on his face. "That would explain why we all have seen an increase in our mana manipulation skills without a drastic increase in skill level. Shouldn't a higher density be a good thing? I mean, if this keeps going unabated, maybe it will spread over the entire region one day, and this won't be a Tier 1 region any longer." Reevan nodded his head. "I agree it is a good thing, but I made a promise to my dad. I promised that if anything unusual happened, I would leave and reassess. I don't know that anything bad is going to happen, but this is definitely unusual, and I'm just spreading the word so that people can keep it in the back of their minds. It would be irresponsible of me to run away but say, nah, everything is fine. Now that you mention it, it is very unusual." Lauren rubbed his chin. "I personally haven't been to any other dungeons, but I've met others who have, and I have some knowledge of them. They don't typically passively increase the mana density around them. I'll tell my own party about it, but they'll probably want to wait and see before making a decision." The line kept moving as they had their quiet conversation, and it was quickly Reevan's turn. "All right, well, good luck to you guys. Just keep it in mind." Reevan bid farewell. Sure, Lauren clapped Reevan on the shoulder. "Good luck to you too. I'll see you around one day. Maybe at another dungeon, who knows?" Lauren walked off as Reevan stepped up to the desk. "I have information on the second floor boss room I would like to sell. How do I go about doing that?" "Certainly," the young lady behind the desk responded. "You can use a private room to write the details down. You can choose to sell it in a couple of ways. You can have your own packet that we will sell for you, and you'll get all of the proceeds minus a small fee, of course, but that runs the risk of nobody paying attention to it if you don't have a reputation among the other adventurers. or you can let us handle it for you. One of the managers will review the contents and determine whether or not it's relevant enough to include in the regular packet of information we sell, or if it's valuable enough to have a VIP portion included. This method cuts out the need for a reputation for others to get the information, but the amount of money you get will be a lot less per packet, as it will be bundled with the information provided by other adventurers. It also helps build your reputation if you include your name or party name on it, if it is valuable information and a lot of people benefit from it. That makes a lot of sense, Reevan said. He thought about it for a moment as he took the paperwork to a back room. We're not hurting on funds from our trip out here. We've pretty much broken even just from the ores, and we have a lot of experience crystals we can sell for a lot more in the capital. Building a foundation as a reputable adventuring team makes the most long-term sense. Talon and Kimberly will go with whatever I choose. After coming to a decision, Reevan wrote down the information he had previously told Jocelyn. He put his name down as the party leader and filled in the names. I should include Melissa, Larissa, and Eric. They were vital in helping us get this information, but it asks for a party name. We never came up with one. What would be a good party name? Reevan twirled the pen in his fingers as he thought about it. I'll just go with the Ravens for now. Reevan chuckled to himself. He rang the bell to notify the attendant he was ready, and after waiting a few minutes, a middle-aged man came into the room. Ah, adventurer Reevan, I presume. The man smiled as he shook Reevan's hand. You understand that I'll have to read the contents of the information you wish to sell, yes? Reevan nodded. I've also decided to have the guild handle how to distribute it. I see, the man said as he turned his attention to the paper. He read through the contents, and his eyebrows raised in appreciation. He read it a couple of times to ensure that he fully understood and hadn't missed anything. Well, this is definitely new information, the man said as he looked at Reevan. Reevan could see new respect in his eyes. While we already have the information on what the second boss room entails, and we even had one group also encounter the ritual that you explained, this is the first time anyone has said anything about a hard mode. The other group to meet the ritual also didn't successfully provide a sample or learn anything about the alchemic substance. I think the appropriate way to handle this is to include the warning about the cauldron and the existence of a hard mode with the regular packet, and provide the information on how to activate the hard mode and the information on the more powerful Dullahan in a VIP packet. Does this sound reasonable to you? Reevan was momentarily surprised. I didn't think I would get any input on the matter from what the receptionist said. Reevan nodded his head. That sounds fine to me. Excellent. That's what we'll do then. The man folded the paper up and stuck it in an inner breast pocket. As to the method of receiving payment, we put the funds that go to you in an account that you, or anyone in your party that you as the party leader designate, can access with your guild badge at any time at any guild branch. You'll need your party members to come with you to officially be recognized as party members, though. Sure thing, Reevan said. Is there anything else I can help you with? The manager asked. One final point, Reevan said. I don't know if it's anything serious, but I've figured out the cause of the heat and feeling of humidity. Reevan explained the situation once again. Reevan shook his head. That's it. Well then, have a nice day, adventurer Reevan. The man gave a short bow and exited the room. Reevan followed him out and headed towards the exit, now back to waiting for the others. Reevan didn't have to wait too much longer, as the rest of his friends came out of the dungeon around the same time they usually did, near dusk. It had been late afternoon when Reevan had left the church compound, so it only felt like an eternity due to his impatience. Betty cleared the second-floor boss. Talon's voice, mid-sentence, reached his ears before he spotted the group walking out of the dungeon. Reevan held back from running up to them, and he let them make their way to an inspection team before walking up. There he is, already out and waiting for us, Talon said as he stood and had a priest cleanse any corrupt mana that had latched onto him. How long have you been waiting for us? Reevan looked at his system clock for a second before answering, a little over an hour total. Talon shared a look with Kimberly and the others. Yeah, he definitely cleared the second boss, Talon said with a smirk. Did you get the 3 specters and Big Boy this time? Reevan nodded to the question. Did you have any problems? Kimberly asked with concern. Nah, business as usual, Reevan replied nonchalantly. Hey. Reevan turned as he felt his shield get lifted off of his back where he had it secured, and he found Melissa inspecting it in her hands. She looked up at Reevan with a level gaze before turning it around to show everyone else the giant rent that was now adorning the shield from top to bottom. That was already there, Reevan said with a straight face. Melissa snorted as she handed it to Eric. Eric took the shield in his hands, and after applying some pressure on either side, it snapped in half. I should get my money back for such faulty equipment, Reevan frowned. Business as usual, you say, Melissa raised an eyebrow. Yeah, the wound was on the shield, not me, Reevan defended himself. Anyway, I have something important to say once the inspection is over. All right, go ahead and deflect, Melissa said as she resumed her position in line, waiting for cleansing. I already did, you saw, Reevan smirked. Melissa rolled her eyes. They waited for the all clear, also taking the opportunity to cleanse their experience crystals for the fee after hearing the explanation from the sword priest. The group gathered their belongings and walked away from the congested area before Reevan pulled everyone up short. Okay, we're leaving, Reevan just threw it out there. Larissa tilted her head at the statement. Didn't you have something important to say first? She asked. That was the important thing, Reevan said. I'm saying we're leaving the dungeon town. Right now, you three should come with us. Talon looked at the setting sun and then back at Reevan. The sun's going down. I see that. Let's go, Reevan said. You want to go right now? Larissa narrowed her eyes. Melissa nudged her with her elbow. Let's hear him out, she said. Reevan took a deep breath and then explained what he had found regarding the mana and his promise to his dad. And so I think we should leave and reevaluate the situation, Reevan concluded. If nothing happens, you took a little break. If something does happen, though, you're safe. I agree we should leave now, Eric said. Well, hold on a minute. Larissa began. Silence. Reevan waved his hands about as he looked at Eric with wide eyes. Eric has spoken. It's time to go. Melissa rolled her eyes once again, but she didn't argue. We'll get our things and load up the saddlebags on our horses, Melissa said. You have horses? Talon asked. Yup. Larissa nodded her head enthusiastically. You guys don't. Did you walk all the way here? Hardly, Talon said dramatically. We force-marched under immense strain all the way here. He gave an accusatory look toward Reevan as Larissa giggled behind her hand. You got a valuable skill out of it, Reevan pointed out. Plus, you don't know how to ride a horse. Larissa stopped giggling as she looked at Reevan with an open mouth. Wait, you were serious. You guys not only walked all the way here, but you even made it harder on yourselves on purpose. Talon shrugged. That's life. Welcome to the party. We'll dump the rocks out of those packs, but we shouldn't leave them here. Those are valuable pieces of equipment. Larissa gave Melissa an incredulous look as she mouthed, rocks. I noticed nobody said anything about your or Kimberly not knowing how to ride a horse. Melissa brought them back to the main topic. I have the skill, Kimberly does not, Reevan answered. Okay, instead of trying to buy new horses, we'll double up, Melissa said. You and Talon on one, Larissa and Kimberly on one, and I'll take the last one with Eric. All right, let's make it happen, Reevan said. We'll go get our gear, turn in the key to the house, and meet up with you outside the stables to the tavern. Reevan, Talon, and Kimberly separated from the other three, and they quickly made their way to the house. They emptied the house of all of their belongings and threw the perishables away as they tidied the place up. No reason to leave a mess behind us. Reevan ran the key back to the Adventurers Guild branch, while Talon and Kimberly went ahead and met up with the others. Reevan wasn't expecting it, but he still got a small refund back for not spending the entire time they had rented the house out for. All right, is everything in order? Reevan said as he finally reached the stables. The other members of his party were already mounted. Melissa nodded down at him from her seat atop her steed. Eric looked a bit uncomfortable in his position behind her. Larissa had an excited expression on her face as she turned in her seat and conversed with Kimberly, and Talon tried to hide it, but he appeared to be a bit nervous. Reevan smirked as he remembered how the Knight Lieutenant had initially taught him the riding skill. You're lucky this time, Reevan said as he walked up to the horse they would be sharing as a mount. Remember what the adjutant did with me. You get to skip that. Yeah, I'm not sure I could handle that, Talon said as Reevan assumed his position on the horse. He looked around at everyone, and seeing that they were ready, he turned the horse to start down the main road to the exit. Since they were leaving at such a late time, the road was practically deserted. Reevan grinned as he suddenly drew his sword. He smacked the flat of the blade on the horse's thigh and yelled, "Yah!" The horse took off at a gallop. "You son of a, Talon screamed as he held on for dear life. Reevan could hear the laughter of the girls coming from behind as they sped out of the town. Looks like it's just going to be an extended break, after all, Reevan said from his position behind Talon on the back of the horse. He had given up his position in charge of directing the horse to let Talon work on his skill, and Larissa had done a similar thing with Kimberly. The party had traveled for several hours into the night on the evening they left before Reevan felt they were far enough away to stop and camp. Now that the party had expanded, they were able to break up the watch better so everyone could get some decent sleep out in the open. They moved a lot quicker since they were on horseback, and not over-encumbered with the heavy load of rocks, but the trip was still most of a week's time. They weren't in a hurry to get anywhere, as the main purpose had simply been to get away from the dungeon town, and not to Magron, so they had decided it was appropriate to let Talon and Kimberly work on their skill. We don't mind, Melissa replied. It's kind of nice, actually. My parents have already moved to the capital to enroll my sisters in the supplemental school attached to the academy, Reevan said, so we'll have to get a place to stay for a few days. I can introduce you to my friends from the Lord's retinue while we're there, and you, Larissa and Eric, can decide to stick with us on our way to the capital, or go back to the dungeon town at that time. Oh, you've mentioned your sisters showing promise in mana skills before. Do you think they're talented enough to get into the Magic Academy? Melissa asked. Reevan rummaged through the saddlebags and pulled out the flower crown his sisters had made for him. He handed it over to Melissa, and she exclaimed in surprise after inspecting it. My sisters made that for me on the road from Hollowville to Magron. They made a couple for Talon and Kimberly, too. And you said they're only 6 years old, almost 7. Yeah, I would say they're definitely talented enough to get into the Magic Academy. I wouldn't be surprised if they get recommended to move to the Tier 2 Region's Academy before they reach the age of 10. I don't know of any other students who were capable of making something like this before they entered the academy, much less at the age of 6. Yup, apparently my parents decided to move ahead of time because they show a complete lack of interest in studying or training, Reevan said with a chuckle. Well, you can't expect your sisters to be exactly like you, Melissa stuck her tongue out. The group rode in silence for several minutes, but Reevan suddenly held his hand up and gestured for Talon to stop the horse. The others also pulled their horses to a stop and looked at him with questioning gazes. Do any of you hear that? Reevan said. He thought he had heard a faint rumbling sound. I don't hear anything, Talon said. Melissa and the others each shook their head. Reevan looked at Eric, who had his eyes narrowed. The faint rumbling increased, and Eric nodded his head in confirmation. Reevan frowned as he looked back down the road in the direction they had come from. The trees obscured most of what could be seen, so he didn't see anything out of the ordinary right away. The faint rumbling sound suddenly turned into a tremendous roar, drowning out all other sounds, and the horses went crazy. The earth began to shake, and it quickly escalated until it was heaving violently. Reevan was tossed into the air from the back of his horse, and he was slightly disoriented at first as he tumbled through the air. He quickly oriented himself, though, and he launched out lassos made of pure mana to each of the members to keep them from getting flung too far apart. Melissa picked up on the mana skill being used, and she cast some ice walls to protect everyone from the trees that were being uprooted and tossed about. The party hunkered down in their little bunker made of ice and waited for the earthquake to pass. The walls occasionally shook as it was hit by a falling tree, but the shelter held. Larissa supplied a small spark to light up the interior, and Reevan saw fear on everyone's faces. The loud roaring sound eventually faded out, and the earth quit shaking. Melissa removed the ice walls, and Reevan stood up to survey the damage. One of the horses had moved too far away to be included in the protection from Melissa, and Reevan spotted it crushed beneath a tree, dead. Flashes of devastated countryside flitted through Reevan's mind as the surroundings evoked some of the memories from his dreams. It looked like someone had bombarded the entire forest with powerful spells. Most of the trees still stood, but they were almost all damaged, and a good portion of them was down and splintered completely. Reevan looked over at Melissa, and she shook her head. He frowned as he looked back down the road in the direction they had come, but this time he saw something different. A giant blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky from the direction of the dungeon town. Even this far away, Reevan could feel the rolling tide of mana as the density continued to climb. Looks like it's not going to be an extended break, after all, Reevan said as he turned back to his party. They looked back at him in confusion. I guess you guys can't see it, but there's a giant pillar of light that I'm guessing is from the corrupt mana in the dungeon shooting up to the sky. I had a very big increase in my perception skill recently, so that's probably why I can just barely make it out. We need to get to Magron, but now we're down to 2 horses. We'll load up the saddlebags on the other 2, and Eric and I will have to run. Talon can switch out with him when he gets tired, but we can't take our time any longer. Won't you get tired too? Melissa asked. It wasn't just my perception that got a big boost. I should be fine. Let's get going, we don't have any time to waste. What's the hurry? It looks like the damage is already done, Talon asked, but he got to work digging the saddlebags out from under the tree, pinning the dead horse to the ground. My mother mentioned something like this to me once, and I think that's what's going on here, Reevan said with a serious expression. I think this is a dungeon break. Melissa, Larissa, and even Eric's faces all turned pale. Talon and Kimberly looked at each other in confusion. What's a dungeon break? Kimberly asked. The monsters in the dungeon break free, Melissa said. She gulped at the implication. This is an infinitely instanced dungeon, so no telling how many instances are involved. And the mana density is quickly rising. She looked at everyone in turn. Those revenants and other powerful undead won't have their strength restricted for much longer. Yeah, I would say that's a good reason to hurry, Talon said as he finally managed to get the saddlebags. I'll feel a lot safer with the walls of Magron between us and them. Yeah, so let's get going. Reevan helped load up the other 2 horses, and then the group continued their retreat to Magron. We still have a couple of days to go to make it to Magron. I hope there's enough time to make it and warn them of the impending danger. I don't know how far out this earthquake reached, or if they know what's about to come. Reevan ran along beside Eric and the others on their horses. He matched steps with Eric, and he, after several minutes of running, felt his forced march skill kick in. It reduced a lot of stamina consumption. He kept his armor on, as he was still wary of any stragglers from all those months ago from the beast tide, but he removed his helmet, and so did Eric. Judging by his outward stamina consumption, Eric either has the forced march skill or something similar to reduce his burden while running long distances. He should be able to keep it up for several hours. Now that they had put a lot of distance between them and the dungeon, the heat and feeling of humidity were no longer a problem. The party continued running along the road, occasionally having to avoid downed trees. The devastation continued on for as far as Rievin could see. They spent a couple of hours just traveling in silence, and eventually, the damage to the surrounding trees began to thin out. LP Rievin waved for everyone to stop running for a second as a noise reached him. After they stopped moving and got quiet, Rievin tilted his head in the direction he thought he heard it come from. Help! Rievin clearly heard the sound this time, and he perked up. Someone is calling for help, he informed his companions as they looked at him. It's a little ways further along the road, but it sounds like it's coming from off in the trees a bit. We can't leave someone that needs our assistance, Melissa said. Yeah, let's go check it out, Talon concurred. Everyone nodded their heads at the plan. The party resumed running, and once they reached the approximate location adjacent to where they heard the calls for help coming from, they halted their horses and headed off in that direction. We're coming to help, Rievin cupped his hands and yelled back. The others had been able to hear the cries for help for some time, and it sounded like it was coming from a young boy. Okay, they heard the reply. The trees weren't particularly thick, and most of them were still standing, but they still couldn't see whoever was calling from the road. After heading in that direction for a few minutes, though, they finally happened upon the scene. A young boy, around 7 or 8, was standing next to a clump of fallen trees that had an older man trapped beneath it. The trees hadn't crushed the man, but it was clear that he wasn't able to get out on his own. It's okay, Melissa hugged the boy to her, comforting him. Everything will be fine now. Those trees are a bit too big for all of us to move, Rievin said as he looked at Talon and Eric. Eric bent down and picked up a woodcutter's axe. That'll help. Here, I have a skill with axes that's pretty close to my sword skill, let me. Eric showed no surprise on his face upon hearing that statement, and he simply handed the axe over. You'll want to cut the side that's not load-bearing first, Rievin heard come from under the main tree. It had fallen over in a tangle of other trees, and it was kind of at an angle. It's not pressing down on me, so you don't have to worry about the vibrations affecting me. All right, Rievin said as he approached the side that was elevated. He turned to face Talon. I'll cut through the trees here, and if we still can't lift the trunk over, you and Eric will have to hold the load while I cut it off of the rest, too. We might get Melissa to use an ice wall to help hold the load. Sure thing, Talon said. Eric nodded. Rievin assumed a stance to chop the largest trunk. There were several trees that came down in a pile to make a perfect cage, and the non-load-bearing side was up almost at chest height. Rievin took a deep breath and activated Devastating Strike as he took a mighty swing. The axe sliced right through the first trunk and embedded itself in another underneath it. He yanked the axe head out of the wood and took another swing, severing all of the remaining trees. All right, let's try it out. Rievin tossed the axe down and grabbed a hold of the mess with Talon and Eric. They threw their weight into it, and they managed to lift it up a bit. I think I can get out if you can hold it there, the trapped man called out. Rievin looked at his friends, and they nodded back. Okay, we can hold it, Rievin answered. The weight of the trees was just within their range to hold, and Rievin could feel his face turning red as his veins bulged. The man quickly scrambled out, and Melissa and Larissa ran up to drag him the rest of the way. Once the man was all the way out, Rievin and the other two let the trees back down and quickly stepped out of the way. Talon bent over and heaved air, and even Eric was out of breath for a moment. The boy ran up and hugged his father as he stood up. He didn't look like he was injured, though. I don't think it's over, either, Rievin said. There was an issue with the dungeon's several days' journey to the mountains. We think it might be a break. You need to get your family and the rest of the locals and get to Magron. If you have any horses, riding or work, doesn't matter, I suggest you load them up. You think it's that serious? The man said with a somber expression. Definitely, and it's always better to be safe than sorry, Rievin said. Do you need any help getting to the road? No problem. It's what we should have done, Melissa supplied. All right, let's get back on the road. I know we warned him to get his family and others moving toward Magron, but we should go ahead and spread the word along the way, too. The party made their way back to the road and continued their journey. The village the woodcutter and his son were from wasn't too far away from where they encountered them, and after about 15 minutes of quick travel, they came to the village. There were several buildings that had collapsed, and Rievin could hear people crying as others worked on clearing some debris. There were a couple of white sheets over what were obviously bodies off to the side of the village square. The scene sobered the party further. We should take some time to help out, Melissa said with a somber tone. The party spent about an hour helping to clear things out, and one other deceased body was recovered, but several others were safely rescued. Rievin located the village headman and motioned him over as he got a drink of water to slake his thirst. I know this is terrible timing, but the cause of this disaster isn't over with. You need to pack up everyone, and I mean everyone, and move them along to Magron. It's not safe out here." I see the older gentleman looked at Rievin and the others as he contemplated. "We have several horses, but not enough for everyone. We have just enough for the children. Can you take them with you ahead of the rest of us? If there's anyone we want to get to safety, it would be them." Rievin looked at his companions and he saw approval on their faces. "It might slow us down a little bit, but that's a small price to pay to save some kids," he thought. "Okay. Tell the parents to pack some things and get them loaded up. We'll take them with us and settle them in the local barracks. It's off to the right after entering the city, so you can find the kids there once you arrive in Magron," Rievin said. "There's nothing to thank," Rievin replied. "I would want the same thing for my sisters if they were in the same situation." The party rested for about 20 minutes before several horses, some laden with 3 children, met them at the road to Magron. "All right, it's time to go, don't worry. You'll be reunited with your parents soon," Rievin said. Melissa moved her horse over so that she could better supervise the children that had joined them. "You don't have a horse," a little girl pointed out. "I don't need a horse. I'm as strong as one all on my own. I'm gonna run." Rievin flexed his bicep. Several of the children snickered. "Okay, let's go." Rievin and his party met 2 other villages with some damage to them, and they picked up an increasing number of children to tag along. The other 2 villages didn't have nearly as much damage as the first one, and nobody lost their life, so they were able to organize their evacuations much quicker. They still opted to send their children ahead, though, when they saw the train of kids attached to Rievin's group. They had a total of 11 other horses, carrying 21 kids under 10. The villages they encountered after the third one didn't see any damage, and the earthquake didn't cause any devastation to the surroundings. The forest opened up to the plains, though shortly after, so it would have been a moot point anyway, as the lands opened up to much larger farming operations. The villages at this point also didn't choose to send their kids ahead, and if Rievin hadn't promised to take them all the way to the barracks, he would have been tempted to leave them with the other villagers in order to get word to the city quicker. It'll only be a couple of hours difference at this point, and I did say I would get them settled at the barracks. I'm sure it will be a lot easier to get them space if I'm the one they're talking to Knight Lieutenant Brand about it. "We're almost there," Rievin said to the entourage. A couple more hours. They had passed the last real village some time ago, and the countryside was now dotted with smaller communities that just tended to the Lord's fields. They still spread the word to get to the city for anyone that was still out and about, though. The children were putting up a brave front, even though Rievin could tell they were a bit nervous being away from their parents. Melissa, Larissa, and Kimberly were really good about seeing to their needs and making sure they were comfortable on the journey, and they helped get them to sleep on the one night they had to spend out in the open. Rievin had been concerned they might run into trouble from local wildlife or beasts, but they hadn't seen any sign of such a thing after the last village in the forest. The kids all perked up at the reminder that they were almost there. Talon spent a lot of time joking with the kids when he wasn't taking his turn running to let Eric get some rest. Rievin had been right that he would be fine running, though he did sweat a lot and have to drink a lot more water, but it wasn't enough to impede their progress. Making sure none of the kids fell off of a horse took up more time than anything. I bet several of them get the skill. I wonder if that is likely to affect their future development, Rievin idly wondered. The last leg to the city was uneventful, and there was no indication that anyone was worried about a dungeon break or anything like that. Either word hasn't gotten here, which means nobody in the dungeon town was able to get a notice out by carrier bird, or the leaders haven't spread word yet in an effort to keep people from panicking. The local guards were a little confused at the procession that appeared to enter the city, but they didn't make anything difficult and waved the group through. "I'm going to take the kids to the barracks and inform the Knight Lieutenant about what's going on. Do you have a way to secure a meeting with the Count?" Rievin turned toward Melissa. "Yes, our name should get us in to see him. We can go tell him about it while you handle the kids in garrison. We'll meet up with you at the barracks when we're done, or send word if anything changes." "All right," Rievin said with a nod. "We'll see you then." Melissa, Larissa, and Eric took their horses and made their way into the city proper while Rievin and his crew escorted the children to their destination. "Why would they meet us back at the barracks? I'm sure they can get some nice accommodations at the Lord's Manor," Talon said. "They probably want to introduce themselves to the ones in charge of the city defense," Kimberly pointed out with an eye roll. "Being caster classes, I'm sure they want to help defend the city if or when the monsters show up." "That's a good point," Talon said. Rievin led his little parade to the barracks. The locals occasionally threw them some questioning glances, but the city seemed to be moving about like normal. They eventually made it to the gates of the military compound, and Rievin greeted the guards. It hadn't been that long since he had been with the troops, so they recognized him easily. "I need to speak to the Knight Lieutenant," Rievin said. "You guys just hang out here until I get the all clear," Rievin said to Talon and Kimberly. "Sure thing, Rievin," one of the guards responded. There wasn't really any need to keep them out, so the guards let Talon and Kimberly lead the kids inside the compound to wait while Reevan headed to the headquarters building. Reevan stepped in, and seeing that there wasn't anything going on, he skipped walking to the end of the hall and walked right up the forbidden stairs. Just act like I'm supposed to use them, and anyone who objects might still associate me with the aide to the adjutant, Reevan chuckled to himself. He made his way to the Knight Lieutenant's office and knocked on the door. After a brief pause, he heard enter come from within. "Ah, Reevan," Knight Lieutenant Brand exclaimed as he spotted his once aide enter his office. He got up from behind his desk and came over to shake his hand. "Looks like you've been doing well for yourself," he said as he inspected the new armor Reevan was wearing. "Yes, sir," Reevan said with a smile. "Got it as a drop from the second-floor boss in the dungeon. Already delving further in. Make sure you're always careful and don't get complacent," Brand said as he took his seat again. "Now, to what do I owe the pleasure?" He indicated for Reevan to take a seat. "I think there was a dungeon break." Reevan got right into the main issue. Brand's smile instantly evaporated as he nodded for Reevan to continue. "I noticed a steady increase in the mana density around the dungeon after I pulled my head out of my backside and got out ahead of the explosion. But there was a giant earthquake that did a lot of damage. I know of at least 3 villagers who died because of it, on top of all the damage. There was a giant beam of light shooting up to the sky that we could see from about 3 days away, and there was a significant uptick in the mana density even that far out. I suspect we'll have a monster tide to put the beast tide to shame, and I would bet the revenants that show up won't be restricted by the mana density." Reevan laid it out on the table. Knight Lieutenant Brand rubbed his chin as he thought about the issue. "We didn't get word from the dungeon town, so it's either a total loss or they were unable to send an emergency message out. We need to go inform the Knight Captain." Brand stood up and motioned for Reevan to follow him. My companions went ahead to the Count's manor to inform him. They have some sort of background from the capital, so he should know soon as well. We also picked up a bunch of children the villagers wanted to send ahead as we spread word to evacuate on the way here. We brought them to the barracks because I didn't know what else to do with them, Reevan said as they hurried down the hall. "That's good. Good thinking," Brand said as he waved to a soldier walking along the hall. "Go to the gate and see about getting a bunch of villager kids squared away." He gave a quick command. The soldier saluted and hurried to do as instructed. Knight Captain Reeifeld's door was open, so Knight Lieutenant Brand simply knocked on the door on his way in. The two walked in, Reevan subconsciously assuming his position a half-step behind the adjutant. "Sir, news from the dungeon," Brand said. "Reevan here reports that there was likely a dungeon break. He didn't see the incident up close, but he saw what matches the description some ways off. The local areas suffered damage, villagers have been evacuated, and Reevan brought a bunch of children with him to birth here. Word has been dispatched to the Count." Knight Captain Reeifeld set his pen down as soon as he witnessed Knight Lieutenant Brand enter his office, and he gave a nod to Reevan's presence like it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. "Good, mobilize the scouts. Alert the city guard. Issue a stand-down order and make sure all of the troops are prepared for battle. Send word to the local church and adventurers guild. We'll need all the casters we can get. I know the Lord has a personal unit, but that won't be enough for a dungeon break from this dungeon." "Yes, sir," Brand said with a salute. "Sir," Reevan stepped forward. "My companions are casters, and I can use mana to fight the revenants and specters." The adjutant's eyebrows went up at the mention of the new monster. "I would like to volunteer for the city defense." Accepted, Knight Captain Reeifeld replied after a moment of contemplation. "Go with Knight Lieutenant Brand and assume your previous role as aide. I know you can fight, and even though you'll be an aide, you'll still get your chance." Reevan followed Brand out of the office as he prepared to get to work. "I don't really need anything from you right now, so go to your friends. If you want to help out, just stick around, and I'll have someone find you when I do need you," Knight Lieutenant Brand said, clapping Reevan on the shoulder. "Yes, sir, I'll see you then." Reevan exited the headquarters and saw that some soldiers were escorting the village kids to an open barracks. The meeting with the officers had been quick and to the point, so not much time had passed. Reevan walked up to Talon and Kimberly, who were waving goodbye to the kids. "Melissa and her group are going to meet with us here, so we'll stay here and wait for them for now," Reevan said as he walked up. "I went ahead and volunteered us for the city defense. No pressure though, I know you guys can't fight the revenants without assistance from someone who can use mana. Yeah, don't worry about it. I kind of expected you to from the beginning, and it's something Kimberly and I agreed to while you were gone," Talon said with a shrug. "We might not be able to be on the front lines against the more dangerous enemies, but we can definitely find something to do. Yes, there's no way I could live with myself if I abandoned everyone to their fate, especially after bringing those kids all the way here," Kimberly added. "Good," Reevan said with a wide smile. The trio took up a position to wait near the entrance, and it wasn't long before they spotted Melissa, Larissa, and Eric making their way on foot toward the barracks. Reevan stepped out and waved them over. "How did it go?" Reevan called out as they approached. The Count took our warnings seriously and started getting things moving. We told him you went to inform the knight captain, so he focused on getting his casters and any others organized. What about you? Same. We got the kids put up in the barracks, and we volunteered to help with the defense. Reevan noticed that statement got a nod of approval from Eric. Knew you would, and we're going to volunteer with the casters, as well, Melissa said with a smile. Wait here for a moment while we go inform the officers about our presence and what we can do. They'll be better able to organize things if they know what we're capable of. The Count gave us a place to stay, you guys included, so we can wait for further word while taking advantage of the small luxury that we'll afford. We're going to be happy we did in a couple of days if we're right about everything. Are you kidding? Of course we're going to live it up with style, Talon said. Kimberly rolled her eyes and Reevan just shook his head. All right, he said. The adjutant said there was nothing in particular for us to do yet, so that sounds like a fine plan. We'll head over with you guys once you're done here. Reevan stood upon the ramparts and stared off into the distance. The last group of villagers, the first ones Reevan and his party had encountered, were finally making their way into the city below. The atmosphere was charged, almost literally. Reevan could feel the increased mana density as it spread all the way to Magron. The other aspect was the palpable anxiety he could feel from the other people lining the ramparts, waiting. The Lord's retinue, the city guard, the Count's personal mage corps, and volunteer adventurers all waited for the impending crisis. The local church branch was manned by mundane believers, though so they didn't have any casters available to assist in warding off the undead. The scouts reported that many of the goblins had simply bolted in all directions, but the orcs had corralled several thousand of them to act as shields in human wave tactics as they scoured the countryside for places to pillage. Nobody is really too concerned with that, though, Reevan ruminated. The real concern is that the scouts were unable to make their way past the horde, so we have no idea as to the numbers or activities of the undead forces that are sure to follow. Reevan glanced towards the location of the barracks. He couldn't actually see it through the rampart or the people milling about, but he recalled the scene of several villager children reuniting with their parents. Luckily, they all made it ahead of the monsters, however. We have yet to make it through the ordeal. Reevan's face was grim despite the temporarily happy incident. Reevan and his party had relaxed within the Count's manor, all of their needs seen to by the maids and butlers, as they waited for the time they would be needed to fight. It wasn't hard to gauge the timing, either. The steady climb of the mana had been an obvious sign. The three girls also managed to convince the maids to use their connections to keep them abreast of the goings-on of the children we escorted. Reevan chuckled to himself. I didn't realize they had grown so attached so quickly. The news also contained information about what was happening in the barracks. Put that together with the mana increasing, and it gave a clear sign of when we would be needed. They had encountered a messenger departing to the Lord's manor to fetch them as they arrived at the barracks. Reevan had assumed his position as a de facto aide, more in the line of being able to utilize my party's experience and abilities more than any actual responsibilities, he thought. The knight captain and knight lieutenant weren't playing any games. Anything that wasn't necessarily super important, they would allow Reevan to assist them, like giving and receiving messages to the administrative soldiers, but they kept a tight rein on everything involving the deployment of the combat troops. He stood a little ways off from the knight lieutenant. They hadn't had anything to do for quite a while now, other than wait like everyone else, but he had found something he could trust Talon and Kimberly with. When he had been running messages back and forth, Talon had said that his new Tier 2 class was perfectly suited for such a thing during the upcoming conflict, so they would be acting as runners. Reevan surveyed the troops arranged upon the battlements. The Lord's retinue was first in line, and the more experienced city guardsmen were behind them. The less experienced guards were still keeping order within the city. The city gates in the other three directions other than the one leading toward the dungeon were still open, and they would be until the enemies were spotted. The Count had ordered that anyone leaving was responsible for themselves, but he wouldn't keep anyone here against their wills, other than his military personnel, of course. There had been a mass exodus upon news of the potential dungeon break, and it had increased further upon confirmation from the scouts. It had slowed to a trickle since, though, and only those going it alone could be seen still occasionally leaving. Anyone with family wasn't willing to brave the dangers of being outside the walls this late anymore. Behind the experienced city guardsmen, dispersed evenly across the wall, were the members of the mage corps. They consisted of 50 low Tier 3 and high Tier 2 mages, several having graduated from the Magic Academy not too long ago. Adventurers stood interspersed between the units, located wherever their specialty was focused. There aren't that many additional casters from the adventurers, Reevan thought with a frown, maybe just over 100 or so. There are several hundred archers and melee combatants, each, in contrast to that. I guess it makes sense the number is a little over 10. From the reports of the thousands upon thousands of goblins, I can assume there's probably around 1,000 or so orcs, and depending on how many undead are on the third floor, or even lower, there will probably be several thousand revenants at least. The goblins won't be a problem, especially with these reinforced walls, but I sure hope this is enough to fend off the undead. Things weren't looking optimistic. One of the first things Reevan had done after getting settled in the Lord's manor was to send a letter to his parents in the capital. Thankfully, they left ages ago with my sisters. That was one thing Reevan was happy about. The other members of his party had done the same for their families, even Eric. Reevan turned back to watching the countryside. Everything seemed peaceful on the surface. Reevan watched as the wind blew the crops. There were multiple visible lines that could be seen to show just where it was. The sky was blue and dotted with pleasant-looking clouds. A flock of birds took off from their position, foraging for bugs and other things to eat among the tall plants. "Stand by," Knight Lieutenant Brand suddenly called. Reevan was pulled out of his contemplation. Of course, those birds didn't decide to all fly away for no reason. Something spooked them. Everyone got quiet on the wall as it became obvious that something was moving beneath, through the fields as the crops no longer shifted according to just the wind. Conserve your mana. Only cast as many spells as you can quickly recover from. We don't know how much time we'll have after the goblins and orcs make their assault. Brand continued his instruction to the casters. Everyone knew what they were about to face, but the adjutant didn't want someone to get caught up in the moment and burn through their mana pool before the real threat even arrived. I actually have a lot of mana now. I wonder. Reevan reached down and picked up the bow he had acquired. He knocked an arrow, and then he activated his mana sight and concentrated on it. Is there a way to optimize this? Reevan used his mana manipulation to quickly cover the arrow. Next, he pulled it away from the arrow, but he maintained the shape and form. He added the necessary braids to the structure to give it some actual power. Okay, that did actually cost a lot less mana, and it was quicker than trying to build one of my own from scratch. Now, what do I do? Reevan concentrated on the entire structure of the mana arrow he had created, and he pushed more mana into it. Once it had reached a certain threshold, he once again split it, and one mana arrow suddenly became two. Okay, about the same mana expenditure total, let's try one more thing. He concentrated as he pumped several times more mana into the first mana arrow, and he split them into a veritable bundle of mana arrows. That's way too much mana. Do I need the whole structure? Reevan gathered up the mana consisting of all the arrows he had made, and he converted them all into the arrowheads with just a bit of the shaft remaining. That's more like it. Lots more impact from this setup. The mana arrows still catch some of the drag from the wind, though so can I overlap these while keeping them separate. He put thought to action and pulled them all together once more, but he kept them completely distinct from one another. It doesn't exactly work. They still want to combine into one dense arrowhead. Maybe I'm overthinking things again. Let's try one more thing. Reevan placed his dense mana arrowhead overlapping with the real arrow, and he placed some anchors within it. He placed as many anchors as he wanted arrowheads, and he designed them to deteriorate with a small pop after only a few seconds. While he had been experimenting with his mana manipulation, the goblins had finally come into view, and as soon as they spotted the wall unimpeded, their loud screeching could be heard as they broke into a frenzied run. The other archers had already begun releasing their arrows into the coming horde, and the city defenses had some scorpions scattered atop the wall that launched huge javelin projectiles into the horde, skewering many goblins all at once, as well as causing mayhem from the force of the impact. The casters occasionally lobbed spells that exploded to cause area-wide damage, but it was few and far between as they conserved their mana. Melissa and Larissa were nearby, and they also launched an occasional attack at the horde of goblins below. Melissa would create a sphere of ice, Larissa would fill it with her Inferno Blast spell, and then Melissa would launch the combination spell to devastating effect. They had gotten a lot more adept at combining their spells after the experience they had gained from the dungeon delves. Eric simply stood to the side, silently watching everything around. He never dropped his guard, not even against the other defenders. Talon and Kimberly accompanied him in their silent watch. They didn't have much to do yet, as they had never worked on their ranged skills. That's an oversight that needs to be addressed, Reevan thought. Reevan lifted his bow and loosed his experimental arrow without even taking proper aim. There were so many goblins, it wasn't really necessary. He watched with bated breath as the arrow sailed through the air. Once it was close to the target he had randomly fired at, he watched with mana sight as his mana arrow exploded and showered mana shrapnel in all directions, including up and away from the goblins below. Okay, while it kind of worked, as many of the pieces of mana still struck and killed a lot of goblins, that was basically a failure. I should just make a ball of mana with a directional blast to focus it downward. Reevan once more summoned his mana, but this time he made a ball with the braids necessary to give it power, accompanied by one anchor that would pop in the direction the arrow was facing, located at the back of the mana ball. He loosed the arrow and watched once more. This time it was much more successful, and it cost considerably less mana. Yeah, I was definitely overthinking things. I'm sure there is a class skill out there that has a similar effect with actual arrows and such, but I would need to see it and study it to make it right. As it is, against these weaker enemies, a few more of these attacks should be fine. I don't want to burn through my mana too fast either. Ryevin loosed several arrows without any mana as he was thinking, and once he had come to a decision, he occasionally took the time to form a mana attack to accompany his arrows. The goblins were stupid and didn't have any sort of plan to try and breach the walls, so they simply smashed against the obstruction and tried to climb it with their claws. They didn't have much luck. They began to trample the front rows beneath them, though, and a ramp made of dead goblins began to form. Several spots along the walls had soldiers step forward with large cauldrons filled with tar. They tipped the cauldrons down on the goblins below before moving the empty cauldrons back to get refilled for use again later. Another soldier came up once the tar was safely taken away and tossed a torch down below. Ryevin could feel the heat as the copious amounts of tar caught fire, and the frenzied shrieking for blood quickly became wails of agony as huge swathes of the goblins caught fire. The ramp of dead goblins also made sure that the fire didn't diminish, and the rest of the goblins were momentarily prevented from approaching the walls. The goblins are dumb, but they're not dumb enough to run into the fire. They're just standing around now, passively accepting the rain of arrows killing them. I bet that once the fires go away, they try the exact same thing and get torched all over again. Ryevin shook his head. Goblins didn't have any way to breach the walls, and the portcullis was manned by some of the city guard with long spears, so it was also a death trap for any goblins dumb enough to run up to the gates. The arrows and occasional spells still continued. They still had to kill the pests, but it had lessened as many others came to the same conclusion as Ryevin. He looked off into the distance once again, and he finally spotted the mass of orcs. These guys are much smarter and more capable than the goblins. They actually took the time to make crude ladders and battering rams. They even brought the ogres from the first floor boss room with them. The orcs came marching forward in a much more organized manner. There were about 100 or so of the ogres, and they were much more mobile now that they weren't confined to such a low ceiling. They stopped and watched the goblins expend the resources of the defenders for a while before they began moving forward once more. Focus on the ogres with ranged attacks and spells first. Knight Lieutenant Brand's voice carried to all of the troops. Burn some of the ladders with the tar once they've climbed high enough, but let a couple of the ladders stand. We want to preserve as much of the tar as we can, so we'll have to engage some of them in melee. I'll direct the positions to do so in an orderly manner. Ryevin once more lifted his bow and started firing at the ogres with the others. There were several hundred ranged combatants atop the ramparts, and only 100 of the ogres, so they were quickly peppered with arrows and looked like porcupines. They weren't able to last very long under the barrage, and the ogres were quickly taken out of the equation. The orcs pushed the goblins aside as they charged the walls, and the ladders came up. The defenders waited until a line of orcs made their way 3/4 of the way up the wall before they doused most of the ladders with tar. The orcs covered in the thick substance screamed in defiance as torches sailed down and put an end to their attempts at breaching the walls. The battering ram rang loud and clear over the screams, snarls, and other sounds of combat, but it too was quickly set aflame. The orcs that had attempted to knock the gates down quickly fled the raging inferno. They joined their compatriots at the ladders that hadn't been destroyed. Many of the goblins saw a way to get at the humans on top of the wall, so they tried to get on the ladders as well, but the orcs simply batted them aside as they entered a state of bloodlust. The soldiers let the orcs get on top of the wall under the careful planning of the adjutant, and they were able to corral the orcs into another killing field. They were slain almost as quickly as they attained the top of the wall, and it was only a matter of time before the bloodlust wore off and the remainder chose to flee. The cavalry was standing by to chase them down and finish them off. Ryevin replenished his arrows as he waited for the inevitable end of the first round of combat, and nothing out of the ordinary occurred. The orcs continued to climb to their deaths before the last vestiges came out of their frenzy and tried to run, but the cavalry took care of the remaining remnants. Once the orcs stopped attempting to climb the ladders, the goblins took their turn, and Knight Lieutenant Brand ordered the ladders to finally be torched. The goblins continued to try and scrabble up the walls to only be burned alive over and over again until they were completely killed off. Kind of anticlimactic, actually, Talon said from beside Ryevin. Well, we knew this was only a small taste from the very beginning, Ryevin replied. Yeah, I know, but still, Talon shrugged. The troops quickly set about making sure the ammunition and tar were all restocked, and the mages entered meditation to use mana absorption to speed up their recovery. Ryevin took a cue from them and also sat down to get his mana back. Not only was his capacity increased with his rise in stats, but the level of recovery had seen a sharp rise as well. Now that the preliminaries are out of the way, it's time to wait for the real show. Ryevin came out of his meditation as he felt a nudge from Talon. He looked up at his friend with a questioning gaze. "Something is happening," Talon said, almost in a whisper. Reevan could see the nervousness in his friends as Kimberly was also fidgeting an unusual amount. Reevan stood up and looked to the distance once more. The sky overhead was still blue with clouds moving about, but the entire scenery seemed to have a subtle shift. He watched as a visible shadow, coming from no known obstruction from the sun, began to creep towards the city. It was like a wall of darkness. Movement caught Reevan's eye, and he turned his focus towards it. After several breaths of waiting, he finally made out what had caught his attention. A group of people came stumbling into view, obviously perking up at the sight of the walls and gaining a second wind as they rushed toward safety. Reevan saw that many of them were kitted out in gear, but many of them were just in normal clothes. Looks like the dungeon town wasn't a total loss. Those people are obviously adventurers and the locals from the town, Reevan said to Talon. Oh yeah, I couldn't quite make them out, yet Talon responded. Scouts. Knight Lieutenant Brand's shout reached the cavalry below. Sally forth and pick those people up. There appears to be several hundred of them, so be quick. The light cavalry soon stormed out of the gates and made their way to people obviously fleeing for their lives. Reevan watched as many were picked up and rushed back to the city. They were dropped off inside the safety of the walls, and he noticed that almost every single one of them simply collapsed where they had been deposited, most of them immediately falling asleep right then and there. They've probably been running the entire time without much rest. Their stats should have aided them, but they were trapped between getting too far ahead and coming under the notice of the orcs and goblins, or lagging too far behind and getting caught by what's coming. More and more people arrived, and it soon became clear that a large majority of the dungeon town had actually been able to escape the calamity. The reason for their survival soon became apparent as the darkness continued to grow. A line of soldiers came running into view several minutes after the last of the stragglers. They were attired in the armor and tabards of the Church of Light, but their gear was bloody and torn. Several of the stronger adventurers, martial and casters alike, ran with them. They suddenly stopped and formed a line, and another group of soldiers, about the same number in makeup, came running after them. Seconds later, the cause for everyone's concern came into view. A large line of revenants came marching hot on the heels of the fleeing church members. Reevan's stomach dropped as he witnessed the scene. Not only do they appear to be moving unimpeded by the mana density, but there also appears to be someone commanding them. No way they would march in an orderly fashion without someone, or something, interfering. Reevan gulped as he shared a glance with Talon and Kimberly. We'll be fine, Reevan said to try and reassure his friends. Yet Talon nodded. He didn't look like he was convinced. It's just a bunch of revenants. No problem. Reevan turned back to witness the church soldiers. The ones closest to the revenant line ran past the first group, which intercepted the advancing undead. Their gear cut through the protections inherent to the revenants, and the casters fired quick bolts to cause as much damage in as short amount of time possible. They exclusively used their most basic spells in order to conserve their mana properly. The second line of church soldiers and adventurers came to a stop about 50 yards back and turned to face the incoming enemies as the others broke off their engagement with a push from their skills and turned to leapfrog their retreat. Reevan watched as several of the members were hit with attacks despite their best efforts. Two of them went down and were quickly subsumed by the marching line of undead, but the last one managed to hold on and continue to flee. Damn it, they're too close to the revenants. Knight Lieutenant Brand's voice entered Reevan's ears, and he turned to face the man as he muttered to himself. I can't get the scouts close enough to pick them up without abandoning half of them. Sir, Reevan called out to get his attention. Give me and my caster companions some horses. Someone clearing their throat interrupted Reevan and their bodyguard. We can ride out, hit the line hard with some magic, and the scouts can follow behind us to pick them up. Make it happen. Knight Lieutenant Brand didn't hesitate to agree. Reevan turned and jerked his head towards the bottom of the wall at Melissa and her two companions. We'll be right back, Reevan said to Talon as they hurried down. They ran to where the cavalry was on standby, and after a quick explanation, Reevan and the other three galloped out of the city towards the retreating defenders and line of revenants. The air turned cold as soon as they entered the encroaching shadows, and Reevan felt an involuntary shiver. Melissa, take the left. Larissa, take the right, Reevan shouted at his companions over the whistling wind. I'll go around to the center, hit them hard and fast. They split up, the scouts following shortly behind them, and they moved to engage the undead. Reevan followed Larissa, and they quickly passed the line of defenders ready to intercept for their allies. Larissa launched several inferno blasts at the line, and Reevan quickly maneuvered his horse around the line of retreating people in the wake of the explosion. He saw and sensed Melissa also pelting the line of revenants as he turned to gallop across the line. He pumped mana into his flame blade skill and launched massive attacks at the line as he galloped past, creating an opportunity for the scouts to sweep in and pick up those retreating. Reevan heaved a sigh of relief as the plan went off without a hitch. Suddenly, a stray revenant came leaping out of the line, and Rievin's danger sense warned him in time to ward off the attack with a parry. The force of the blow almost unseated him, but he managed to hang on with a combination of his ride and balance skills. Rievin urged his horse to continue galloping, and he broke away from the revenant that had tried to keep him from getting away. He glanced back as he galloped away, and he frowned at what he saw. The revenant that had attacked him was attired in the same uniform as the church soldiers, but its gear had lost its divine empowerment. Its clothes were covered in blood and gaping wounds. Oozing black blood littered its body all over. The creature still had most of its skin and hair, and Rievin recognized it. That's the sword bishop, Rievin realized as he turned back to putting all of his efforts into escaping back to the city. That can't be good. The cavalry, along with Rievin and his party members, made it back to the city quickly, and the survivors joined the others in collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. There were no robe-wearing priests among them, but Rievin did spot many of the acquaintances he had made in his time in the dungeon town. He saw Lauren among the adventurers that had been assisting in holding the revenants back for the others to flee. He saw the sword priest that had given them the explanation on the experience crystals, and he even saw Cal had collapsed next to his friends in the group that had passed out. There were many other familiar faces, but Rievin didn't have time to examine them. He dismounted and walked over to Jocelyn, who had assumed command of the sword priests after the sword bishop had obviously fallen. He was standing over the man Rievin had seen take an attack to the back earlier, and the man was clutching at Jocelyn and pleading for something. Even from this distance, Rievin could see the man's body twitch uncontrollably, and black veins were spreading across his body from the wound on his back. Jocelyn lowered his head momentarily, and Rievin's eyes widened in horror as he watched Jocelyn look back up and then run the man through with his sword, ending his life. A smile was the last expression on the man's face. "What the hell?" Rievin yelled as he ran up to Jocelyn. Jocelyn looked up with expressionless eyes. "He was beyond saving," Jocelyn said. "You don't know what happens to them. You haven't seen it." His voice was devoid of any emotion. "But we're in the city now. We might have been able to find help. You just killed him without even trying. Don't be so quick to judge," Jocelyn yelled back. "That wasn't his first wound, and we lost all of our priests early on. Do you think I wanted to kill him? He asked me to, and it was my responsibility." He was about to turn. "What more would you have had me do?" Jocelyn sounded defeated. Rievin paused for a moment as he considered the words. What else could he have done? The local church doesn't have caster priests. They're mundane believers. Rievin shook his head. "I don't know, Jocelyn. I don't know," he said. Rievin clapped his hand on the man's shoulder in silent comfort. "Report." Knight Lieutenant Brand came marching up to the group, quickly recognizing the man in charge of the retreat. Jocelyn noticed the man's air of authority and stood straighter. "Yes, sir," he began. There was a group of black-robed men who suddenly appeared, and before anyone noticed what they were up to or could react, they initiated the dungeon break. "We managed to fight off the first horde of goblins and orcs that appeared through several rips in reality, and they quickly ran off to hunt for easier prey." Due to Rievin's timely information about the hard mode of the second-floor boss, Jocelyn gestured toward Rievin. "We knew to quickly destroy any of the specters and Dullahans that suddenly showed up. Most of our priests sacrificed themselves to ensure almost all of them were taken out before they could empower the Dullahans. A few slipped through, but those are the least of our worries." Jocelyn's energy quickly depleted as he came to this point, and Knight Lieutenant Brand was about to urge him on further, but the people noticed the ground begin to tremor. "That's what we need to worry about." Jocelyn continued. "The demons, back to the ramparts," Brand yelled out. He turned to Jocelyn one last time. "You and yours get some rest. Not only do you need it, you deserve it. If you feel you can fight, you'll get your chance after you take a break. We'll handle it from here." Rievin looked out at the fields covered completely in moving skeletal abominations. In the distance, he counted 15 Dullahans calmly walking with their heads tucked under their arms, and behind them he counted 5 of the giant demons. They were truly monstrous, standing what appeared to be 40 to 50 feet tall. It was difficult to gauge their exact size because of how far away they were, but they towered over everything else. Revenants filled the entire space, and then some, around the larger creatures. "I don't see any specters at all. Based on how the Dullahans are moving fluidly, they are obviously possessed, but there has to be a limit to how many specters can combine and possess one entity. I don't know if 3 is the maximum or not. Maybe there weren't as many specters on the 3rd floor as I imagined. I did only see the one in the room with the hundreds of mining revenants." The undead army didn't pause to evaluate the situation in front of them, nor did they charge recklessly ahead. They simply marched, as if reaching their destination was inevitable, so why alter their speed? "Load the canisters." Knight Lieutenant Brand's voice echoed over the battlements. The soldiers loaded enclosed cauldrons, built to fly through the air better in an elongated shape, into the scorpions. They were filled with tar, and the mages imbued the entire thing with pure mana as they were set. Launch. The order came and the scorpions fired their payload into the distance, having a much further range than simple bows or crossbows. The canisters sailed through the air before crashing into the ground amongst the revenants, breaking apart and discharging the mana-imbued tar that had filled them across large swathes of the ground. Fire spell ready. The adjutant called forth all mages with an affinity for fire. Larissa also stepped forward and began preparing a fire bolt spell. The fancy, more expensive fire blast or inferno spells weren't necessary, so she opted for the cheaper spell. It would cost a lot of mana to empower it enough to launch the spell far enough to hit the tar, so cutting mana costs somewhere else was more important. Cast, Knight Lieutenant Brand ordered. Different commands are necessary to give so each individual acting out the commands know when and what to do properly. Launch is the command for the scorpions, loose is the command for the archers, and cast is the command for the casters, Reevan noted. The spells were empowered across the line and fired into the distance. The myriad of firebolt spells made contact with the tar, and magically imbued fire erupted among the revenants. All of the revenants caught in the initial blast were destroyed outright in the explosion, leaving even hardly any dust in its wake. The rest of the revenants continued to march forward through the fire, the ones in the center mostly falling apart before making it through, but the ones on the edges were just severely damaged. Every little bit will help. Adjust the range, shift right 2 degrees. More commands for the scorpions came forth. The crew manning the siege weapons had one person rotate a gear to lower the elevation, and another person simultaneously rotated a different gear that moved the horizontal plane slightly to the right without having to adjust the base. Load the canisters. Launch. The troops were acting out their orders that continued to come in an orderly fashion, followed by mages taking turns launching firebolt spells and rotating out to conserve mana. The battlefield quickly became a scorching inferno, as more and more canisters were launched and subsequently fired. The pure mana that is imbued fully into the canisters includes the tar within and seems to be affected by the properties of the tar. I can see that the fires are burning longer and hotter than one would expect, and all of the fire is magical in nature due to the mana infusing the tar and being lit by a spell. Reevan nodded his head at the tactic. Since the mana being imbued into the canisters affects the tar inside, I wonder. Reevan reached down and pulled a couple of arrows out and tried to imbue them both as one entity while he held them both in his hand. It didn't take, and he had to do each one individually. He then set the arrows aside and touched the quiver directly, pumping his mana into it. Imbuing the quiver filled with arrows itself took considerably more mana than doing so to an arrow, but once he pulled an arrow out, he smiled. It works. The cost, while more than an arrow, is actually less overall when considering just how many arrows get imbued all at once like this. Every arrow that he pulled out was imbued with magic. Reevan emptied the quiver of all of the arrows and replaced them with fresh ones. He frowned as they didn't acquire the effect even though the quiver was technically still imbued. Reevan pumped his mana into the quiver once again, but this time it required a lot less mana. The next arrow he pulled out was successfully imbued, so it doesn't affect the arrows after the fact, but the mana sink of the quiver itself is removed, and it moves the mana more efficiently through itself to imbue the next set. Reevan looked up and down the line, and he saw that the archers weren't doing anything even though the revenants were entering their range. They had been told to wait and fire at the demons and Dullahans because they weren't inherently immune to mundane attacks, they were just a bit resistant to them. Sir, Reevan shouted to the Knight Lieutenant to get his attention. Imbuing the quivers works the same way as the canisters. If we imbue them, the archers can damage the revenants too. Each new batch of arrows has to be imbued after being placed in the quiver. None fire casters, imbue the quivers of the archers near you. The adjutant didn't hesitate and issued a new order to take advantage of the discovery. I'm certain I'm not the first person to discover this, but this place has probably never had to consider such an issue before, and the Magic Academy graduates probably don't have classes on siege warfare. Archers ready. Once the quivers along the line were imbued, Brand had the large portion of troops that didn't have anything to do currently engage in the battle. The other operations continued as he added the troops to the mix. Loose, arrows rained down on the revenants. Most of the arrows passed through empty space between the bones or hit arm or leg bones and did some minor damage to the health of the revenants. Some arrows, though, pierced into skulls directly and snuffed out the orb that powered the skeletons. Arrows aren't the greatest choice, but there's not much more we can do in this situation. At least it has some effect. Reevan added his own arrows to the mix. He quickly ran through the arrows that he had imbued from his quiver, and he moved on to a new one to replace it. The administrative soldiers were busy refilling quivers. Talon and Kimberly had taken it upon themselves to fulfill the role as well, so he didn't have to worry about running out of arrows. Reevan moved to imbue the new batch of arrows, but he hesitated for a second as a thought struck him. He looked back and forth between his bow and his arrows. So many other things have worked in ways that they're not specifically designed for, I wonder. Reevan activated his flame blade skill with his bow as the target. He knocked an arrow, and he was pleased to see that it took on the characteristics of the Flame Blade spell without any additional input from himself, and he fired it into the mass of revenants. Calculating, Flame Blade skill has been altered to Flame Weapon. Reevan casually inspected the system notification that popped up. I got tunnel vision on the fact that I was using a sword for the most part in the dungeon, and I ignored that my skill affects every weapon equally. Reevan clenched his fist, and he activated the skill once again with his hand as the target. His fist erupted in fire, and the flames and heat didn't bother him at all. I am the weapon. Heh, nice. Reevan's little experiment only took a couple of seconds, and he got back to launching his flaming arrows into the advancing revenants. Reevan noted that the damage done to them was more than just piercing damage, as the fires spread and continued to burn from where the arrows pierced into bones. As the revenants got closer and closer, Reevan also activated his aim skill, and he exclusively aimed to hit revenants in the skull. The undead army continued its advance, and despite the large amount of damage the defenders had managed to inflict on their foes, the numbers were just too great, and the field still appeared to be filled with a never-ending tide of revenants from the wall to the edge of the fields. And the revenants were still coming. There are way more than we had even feared possible. This is going to be ugly, Reevan frowned. There must be even more revenants on the third floor than I thought, or there might even be a fourth floor that we didn't know about. A huge surge of mana distracted Reevan for a moment, and he looked over to see Knight Captain Reifeld, who had been silent and waiting up until this point, surrounded in a halo of golden light. The mana created a whirlpool around him as he sucked in more and more mana from the environment as well as fueling it from within himself, and the light from the halo became almost blinding. The mana came to tipping point as the spell Knight Captain Reifeld was casting filled to the brim, and after a brief moment, a huge ball of light shot out over the battlefield. Reevan watched as the huge ball, the size of a small house, rushed into the center of the field where it exploded. The light turned into countless swords made of golden light, and they smashed down into the horde of undead. Reifeld had aimed for a position that included a Dullahan, and even that larger boss monster wasn't able to hold up for more than a couple of seconds like it, and hundreds of revenants surrounding it were torn to shreds. Knight Captain Reifeld watched the massacre his divine spell wrought upon the undead, and after seeing the devastation and the fact that most of the spell was overkill, he nodded to himself and started gathering mana once more. I wonder how many times he can cast that spell. From the nonchalant look on his face, he probably has enough to cast it many times. That will be a huge help. Reevan mentally heaved a sigh of relief. Knight Captain Reifeld once more gathered mana to empower his spell, but he cut it off much shorter than filling it all the way to the bursting point like last time before he released it at another location with a Dullahan. The golden orb was considerably smaller, only the size of a room inside a small house instead of the entire house, and it once more exploded over the undead. It created the same amount of devastation, but there was much less overkill this time. Knight Lieutenant Brand continued to issue orders. The soldiers continued to follow them. Reevan launched his flaming arrows, and the battle continued as the paladin released another strike. The revenants reached the bottom of the wall, and Reevan was dismayed to see that they were able to dig their finger bones directly into the stone to carry themselves up the wall. More soldiers got involved, and the cauldrons full of tar reappeared. They were imbued with mana just like the canisters, and the tar was dumped on the climbing revenants to be lit with magical fire shortly after. Knight Captain Reifeld began gathering mana for a fourth spell cast, and Reevan's danger sense exploded. A streak of shadow launched itself from the rear of the undead horde and quickly reached the Knight Captain, and he was forced to cancel his spell as he instantly unsheathed his sword to block the attack. Reevan watched as the streak revealed itself to be a robed figure with a pitch-black sword. He stood momentarily locked in place as the Knight Captain successfully parried the sneak attack. Reevan noted that he couldn't glean any details from the man, as along with the black robes covering his figure, it seemed that shadows oozed off of him and obscured everything else about him. The cowl of his hood seemed to lead into the abyss. "Can't have you interrupting our little playtime, can we?" A raspy voice emerged from the hood as his momentum finally gave out and he backed away into a guard position. The figure engaged Reifeld in melee combat with lightning-quick strikes that Reevan could barely make out even with his enhanced perception. The Knight Captain continued to parry and riposte, but after a short moment, Reevan felt fear truly begin to creep up his spine for the first time since the battle began. Knight Captain Reifeld is outmatched. Another figure appeared to materialize out of the shadows next to Knight Lieutenant Brand, and he was forced to cut off shouting his commands as he, too, pulled his sword to defend from a sneak attack. The two men weren't far from each other, and a bubble formed around them as they engaged in a fight for their lives, and the soldiers backed away from the clearly higher-tier combat. Reevan looked further down the line on both sides and saw several more figures materialize, and assault the officers that could take charge of the defense. They're disrupting the chain of command. He noted that a lot of the soldiers weren't paying attention to the overall situation, and they were just following the commands issued to them by the adjutant. They paused in their work, though, once the commands stopped coming. Revan leaned over the edge of the wall and saw that the revenants were more than halfway up and gaining. Revan looked back over and saw that there were still many cauldrons set up and ready to go, but there wouldn't be enough time to use them all if they kept moving at the previous pace, and definitely not at the current pace of being completely stalled out. He sucked in a lungful of air and yelled out in a powerful voice, as no other officers had taken charge in the last few seconds. I am technically the adjutant's aide, he thought before he issued his first true military command. Soldiers, release all of the waiting cauldrons. His voice bellowed out, and he was pleased to see that the soldiers didn't hesitate to follow the command. Fire mages, stand by. All other mages, begin imbuing weapons and shields. Weapons and shields, prepare for breach. The mages hopped to imbuing as many of the weapons and shields of the soldiers and adventurers around them. The melee combatants that weren't busy with the cauldrons slammed weapons into shields and jumped up and down to pump themselves up. Archers, loose at will. Empty your quivers down the side of the wall. Fire mages, cast. Revan's previous platoon, the second platoon, was the younger troops with lower levels, so they were in the second row with the adventurers of a bit lower level. The first platoon contained the veterans and higher Tier 2 individuals, and other, more experienced adventurers were interspersed with them. There were a couple of adventurers who were already in the low Tier 3s, but they were few and far between. The mages finished imbuing the weapons and shields, and Revan noticed the time on his system clock, so he would remember when to issue the next order to top the mana up. There wasn't enough time or mana to spare to imbue the full kit of gear, so the defenders would have to make do. Mages, focus fire above and over the front lines. We can't risk collateral damage on the troops. Conserve your mana so you can keep the gear topped up on mana. Revan had assumed command of the situation, and all of the commands that he could think of to keep the soldiers moving were quickly issued. He emptied his quiver and abandoned his bow to pull his sword and shield to wait for the revenants to finally breach. He took a glance at the situation with the knight captain and knight lieutenant. The shadowy figure engaging the paladin mainly used melee attacks, but he interspersed his strikes with blasts of shadowy mana. Revan watched as the man leaped back, extending his offhand, and thin bolts speared out from each of his extended fingers. Each one zipped forward at tremendous speed, aiming for a different vital point on Reifeld's body. Reifold used his mana-imbued sword to parry several of the bolts, and he used his offhand to cast a bluish mana shield spell to block the others. He quickly retaliated with a swing of his sword that contained a version of his previous spell, and golden, divine mana lashed out at the shadowy figure. The man laughed as he dodged the attack and rushed back in at a different angle to engage in more melee combat again. The robed man assaulting the knight lieutenant seemed to phase in and out of existence as his body blended with the increasing darkness as the shadows grew denser as time went on. The adjutant was unable to use mana skills, so he was unable to affect his opponent when he used the skill, and he was much more passive in defending against the opponent than his superior officer was. He had to constantly spin about as the enemy shifted all around with his random attacks. Revan couldn't make out how the combat situations were going with the other officers, but he could tell that they were at least holding their own for now. Revan turned his focus back to the edge of the wall as the first skeletal hand reached up into view, quickly followed by the rest of the revenant. Breach. Revan yelled the warning to the soldiers atop the ramparts, just like usual. First rank, use sword and shield. Second rank, spears. Focus your piercing strikes on the skulls and use sweeping strikes to push the revenants off the walls so they don't overwhelm us. Revan issued the command and then stepped forward himself to take a position in the front. He lit his sword with his fire weapon spell and began laying about, killing the revenants before they could get settled atop the walls. All along the lines, the troops engaged in melee combat as the archers continued to release arrows into the horde below. The mages launched their spells in an attempt to thin out the massive numbers still behind the revenants finally entering melee combat. The revenants were the most powerful foes any of the soldiers had ever faced, and they constantly had to maintain their balance and stances with the assistance of the men behind them, as the blows from the revenants were much more powerful than they were used to. Luckily, panic had not ensued and the troops fought like any other battle. It wasn't long, though, before the first casualty appeared. A soldier near Revan had his shield caught by one of the skeletal enemies, and it used its immense strength to launch the man off the top of the wall into the waiting army below. Revan listened to the man scream as he plummeted to his death, the abrupt halt in his voice indicating he had met his fate. Similar situations occurred up and down the line, as soldiers and adventurers were overpowered and killed by the increasing number of revenants ascending the wall. The troops knew that there was no retreat from this situation, so they continued to fill the gaps left by the deceased, and the battle continued. With the interference from those shadowy figures, we don't have enough men. This is a losing battle. Reevan looked at his friends who had joined the combat with their own imbued weapons and shields. Melissa and Larissa continued to launch their spells, as they kept an eye on their mana to keep the weapons able to ward off the revenants, and Eric was a bulwark in front of them against the tide of undead. Reevan gritted his teeth and quashed any feelings of guilt towards his friends that began to creep up. He had a job to do, and it was not the time to lament their actions or circumstances. A large ball covered in spikes suddenly appeared, crashing down on a group of soldiers to Reevan's right, decimating their ranks. Men called out in pain as they were launched aside, but many more were silent as their heads were crushed, dying instantly. The Dullahans had reached the walls, and their spiked chain weapons were easily long enough to engage the defenders before they climbed all the way to the top. Reevan looked into the distance and noted that the giant demons would be able to strike at the defenders soon as well, and the fact that he could now see the end of the horde did nothing to diminish the despair that began to fill him. We have to figure out a way to get the Knight Captain away from that shadow-cloaked guy. But how? He's obviously a bit higher level than the Knight Captain, and he's high tier 3. Reevan racked his brain for a solution, but he couldn't think of anything other than the dumbest method, simply barging in and hoping he could distract the man long enough to let the commander launch some more spells. I'm going to regret this, Reevan thought as he shouted to Melissa and Larissa, assist me with the shadow guy. Reevan waited a moment for the right opportunity. The man performed his leap back to launch the shadow spells, and Reevan activated his charge skill with his flaming weapon imbued sword out at the man's back. The man reacted almost instantly, as Reevan closed the distance in mere fractions of a second, but Reevan was ecstatic to see that it hadn't been fast enough. Reevan's sword bit into the man's side, as he twisted his body about to avoid a strike on his vitals, and Reevan could hear a snarl of rage come from the dark cowl. Reevan sensed the mana coming from the sisters, and he leaped back as the man began to swing toward him with his sword. Reevan threw up a mana shield in front of him and empowered it with extra mana as the mobile Ice Tomb spell detonated in the man's face, preventing him from exacting his revenge. Knight Captain Reifel didn't miss the opportunity either, and he stabbed the man in the back with his divine empowered sword. The man screamed in rage and pain, and he threw his arms and head back as a huge shadow exploded out of him. The shadow picked Reevan up and tossed him away, towards the edge of the wall, and even the Knight Captain was knocked back. Reevan crashed into the backs of the men defending against the encroaching revenants, and his momentum was stalled out, preventing him from being launched into the crowd of undead below. I'm not playing with you anymore. A loud, otherworldly voice exploded out of the shadowy figure as he leveled his gaze on the Knight Captain who was getting back to his feet. Then maybe you'll play with me. Another voice answered him as a towering, hulking man covered from head to toe in heavy plate armor appeared out of nowhere. He backhanded the man with his shield, and the shadowy figure went cartwheeling off of the wall, disappearing from sight in the distance as he faded into the growing darkness. Oh, maybe not, the man said as he lifted his hand up to scratch his head. His armored fingers met his helmet, though, and he pulled his hand back in front of his face to look at it in apparent confusion. He was a lot weaker than he looked. Looks like we made it in time, Reevan heard another man say. He looked over and saw a familiar group, the heavily armored giant man, the lesser armored swordsman, and the rogue and mage accompanied by a smaller, slimmer person also covered from head to toe in a shimmering robe. They were all decked out with their heads and faces covered with their protective gear, but Reevan recognized them, aside from the slightly smaller addition, instantly. It's that group of adventurers from the Dungeon Town expedition, he thought. I remember they were really strong. We might have a fighting chance, after all. The battle didn't stop because of the entrance of the high-level adventurers. Reevan wasn't one to goggle, and the situation was certainly in hand, so he quickly made his way back to his original position to defend against the revenants with Melissa and Larissa in tow. Now that the revenants were on top of the wall and engaging properly, Reevan was finally able to see just how powerful the revenants were without the restriction of the mana density. Gone were the jerky motions. Gone was the lack of coordination caused by not being able to attack their exact target. The blows came in hard and fast, and Reevan returned the strikes just as quickly. Most of the soldiers and adventurers to his left and right were unable to fight off the revenants single-handedly, and they had to use the tactic of stalling them out as much as possible while waiting for the spearmen behind them to pierce their skulls or knock them back with a sweeping attack that put them off balance. Reevan was able to match the revenant's speed and strength, and his working mind was superior in dealing with changing situations. I can hold this position indefinitely, as long as my mana pool can keep up. A quick glance at his status showed that he was still around 1,100. Good, my situation here should help to inspire the morale of those around me, too. Only a brief moment had passed, and while Reevan had almost all of his focus concentrated on the enemies in front of him, he he was still able to keep abreast of most of what was occurring nearby due to his battlefield awareness skill. The new adventurers had apparently finished assessing the situation after rushing to stop the shadowy figure from holding the knight captain down, and they were beginning to get to serious work. The rogue turned and looked at the one engaging the knight lieutenant, and Reevan heard him chuckle. "You want to play with the shadows in front of an expert? I'll play with you." The rogue faded into the darkness, and almost like teleportation, he instantly appeared beside the shadowy figure as he phased back into corporeality. He had to turn away from the adjutant to parry the attack from the rogue's dagger. He yelped in surprise when he suffered a slash to his chest despite successfully blocking the strike. The rogue laughed again as his body sunk into the man's shadow that he still cast despite the increasing darkness, and the robed figure turned to run away, his movement skill temporarily unable to be activated so soon after use. "Haha, run, run, I know you like running." The rogue's upper body came back up from the shadow, being carried along without any effort on his part. He casually slashed the running figure in the back. Gah. The man stumbled, and after a short pause, he dispelled the skill or magic item that caused the shadows surrounding him to continuously spread in an attempt to remove the rogue from his position. "That won't help you, haha." A giant ball of light formed in the sky, brighter than the midday sun. It dispelled most of the darkness, but it had the side effect of actually deepening everyone's individual shadows. It's not fair, is it? "Here, I'll give you a head start." The rogue jumped out of the man's shadow and returned to his group. He crossed his arms as he tapped his foot. The shadowy figure wasted no time in running for the edge of the wall to retreat into the horde of undead. The other adventurers weren't standing idle, though. The mage raised his staff, and despite not being able to see it with his eyes, Reevan could sense the powerful mana as tethers shot out and attached to all of the shadow-robed foes engaging the officers, and then they were all violently pulled to the mage, including the one that had tried to flee from the rogue. The rogue looked down at the man who had fallen to the ground from the powerful yanking force. "Oh, did I say I would give you a head start? Whoops." He slashed down with his dagger and nearly decapitated his enemy, ending his life. A shadowy apparition rose from the man's body and melted in the glaring light of the artificial sun. "We're not here to play," the swordsman said. He casually swung his sword, and a blade aura slashed through all of the other robed men at once, nearly cutting them all in half. "The longer we take, the more people will die." Similar apparitions rose from their corpses as well and disintegrated shortly after. "Right, boss." "Sorry, boss," the rogue bobbed his head. A spiked ball from a Dullahan came flying up over the edge, and the towering metal adventurer raised his shield as Reevan felt a force expand out from him. The spiked ball jerked from its trajectory and slammed ineffectually into the man's shield and bounced off. "Can't have any of that," he said as he charged to the edge of the wall. He released a mighty shout, and a bluish aura expanded out from him to encompass nearly half of the entire wall. Ethereal shields sprung up in front of all of the troops within range of the aura, and the Revenant's attacks were all sucked into attacking the shields whether they wanted to or not. The blows didn't so much as cause a ripple, as the man single-handedly reduced more than half of the line's pressure. While the man covered in heavy armor took up his defensive position, the swordsman threw his offhand into the air, and hundreds of ethereal weapons appeared as if he had tossed them out of a bag. Most of them were swords, but they also contained axes, spears, daggers, and many other forms of bladed weapons. They floated down to begin circling around him. He turned to the adjutant. "Order the line to retreat to the middle or rear of the wall. I'll handle the breach." Knight Lieutenant Brand nodded his head. "Soldiers, retreat 10 paces." The soldiers and adventurers manning the line began to methodically back away. In the center where the defensive adventurer had taken up residence, the revenants were unable to follow, but along the edges. More and more came up as space was made. The swordsman dashed to the end of the line in an instant, and his weapons became a maelstrom of destruction as they swirled around him at blinding speed. He didn't even have to swing his own weapon. He just ran up and down the line at a blistering speed a couple of times, and he reaped all of the revenants on the line. The mage followed behind him, the rogue standing to his side to prevent any more shadowy figures from appearing and sneak attacking him, and a wall of fire encompassed the entire line. Reevan could feel the heat from his position after backing away with the soldiers, and he watched as the air itself turned into plasma and dripped like molten metal. The wall of flames descended along the face of the city wall, and it scoured it clean of any revenants and Dullahans that had been climbing. "The mana density is still a bit low," Reevan heard come from the more diminutive mage. The new addition reached into a pouch on their back and pulled out a handful of crystals that were way too large to fit in such a small space. The mage threw them into the air where they shattered. Reevan felt a tremendous, sudden increase in the mana density, several times higher than it had even been when filled with the mana the enemies had inundated the battlefield with. "Ah, that's better." The mage extended their arms to the side, and they began to levitate in place. Hundreds of balls of light flew out of them and spread across the battlefield in the sky. beams of golden light began to shoot out of the balls as they traversed the sky, raining destruction upon the undead below. Reevan felt the increased mana density begin to coalesce around the individual as they prepared a massive spell. As the situation was brought well in hand by the new adventurers, the 5 giant demons finally arrived at the wall. Reevan noticed that they were actually a bit taller than he had expected. The walls were 50 feet tall, and the demons stood head and shoulder above even that. "Haha, yeah, that's what I'm talking about," the hulking man in armor exclaimed. He reached into a pouch behind him, and he withdrew a giant hammer, the head half the size of his own body. "Bring it." The loud shout contained a ripple of power, and all 5 demons forcibly had their attention pulled to the man. The first demon raised its hand and brought it crashing down on top of the armored adventurer. The man easily withstood the strike with his shield, and then he swung his hammer forward. It crashed into the air like it hit a solid wall, and the demon's body, which was still about 20 feet away, seemed to take a blow out of nowhere. It snapped back from the force of the blow, and it stumbled a bit. "Ha ha ha ha, yeah, get some." The armored man cackled maniacally as he engaged the 5 demons by himself. The other adventurers gathered back together near where the new member was floating in the air. The taller mage occasionally shot beams of superheated plasma at the giant demons. Reevan stood in awe as he watched the spectacle. "I knew they were strong, but holy cow. It's been less than 5 minutes, and the battle is pretty much over." The defenders all up and down the line relaxed as they witnessed the raw power of the adventuring team. Many collapsed to the ground, as the sudden relief and feelings of survival overwhelmed the adrenaline that had just been pumping through their veins. The mana finished accumulating with the smaller mage, and Reevan turned his attention back to witness the spell unfold. Clouds made of golden light came streaking in from all directions towards the center of the battlefield, where thousands of revenants still moved mindlessly towards the city. The clouds quickly covered the entire sky, but instead of bringing doom and gloom like thunderclouds normally would, these brought a sense of peace and tranquility as they shined even more light. The clouds formed a funnel cloud in the center of the field, and Reevan watched as a giant, golden tornado formed. The balls of light that were still blasting their beams were sucked into the tornado, and the tornado shot thousands of beams down onto the undead in all directions. The tornado began to move, and all of the undead were picked up and sucked into the spinning, golden death. The revenants began disintegrating before they even reached the main body of the tornado, and many more were blasted into smithereens by the beams of light. Reevan and the others on the wall didn't feel the wind or pull from the tornado, but it sucked up all of the undead while leaving the fields, plants, and structures intact. The giant demons began to be sucked towards the maelstrom, and one of them quickly grabbed hold of the top of the city wall, digging its fingers into the stone. The hulking adventurer laughed as he brought his hammer down on the fingers, and the demon was unable to hold on and got lifted into the air to be dragged to its demise. Despite the huge spectacle, the battlefield went completely silent. The tornado lifted off the ground and returned to the calm clouds, and they too slowly dissipated to reveal that it was still midday. Not a single trace of the undead army remained. The artificial sun was gone, but the sky was still blue, and natural, fluffy clouds still floated through the sky, completely unconcerned with the happenings on the ground. "I had almost forgotten that it wasn't nighttime," Reevan thought absent-mindedly. The sudden tranquility was broken by the mangled body of the first shadowy cloaked figure falling from the sky to land on the ramparts near the adventurers. The man wasn't dead, and he struggled to sit up and look at the adventurers who had so casually destroyed his plans. The man coughed and hacked before he managed to find his voice as he addressed them. "Who are you? There shouldn't be anyone of your caliber in these parts." He couldn't accept reality. "It doesn't matter," the swordsman replied calmly as he stood over the broken body of the man. His sword was still in his hand, but the ethereal weapons he had summoned had long since been dispersed. "Ha ha ha ha. That bastard might have lied to me, but the swordsman stabbed him through the throat as he tried to start a tirade. The diminutive mage slapped him on the shoulder with the back of their hand. "Hey, he might have had something important to say," she admonished. "Nah," the swordsman shrugged. "You probably know more than he does anyway. I would rather not listen to him." Whatever, the smaller mage turned their head away in a huff. "Ha ha ha ha. Better watch yourself. Don't get on her bad side, or you know what." The giant adventurer came bounding over with glee. "Oh, I know what exactly." The swordsman turned to him. The big man froze in place as he looked back and forth between his companions. "You know, stuff and things," he stammered out. How revealing. HMPH. The little mage crossed her arms as she turned completely away from the duo. "May I know how to address the sirs and ma'am that have come to our aid?" The commander of the mage corps approached the adventurers. Knight Captain rifled a half-step behind and to the side of him. The mage corps commander gave a deep bow to the apparent leader of the team. Reevan's eyebrows raised in surprise at the scene. "Just your everyday adventurers looking for excitement," the swordsman replied nonchalantly. He sheathed his weapon as he nodded at the pair of men. "Well, I'm Count Ilpir, the Lord of Magron. I would be honored if you heroes would join me for a victory feast at my humble home, the Count said. Ah, that makes sense. I had thought the man would wait in safety for news on the outcome of the battle, but he was here fighting the whole time. Rievin's respect for the man increased significantly. Won't be necessary, and we aren't heroes, the swordsman replied. Yeah, this guy here had the chance to advance to the hero class, but circumstances dictated otherwise. The large man clapped a hand on the swordsman's shoulder. The swordsman turned his head and glared at him, and the heavily armored man slowly raised his hand off of his shoulder. I mean, yeah, no heroes here. The swordsman turned and walked off, and the other adventurers hurried to follow. The Count took several steps towards the retreating party. There must be something I can do to show my appreciation. He tried one more time. Now we got people to be in places to kill. The rogue waved his hand without turning back. The group made their way to the stairs and they left just like that. Damn, the Count muttered under his breath. Some things aren't meant to be, my lord, Captain Reifeld said from his position. Yeah, the Count sighed, I know. It would have been a great boon to building a relationship with such powerful individuals, though. There might be other opportunities in the future. The dungeon is still there, Knight Captain Reifeld pointed out. And there are other young, promising heroes to praise for their courage. Reifeld looked toward Reivin and his friends. Talon, Kimberly, Melissa, Larissa, and Eric had all gathered around Reivin once the danger of the revenants on the wall had been dealt with, and they had stood just as stupefied as they watched the end of the battle unfold. Even Eric had lost his composure and put his guard down to witness the scene. Reivin had witnessed many scenes of bravery during the ordeal, and he was sure the knight captain wasn't just talking about him. He and his friends were just the closest and most prominent group. The Count looked back at the commander of his retinue, and then he followed his gaze toward Reivin and his party. His body gave a small jerk as his eyes landed on Reivin, but he visibly mastered himself before he walked over. He smiled at the group, and he even nodded to Melissa and Larissa. Yes, we'll still hold a victory feast, and you all will definitely be in attendance. Things could have been much worse, young Reivin, if you hadn't stepped forward to issue commands at that critical juncture. There's something strange about the way he addressed me like that. Well, whatever. It's not important. That goes for all of you, he shouted. Each and every one of you stood up to a hopeless situation, and though many brave men and women fell to never get back up again, you faced your fears and showed what true courage means. Aside from the few who stood out and get recommended by their superiors to join me in the victory feast, I will personally see to it that you, and the families of the fallen, are justly rewarded and taken care of. The defenders cheered at the words. They weren't cheering for the reward or for the praise from the Count. They were cheering for life. Mourning would be done for the friends that had laid their lives down, but right now, it was a triumph of life over death in more ways than one. The Count nodded one last time toward Reivin and his party, and he and the knight captain departed the battlements. Knight Lieutenant Brand walked up shortly after. We still have some cleaning up to do, and then a lot of after-action reports must be made. You and your friends have done enough, so I'll see you at the banquet, the Knight Lieutenant said. Good job on taking charge. Those were the right orders to issue for the occasion. I think you might still have some friends from the dungeon town down below, so I'll let you go. Well, let's head on down. There were a couple of acquaintances below, so let's go check up on them. Yeah, and after I'm going to go back to our rooms, take a bath, and then collapse on the bed, Talon said with a stretch. I'm exhausted, both mentally and physically. One of those revenants really hit my shield hard at just the right angle. I'm going to be bruised all on my left side. Maybe it'll improve your complexion, Reivin said as he threw his arm over Talon's shoulders. He swung him side to side as he ribbed him. I don't have the energy to come up with a proper quip back, Talon said as he looked at Reivin out of the side of his eyes. What else is different? Kimberly chimed in with a lopsided grin. Talon gasped and placed his hand on his breast in mock outrage. You too. He placed the back of his wrist on his forehead as he tilted his head back. Traitors and scoundrels, the lot of you. Ha ha, okay, Reivin said as he straightened up. We'll get our chance to relax and recover soon. Let's go check up on a few people. We're going to go make sure the villagers and the kids are okay, Melissa said. Larissa nodded her head and Kimberly walked over to join them. Reivin shared a glance with Talon. He nodded his head to the girls and Eric, and Talon walked over and joined them as well. I'll see you guys back at the Lord's Manor, Reivin said with a wave. Sure, see you then, Melissa said as they followed him down the steps. Reivin felt a little awkward having said their farewells but ending up still walking in the same direction. They reached the bottom of the stairs, and Reivin gave another sheepish wave as they finally parted. He walked toward where those from the dungeon town were still resting. Even more of them had succumbed to the lure of sleep, and the local city guard that hadn't been on the wall had brought blankets and pillows for them to use right there on the street. They stood watch over them so that nobody would decide that now was the perfect opportunity for a little pickpocketing. Reivin searched the faces of the men and women laid about. He saw that Cal and his friends, the original 2 he had met in the tavern as well as the other 3 he had eventually teamed up with, were still splayed out where he had seen them fall asleep. Lauren was sitting with his back leaning against one of his party members, his head down and chin on his chest, also asleep. Reevan didn't see Jocelyn anywhere at first, and so he walked around with his head turning back and forth as he searched. He finally spotted him sitting on some steps, alone. His head was down, and Reevan thought he might have also fallen asleep, but he saw him move and knew he was still awake. Reevan walked over and sat down next to him in companionable silence. "Did I do the right thing?" Jocelyn eventually said after noticing it was Reevan. He stared down at his hands, holding them palm up on his knees. "I told the sword bishop once that we should put the stricken adventurers to the sword, as a mercy. I thought I was strong enough to handle such a decision and not become a monster, but now I know better." He looked up at Reevan and there were tears in his eyes. "I'm not strong enough. Not to make that decision. Not to not become a monster." He looked at the top of the walls, his sight beyond, and not to protect my men. He clenched his fists as he looked back down. "You know what you're strong enough for," Reevan said after a moment, placing his hand on his shoulder. Jocelyn looked up at him with a curious look on his face. "You're strong enough to admit it. You recognize your weakness. The real question is, are you strong enough to do something about it?" Jocelyn sat in silence as he looked back down once again. He sat like that in contemplation for several moments before he looked back up, the defeat that had been building on his face gone. "You're right, I'm not strong enough now, but that doesn't mean I can't be strong enough eventually," he said. Sword Bishop single-handedly killed 3 of those giant demons and 5 Dullahans before he was taken down. "I can't disappoint my mentor by giving up. He sacrificed his life to make sure we had a chance at survival, and he didn't have to. He was strong enough to make it out of there all on his own. He was also strong enough to make the decision not to," Reevan said gently. "Yes, I must be strong like him." Jocelyn stood up, a look of determination on his face. "What are you going to do now?" Reevan asked from his seat. "I'm going to lead my men back to the dungeon town," Jocelyn said as he looked at Reevan. "We still need a presence there, and that's my duty. We will run that dungeon until we're as strong as that group of adventurers that defeated the horde in a few minutes by themselves." "Isn't the dungeon town destroyed?" Reevan cocked his head. "No," Jocelyn replied. "It's mostly still standing. Despite being the origination of the devastation, it didn't really affect the town that much. Only a couple of buildings were destroyed by the demons and Dullahans moving about, and as far as I could tell, the mana escaping from the dungeon stopped once those guys opened the rifts to release the monsters." Reevan's eyebrows went up in surprise. "That's good, I guess," Reevan said. "Don't mention it," Reevan said with a wave of his hand. "You had it in you the whole time, you just needed someone to point it out to you." Reevan stood up and clasped hands with Jocelyn. "I'm going to go get cleaned up and get some rest. The Count is holding a victory feast later, and I'm sure you'll be one of the ones he wants present the most. What you did, leading your men and the survivors of the town to escape all the way here, was extraordinary." Reevan clapped him on the shoulder one last time. "You're already a lot stronger than you realize." Jocelyn nodded with a smile before he turned and walked back to where the rest of the sword priests were resting. Reevan watched him go for a moment before he, too, turned and made his way to the Lord's manor. As strong as that adventuring team that was able to end the battle in a few minutes by themselves, Reevan thought as he walked. "I'll be that strong one day. I don't want my parents or sisters to ever have to worry about whether or not they'll be able to make it out of a situation." The streets were eerily quiet as the sun finally began to set on the horizon. Reevan walked to the Lord's manor to get some much-needed rest. Reevan leaned back and relaxed in the hot water. Talon and his other friends hadn't returned to the manor right away, so Reevan went ahead and took the opportunity to get cleaned up and relax his muscles. As soon as he had entered the waters, despite the heat, his body trembled uncontrollably for a while. "Despite all of the dangerous situations I've found myself in before, this was the first time I truly felt like there was no hope of survival. If those adventurers hadn't appeared, the city would have been lost." Reevan put his hand over his eyes and silent tears leaked out of them. He wasn't crying because of the fear he had experienced. The fear had only been a small portion of what he had felt. When it had finally dawned on him that they were going to lose the battle, he hadn't felt much fear. He had felt sadness and regret for his friends. He had felt sadness for the fallen defenders. He had felt sadness for his family learning of the news and not being able to do anything about it. His mind forced him to imagine the helplessness and despair his mother and father would feel, and the confusion and later sadness his sisters would experience. They're still pretty young, so they might not fully understand yet. He had suppressed those feelings in the moment in order to perform his job, but now they threatened to overwhelm him. He let the emotions run their course, and he didn't fight back the tears and let them slowly drip off of his face to join their watery brethren in the bath. The time for tears is after the job is done. Reevan vaguely remembered a similar quote from his dreams, and he felt he truly understood it now. After several minutes of just sitting there, letting the emotions course through him, Reevan was finally able to overcome them and return to his normal self. He washed up as the water turned lukewarm and returned to the room that he shared with Talon and Eric. His friends weren't back yet, and they would have to do their own relaxation once they arrived, so he donned some comfortable clothes and laid back on his bed, his hands interlocked behind his head. Not much else to do right now, so might as well pull my notifications up, he thought. Combat initiated. Enemies defeated. X plus 25. X plus 25. X plus 25 X 312. Wow, I killed 314 goblins. I killed more than most, but a lot of other people should also have gotten a significant increase in experience from this battle. He continued to look through the battle report notification. Enemies defeated. X plus 60. X plus 60. X plus 60 X 38. I killed a lot less of the orcs, but that's still going to be a decent chunk of experience too for a lot of people. I didn't attack any of the ogres, so I didn't get any contribution from killing any of them. Enemies defeated. X plus 380. X plus 380. X plus 380 X 4143 revenants were killed from the combination of the arrows I launched, and then the ones I fought on the wall. I didn't keep track in the moment, but that number seems right. Enemy defeated. Calculating contribution. 15 experience rewarded. X plus 159. Ryevin looked at the last line in confusion before he figured out where the last bit of experience had come from. Ryevin let that fact sink in for a moment. He wasn't lying when he said he was playing with us. If he hadn't wanted to fool around, this could have gone so much worse. But if he and his group were so powerful, why go through so much trouble in orchestrating the dungeon break? There has to be more to it than that. Ryevin couldn't wrap his head around the motivations of the shadowy group, but then another thought struck him. They were like children in front of the adventurers. Does that mean they were max tier 4, or maybe they were even tier 5? He clenched his fist as he thought about it. One day I'll be tier 5. I'll be as powerful, or even more powerful than them. Ryevin had never lusted after power for power's sake before. He had always been training, working, and planning to get into the most powerful class and work on his achievements because it seemed like the right thing to do. He hadn't been worried about people bullying his family or any other such reason. Why hobble myself with an inferior class when I can get a better one? This is my life, after all. But now he had a real reason to aim for the top. Ryevin turned his attention back to the notifications. Combat resolved. Calculating. Large-scale siege battle. X plus 24,160. Calculating. Determined partial leadership role. Bonus experience for leadership role. X plus 784. Oh, looks like the commanders of battles get a bonus for the experience. That makes even more sense that they don't just go in and do everything themselves. They don't need to in order to continue to progress as well as let their men gain experience. Achievement. Survive a hopeless siege battle. Luck plus 1. Wow, a lot of people just unlocked the luck stat if they didn't have it already. Achievement. Command a successful siege battle. Charisma plus 1. Bonus leveling to battlefield awareness, command, inspire, and strategy applied. Achievement. Command a successful, hopeless siege battle. Luck and charisma plus 3. Bonus leveling to battlefield awareness, command, inspire, and strategy applied. Achievement. Inspire more than 100 people at the same time. Charisma plus 1. Bonus leveling to inspire applied. Achievement. Inspire more than 300 people at the same time. Charisma plus 3. Bonus leveling to inspire applied. Achievement. Participate in a battle between realms. All stats plus 1. Achievement. Successfully sneak attack an entity 3 tiers above you, ending in their defeat. All stats plus 10. Bonus leveling to hiding, sneaking, stealth, and backstab skills applied. Achievement. Bring someone of a higher tier back from the depths of despair with your words alone. Charisma plus 3. Bonus leveling to inspire applied. That is a lot of achievements. I didn't think I did that much in the battle. Looks like even taking over temporary command worth less than 1 still grants the command achievements though. I bet there are some stipulations applied to the achievement, like if a commander simply gives the command away to let someone else get the achievement, it might not work. It's probably only when someone steps up and takes command in a dire situation that it truly applies. Ryevin didn't know for sure, but based on the fact that Knight Captain Reifeld and Knight Lieutenant Brand usually went out of their way to allow their men to develop, there was no way they wouldn't game the system to let more of their troops get such an achievement and bonus experience if it was that easy. There were still more notifications to peruse through. Skills leveled up, Tier 1. Aim 25-27. Balance 45-46. Horsemanship 6-8. Ride 11-12. Shields 47-48. Sneaking 25-27. Deer 2. Evasion 37-39. Sense mana 54-55. Stealth 18-23. Strategy 15-19. Tier 3. Battlefield Awareness 14-18. Command 11-20. Danger Sense 13-15. Inspire 13-24. Mana Conjuration 28-30. Mana Manipulation 30-32. Mana Sight 31-33. Mental Fortitude 38-40. Tier 4. Iron Will 13-15. Mana Weapon 24-27. Spatial Awareness 20-21. Tier 6. Weapons Master 59-61. Weapons Master finally breached the level 60 hurdle. The previous solo delve of the dungeon hadn't quite done it, but it looks like using it so much in an intense situation, plus against a high tier 4 leveled enemy, it not only broke the barrier but even advanced an additional level. New skills unlocked, Tier 1. Heavy Armor 0-7. Tier 2. Backstab 0-9. Tier 3. Commanding Shout 0-4. Tier 5. Heroic Bearing 0-3. Backstab went from 0 to 9 in one go from successfully sneak attacking that shadow guy. I guess that's to be expected, but what's with this heroic bearing? Revan thought about all of his actions and the achievements he had received from the battle and pep talk with Jocelyn after. Revan was very satisfied with the results. He had gained a lot of skill levels in some of the harder ones to level, namely the leadership ones, and his mana skills also saw a bit of a boost. He gained his first legendary skill, and his weapons master finally pushed through a significant barrier. I guess I might be considered a master now. The numbers are off for me, and the skill levels are personal while the designations are more for outward appearances. I might not quite be there yet, but even if I'm not, it's only a matter of time now that I've broken through my bottleneck. I wonder if I've seen any additions to my available classes. Hugh. That feels nice, Talon exclaimed as he walked into the room. Revan set aside his investigation of his system for now. He had accomplished his goal of reviewing the battle report and skill gains, and there would be plenty of time to look at his class page later. Talon walked to his bed and flopped down on it, Eric following behind, also having washed off and relaxed after the battle. The victory feast is going to be tomorrow for lunch, Talon said, his forearm over his eyes. The Count said it was too soon to do it tonight, even though the battle was over before evening. Everyone would want some time to wind down. I know I do. Yeah, you should also check your battle report notifications, Revan said. Several achievements and a good boost of experience. Revan sat up and looked at his friend. Speaking of experience, you and Kimberly missed out on a chunk because you've never trained with a bow or other ranged weapons before. We're going to fix that soon. Ugh, I just said I needed to wind down from the huge battle that threatened to kill everyone in the city, and you're already talking about training, Talon complained. I guess I shouldn't expect anything less from you by now. Suck it up, Revan chuckled. Training with a ranged weapon should be a lot easier than your sparring sessions. Sure, you'll still have to exert your muscles in a new way, but you and Kimberly are tier 2 now. Your strength and stamina should help you quite a lot. Talon didn't check his notifications right away, and he stayed in his position lying down with his arm thrown over his face. Revan reclined once more and began to pull up his class page again. I thought we were going to die, Talon spoke up after a moment of silence. I thought for sure the revenants would overwhelm us, and tomorrow the city would be filled with new recruits for their undead army. Even Knight Captain Reifeld was no match for the invaders. Revan put aside his class page once more and sat up again. I thought we were going to die, too, Revan said with a nod. Talon lifted his head up and peeked at him from behind his arm. Really, I never would have guessed. You were so steady the whole time. Revan shook his head at the words. No, there was a point in the battle that I was filled with regret for dragging you and the others along with me, Revan admitted. I thought I should have sent them ahead to the capital first. There was time for them to escape the situation, and it wasn't their responsibility. Don't speak like that, Talon said firmly. You speak as if it was somehow your responsibility not only for the city but for us as well. I will admit that you're the party leader, and the party is your responsibility in most situations. This wasn't one of them. Staying to defend the city was no more your job than it was ours, and we knew that from the beginning. You're right, of course, Revan said. Damn straight, I'm right. Talon leaned back on his pillow again. I would make the same decision again. So would Kimberly, and I'm sure Melissa and Larissa would as well. Yeah, I know, Revan said with a sigh. I just felt bad about it. When the cloaked guys showed up and took out our chance of thinning out the undead army, I knew the battle was lost. At that time, I didn't feel fear for myself. I felt sadness and regret for everyone else. I know what you mean, Talon said, but I couldn't live with myself if I had chosen to run away. The two young men lapsed into a moment of silence. After a brief moment, a voice cut through the silence. I didn't think we were going to die, Eric said. Reevan and Talon both sat up and shared a look of surprise at the words. Eric had apparently been looking at his notifications, and Reevan had assumed he hadn't been paying attention to the conversation. Eric finished looking off into space and faced the two friends. I knew we were going to die, he continued. Reevan's eyebrows went up in surprise. I had resigned myself to lay my life down at the last moment to try and secure an escape for the two young ladies. It's my duty to shield them from danger. He looked at Reevan and Talon in turn. It's not your duty to lay your lives down for anyone, but you stood and fought anyway. I'm proud to call you two my companions, Kimberly as well. Eric said his piece and then turned around to go to sleep. Reevan and Talon shared another look. Well, Reevan said after a moment of silence. Just so you know, we feel the same way about you and Melissa and Larissa, Eric grunted in response. Reevan chuckled as he leaned back once more. I think Eric has the right idea, Reevan said. I was going to look at my class page to see if anything new popped up, but I can barely stay awake any longer. I'll just do it first thing in the morning. Talon said with a dismissive wave of his hand, his other arm still over his eyes. Talon's already asleep. He lowered his arms and also turned to go to sleep. Reevan heard his breathing become steady after only a few short seconds. Reevan chuckled and also closed his eyes to get some much-needed sleep. The exhaustion, both mentally and physically, had finally caught up with him, and he was asleep almost as fast as his two roommates. Tier 2 classes available: Rare, Air Magus. Larger, Builder Earth Wood. Cavalryman, Darkness Magus. Dreamer, Earth Magus. Fighter, Fire Magus. Ice Magus. Light Magus. Magma Magus. Metal Magus. Plasma Magus. Rogue, Politician. Sage Engineer. Tracker Earth Wood. Water Magus. Wood Magus. Reevan pulled up his Tier 2 classes available for selection. He directly ignored the common and uncommon rarities, and the only additional option for Tier 2 was the rare class Siege Engineer. Reevan did notice several other important changes, though. Must be because of my participation in the siege warfare. It wasn't exactly what a siege would be, but I guess the system deems it close enough. The point of my Tier 2 class, though, is to focus on a caster class, and now it looks like my Tier 2 caster class options have evolved. The generic mage designation is nowhere to be seen. Another thing seems weird that I hadn't really paid attention to before, Reevan thought as a class stuck out to him. Why is Politician not alphabetically listed? Is there some sort of hint in placing it after Rogue? It doesn't matter. I'm definitely not going to choose that as an option. I had been wondering what I would choose, temporarily, as my affinity, but I hadn't narrowed it down until now. The most powerful mage of the adventuring group used some sort of affinity I don't have. It looked like it was divine, but my mana sense skill gave me the feeling it wasn't. It definitely wasn't light. I have no idea what affinity it was, but it was extremely powerful. Didn't cause any damage to anything aside from the undead, but I think that was more the impeccable control of the mage, rather than the inherent characteristics of the affinity. My instincts tell me it has something to do with the light affinity. Maybe it's some sort of upgrade further down the line. I'm nearly 100% certain I want to take the light affinity as my caster class before I graduate from the academy. If the description of champion wasn't already enough to hint at the importance of it, then this definitely clinches the deal. Let's check it out real quick and see what the difference between Mage Light and Light Magus is. Reevan focused his attention on the class, Light Magus. You have done extensive research into many forms of the different mana affinities, and you have gained the ability to form the proper weaves of most of them. But you have gone even a step further than this, and you have gleaned some of the underlying truths behind the very nature of reality itself. The Magus is one who can proficiently wield mana of all types, and the Light Magus has a specific tendency toward the light affinity, receiving bonuses to all magical constructs built from the affinity. Reevan's eyebrows rose in surprise. I didn't realize a versatile affinity-based caster class was a thing in Tier 2. Melissa and Larissa had hinted that the more powerful classes that could utilize more affinities were exclusive to the higher tiers. It looks like this was brought about not only by my practice with the weaves, but also the veridical affinity is finally showing a tangible effect. Reevan was more than certain now. He wouldn't have to give up the ability to cast spells using the other affinities while he waited for his Tier 3 class, and he would still get the benefits of specializing in one form of mana. I think I'll keep this one a secret from Melissa and Larissa, Reevan chuckled. I don't necessarily need to actually keep it secret, but Melissa had shown some signs of exasperation at my ability to figure mana skills and weaves out quickly. She and her sister are my friends. I don't want to build some distance between us for something so stupid as talent. Reevan nodded his head, but then he stopped himself as another thought struck him. Then again, they're likely to find out when I enroll in the academy. I'm sure they'll require me to reveal my class and prove I'm a caster in order to be eligible for the Magic Academy and not get sent to the Night Academy. Reevan tapped his chin in thought, I think. That would be worse than telling them right away. There's still time. I'll ask my parents for their opinion on the matter. Decision made. Reevan continued to look to see if anything had changed for his Tier 3 classes that he could see. He once more ignored the rarities that he wasn't considering. Epic Arcanist. Assassin Gray. Chevalier Gray. Elemental Swordsman. Mystic Gray. Shade Gray. Sharpshooter Gray. Sorcerer Air Earth Fire Water. Veteran. Legendary Arcane Elementalist Gray. Champion Gray. Death Knight. Juggernaut Gray. Warlord. It's mostly the same, but there are some significant changes. Let's see, Arcanist, Elemental Swordsman, Mystic, and Sorcerer are all changes to the forced epic rarity. The Elemental Swordsman is probably just the version of the Magic Swordsman that can use more elements, and the Sorcerer replaced the Wizard. I'll check them out briefly to see what the differences are. Arcane Elementalist, Death Knight that doesn't look good, and Warlord are the changes to the forced legendary classes. Death Knight and Warlord are actually not grayed out, either. Not sure how I feel about that. Reevan decided to check out the differences in the classes with the slight changes in their names first. Elemental Swordsman. You have an aptitude for martial combat as well as casting. You have spent long hours honing your ability with a weapon, but you never slacked off on training your mana skills and affinities. The Elemental Swordsman is renowned for their versatility, and only the most talented of individuals are able to combine the martial with the magical. The Elemental Swordsman has access to all of the elemental affinities. They are able to apply their magic directly to their weapons, and at higher skills their armor. While the Elemental Swordsman is unable to cast spells in the traditional sense, they are incredibly deadly at close range. Synergy detected with Weapons Master skill. Class can utilize Weapons Master instead of swords. Almost word for word the same, just with the difference that I thought. Sorcerer Air Earth Fire Water. You're able to expertly wield the 4 basic elements. You can use simple spells and complex designs of magic equally with ease across the spectrum of all of the basic elements, and you're proficient in the other elements as well. The full basic elements aligned sorcerer is a powerful caster. Their spells are no longer restricted to one element, but they can shape each of their spells to their desired element, and the weaker versions can also be used with more complicated elemental tiers. Simple bolt spells no longer take up a class skill slot, and they have several powerful spells available to them. The sorcerer is proficient at all of the other elements, instead of just being able to use them slightly. Otherwise, it's also the same. Let's check out some of these new options. Arcanist. You have delved deep into the study of magic on a fundamental level. You have knowledge of all of the elements, and they bend to your will. The Arcanist is a force to be reckoned with. They make no distinction between the elements, yet they wield them just as expertly as one who specializes. Simple bolt spells no longer take up a class skill slot, and they have several powerful spells of all elements available to them. It's basically a vastly superior version of the sorcerer. This one is probably close to being unlocked because of my research into the various mana weaves. It doesn't have the same wording associated with it as the Magus does, though, so it's probably not influenced by my veridical affinity. Mystic. Not only are you an expert with the more traditional magics, but you have also delved into the otherworldly. You can see beyond the veil. The mystic is a powerful caster, though not quite as much of an expert as one specialized in pure magic. They can see truths of the various realms, and they make for fantastic advisors. This class is probably because of my interaction with the Abyss realm. The veil probably refers to the separation of the realms. It doesn't specifically state the Abyss, though, so it can probably see more than just the one realm. Arcane Elementalist. The nature of mana is no mystery to you. You have mastered the 4 basic elements, and you can be considered an expert in many others. No magic spell is out of your reach. The Arcane Elementalist can easily cast powerful spells of any nature, though the 4 basic elements are particularly empowered. They can learn new spells with a flip of their hand, and the different affinities flock to them of their own volition. Only the most talented of mages could ever hope to become one. Upgraded version of the Arcanist. So far, it looks like this is the class that I need to work toward while in the academy. The requirements are steep, though master level in the 4 basic elements and expert level in at least several others looks like the bare minimum. Well, I know I have a couple of years at least to work toward it, and I don't have to worry about the stat requirements, so this should definitely be doable. Reevan nodded his head at the new goal he set for himself, Death Knight. You are the master of death. Not only do you decide when one falls to their eternal slumber, but even the ones who already have are not out of your reach. You command the legions of dead, and they answer. The Death Knight is one part knight, one part necromancer. They are feared on the battlefield for their mastery of the martial and magical, and even monarchs quake in fear at their very name for the armies they can raise. Descend into the abyss. Helpful hint, this class is not considered heretical for you. That's not ominous at all. What's even worse is that the system apparently deems I'm qualified now for the class. No, this begs the question, if this class is available to me, why is there no necromancer class in a lower rarity? It's not that important, just a weird thing I noticed. Warlord. Warfare is your calling. The battlefield is your home. You are able to lead armies to defeat vastly superior forces with your exceptional martial skills, and your men will fight to their very last breath for you. The warlord is more than a warrior. He is a ruler of the battlefield. Kings and queens must bow before the might of the warlord with an army at his back. It looks like the warlord is more than meets the eye. Someone with high personal combat prowess as well as battlefield awareness, with the ability to lead and command. The subtext of the Kings and Queens implies this class is available to me because of my background. Reevan finished reading the newest edition. His opinions, besides his goal for Tier 3, hadn't changed. There was absolutely no chance of him taking the Death Knight class, and Champion seemed like the only one available to take advantage of his complete talents in martial and magical abilities. That might change, though, as I have a long time before I step into Tier 3, truly. Reevan got up out of bed and started to get dressed for the day. Talon was still asleep, but Eric's bed was empty and neatly made. Get up, Talon, Reevan called to his friend. Talon groaned and barely stirred. Hey, the victory feast is in a couple of hours. Yeah, that's in a couple of hours. Talon shot back without opening his eyes. That means I have an hour and 45 minutes more to sleep. Oh, really? Reevan nudged his friend. Don't you know what's going to be at the feast? Talon grunted a half-question. Music. Reevan let the word stand and waited until his friend motioned for him to get to the point. Haven't you always wanted a chance to dance? I have to get ready. Talon leaped out of his bed, instantly wide awake. Reevan adjusted his suit for what seemed like the millionth time. He and Talon had begun to get dressed for the victory feast when Eric had come back holding two suits tailored to Reevan and Talon. Eric had tossed the suits onto their beds, nodded toward them, and then left without saying a word. Reevan and Talon shared a look before Reevan walked out of the room and found Melissa waiting in the hallway. What's with the suits? Reevan asked. I had the Count's tailor make them for you, Melissa replied with a smile. Okay, but I don't recall getting any measurements taken. Reevan narrowed his eyes. Melissa chuckled. The Count's tailor is fairly high level for this area. He only needed to see you, and I made sure he did before the battle, in order for him to get your proper measurements. I knew a feast of some sort was likely if we succeeded in holding the undead army off, and I was right. You and Talon don't have anything remotely appropriate for attending a feast held by a count, so I took it upon myself to have them made for you. Nothing, Melissa replied. The tailor was happy to waive the fee. He couldn't make a suit for free for everyone, but since you were loosely attached as the aide, technically, Melissa used air quotes, he did it more as a favor for the knight captain and knight lieutenant. And since Talon is with you, he went ahead and did the same for him. The new clothes weren't uncomfortable, not by a long shot. Reevan and Talon, for that matter, just weren't used to wearing such nice clothes. The design was similar to the uniform he had worn the last time he had attended a banquet hosted by the Count, but it was a lot less utilitarian looking. It resembled a civilian imitation of the uniform, but the material was definitely a tier above. Reevan pulled out his Tessin in order to stop himself from messing with the suit. Talon eyed him from the side. You should teach me how to use one of those, too, he said. That way I'll have an excuse to mess with something when I'm nervous like you. Talon wasn't subconsciously adjusting his suit, but he was rubbing his hands together. What are you so nervous about? Reevan asked. I'm not adjusting the coat over and over because I'm nervous, I just feel weird. Promise not to laugh, Talon said as he came to a stop, looking Reevan directly in the eye. Nope, Reevan answered. Talon sighed. I've never actually danced before, he said. Reevan stared at him for a second before chuckling. Hey now, Talon, you don't have to worry about that. Reevan clapped his friend on the shoulder. Kimberly left home with us to go to the dungeon as a member of our party, and she stood and fought with us on the wall in the face of impossible odds. She's not going to care if you have 2 left feet. I know, Talon said. I know that. I still don't want to trip all over myself in front of her. You'll be fine, Reevan said with a grin. He started walking down the hall once more to head to the banquet hall. Talon quickly caught back up with him. And who said anything about 2 left feet? I just don't know the steps, Talon protested. Reevan just snickered at his friend. They walked into the banquet hall, and it was packed with people already. Most of the people in attendance were the higher-level adventurers who had volunteered to stay and fight, and some of the officers and leaders from the Lord's retinue. Reevan spotted the knight captain and knight lieutenant talking in a group with the count. Bran looked like he wanted to be anywhere but there. The trick is to always be moving and appear to be mingling. Reevan leaned over and whispered to Talon. That's what Knight Lieutenant Bran taught me last time. You don't want to get cornered by someone and have to stand in one place for too long. That will give other people the opportunity to swoop in and take up your time when you want to get to where you're going, the table. As Reevan was walking forward through the throngs of people, leaning over to whisper to Talon the rules he had learned the previous time, a shadow appeared out of nowhere and blocked his path. He came to an abrupt stop so as not to walk into the person, and he looked up to see a familiar face. "Ah, it's the little hero again," Lynn said. She was dressed in her formal uniform like last time, an additional medal adorning her chest that hadn't been there before. "I should have expected to see you here, though it looks like you're not with the military unit this time." "Yeah, not exactly," Reevan said. He heard Talon return the snicker he had given him before entering the hall. "You're quite the expert at avoiding people trying to hold you up, huh?" Talon whispered back. Reevan rolled his eyes. "Shut it, you," he said to Talon. He turned his attention back to Lynn. "I thought you were with the Duke's troops. What are you doing out here this time?" "The Duke sent us to reinforce the city," Lynn answered. "We arrived late last night after pretty much everyone else was already asleep." Here, she sidled up next to Reevan, intruding on his personal space. She placed a hand on his shoulder as she turned to face the same way, and leaning into him, she pointed at several other people in the Duke's uniform. Reevan started to subconsciously shy away from her. "Wait, why should I back away? She's invading my personal space." He stood up straight, keeping his body in contact with hers. She glanced at him for a second and chuckled. "If you look at those men," she continued, "you might recognize them." Reevan squinted his eyes, not to get a better look, but in concentration as he tried to place their faces. He finally realized why some of them looked familiar to him. They were with the adventurers, Reevan said. Lynn smiled as she backed away and resumed her original position. "Exactly," she said. "We knew we couldn't get the whole force here in time, so we selected some of our fastest riders and had them come ahead of the rest of the soldiers. We decided to have them dress like adventurers so as not to highlight the fact that the Duke's troops didn't make it on time. Better to appear to have not come at all than to try and make it but fail. Now that it's over, we can reveal that we had people there the whole time and it gives us better optics." "I see," Reevan said. He had to agree that it made sense. The Count himself had done something similar. "I guess every action needs to be made with how it will look to everyone else." Politics. Reevan wasn't necessarily averse to politics and the machinations involved. He just wasn't well informed or experienced. Looking at it in hindsight, he could see the benefits of acting in such a manner, but he would have never considered doing it himself if he was the one making the decision. He just didn't think that way. "I might learn from Melissa and the instructors at the Magic Academy. It seems like the place where such considerations will be needed." "And who's this distracted fellow with our little hero?" Lynn turned her attention to Talon, who had been scanning the crowd. Talon's head snapped back over and took the older girl in, head to toe, before a wide grin crossed his face. "I'm Talon, the little hero's best friend." He gave a small bow while he took her hand and placed a kiss on the back of it. Lynn hid her mouth behind her other hand as she chuckled. A cough interrupted the show. Talon's eyes widened and his body froze in the position of leaning forward. He slowly straightened up and turned to slowly come face to face with Kimberly. "Ah, Kimberly, I was just searching the crowd for you," Talon said as he reached out and took her hand. Kimberly let him, but she rolled her eyes at the same time. "I'm sure you were," she responded. "He has impeccable manners, and he's quite charming actually," Lynn said to Kimberly. She turned her gaze to Reevan. "You could learn a thing or two from your friend." Reevan felt an arm snake around him and a body come to stand next to him. His eyebrows went up in surprise as he turned his head and saw that it was Melissa. Larissa and Eric were standing a few feet behind her, Larissa with a smirk on her face. "I'm sure I could help him with that too," Melissa said as she and Lynn stared at each other. "This must be Miss Lynn, Ren's sister, that you've told me about," Melissa said with a small smile. Yes," Reevan said as he looked back and forth between the two girls. They were of a similar age and level of beauty. Melissa was a bit more bright in appearance, with her hair having a distinct auburn red color, while Lynn was a bit darker, with her hair being straight black. Lynn was slightly taller, but not enough for her to look down on the other girl. "And who is this young lady? She seems to have me at a disadvantage," Lynn said, her eyes never leaving Melissa's. "I've been busy with my duties as a captain in the Duke's retinue. I haven't had time to keep up with all of the scions from the capital." Lynn correctly guessed Melissa's origins by the quality and design of her clothes. Reevan started. "I'm Melissa Bluefear," Melissa said with her chin lifted, clear pride in her voice. "My sister, Larissa, and I happened to join Reevan's party when we were on a dungeon delve mission from the Magic Academy. My sister and I were a bit bored with the same old, easy dungeons nearer to the capital." "Ooh, a party." "Member," Lynn said with emphasis. Lynn stepped forward on Reevan's other side, and looping her arm through Reevan's in the same way Melissa did, she leaned forward to continue addressing Melissa. Here, let me escort you to your table. Reevan said as he got dragged along by the two girls holding onto his arms on either side. He turned his head briefly and saw Talon bent over laughing. What is happening? Reevan was escorted to his table, but he wasn't allowed to sit. Lynn and Melissa continued to hold onto his arms as they stood a bit in front of him, facing each other. Oh, it's fine, Lynn denied with a shake of her head. This is my table. I asked the Count to personally arrange for me to sit here, next to our little hero. Lynn had a bright smile on her face. Melissa frowned for a second, but the music started up at the opportune time, and she perked up at the sound. Well, you take your time getting some rest at the table. Melissa pulled Reevan away from Lynn as she looked up at him. Let's go dance. Your friends are already out on the floor. We can join them. Lynn narrowed her eyes as she let Reevan escape from her grasp, but her face quickly returned to normal with a smile. Okay, I'll just get the next one. She sat down at the table as Melissa grabbed Reevan's hand and dragged him out to where Talon and Kimberly were standing. Several others were also getting ready to start dancing as well. A wolf, indeed, Reevan heard Melissa mutter under her breath. Melissa, Reevan said. Melissa turned her head toward him as they came to a stop in the open space for dancing. I've never danced before. Melissa chuckled at him. This will be the first song and dance, and it's an icebreaker, Melissa said. Just watch some of the others and then do what they do. Everyone will start off with a partner who they will dance the most with, but everyone will be moving about and dancing with each other. Like I said, an icebreaker. Reevan nodded his head, and he and Talon observed as the musicians finally stopped warming up and began the actual music for the dance. They watched for a moment to see what the other people were doing as they lined up and began moving about. It wasn't a complicated dance and was more along the lines of moving about in sync with the rhythm of the music. Melissa's description was fairly apt, and Reevan and his friends quickly joined. They started off in a line of all the men on one side with the women on the other. They moved in time together, locked arms with their partner, twirled about, and then separated into lines again. But when they separated, they shifted about so their next partner would be different. The dance continued on for a bit, and the way the lines were designed, Reevan would match up with a different girl each time, but he would always return to his original partner, Melissa, more often than anyone else. He let himself relax and move about to the music, and he ended up having a blast doing so. He received a notification a few minutes in, but he ignored it as he just let loose for a short while. Once the music was done, he pulled up his notification as Melissa took his hand once more to lead him back to the table. New skills unlocked. Dancing 1. Rhythm 1. Interesting, I bet rhythm goes with dancing and playing a musical instrument both. As Reevan and Melissa approached their table, Lynn came up and grabbed Reevan's other hand again. You were right, Lynn said to Melissa. I needed that short rest. I'm sure you need a bit of a breather, too, after that exciting first dance. She turned her gaze to Reevan. I'm sure you still have a lot of energy, though. Not like us girls from the capital. A big, strong young man like you. Come on, I'll show you the next one. Lynn pulled him away from Melissa, and Reevan spied her narrow eyes as she watched them head back to the dance floor. Talon and Kimberly were still out there, and Larissa was apparently explaining the next dance to them. This one isn't an icebreaker, Lynn said as she turned and faced Reevan. Here, give me your hands. She took Reevan's hands and placed one on her shoulder and one on her hip. She stepped in real close as she reciprocated. There's nothing too fancy, she continued to explain. For more advanced dancers, they can do something more in line with their skill, but it's mostly the same. You just need to move your feet to the beat and we'll move about in small circles. The next musical piece began, and Lynn started them off leading. After Reevan got into the movements, though, she let him take over leading them. He didn't really know what to do exactly, so he just moved them about in small circles as she had said. Melissa hadn't gone back to her seat, and she was standing at the edge of the dance floor, watching them with her arms folded. Once they drew a little nearer to her, Reevan saw Lynn's slight smile get a little larger. Oops, Lynn said as her feet tangled together. She leaned forward and placed her weight almost fully on Reevan. He was forced to embrace her completely. After assisting her in getting her feet back, she maintained closer contact. I'm so clumsy. I think I should dance a little closer so as to avoid that happening again. She looked up at him with a twinkle in her eye. You don't mind, do you? Reevan had nothing to answer that with. He just kept a straight face and continued the dance. It wasn't long before the music was over, but Lynn didn't make her way back to the table as Melissa had done before. We still have energy, so let's do the next one, Lynn said. She wasn't even asking anymore. Reevan was quite eloquent tonight. Oh, you poor thing, Melissa showed up as the musicians were about to start the next round. I saw that terrible fall you almost had. Luckily, Reevan was your partner, and he kept you from getting hurt. You really must take more rest, though. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen. Melissa spoke with the utmost concern for Lynn's well-being while simultaneously snagging Reevan back away from her. Lynn gave her a flat look, but she didn't make a scene. She smiled again after a moment and fanned herself with her hand. Let's step this next one up, a little, Melissa said as she stepped up to Reevan. She placed one of his hands on her hip and held the other in her hand as she put her other one on his shoulder. I noticed you moved a little smoother, so I'm guessing you got the skill unlocked. Reevan nodded his head. Okay, then we'll spice it up a little. Watch some of the others as we move about and see what they do. Okay, Reevan said as the music began. They moved about in a similar manner, but they weren't quite as close as he and Lin had been. He used his battlefield awareness skill, once again utilizing a skill in a novel situation to observe the other dancers. The men spun the women about with their hands they were holding together, and sometimes they would dip them. See, Melissa asked as they moved to the music. Reevan nodded his head in acknowledgement. Spin me. Reevan released his hand on her waist and spun her about. Melissa laughed in delight as she twirled. Dip me, she said as she came back into his embrace. Reevan copied the other men so as to maintain his center of gravity properly and dipped Melissa. They continued dancing to the music, occasionally spinning and dipping, and Reevan saw Talon also manage to perform the same feats with Kimberly. The music finally ended, and Melissa dragged him off the dance floor once more. Lin was waiting again, but Melissa was prepared. Oh, we really must take a break this time, Melissa said as she patted her face. Reevan was just telling me he needed a breather. I did. Yes, I can see that, Lin said as she glanced at Reevan. She pulled the fan back out and fanned herself again, looking at Melissa over the top of it. Melissa dragged Reevan to his seat, and Lin plopped herself down in the seat opposite Melissa on Reevan's other side. This little fan really comes in handy, Lin said with a sigh. Melissa rolled her eyes as she reached for a glass of water on the table. Would you like some ice-cold water to try and cool off? She asked with a smile to Reevan. Reevan responded with extraordinary wit. Melissa fumbled with the glass, and the water spilled onto the table and into Reevan's lap. The water was extremely cold, and Reevan jerked back at the sudden feeling of freezing water soaking through his pants. Oh, how terribly clumsy of me, Melissa said. Let me help. Lin was quick to grab a napkin and started to pat Reevan's thigh. That won't be necessary, Melissa said. She placed her hand on Reevan's other thigh, and with a gentle movement completely appropriately but definitely riding the line, she used her mana to draw the water and moisture out of Reevan's clothes. The water balled up above her hand, and she deposited it in an empty glass. All done. I'm pretty sure Melissa didn't have to touch me to do that. Reevan sat in stunned silence. Melissa and Lin glared daggers at each other. Reevan looked across the dance floor to where Talon and Kimberly were still at it. Talon looked over and gave him a big grin, laughing at his situation. This is going to be a long night. The dancers eventually left the dance floor after the musicians played several more compositions. Reevan heaved a sigh of relief once they stopped playing, and Talon finally came to the table with Kimberly, a smirk on his face. Their faces were flushed from the exertion of moving, and Talon was in high spirits. Kimberly seemed to be quite pleased herself. Reevan tuned out the subtle digs and displays of one-upmanship from the two girls. Other than touching me when Melissa spilled the water, nothing they have done has been anything exaggerated. They seem to be staking a claim more than anything, most likely for their families. Melissa has never displayed any kind of interest in me before, and I hardly know Lin at all. The girls practically ignored Reevan as they continued their verbal spars, but the Count mounting the little stage where the musicians had been put a temporary stop to it. I won't bore everyone with long speeches, and I won't be patting myself on the back either. I have thrown this victory feast simply to personally convey my gratitude to everyone who braved death in the face of impossible odds. I won't extend the banquet beyond dancing and the meal, but I have prepared rewards for everyone. In a moment, I will instruct the chef and waiters to deliver the food, and I'll go around and personally hand out the rewards while you eat. I think everyone here can agree that it makes much more sense than to have a long, drawn-out ceremony that will quickly get old as we end up saying the same things over and over again. Without further ado, let the food be served. The Count looked to the side of the banquet and lifted his hand to gesture for those waiting in the wings to come in. The doors opened, and many waiters and servants came in with large, covered trays. They walked about the room, setting them down on each of the tables, and the Count motioned for everyone to begin eating without preamble. The Count stepped down and joined Knight Captain Reifold and his mage liaison as he started walking to each table, conversing with the people seated there. Reevan watched as he moved about, talking and joking with people, and he had multiple servants to hold things like scrolls and other awards that he passed to the people. An advisor was on standby to give him the names of anyone, but from what Reevan could see, the Count hadn't needed it yet as he seemed to know everyone's name. He's quite shrewd, Melissa said, forgetting about her little competition with Lin for the moment. He must have some sort of social skill that allows him to remember names, faces, or both. It's not uncommon for nobles and other people dealing with social interactions. Melissa glanced at Lin, then at Reevan. I can help you get such a skill and work on it in our free time at the academy. It should help you a lot in integrating. We have a couple of years together to work on it. That's not a bad idea, Reevan, Lin interjected with a smile. I can lead you out to where my men are camped and get you a big boost to the skill level by having you interact with the Duke's soldiers. She turned to look at Melissa. You wouldn't want Reevan to hobble himself by not allowing him to meet more people, would you? That's an excellent idea, Melissa replied. I've always wanted to see the inner workings of one of the retinues of the kingdom's top nobles. I'm sure you run a tight ship and nothing will be out of place. Quite, Lin snapped the Tessin open and peered at Melissa over the top of it with narrowed eyes. Reevan rubbed his temples with his hands. I need to put a stop to this. Ladies, Reevan said, putting his hands down and looking at each of them in turn with a meaningful look. Let's keep things civil. Of course, Melissa said, placing her hand on his forearm. Miss Lin and I have been nothing but, yeah, Reevan, Lin replied, reaching over to adjust his collar with her free hand. Melissa and I are getting along just fine. What are you worried about? Reevan rolled his eyes as he sighed. I'm not worried about anything, he said. I just want to enjoy the banquet. We have time for all of those other things later. I would be happy to visit the camp and see how things are run out there, and I would obviously welcome learning new skills. But let's enjoy the food for now. Certainly, Melissa said with a sweet smile. The waiters arrived at their table and placed the covered trays down, removing the ornate covers after getting everything settled to reveal what was underneath. There were many selections of food available, and it wasn't served in the same way as the previous banquet he had attended. The first banquet had been served courses in turn, but this time, everything was placed on the table all at once for everyone to pick and choose at will. There were several different whole fowls, cuts of steak, and cuts of lamb. That only consisted of the meats made available. There were several other side dishes of a variety of fruits and vegetables, salads and desserts. Conversation temporarily ceased as everyone heaped servings onto their plates and tucked in with gusto. The food was clearly expertly made, and nobody was going to give up the chance of tasting such exquisite dishes while still hot and fresh. The Count continued to make his rounds, and he eventually arrived at Reevan's table. Reevan watched him out of the corner of his eye, and he noticed that his strange behavior whenever he encountered Reevan had apparently been gotten under control, as he only paused for a second instead of abruptly stuttering his whole body. Young Reevan, you did an excellent job of stepping forward and issuing commands to the troops when we were sneak attacked. Talon and Kimberly, your efforts in assisting the administrative soldiers in keeping the quivers stocked didn't go unnoticed, and I'm proud to have citizens willing to face the revenants despite not being able to use mana skills on your own. Knight Captain Reifeld nodded to each of the individuals at the table as the Count addressed them and pointed out their contributions as he had personally witnessed them. The Count motioned for one of the servants carrying scrolls to step forward and hand him some. I already have a lot of accomplishments listed, but more couldn't hurt. We can take care of getting everyone officially in the party at the same time that we record these as well. Yeah, we'll finish lunch here. Talon and Kimberly might want to do some more dancing before we leave and then head to the Adventurers Guild to record the accomplishments. We'll handle the party issue while we're there, and then we can head out to the Duke's camp for a stroll. Speaking of, I'll have to get that social skill when we're done eating. Reevan picked up the pace he was eating. Years of proper manners at the table instilled by his mother, though, ensured that he didn't appear to be a mannerless barbarian. Reevan glanced at Talon out of the corner of his eye to see him with sauce smeared all over his face, and Kimberly was attempting to not laugh as she picked at her food in a much more dainty manner. Reevan sampled each of the dishes, and there wasn't a single thing on the table that he didn't enjoy, but by the time he had tried everything, he began to get full. He politely wiped his mouth, got a drink of water to wash everything down, and then cleared his throat as he looked at Melissa. She obviously had a smaller stomach, as she was already done and patiently waiting. Let's go get that social skill, Reevan said. Melissa smiled as she nodded. She stood up and led him away from the table by hand. Lin watched them go while continuing to fan herself with the borrowed Tessin. Basically, we're just going to meet a lot of people in quick succession, Melissa said. We'll walk up, introduce ourselves, make some small talk, and then leave quickly to the next group of people. Your job is to look each person in the eye, repeat their name back to them as you study their face, and say it to yourself in your head a couple of times as well. Once we've met everybody, we'll stand to the side, and you'll point out each person discreetly and try to recall their name. We'll do this over and over until you unlock the skill. Sounds like a great time, Reevan said. Skill leveled up. Memorization Social 1-7. Reevan looked at the notification as they walked as a group out of the Lord's Manor. He had unlocked the skill rather quickly, long before he had actually met everyone they had intended to, and the rest of the interactions had simply assisted in rapidly increasing the skill level. Reevan didn't tell Melissa right away, though, and he went through with the entire plan. Talon and Kimberly had gotten the chance to do a bit more dancing while he was working on his skill, and Lin had joined them at one point. She and Melissa had retracted their claws, however, and they had simply moved about the room, talking and interacting with all of the others in attendance. Reevan had been surprised at the number of people who recognized him. He spent some extra time conversing with Jocelyn and the other sword priests who had accompanied him. The other man appeared to be back in high spirits again, and he was perfectly precise with his military poise and discipline. Lauren and Cal had ended up sitting at the same table. They and their parties had received an invite after word of them stepping up to assist the sword priests in the retreat had been communicated to the Count from Jocelyn. The more Reavin learned about the sword priest, the more he felt he was right in starting a friendship with him. He's strict on his men and military discipline, but he recognizes merit where it's warranted and takes care of his people. He might have seemed a bit inexperienced, not understanding how to balance how hard he was before, but it looks like everyone has grown to respect him, and he's more comfortable with receiving it rather than demanding it. He had bid farewell to the acquaintances he had made in the dungeon town. Who knows, we might meet each other in the capital or at some other dungeon in the future. Okay, it's time to get you guys on the party, officially, Reavin said as they exited onto the main thoroughfare. Lynn tagged along with them. I temporarily listed our party as the Ravens, as I didn't really have any other ideas at the time. Does anyone else have any suggestions? Oh, I have one, Larissa said, hopping up and down. Reavin nodded at her to give her suggestion. The Frostfire mages and their trusted lackeys. She pumped her arm up in excitement. Melissa smacked her with the back of her hand, and Talon bent over laughing. What did I say? Larissa tilted her head, confusion on her face. Yeah, no, Melissa said. We're not going to refer to our other party members as lackeys. Other party members? Larissa asked. I was referring to me and Reavin. You're a lackey too, Larissa teased her sister. Haha, looks like you're a fellow lackey, Melissa, Talon said after he recovered from laughing. I don't see anyone else offering any suggestions, Larissa said, crossing her arms. Reavin could see a slight twinkle in her eye and knew that she wasn't serious about the whole lackey thing. I think, what about the flower knights? Kimberly said. We have those flower crowns that we wore on our way to the dungeon town that your sisters made for us, and I'm sure they could make more for the others. Melissa had a contemplative look on her face at the name, and Larissa didn't seem to mind either. Yeah, I don't think so, Talon said. I don't think anyone would take us seriously with flower in our name. I know I wouldn't. Our reputation could speak louder. With time, Reavin pointed out. Yeah, with time, Talon nodded. But our name will be the first impression, and then we'll have to work double time to fix it. Also, I bet a lot of others would think we're a group of all girls. Fair point, Reavin agreed. You're also not knights, Lynn supplied. You can be a bit loose with naming conventions for adventuring party names, but some nobles or their knights might take exception to using the term. That makes sense, Kimberly said. What could we use that conveys the same intention but sounds fierce instead? Talon scratched his head in thought. The others were silent for a moment as they thought about the situation. Thorn, a voice intruded on everyone's thoughts. Reavin turned to the source of the word, and Eric was walking along as if he hadn't just spoken up. Yeah, that could work. So we use thorn instead of flower, but what do we use instead of knight? Oh, let's combine the two, Larissa said in excitement. The Frostfire thorns. Melissa tapped her lips in thought, and Reavin looked between each of the party members. I don't have a problem with it, he said. In fact, it might just grow on me. It combines the Frostfire nature of Melissa and Larissa, and it conveys a fierce connotation along the flower theme that Kimberly mentioned. Yeah, I like it, Talon said. Kimberly and Melissa nodded their heads in approval. Eric kept silent on the matter. He would probably be fine with flower knights. I guess it's settled then, Reavin said. From now on, our party will officially be known as the Frostfire Thorns. I have to admit, I like it better than the Ravens, Reavin thought to himself. It combines concepts from both of our initial groups, and it doesn't sound too feminine. Is Miss Melissa Bluefier the rose on top of the thorns? Lynn joked, glancing at Melissa's dark red hair. Melissa lifted her chin and threw her shoulders back as she walked. Maybe I am, she said. The others chuckled as they made their way to the Adventurers Guild. The process of getting their accomplishments recorded was a simple, quick affair. The scrolls the Count had given them were designed to be used in such a manner for ease of use. I would bet that most things issued by the nobles will have a similar function. There was a spot to hold their tokens to the 2 Magic Academy students had student tokens instead of adventurer ones, but they were still recognized by the guild, and then the receptionist had them hold their tokens to a copy of their record on file to record it for the entire guild. The whole ordeal had only taken a couple of minutes to get accomplished. Reavin then pulled the record of their party, which had been generated when he supplied the information on the dungeon, and they got their official name put in place. It's still early, so let's go ahead and head out to my camp, Lynn said as they left the building. I can introduce you to the other officers and leaders in my company. You can level your skill some more, and get some more connections with some of the lesser scions sent to military duty for the Duke. Someone of your caliber about to attend the Magic Academy can definitely benefit from making some more connections. I can't disagree with that, Melissa said. I won't be able to vouch for each of their families, but while they're in service to the Duke, their family politics should take a backseat to their duty. Just so, Lynn said. It was a special circumstance and not just involving my own family that I was dispatched to clear things up last time. All right, sounds like a plan, Rievin said. Do you guys plan on going back to the dungeon? There's still some time before the next semester begins, Lynn queried. Rievin looked at Talon and Kimberly, both of whom just shrugged. I've accomplished what I wanted to at this time, Rievin said. He looked over at Melissa and Larissa. What about you two? Well then, Rievin said, I guess we're in agreement that we can go ahead and move on to the capital at any time. Excellent, Lynn said. Then may I offer that you head in that direction with us? We won't be escorting you officially, but we'll be moving in the same direction. The Duke's domain is located just outside of the capital, and you can travel the road in peace without having to worry about the occasional goblin attack. Rievin once more looked to his party members for their opinion, and they once more simply shrugged. All right then, Rievin said. We'll take you up on the offer, however. There is one last thing I need from you. He gave Lynn a pointed look, and she tilted her head in confusion. Can I have my Tessin back, now? Lynn chuckled as she extracted the war fan from where she had placed it in her inner breast pocket and handed it back to Rievin. Emelian adjusted her tunic as she stepped out of the back of the supply wagon attached to the caravan they had been traveling with. She did a once-over of her person, and seeing that she was fresh and presentable, she made her way back to where her personal wagon was located. She smiled as she saw her two daughters showing their newest creations off to the temporary nanny they had entrusted the two girls to. The young lady had a strained smile on her face as Kylie and Riley took turns talking her ears off, parading various pieces of art. The twins hadn't had a chance to restock their grass and flowers needed for their usual creations, so Emelian had pointed them in the direction of someone who could paint, and she had bought several beast skins with some washable colors for them to practice. The plan had been to introduce them to expanding their designs with more intricate color patterns, and then eventually lead that into weaving. Those weren't the pieces of art the girls were showing the nanny, though. Emelian's eye twitched as she saw Kylie pull out a small knife from who knows where, twirl it between her fingers, and then attack a block of wood with it. Many shavings and small statues were strewn about the front bench of the wagon, and the man driving it seemed to be deliberately ignoring the goings-on. That's not exactly what I had in mind, Emelian thought. When did they get those knives, and why are they so skilled with them? Rievin was much older and more mature before we ever let him deal with actual blades and not just wooden training versions. What do you have there, sweetie? Emelian called out to Kylie as a shape was quickly forming from the block of wood. It had only been several seconds, and Emelian could already tell that it was going to be a small statue of a man holding a sword over his head. That's definitely going to be Fenric's, but I'm almost certain Rafix and Rievin are the inspiration. Mommy, Kylie and Riley called out at the same time, abandoning their work to look up at their mother. You said you would be gone for only a couple of hours. It's been a whole day, Kylie said with a pout. Yeah, Mommy, Riley said, you owe us for your deception. Emelian was taken aback by the word usage. Honey, Mommy didn't deceive you. Things happened, and it took a little longer than anticipated to run our errand. Doesn't matter, Kylie said, crossing her arms. You owe us, Riley said. The nanny gave Emelian a sheepish grin. They've actually been quite the little angels, Miss Emelian. They started off having a great time applying the paint to the beast's skins, but somewhere along the way, they saw someone whittling, and then the knives came out. I tried to stop them, but they gave a convincing argument, and they've been very careful with them, so. Well, you see, she gestured toward all the shavings and statues. Emelian listened to the explanation, and then she did a careful observation of her daughters. She's right. Not a single nick or cut can be found. I'll have some words to say to Rafix later, though. Certainly, PR. Ahem, Miss Emelian. Salia bobbed her head in a tiny curtsy as she stood up to go back to her wagon. Emelian passed her a small pouch of coins that she forced into the girl's hands. You deserve to be paid for your services, Salia, Emelian said with a smile. The girl was a few years older than Rievin and already a low Tier 2 class. She was a young adult, and as such, she needed to receive the appropriate remuneration. What would you two like from Mommy? Emelian said as she climbed up and took a seat between them. They dropped their angry facade and began bouncing up and down in their seats, practically climbing into Emelian's lap from either side. Princess Amelie, Riley said. Brave Sir Fenrix, Kylie added. Okay, Emelian said as she held her palms out and patted at the air to calm them down. I'm happy to continue the tale of their adventure. Now, where were we? Princess Amelie had just arrived at the palace of one of her vassals, Kylie answered. And brave Sir Fenrix was trying to muster their generals, Riley added. Of course, Emelian said with a smile. The little caravan they were part of began moving once more along the road from where it had been parked. Let me see. Princess Amelie stood in the apartments that had been given to her, and she marveled at the luxury. This is totally unacceptable, Emelian said, her arms crossed and a frown on her face. They give me the rooms of a visiting dignitary and not one of the spare rooms for their royal family. This is an outrage. Rafix looked around the spacious accommodations. Objectively, the room was perfectly fine. Better than fine, even. There's just the little detail that it is subjectively not fine at all. I know they have rooms set aside for people of the same status or higher, but it seems like they want to play games. Yes, Princess, Rafik said as Emelian took a seat at one of the chairs. The room is up to standard, but I can't help but agree that they're making a subtle statement with the choice of rooms. I know that, guard, Emelian said with a raised eyebrow. I just said that. Rafik surreptitiously rolled his eyes. I was just agreeing with you, Princess, he replied. Well, I don't need your agreement, guard. I need you to go out there and fix the problem. Yes, Princess. Right away, Rafik mentally sighed at the order. They're obviously going to dodge the issue, and there's certainly nothing I can do about it right now, but I can't not obey the order. Rafik walked over to the door and opened it, but he took a step back as someone was at the door already. The first Prince, Galen, was standing with his arm raised, fist about to knock on the door. A look of surprise was quickly squashed on his face as he unceremoniously strode through the door into the apartments. Rafik took a slight shift to block his path, and a look of annoyance flashed on Galen's face as he came up short. To what do we owe the honor, Lord Galen? Rafik asked. He used the title of Lord for the first prince to indicate that he was merely a lord in the larger empire, despite what his title in the local kingdom was. We've prepared a feast in honor of your arrival, Your Highness. Galen leaned over and addressed Emelian directly, completely ignoring the presence of Rafik. Fix narrowed his eyes as he stared at the other teenager. He's only looking at the surface and sees that I'm Emelian's bodyguard. He hasn't taken the time to learn the truth. I'm actually a superior noble to his entire family, much less he himself. Rafik once more sighed in his mind. Emelian isn't helping things either, with her constantly referring to me as guard, probably getting back at me for always addressing her as princess, but not following all of her orders. It's for her own good. Stand aside, guard, Emelian's voice reached his ears. Let the young man through. Rafik smirked as he stepped aside. Even though she's still annoyed with me, she didn't miss the chance to get a little dig back at the first prince, referring to him simply as young man. Galen stood up straight, adjusted his coat with a tug from both hands, and then strode toward where Emelian was seated with his head held high. He approached her and gave a low bow, grabbing her proffered hand and placing a kiss on his own thumb instead of directly on the back of her hand. It was the standard procedure for greeting a lady of higher standing. If he had met a lady of lower standing, he would have kissed her hand directly. Tiny, subtle things to indicate stance and rank. At least he hasn't lost his mind completely and tried to show a display of dominance. Galen straightened up and gave Emelian what he likely thought was a charming smile, though Rafik saw it as sleazy. We couldn't possibly host the imperial princess and not throw her a welcoming feast, Galen said. I'm sure all of the other princesses and their ladies are dying to get to know you better. It's been years since you toured the kingdoms last with your family, and I'm sure there are several acquaintances and new people you would like to meet with. Yes, I'm sure, Emelian said with a slight nod. When is this feast supposed to be held? Why didn't you simply send a servant to inform us? Emelian cocked her head. Galen placed a hand on his chest and looked scandalized. It would be highly improper to send a mere servant to inform your highness of such an event, Galen said with apparent shock. I simply had to bring the news personally. Would it really be improper to send a servant to these apartments? Emelian said, looking all around the room to emphasize her point. Galen took a glance around at the room, a look of confusion on his face. Understanding seemed to come to him suddenly, and he bowed once more. I'm terribly sorry for the lack of manners we have shown with assigning this room to you, Your Highness, Galen said before straightening his back. Our spare rooms in the royal wing are under renovations at the moment, and it would not be right to subject one such as yourself to such an inconvenience. We felt it would be more appropriate to afford you peace and quiet away from all of the noise and crowd. I will personally see to it that they pick up the pace and will relocate you to a more appropriate setting as soon as possible. He's over-exaggerating his facial expressions. He needs more practice. See that you do, Emelian said with a lift of her chin. You still haven't answered my first question. Yes, Galen said. It's right now. We figured it would be better to throw the feast immediately so you could quickly return to your rooms and rest. Another subtle dig, Reeven thought. They're trying to make it appear that she isn't punctual under the guise of letting her rest earlier, but they could have let her rest now and given her time to prepare properly. Well then, we must be off immediately, Emelian said as she stood up. She headed to the door with a brisk stride, also appearing to have picked up on the situation, and Galen rushed to follow at her side. Emelian headed toward Rafik to give him her arm as an escort, but Galen spoke up before she could get to him. Allow me to escort you, Your Highness, Galen said. It's only right that one of the royal family brings you to the banquet personally. Emelian froze as she looked back and forth between Galen and Rafik. She made her decision and offered her arm to Galen. Quite right, Emelian said as she allowed Galen to set a more sedate pace as they walked out of the apartments. Guard, you walk behind us. Looks like she's still more annoyed at me than them, Rafik thought with a silent chuckle. This will mean that in order to get at me, she has to give up any chance of showing up with better timing. Galen is obviously deliberately walking slower than he needs to. the three walked through the empty halls. There weren't many people on this side of the palace at the time. Visiting dignitaries would typically bring their own cohort of servants to take care of them, and so the local staff only did maintenance of the wing without fully staffing it. Galen held his arm out in a perfectly gentlemanly manner, and he occasionally brought his other hand up to pat Emelian's hand as he spoke to her about different things they passed by in the halls. There were many little courtyards interspersed along the way containing gardens, and he pointed out and talked about the different decorations along the hallway as well. As this wing of the palace was for foreign diplomats, there were many decorations to display the might of the local royal family, but there were also many displays to show their cordiality and diplomatic accomplishments to the visitors. They eventually made their way to the more central locale of the palace, and they headed toward the banquet hall. Many more servants and guards could be seen moving about taking care of running the palace, but there were no other young lords or ladies still outside of the banquet hall, as they had all apparently already arrived by this time. I'm sure they notified literally everyone else before sending Galen to pick the princess up. They stepped into the banquet hall, and the noise and chatter immediately came over Rafix. He had trained long and hard for many years, and his perception skill was high enough that it didn't interfere with his ability to pick things out, though. He followed behind as Galen led Emelian to the head table, where a seat was left open for her with the royal family. They made their way around the room under the watchful gaze of all those in attendance. The king stood up with a hearty laugh as Emelian approached. "There she is, finally able to make it to the banquet held in her honor," he said loudly, but with a large laugh and smile to make it seem like he was making light of the situation he deliberately brought focus on. "Have a seat, my dear, have a seat." He gave a bow while he addressed her. Rafix gave the man an appraising look with narrowed eyes. He's much better at this than his son. Emelian walked up to the offered seat to the king's right, and she paused for a moment to look over her shoulder at Rafix. "Guard, I'm perfectly safe here. You go sit with the other guards," she dismissed him. Rafix mentally sighed once more. She obviously knows that my standing is second only to hers, but she still sends me off to sit with the riff-raff. Oh well, I've suffered worse while training. "At once, princess," Rafix said with a small bow before turning on his heels to head to a side table. It had several men in uniforms similar to his own official garb, but it was a tad less ornate. Rafix hadn't worn his uniform, though, as it was quite dirty. He spied that several of the men were older, grizzled veterans, and his hopes came up at seeing them. "Looks like it's not the riff-raff, after all. I can see that these are the generals of the king's armies. Maybe he's not completely unwilling to offer us military aid," he thought. "We'll just have to evaluate the price." And the king lavished praises on the beautiful princess of the empire while brave Sir Fenrix regaled the generals with tales of his prowess. They burned with excitement to join the pair in their quest. Emelian said, "We'll go ahead and end the story here for next time." "Oh, I want to hear about the banquet, though," Kylie whined. "Yeah, tell us about how the generals pledged their loyalty after being impressed by brave Sir Fenrix," Riley said. Next time," Emelian said. "I need to keep some things for the story next time I tell it, and I see your father coming over. I have something I need to discuss with him." "Okay, Kylie," Riley said. They scooted over to let Emelian get up, and she climbed into the back of the wagon after motioning to Rafix with her head. Rafix came in through the back after Emelian waited for just a short moment. "What in the world have you been teaching our daughters?" Emelian ambushed her husband with the unexpected question. "I know you trained Rievin in all sorts of weapons, and I was fine with that because you used wooden training versions. Why do Kylie and Riley have real knives?" Rafix reeled for a moment at the sudden burst of accusatory questions before he grew a sheepish grin. "Well, I have managed to teach them a thing or two with knives and daggers over the years while working with Rievin, enough that they gained the skills, and I have given them some small tools to defend themselves before we left on our errand when you weren't looking." Small tools to defend themselves. Emelian raised an eyebrow. I saw Kylie twirl that sharp knife through her fingers like she had done it 100 times before. They somehow got it into their head to work on whittling instead of the careful planning we made to get them into weaving. Emelian bent down where several of the little statues had been discarded inside of the wagon and grabbed one. "Here, they've been practicing making figures of Princess Amelie and Sir Fenrix. This one looks quite a lot like you." She handed it over to Rafix after inspecting it for a moment. Rafix took the little statue and stared at it for a moment before looking back up at his wife. "This is an ogre," he said with a flat voice. "Oh, is it?" Emelian said with a shrug. "I hadn't noticed." Rafix rolled his eyes as he tossed the little ogre aside. All right, he coaxed her, bringing her into a hug. She resisted for a moment, but only for a moment. "I should have told you I was giving them some real weapons, but I never thought they would actually use them. Much less for whittling and twirling through their fingers." "I know," Emelian said. "You did it out of the same sense of wanting to protect them that I have for not wanting them to have them. Anyway, as long as they're working on their skills diligently, we can still help with their development." Maybe we can consult with some of the educators about trying to use what they have instead of weaving to build their mana skills in the future. You know that my formal education came to an abrupt halt, and while I did learn a lot, I'm not quite sure how to translate whittling into spell casting. That's just because you haven't considered it before, Rafik said, kissing the top of her head while still holding her in his embrace. I'm sure it will work wonders toward their visualization abilities. That's a good point, Emelian said. They lapsed into a comfortable silence for a minute. What's Reevan up to now? Heh, he's lucky in love, that one, Rafik said with a wide grin. Emelian pulled back and narrowed her eyes at him. He's got two scions of some of the well-off families from the capital fighting over him. They haven't taken things too far, but they are using all of their charms to try and dazzle him into choosing sides. He's currently still with both of them, traveling with the Duke's men toward the capital. HMPH, we'll see, Emelian said. Being the daughter of a wealthy family in a podunk little kingdom and attending one of their academies doesn't mean they're good enough for my son. Some of that haughty, noble attitude that she had reined in over the years crept back up at the prospect of some harlots trying to steal her boy. I'm sure Reevan can keep a clear distinction between personal and professional relationships. He better if he knows what's good for him, Emelian said as she leaned into Rafik's once again. Not just anyone can be worthy of the Vin bloodline.